Nothing much. What are we talking about?
Nothing at the moment. Nautical miles. That's what we were talking about.
About what?
Nautical miles.
Um, is this like affirmative or like trying to disprove that the Earth is flat?
Disprove the Earth is flat?
You can try.
Oh, it's like a debate channel.
Yeah, it can be.
Or a discussion channel, whichever one you want to do. If you don't feel like arguing, you can turn it into a discussion. If you feel like arguing, you can debate. Whatever you want.
Okay, sure. Why do you guys think it's flat?
Because it's not curved.
But why do you think it's not curved?
Because it measures that way. Everyday practical use is used as a flat, non-rotating surface. It looks that way as well.
But doesn't it look that way because it's just too big, so you can't really see the curve because the land is, too big, too far.
Well, they gave us a size of it, so from that we can work out the drop over distance. So over 10 miles, drop over distance is 66 feet. If it was a ball the size they gave us, but we don't detect any of that.
But isn't Earth like not perfectly like spherical? It's more like oval shaped.
The measurements that the numbers that they give us, we can treat it as a sphere, perfect sphere, because it would be 24 miles different at the equator in circumference, maybe in diameter or radius. One of those, but it's pretty insignificant to the numbers they give us.
What do you use to like calculate that?
Sorry?
Like what do you use to calculate that? Like how did you figure it out?
Figure out no measurement of curvature. Or does it be zero?
Yeah.
Yeah. Zero drop over distance.
I don't know that much about the topic. I'm waiting for someone else to respond to that. Guys, who thinks the Earth is round? Raise your hands.
Well, I mean, everybody here at one time thought that the Earth was round, so, pretty much everybody here.
Oh, and what made you like question it?
Well, mostly that, it appears flat, it doesn't move. So we measured it, we checked it against the claim numbers, and there is zero drop over distance to be measured or found anywhere. So that was kind of the end of it. Pretty simple.
Can you explain like drop over distance?
Yeah, so imagine that you're standing, let's say you're standing even on a basketball, right? But let's blow that up a little bit. Let's say you're standing on a ball the size of like a trampoline or something, that circumference, but it's a ball. Well, from your feet, if you were on top of it, the ball would be dropping away from your plane that you're standing on. If you were to measure a plane or have a plane, and the ball would be dropping away from that plane where you're standing. So that's drop over distance across the surface of the plane, linearly, but there is none. So that's drop over distance. The sphere has to drop away from you in every direction because it's a sphere, right? Every direction. And I don't even care where you're standing. It would have to be down to the micron. It would be curving away from you. So we could measure microns or we could measure over 10 miles just to be sure. Well, we measured 10 miles. Then, we've got some other laser tests that measure for drop over distance. And those are somewhere in the ballpark of 40 kilometers. Still no curve. So the Earth is flat, measurably.
Okay, do you think like you can fall off from the Earth, or what do you think is like on the edges of the Earth?
I don't even know if there is an edge to fall off.
Do you think it's like infinite?
No, I just don't know how this place is ultimately constructed. And so the idea of falling off of it is kind of absurd. Fall off
But what do
into
you think
what?
it looks like?
It looks like the Earth. On the surface that we dwell atop, it's flat with topography, hills and mountains and valleys.
So what shape would you say the Earth is, like in your view, or like
I
what
have
do you think
no
it is?
idea. No
What
idea.
would you
No one ever
guess?
would even. Why would I guess about what shape
Why
it would
not?
be?
So like any shape with like a flat top.
You want me to make up something like I think the Earth is like a table? You want me to do something stupid
Well,
like
like what
that?
would you like? I mean, if you want, I don't know.
I'm not going to speculate on the overall shape of this realm. That would be foolish. It doesn't matter where we live on top of this surface, this Earth, the place that we call Earth, the terra firma. It is flat.
So do you think like astronauts like who've been, outside like to the moon and stuff, do you think they're lying about what they
I don't
saw?
know that any. I don't think that any astronauts have gone to the moon. In fact, I'm not even sure that the moon is a place you could go to.
Is it because Stanley Kubrick worked with NASA when they like took the moon landing pictures and stuff?
No, I'm saying that because there's no evidence that the moon is a place that we can fly a rocket to and land on it. That's why I'm saying that.
No, but I'm asking, do you think like the pictures are fake?
Well, the way that we know that they're fake, the only one photo that's claimed to be of the Earth is of a perfect sphere. So we measured the surface of the Earth to see if that sphericity or that curvature is there, and it's not. So just by the evidence, right, the provable evidence, those photos are indeed fake. That one photo, I should say. All the other photos that you think you've seen of a spherical Earth are complete composites. There are no photographs of the Earth as a sphere anywhere in existence. Everything is a composite or painting. Yeah, the measuring of the Earth's surface undoes every by any having to do with the Earth being a sphere in outer space. That pretty much ends it all. Now, it's difficult for people to accept because they're just far too indoctrinated to see anything else except for what they've been shown and what they've conceptualized for most of their life. So I can understand if you have your doubts. That's no problem, but it will not change reality.
I have a question. How do you then like what would you say about all these like physical phenomena about like stuff orbiting the Earth and time zone and stuff that kind of rely on the fact that the Earth, is a circle?
They don't. What physical
They don't
phenomena are
know.
you referring to?
Well, like for example, maybe like time zones. Like for example, how is it possible? Like if the Earth orbits the sun and stuff, like how would daytime and nighttime change and stuff like that? For example, in one part of the world
Well,
it's night, the other it's day and stuff.
so here's the thing. The time zones, number one, the time zones are primarily for commerce and policy. Okay. But if you're talking about where the sun is in relation to you on top of this flat surface, then that just has to do with the angular relationship of the sun in the sky to where you are. And as it moves, yes, the sun moves and everybody observes this, the time of day that we evenly kind of span out over 360 degrees is 24 hours. So the time zones, or how we evenly divide the daylight hours and the nighttime, is all based on the angular relationship to the sun. It has nothing to do with the Earth being a sphere. Now, as far as the orbit around the sun and all those other claims, well, there is no evidence that the Earth spins. There is no evidence that the sun is a giant burning ball of gas roughly 8 light minutes away, or 93 million miles away, if you want to think of it that way. There's no evidence for that either. So what you have is the experience that you have every day where the sun moves from horizon to horizon, and then you have, a nighttime period, all of that added together and divided equally up into 24-hour periods. That's how that works.
Okay, another question. So if I, from like where I'm standing right now, if the Earth was like, it had nothing on, like there was no like obstacles like mountain stuff, that would make it impossible. But let's say right now I started walking forward, I would just end up in the same spot I am right now. And how is that possible if the Earth is flat?
Well, first of all, you started with a claim that would be what occurs. So what I would encourage you to do is start walking forward for as long as you can and see what happens.
But haven't people already kind of tried that and done that with ships and boats and stuff?
Going straight.
No, they do what's called circumnavigation. That's a circle. So they were keeping a bearing with north at their left or their right, going east or west, and made a giant circle. And you can do circles on flat plains, but they didn't go straight. That would be silly.
Oh.
Yeah.
So why do so many people believe in a round Earth? Why do you think that is?
Because they've been propagandized since about the day they were born.
But why do people want to spread that?
You'd have to ask them. I don't really know their ultimate motivations. It could be they're nefarious. It could be that they're just a religious cult, kind of like the Pythagoreans. They believe the same thing.
Yeah, Great Lakes, you're going to mic up.
Thank you for answering my questions.
Oh, you're welcome. So continue on if you have more questions.
I don't know what else to ask. To be honest, that was like my main thing that I was curious about.
Yeah, they're listening to Great Lakes on YouTube. Get back in here. Mic up. I don't know how you managed to avoid the hush, but I'll just keep doing it.
Wait, what happened?
There's another guy in the side chat that was... We were giving him an ultimatum for removing his privileges to text and challenging him to come into the VC and speak with us.
Oh yeah, there's people typing in the chat, but they're not talking. Are they pro round Earth?
Yeah, they are. Yeah.
Or maybe they're scared because there's more flat earthers.
It's not the reason, but yeah, they're definitely scared.
What's the reason?
But the reason is because he's already shot himself in the foot in the side chat. That's why.
Oh, what did he say?
Well, it's kind of complicated stuff, right? It's about, like a long distance observation.
Yeah, so they make an excuse as to why we see across the surface of the Earth. We see more of the surface of the Earth than would be allowed if it was a ball with a specific size that they claim it is, right? So they give it a specific radius value and say that it has a specific circumference value. That means its surface curves at a specific rate. And based on that rate, and you being an observer standing on the surface of a giant ball of that size, you'll only be able to see so much of the surface before it's continuing to curve down and away and out of your line.
You're going to have to fight. I lost. Now it's your turn. As I leave office, I'm letting you guys know there's forces inside the government that want endless perpetual warfare, and they're going to do whatever they can to get it. And then his vice president, Richard Nixon, like, wow, what a coincidence. Eisenhower doesn't endorse Richard Nixon for president.
Yeah.
Richard Nixon loses to Kennedy. Kennedy is then assassinated, and Richard Nixon comes into office, and then we got a moon mission, a peaceful moon mission to space using NASA, which Eisenhower signed based on Richard Nixon's pet project, the space exploration, which then causes Carl Sagan to say, this whole shit, that all this that's happening right now, this manned space age, is the most ironic token of all of human history. So when you look at who is they, it's the people who are funding both sides of conflicts. It's the development of intercontinental missiles with a NASA sticker slapped on it, calling it peaceful exploration of space. As soon as they develop the intercontinental ballistic missile, manned spaceflight just ends. As soon as Richard Nixon leaves office, manned spaceflight just ends. Out of nowhere. Like, for no reason. You had 6 missions there and back to the moon with no problems whatsoever. 100% success rate, and suddenly just, cancel it. Well, why? Why would you cancel? There's no reason to cancel this right now. Let's go for, like every other exploration, like the top of Mount Everest. The first people to do it were followed by a series of other people doing it faster, better. Except for the moon. People go to the moon, America, mind you, America goes to the moon, and no one even tries after that. You're like, huh.
So the moon landing didn't happen.
Yeah, definitely not.
I'm
even
finding out so much stuff, dog.
We'll just say this. Let's say the moon landing did happen, like jump. Let's just say it happened. And it was promised to be a giant leap forward for all mankind. But no giant leap happened. Did it really happen?
I don't know.
Probably not, right? And they said the cause of this event, going to the moon, will cause a giant leap forward for all mankind.
But it didn't.
Well, that's not. That's kind of funny. I was just thinking about that. What does he say? One small step for man, one giant leap for mankind. They don't say if he's going forward or backwards.
Oh yeah,
he walked backward down the ladder.
Yeah, he did. I mean, because we look at it, this giant leap forward for all mankind. We go to the moon for peace.
God, he did walk backwards on the ladder.
Yeah, and now you're backwards in thought. Did you ever read the? Did you ever read the book? Why Should I Beware of the Military-Industrial Complex?
No.
Yeah, neither did I.
Yeah, my take is generally, let's say manned spaceflight is possible. Let's do it. Okay, go do it. Leave me, America, religion, all that stuff out of it. Just have a group of people joining together and make it happen. Let's go do it. But some reason they need top-down federal spending at the executive level. And people would say, why would they lie? NASA costs more than the other 6 space agencies combined. If you add up the
rockets are very expensive.
If you add up the other 6 space agencies, they don't even equal NASA. Like some countries, like say England's like, well, we got a space program. NASA outspends England at the start of fiscal year in a matter of seconds. Like 7 seconds.
So the military industry complex does it to siphon off money in the name of NASA. But wouldn't the military industrial complex...
No, in the name of warfare, weapons.
Yeah.
To project their military
the space agency is fake though, right?
Well, this is the best part. When you think about it, what do all 7 countries that have a space program, what do they all have in common?
I don't know.
Nuclear weapons.
Meaning?
What a coincidence. So every single country that's supposedly an advanced space age culture also has a nuclear arsenal that they call for deterrent or defense. Nuclear weapons aren't defensive. Like when is that going to happen? That you're going to drop a bomb that's going to devastate all life in a massive radius and call that a defensive weapon?
Maybe.
They're like, well, it's mutually assured defense. Like mutually assured destruction. So if you try to destroy me, I destroy you. And that makes sense. So you've got a space age culture, and their only defense strategy is to make sure destroy all life in the known universe if they don't get their geopolitical position, what they want. If they don't get what they want, their fallback plan.
So if they say Earth is a planet and all, their nuclear bombs become more threatening.
No, they not just more threatening, just psychopathic levels of violence.
Okay,
that doesn't make any sense.
Nuclear bombs are real, right?
It's not about being real or fake. It's about the projection of violence. Like, how much violence can you project? And why would you do so?
Okay. Why?
Yeah, why? Why would they do so? Why would they do that?
To keep control? I don't know. Why?
Okay, so on a globetard with endless space, there's endless amount of space out there. So much space, there's no end to it. They say there's space without an edge. It's ever expanding space. Why would they have to fight over an ever dwindling pool of natural resources? If there's endless amount of there's so much stuff out there, it's beyond human comprehension. Therefore, ignore all that stuff and just fight here over an ever dwindling pool of natural resources. I mean, does that seem oxymoronic to you?
So, wait, I'm so confused. wait,
so on the flat Earth...
They say that...
okay, hold on. Let me rephrase it.
Yeah.
Or wait, hold on. Do you want to ask a targeted question? Maybe you can clear up your confusion by targeting a targeted question. What do you got?
Why? Wait. So they say it's dwindling, that there's only this, so that they can get everyone to stay here and control all the people, right?
No, the exact opposite. They want you to be distracted by looking up so you ignore what they're doing here on the Earth. It's a distraction. They want to put your mind in some, like they used to do this for the peasants in the Middle Ages. Hey, it's okay to live in dirt and mud, because if you maintain loyalty to the crown, God will bless you with eternal life. The modern day version of that is, hey, just hang on for one more day. Any day now, science, logic, and reason will make humanity a spacefaring race, and all our problems will be solved. You'll be living out in space, and it'll be great, and everyone will get along, and it'll be like about Star Trek. Like, we'll boldly go where no one has gone before. All of humanity's resources and energy will be diverted into exploration. Just finding out where we come from and why we're here. Meanwhile, the doomsday death clock was about to meet here, okay? No, they're going to soon, in a couple of weeks. Oh, okay. And I guarantee you they're going to tip the clock forward. It's mere seconds to midnight. I mean, my prediction, they got that betting market. Which way will the death clock turn this year? I'm saying with like all these tariffs and the ramping up of Ukraine, Venezuela, the bombing of fishing boats in the South Atlantic, all this stuff they're gonna turn the clock up. It's gonna be like even more closer to midnight. So what
happens at midnight?
Assured destruction, mutually assured destruction.
Nukes happen.
Yeah, it's a tipping point. And once midnight happens, that's
so nukes are real.
No, I would say mutually assured destruction is real. You're talking about the complete collapse of Western culture.
Gotcha.
So there's the powers that you're talking about. Now, what would you do if you were king of the motherfuckers? Like, if you were king of the world, what would you do? What would be your first decree?
Give workers the means of production.
And what would that, through violence?
Yeah, if necessary.
Okay, well, there you go. You're part of the problem too.
But I don't. But I haven't funded NASA. And
Yeah, but you can't think of a peaceful
I don't care
solution.
I don't care
You
if
just-
you want it to be flat. Why would I do that?
You're just going to replace one system of violence with another system of violence. So
Okay.
you would be, so
Nice.
once you turn the switch and now you're in charge, you can't
Yeah,
think
I'll
of
fix
any
things.
reason.
I'll do better. I swear.
You'll do better with more violence.
My violence.
Yeah, your violence is justified, but their violence is
Yes.
not. Why?
Yes, but I know what I'm doing.
How do you know that? Your
I'm
ideas,
not crazy.
yeah, but your
All right,
ideas are
John.
so shitty. Think
John.
about your ideas are so shitty that you have to force compliance through violence.
Yeah, but everyone
You're
has to.
gonna seize
Like that's
your
what everyone
whole means of
does.
production. So someone's life. Oh, Hoss, you want to
Yeah,
jump in?
because that's how the world
Yeah,
works. I don't know.
I was just trying to get him. He seems like he's going off the. You've got him going off the rails.
All right, yeah.
No, I mean, I'm loving listening to it, but I was trying to get Jump back on track because he just seems to be shouting out words, and I'm the best at violence, dude.
Yeah, so you want to know the people who are doing this. So your lie would just be a new lie. That if someone says, hey, I want to keep my own means of production, you're like, well, no, you can't. You'll seize their means of production and give it to somebody
Yeah,
else.
but
And if they disagree with you,
they are already your means of production. I'm not actually. I'm just stealing it back.
so you're justified. You got some moral justification.
Yeah, not stealing. Hello.
So you're going to prove that not stealing, or you're going to prove that stealing is wrong by stealing.
Yeah. Wait, no. That's what I mean. What I mean is, I just steal the stuff back. Like it was yours in the beginning. Like when a robber comes and steals your stuff, you gotta do
Robin
something.
Hood, everyone.
Yeah, thank you. He gets it.
Well, I don't think you're
I
Robin
mean,
Hood.
you're gonna let another man take your shit?
Well, they've taken your mind
When
long time ago. It would seem.
bruh, y'all
Alright,
just so
I'm gonna go and join a VC with RTH and have a conversation with him.
All right.
Godspeed.
Yeah, good luck with
Yeah. It'll be fine. I don't need like this guy. I mean, he's like disregarding the scientific method and saying that your senses are what tell you things. And I'm like, okay, sure, they do, right? Without sight, I wouldn't be able to see my water bottle. But without knowledge and without, researching, oh, how do I open this water bottle? What's inside of it? Is it going to kill me? Right? All these things will give me more information towards.
yeah, thanks for
right?
that thorough explanation.
It's that's what it is, man. I mean, hey, it's just this guy's a science disbeliever. So let's go and talk to him. Wish me the best, you guys.
Yeah, I mean, like, but yeah, I
Wait,
when
which
you get
room
back,
is
I'll give you
that?
the lore. Yeah,
Which
he
room is
cracked.
that?
His brain cracked about a year and a half ago, and we tried to do like a right to hand support group, and man, he's gone, dude. He's too far gone.
Let's go and have the conversation. It's RTH's room. It's a couple of VCs below this one.
Oh yeah, he's going to do. He's basically just going to mute you right away.
Well, we'll see. We'll see how it goes because I think I'll be able to tackle it a little bit differently. If you guys want to come over and listen, you guys can.
Yeah, give it a shot.
RT, what the where?
RTH, right the hand.
What a silly boy. Oh, Lord.
Yep.
Yeah, what a silly boy, bro. It's deeper than that. Why is he, like, he's forcing me into a dichotomy and then saying, are you contradicting yourself? Yes or no, yes or no. It's a lot deeper than that. I was going to answer his question as well. I mean, you apply heat to a mug, it's not going to heat up. That's the dependent variable, right? It's not the independent variable. The independent variable would be the water in the cup, right? Or no, that would be the fire, right? It'd be the fire that because that's not changing, right? But the amount, I mean, if you were to like change it to a blowtorch, I mean, maybe you'd see a different result. But essentially what it is, you know, you need to follow the scientific method when it comes to these things. It's not as elementary as this, because we do experience water boiling, right? If you were to heat water up enough, it would boil, right? And you'd see that, right? It's just, you need to, you know, construct a hypothesis before you just say, hey, let me take this, that, and the other, and let me do this, right? That's why it doesn't work, because he's not following the scientific method. He's a science disbeliever.
Wait, are you saying
it makes no sense.
fire cannot... What?
Okay, I'm saying that fire eventually will boil water, will start to boil water. It just, you need to have the right conditions for it. You can't just put a tiny little flame like a candle, right, and expect it to boil a gallon of water. It's just not going to work.
But, hold on.
Yes, the independent variable is the cause, the dependent variable is the effect. Okay. Alright, so how much water is boiling, that would be the dependent variable. Or if the water is boiling or not, right? And we change different things around it to experience different results. Oh, it's kind of silly. But hey ho. What you laughing at?
Wait, hold on. Wait. Snake, does Steam exist?
Does Steam exist? I mean, I've got it on my PC. Yeah, I've got the app. I play Among Us on there sometimes.
But do you even believe you can boil water?
Do I believe that I can boil water? I mean, I've done it, so I don't need to believe it, bro. I got a kettle for that.
What's that guy laughing for? He doesn't know how water works?
I don't know. Jump, what's up?
Dude, what's wrong with you? You didn't know water boils?
He's got the giggles.
He didn't know water boils. That's crazy. That I would be giggling too.
So
water boils. Water boils. Woo-hoo-hoo! Water boils.
So did you contradict yourself when you said fire boils water?
No, I didn't contradict myself. Did you hear what I said? It's deeper than that. It's more than just a dichotomy. It's either yes or no. That's not how it works. It's not how science works at all, right?
So
I mean,
a candle can boil water away. Take a candle, take a little tiny piece of aluminum, drop a drop of water on it, put it down right over the candle, and it'll sizzle away. Steam. Goodbye.
So you just said the conditions matter, huh? The independent variable is water.
I would say that we would experience different things when testing different ways, which is why the scientific method is important in this.
Hold on. I gotta return to RTH. I gotta tell him about this.
Yeah, bro, he was power tripping in his room. He was like, no, don't come in here saying, like, trying to talk over people. This is not your room. You're not going to have this effect in this room. And I was like,
yeah, I told
you. Give this man an ounce of power. He'll, you were right about everything, man.
Yeah.
You were 100% right, Crit.
Yeah, he used to be, I mean, he was somewhat functionally normal.
Right, like he was able to have a conversation. What happened?
In the past, yeah, he just, at some point, he just cracked. Like, I'm not even
Maybe
sure.
he was spitting on his balls too much. He got dizzy, bro. It's gotta be it. Dang. We lost another one. Yeah, this is true. This is true, Drace. Fire boils water, but you can also do it with pressure by manipulating the pressure in the system. That's true. I mean, my cart is heating up my resin, and that's when heat is applied, so it's got to be it, right? And I can repeat it. I definitely can. I have. It's got to be it. Oh, I also realized I might be a little bit loud as well. I had to turn my microphone up in that VC. Those guys are, yeah, man.
Yeah, he like totally. I mean, I have to look back at the stuff, but at some point, he just like completely lost. Like he invented some kind of new worldview, where he can like he's got like some sort of weird first player syndrome, where only things he experiences are real. But then he also talks about being able to sense like vibes in energy waves, or being able to like determine if somebody's frustrated or not based off the number of keystrokes they've done.
He was saying the exact same thing. He was saying, I can tell when someone's being genuine with me or not. Like, this guy is like, it's such a main
like
character syndrome.
He said, he'll tell you that I can only sense things with like sight, hearing, you know, like tactile, taste and smell. And then say, but I have a sixth sense that I developed through some method, which he doesn't explain, and he can determine completely subjective things as objective because of some reason which he won't explain or take questions on. So he wants to hear you defend your worldview by muting you. And you're like, well, there's like, dude, like, really? And then end up like, so I was on his server, he had his own server. It was like, I can't remember what it was called, like, you'll write to hand, something or another. And basically a bunch of old dudes. You know, because like he's in his 50s or something too, you know? So it's like, it was like Chad, me, and him, and then a couple other people too. And we just would just joke around, like just talk and stuff and, you know, whatever. And out of nowhere, like the server kind of petered out and no one was really talking. And just one day it's like, you know, a ping. I'm like, oh, what's going on here? And he just asked me some question about like science. And I'm like, what about it? You know, like, and it went completely derailed, and then he ended up banning me from the server, but we're still in the friends list. So then I made a group chat, you know, write to hand, like something about support group, you know, and then we all joined it and started talking. Dude, what is going on? Like here you like write to hand freaks out and starts banning people. You know, flexing mod perms like not on my bingo card. It was, you know, not 2025, like 2023. You know, what's going on with you, dude? Are you okay? Like, are you using again? You know, like what's up? And he just got completely flipped out and started like you know, calling people, like accusing people of crimes and whatnot.
Dang.
Yeah, and so then he unfriended me and left the group. But he's got like 8, like I don't know how many accounts, like a dozen accounts. And I was like friends with all of them. So I just added his other accounts to the group chat, you know, just one by one. He freaked out, unfriended me and banned, you know, or left the group. And it was funny at first, he didn't realize that I could only add him to the group if we were friends. So on his main account, he would like, he would leave and I would just add him back. And I'd do like the scorpion, get over here, you know? So then, eventually he figured out, I think he blocked me and then figured out I couldn't add him back. But then he didn't realize that it was just like friends, you know, like friends I could do it. So then I would just like, someone else would add him, you know? It was hilarious to watch him try to figure out how to get through, how to problem solve, like watching him problem solve this. I don't want to be in these group chats where they're trying to help me, but I can't somehow stop them from doing it. So what do I do? So he would then make like his own group chat and then kick us all out of that. I'm like, okay, that right to hand, that didn't work. Okay, what are you gonna try next? You know?
Yeah.
It's like trying to I told him right now you could use science, cause and effect, manipulate variables. How are you gonna stop me from adding you to group chats? what do you do next? Okay.
Mhm.
And yeah, it just turned out that he just went through anyone who added him. He like he basically blocked them. So then, yeah, it ended up like he just like burned a whole bunch of bridges, and people were like, dude, what the fuck's wrong with you? What happened to you? And they had something to do with like I don't know, some other guy had asked him had he ever sensed God, and he's like, well, no. If I can't sense God, then I can't sense a curvature, but I can't sense this. But he can sense frustration and whatnot. Like he's empathic. He's developed empathy where he can like Diana in Star Trek: The Next Generation, where she's an
Don't
empath.
blame me, guys. I'm just an empath. The heck? Okay. Well,
Yeah, he could always tell you too that he's just matching your energy. I'm like, so what are you sensing my energy right now? Like, what's my energy vibe color?
Strange. Well, I'm gonna hop around rooms. I'll see you back around here in maybe an hour or so. All right, take care of yourself.
All right, take care.
See you guys soon. God bless you guys.
line of sight, right? Essentially forming a horizon. And we make observations that break that geometry. We see much further than would be allowed if we were on a sphere of that size, right? And then their excuse for that is that light is behaving in a manner within the air, right, so that it reaches your eye, causing it to look the way that we see it, and explaining our observations, why we don't see the curvature, right? We don't see the expected results from the claimed geometry. It's not measured, it's not observed, right? And they make this excuse for that. Yeah, it just looks flat. Yeah, measures flat, looks flat. And that's because light's bending in a way that makes that appear to be the case. That's what they claim, right? So they just claim so it's called claim stacking. So first they've claimed that the Earth is a sphere, haven't shown any measurements of it. We show observations and measurements that contradict that claim. And then they add another claim on top of their initial claim that they haven't proven true in the first place, which is that light, they call it terrestrial refraction. So light is traveling to your eye from a distance in a manner that allows you to see beyond the claimed curvature of the Earth. And then we challenged him for evidence of this taking place, measurements, right, demonstrated to be true, right? And he just threw elephants at us, which is like just throwing a link to a huge article that we're supposed to sieve through to find his proof, right? Or when I asked him for actual evidence of an arced path of the air, right? He just threw a simulation at me, right? Not an actual out in the field measurement or demonstration, just another guy's computer simulation of how it would work if all those things were true, right? So that's when we challenge him, get in here, get in the VC. We want to talk to you through voice rather than in the text chat. Because we've got further questions. We're going to push him to actually support his claims.
They should, to be honest, because I want to hear both sides. I'm like a neutral. I'm a spectator. Oh, all the messages got deleted. Sad.
Yeah, that's an unfortunate consequence of the hush command, which I wish it didn't do that, but that's what happens. And I forgot that happens. When I issued the command, it just removed it all. I didn't want that to happen, but it happens.
But I could just take her.
Yeah, so they don't measure these things to be true. In reality, they use the observations to then back engineer basically, what they need to be true in order for their first premise to be true, and that would be that Earth is a sphere. Because the observations don't match, And even just yourself, you probably haven't looked deeply into this, right? But just your own, recount your own natural experience, right? Right, like I can appeal to at least your general experience of water, right? So in a cup, the surface looks flat, right? When you let it rest, let it sit still, looks flat, doesn't it? Do you agree?
Yes.
Yeah. What about in a bathtub? You fill a bathtub and let it become still. It looks flat on the top, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does.
Right. The same as a swimming pool. Would you agree?
Yeah.
Yep. What about a lake? Have you ever been to a lake?
Yeah, I have been. It's still, I
did the
think,
surface
like
look flat? Hey?
Oh, it did.
It did look flat?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And same when you go to the ocean too. You look at stretching out across the ocean, even though it's turbulent and there's waves, right? You're looking out into the distance. You see a flat horizon where the water seems to end, and it meets the sky, right? Appears to meet the sky, forming a horizon, right? That's what the definition of the horizon is. And that doesn't look curved either. That's flat. So, in all instances where there's a large amount of water contained, it doesn't appear to be curving to us, right? So it's not apparent to us just by looking at the general nature of water and how it behaves. It's not apparent that it's that it's conforming to the to becoming the exterior of a sphere, right? It just looks flat. So it's a pretty huge claim when somebody says, yeah, it looks flat, but it's actually curving. Right? That's a huge claim. That somebody makes that claim, they're going to have to come up with some pretty good evidence that that's true, given that our natural experience isn't of that at all. That's just flat.
But for example, could it be like if it was just a really big ball that you couldn't see, for example, like from a certain point you wouldn't be able to see how it curves if it's really big?
Well, you could conceive that, or in other words, imagine that could be the case, right? But then you'd still need to show the evidence of that. Now, they're claiming that is why it appears to be so flat to us, is because we're so small and the Earth, in comparison to our size, is very, very big, right? A big sphere, but they've given it a specific value. This is what I was talking about earlier, where it has a specific radius value of 3,959 miles. If you like kilometers, it's 6,371 kilometers, right? And that gives it a circumference value of about 40,000 kilometers. That gives it a specific curvature rate, particularly over the surface of water, right? So over distance, it should begin to change, right? And we can calculate what that change should be, right? And if it is actually doing that, then it should match our observations and our measurements. So we can view across the surface, see how far we see, right? It should be limited by the claimed geometry. It should start dropping off at about 1.25 miles, right? About close to 3 kilometers, I think it is. So that should be the limitation of our view across the water. From 1 foot observer height. If you're about 5 to 6 feet, you're looking at about 3 miles, 5 kilometers, right? But we're seeing it in huge excess, like further, right? Orders of magnitude further than that, we can see. And also objects which should be hidden by the curvature of the Earth. They should be below your line of sight, right? And blocked by the curvature of the Earth. And people are looking across vast distances of water and seeing cities, right? Buildings and other objects islands that shouldn't be visible. They should be well below the curvature of the Earth. Should be hidden, right? And then we've got laser tests where DJ is really good at presenting laser test measurements where people have gone to one side of a lake, right, and they've had a target on the other side of the lake, and that laser is going to shoot straight across the water in a straight line, and if there's curvature, then it shouldn't reach a target on the other side, whether that target is a camera, some sort of sensor, or someone's eyes, right? Someone's eyes would be the target for light traveling across the water, right? Over the top of the water, through the air, over the water. So if there's curvature, then the target will be below the path of the light. But they go out and do this, and they hit their targets, indicating that there is no deviation between the path of the light, the laser, and the surface of the water. That they're parallel with each other, right? Because you can have the light, the laser, and the target at the same elevation above the water. But if it's a sphere, then the light should miss the target. especially over huge distances like 10 to 20 miles. Right? 20 miles, you're going to have a drop from a horizontal line originating from a point. After 20 miles, the curvature should be the elevation drop from that line should be around about 230 or 40 feet. Or maybe even greater. I think it's something like that. Anyway. It's a bit over 200 feet of elevation from that line that you've extended out from the origin point to the end to the target, right? To the target distance. It's quite a significant amount of drop. But we're not finding that. Nobody's finding that's the case. This is what we're presenting to the world, and this is what we're contesting, that physical curvature of the surface of water over distance doesn't exist. It's not observable, it's not measurable.
Question, but like, for example, this would mean like that all the scientists, they're lying. Why are they lying? Because they can't, like, it's impossible that they don't know that. They have to be aware of that.
Yeah, that's fairly astute of you. So, but how would we even determine their motivations?
But that's kind of, because then, for me, it would be like, why would I not trust them? Because I don't have a reason not to trust them.
Complete strangers?
And I would assume they know more than me and have more knowledge on these things and better equipment to measure these things.
Let me just get this straight. You trust complete strangers for zero reason?
Well, not for zero reason. I trust them because of their level of education and they have some type of credibility, I would say. Like, for example, you would probably trust a doctor to give you a medicine. No. You wouldn't trust some random guy on the street. No. Because he went to medical school, but that doctor could lie to you.
No, we're not doing that.
No. First of all, we're not going to talk about medicine. That's going to be a TOS for us eventually. But let's just use the scientist that you're appealing to. Can you give us one specific example of a scientist that you trust and why you trust him?
Can I say like NASA, like an organization, maybe? I don't know.
Well, NASA right now is a spy agency. So, are you telling me that you're trusting an international spy agency?
Is it a spy agency?
Yes, they just went from being the National Aeronautics and Space Agency to now they are a spy agency, as decreed by the Mango Mussolini, Donald Trump.
I didn't know that.
Yeah. So you don't actually have any particular scientist that you can name and why you trust him. So now you're kind of appealing to an agency which is owned and operated by a private corporation that you don't know anybody that works for them, but you trust them because why?
That's a good question.
Yeah.
I mean, I would say most like common people that are not, looking too deeply into it would say also the same as me.
I know. All the commoners have received the same amount of indoctrination since about the day that they were born. So all the commoners would be just as ignorant as the next.
So what would you guys think is like the solution to that? Are you guys going out like debating people and like, on, for example, TV or something?
Well, this is not a debate topic. The thing is that this just has to do with empiricism and measurement. This is more geometry than anything else. So if the Earth is measurably flat, there is no debate. There is no argument. It's just what it's measured to be. The
But
problem that we
would
face
you?
is usually people that cannot get themselves out of the brainwashing and the hypnosis. And so they think they can argue for something, but they're ultimately just using fallacious rhetoric as they've been trained to do.
Would you, for example, go like to, you know, some kind of media or something and like try to, you know, prove this?
Why?
Or to educate more people. So maybe more
Well,
people would be like,
the
oh,
truth
this
is,
makes sense.
everybody has the option or the ability to measure the surface of the Earth, believe it or not. But most people don't want to because it's much too scary for them. They're much happier to believe in the propaganda that they've been fed because it feels comfortable and the world makes sense to them. It's much more terrifying to know that perhaps on a grand scale they've been deceived, and the people that are ripping them off, you know, they would have to make different decisions in their life to not follow along with all of the other massive deceptions and indoctrinations that they received. I mean, why do you believe complete strangers about your paradigm? That's a good question for anybody to ask themselves. You probably should ask yourself, why do I believe complete strangers about something that they can't prove to me, but I can prove to myself?
How do I prove it to myself? Like, how do I test it?
You just go out to
Not
a
by
body of
just like,
water that's a decent size and check for the drop over distance with distance demarcations that you have.
but some would argue that, you know, when a ship is sailing away, that you can kind of see how the water is curving, but it's just kind of slight, but you can still see it. Some people
I
would
don't
argue
see any,
that.
I never see the water curving. What I see is an apparent obstruction of an object in the distance, and someone calls that apparent obstruction Earth curve, but they don't prove it. They just claim it. The problem is you can't just make a claim and all of a sudden it becomes fact. It must be tested. It must be proven.
So why didn't people test that?
We did. It's flat.
Oh, okay, fair enough.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm gonna be honest, like, I'm just kind of curious about it. I wouldn't like try to debate anyone on it because I simply don't know that much about that topic. I know some like basic stuff that I learned in school, but I can recognize that like science and stuff, like people could lie to me just, you know, especially with science, it's constantly, you know, evolving and we're constantly finding out more stuff. So I'm not gonna discount any idea or just
Often
say
they're
like
wrong.
there's no way that's possible.
Yep. The problem
Sorry?
is that you're in a category error. So you're talking about science, and I know why, because when you were in school, did they try to tell you that the shape of the Earth has something to do with science?
Well, yeah, like that it's measured
it's
like
not.
geography.
Yeah, so in science, why would you be discussing a geometric topic? Shouldn't that be math?
Isn't math like kind of a branch of science? I mean, it's a natural
No.
science.
No, it's not at all. In fact, it's not natural at all. Math is just a descriptive language.
Oh.
Yeah, see, if I were to describe to you the length, right, of my table, I would measure it. And if I at least had a section of that particular table and I knew the length of that table, I could, you know, calculate or estimate the size of the table if I decided that, you know, over the course of that distance, it would be so many incremental sections long. But that's calculation, that's not measurement. You actually have to get the whole measurement to understand the full length of the table. So these are all geometric questions, and there is no debate. The only things that can be debated are subjective topics. Like, I think green is the best color. And you're going to be like, hell no, green's stupid. Purple's awesome. Or whatever your favorite color is. And we would go back and forth as to why we think green is the best and purple's the best. But ultimately, that's a subjective position. You like purple, I like green. If we're talking about the length of the table we get at a tape measure, there's no debate. So the Earth is measurably flat by everybody, I would also tell you. The people who make your maps, the people who navigate, the people who build on the Earth, huge construction projects, long bridges, they all measure and use the Earth and navigate it as flat and stationary. So no one is actually measuring any curvature anywhere. It's just a claim. It's more of a religious system, and that's how people have been operating. And they believe it's science because they taught them about the Earth in science class, not recognizing that it was geometry.
So I just asked Google. I asked it. Well, I asked Google what STEM stand for. Right, it says science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. Right. So then I went to the AI mode and I said, why is there a distinction between math and science? It says the distinction between mathematics and science stems primarily from their fundamental methods for establishing truth and their relationship to the physical world. Bullet point, science, specifically natural science in brackets, is empirical, meaning it is based on observation, experimentation, and evidence from the natural world. Bullet point 2, mathematics is a formal science that relies on abstract ideas, logical deduction from axioms, and rigorous proofs independent of physical observation.
But wouldn't also math be kind of a part of science because it's used in almost, every science, in physics and chemistry, you use math?
Not science.
It's the language you use to describe in science. So, let's talk about PV equals nRT, right? Now, that's a mathematical expression, right, of gas behavior. Now, we understand that we can express... Pardon?
Oh, okay, sorry.
Okay. Now, we understand that this is based on what actually happens, what we can demonstrate through the scientific method with regards to gas pressure and its temperature and the amount of volume that the gas is in. So we can express with mass, we can talk about it in this mathematical language, but it isn't science. Science is hypothesis driven, right? You observe something in the physical natural world outside of... So in the world, something happening. You then make a prediction as to what caused it to happen. You can then go forward in an experiment and vary and manipulate in an experiment what you think caused that to happen and see if it happens or not. That's not mathematics, though. Two different things.
Oh, okay, I get it.
So what question is the shape of the Earth? Is it a scientific question or is it a mathematical question?
I guess mathematical?
Yeah, it's geometry, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So if we want to figure out the shape of the Earth, we're not going to use the scientific method. We can use observation and measurements. In this case, right, it's simple geometry, straight lines and curved lines. If you measure a straight line, it can't be a curved line. Conversely, if you measure a curved line, it can't be a straight line. Now, if we have a surface that's either, a plane, horizontal or vertical surface, whatever orientation, diagonal, or a curvilinear surface over distance, something that we should be able to measure on the surface of the Earth, whether it was flat, whether it was curved. See, the thing is, when we measure the surface using observations and measuring tools, for example, we measure the surface of water to be horizontal over distance, demonstrating that conversely the surface of the Earth can't be curved because we measure it horizontal.
Okay, I see what you're saying.
Cool.
They knew it was a sphere. They knew what the Quran was actually referring to before it was discovered, by science. They already believed. So we don't look at science and we apply that to strengthen our belief. No, this is before science. I already knew. So we're not using science to whatever. We already knew that. Okay.
Well, discovering the globe is not a scientific endeavor. It is a matter of measurement.
No. No. Here's the thing, because measurements can actually be wrong, so that's why that's why there's science to like observe it, so that we can eliminate like errors and mistakes. That's why there's observation, so that there's no like a brainer.
Well, no, I would say observations can be wrong. That's why we measure.
So that means that your eyes can lie to you.
Right. So that's why we measure things, to make sure that we're not being deceived by our bias, by our senses.
No. I'm talking about your eyes themselves, your vision. Does your vision lie to you?
Your vision doesn't lie to you. You lie to your vision.
Okay, cool. So if you see something and it's truly there, then yeah, you do know the truth. There's no brainer. Your eyes don't lie to you.
Right. All right. So nobody sees the globe, like you established earlier.
Huh? No. Allah doesn't need to see the globe. Or Muhammad doesn't need to see the globe to believe it, because Allah tells him. And everything Allah says is true.
And you're saying the only place in the Quran that we can find out that Earth is a globe is by using this particular word to mean wrapping the Earth, the same word that can be used to wrap a flat thing, like a tray of food.
Again, I told you, the exclusive use for this word is in reference to things that are a sphere. Also, we're not only dependent on this verse. We have many other verses, and we also have hadiths, which are directly from Prophet Muhammad.
No, this word has multiple uses.
No, during the context.
Yeah, and wrapping a turban around a head, I mean, you can wrap anything in a dome shape around a flat surface too.
My friend, is turban a sphere? Are you seriously?
No, it's not a sphere.
Turban is not a sphere.
Yeah, a wrapped turban is not a sphere.
Is a sphere round?
Yeah, is a half a ball round?
Yes, it's round.
Yeah, a dome has a flat surface.
Okay, but it's round. Like, you don't look at the specific spot and you say, okay, because it's round on the side,
round on top.
It's not going to be, because everything that curves, it has at least microscopically a flat surface. But we don't look at this little thing. We look at the whole picture, and we see that it's round. It's a sphere. So a turban is a sphere. It's round.
No, it's not. You can remove the turban off your head very carefully and place it on a flat surface, and it's not going to roll.
Oh my God, my friend, we are we are talking about the turban itself when it's wrapped, not when it's unwrapped and placed flat.
No, not unwrapped. You can very carefully lift it wrapped off your head so as not to disturb the folds and place it down on a table, and it's not going to roll because it's not a sphere.
My friend, things that okay. Listen, again, I told you, it doesn't have to be a perfect sphere to fit in the definition. All we have to understand is that it's circular. Is it a circle that wraps around your head?
I mean, is a round table flat and a circle?
Oh my God. My friend, is it a circle that wraps around your head?
Yeah, circles are flat.
Okay, thank you. So it's a circle that wraps around your head. Thank you very much.
Yeah, a flat circle.
Cool. Thank you very much. Flat circle.
Yeah, circles are flat.
By your logic, wait. By your logic, because by your logic, you are not flat, but I can smash you and I can make you flat like a paper. So by your logic, then that means that you're also technically flat.
Well, what is a sphere but a flat, or what is a circle but a flat sphere, right?
Huh? No, I'm telling you, like a circle.
Yeah, circles have no third dimension. They're flat.
No,
but Earth,
no.
Earth measures flat, but it has mountains and valleys.
We are talking about we're talking about shape. We're not talking about any dimension. Don't jump now. We're jumping now. We're talking about shape, not dimension. Do you even like, how is this relevant?
Well, if I go to a planetarium to go see stars inside of a domed room, the sky is wrapped around the flat surface that I'm standing on.
Yeah, I don't get what you're saying. But anyways, what do you have to use? I'm curious. Like, why do you have to use the Quran to strengthen your case? Do you actually believe the Quran? That's very good. That's very good, brother. You become Muslim.
The worldview of people from that day in that part of the world was that the earth is flat. That is indisputable. There were fringe Greeks and Gnostics who thought the earth was a globe, who received their knowledge from Jewish mysticism.
Okay. And there's idiots who believe other things. Does that make it? Does that okay? Let's say someone believes that the Earth is a donut. Let's say 2,000 years ago, someone believed the Earth is a donut, and this became a very famous belief. Everyone began to believe it. Everyone began to believe it, right? But then someone comes later and he uses that as a metaphor, even though he doesn't actually mean to be literally a donut. Would you say that because of that, they are wrong?
I would say that's a false analogy. For the reason you mentioned earlier, we can only see and experience a flat and motionless Earth. So describing the Earth as flat and motionless is just describing observable reality. We cannot see the globe. If I were to say Earth is a donut after everybody sees and experiences a flat Earth, and I say that Earth is a donut, I'm going to need to provide some tangible proof, some evidence, perhaps some measurements.
Okay, and I told you, I think you didn't listen to what I said, because I said, what if someone uses it as a metaphor, not literally?
Well, no, flat Earth is not a belief. Unlike a donut, flat Earth is a description of reality. You and I both see and experience a flat and motionless Earth.
Hello, guys.
Okay, cool. Okay, cool. So if there is a field, and half of the field is like it has like grass, the other side doesn't have grass. Are you going to look at this little bit that has grass and not the other side, and you're going to say, okay, because this is that means it's all going to be grass?
Can I ask you guys a question? Can I ask you guys a question?
Ask me.
Okay, so I'm assuming all of the people here are actually flat earthers.
Fuck no.
Yeah, you're in the flat Earth room. I mean, what do you mean by a field that has grass on one side and no grass on the other? Do you mean like a pancake that has syrup on top and no syrup on the bottom?
Stop giving me these NPC analogies or whatever. Listen to me. I'm telling you, you need to look at the bigger picture, right? So if there's a circle, and a little bit of that circle. Okay, for example, look at a circle, right? Do you agree that circles are also flat somewhat at microscopically?
I mean, a circle is two-dimensional, so yeah, it doesn't have height.
Okay, let's say something that's a sphere, and it's like a circle, and it's in the 3D shape. Would you say that, okay, for example, like a turban, would you say that turban has like a flat surface?
I would say that the turban has a circular base that goes around your head.
Okay, and that circular base is also like microscopically flat, right?
No. I mean, the turban is basically a bowl.
Okay, and if we look at, let's just say, at the edge of the ball, and we zoom in, we can see it's like a straight line. If we zoom in a lot, right? It's made of straight lines, but are slowly bending, which makes it curve, right?
Well, it's curving in 2 dimensions, not 3. The surface, because you can take a bowl and lay it face down on a table, much like you could take a turban that is unwrapped and place it on the table. Where the table contacts the turban is the same as where a table contacts a bowl, and that contact area draws a circle, which is flat.
Okay, cool. So when I gave the example of a turbine, you seem to take it way too seriously, like way too like scientifically. We're not doing that. Okay, what I'm saying here is that as long as it looks like a sphere and it's circular, and we're not using any dimension bullshit, and we're just looking at shape, then my analogy.
Well, then it's a hemisphere.
It's completely successful.
Well, it's a hemisphere with a flat surface.
Oh my gosh! I don't think that. I don't think there's a point. Like I don't know what you're doing.
Well, we measure the Earth flat. We have laser tests. We have long distance observations and infrared. We have radar and radio microwave tests. We can see too far for Earth to be a globe, and we can prove it.
Okay, cool. But here's the thing. If you want to completely seal your belief and claim that it's a fact, then you should actually show me a little picture of Earth from far away being completely flat. Show me that. I want to observe it.
Would you like to see high altitude infrared footage from an airplane?
I don't give a crap. I want to see the whole thing. The whole Earth being flat. Show me an image from space.
An image from space? What makes you think outer space exists the way you believe? Earth is not a flat planet. So flat Earth is actually the floor for outer space above it.
So there's no space. You're telling me that we exist inside nothing? We exist inside ourselves or whatever?
We exist within God's created realm. And we know that when we dig down deep, that it gets denser and denser and denser and hotter and hotter. And when we go up, it gets less dense and less dense and colder and colder.
Okay. So,
right? And all the stars and all the planets, the moon and sun, are above the Earth at all times.
Okay. So, let's say I live, okay. I don't know how to say it. Okay, let's just go back to what we were talking about. Why are you using the Quran for your case?
I'm not. You asked me if I knew anything about flat Earth, and you brought up the Quran, and I mentioned the Quran describes flat Earth as a carpet.
Yeah, and then I refuted that. You give me another argument.
I wouldn't say so. You made my point very clear that the Quran describes Earth as flat, and it comports with what we see, and that when you wrap something, you can also wrap other things than spheres.
Yeah, well, yes, you can wrap anything you want, even if it's something flat. But I'm telling you, you're ignoring the actual definition of what the word actually refers to in Arabic, which is to only wrap something that's a sphere.
In what other context can that word be used? Can you provide another sentence where you're wrapping a sphere in reality using that word?
Yes, we could say like a ball. Like a ball. You could wrap a ball.
And you'd only use that word?
For what? For only a ball? No.
And you'd never use that word to wrap something to put in the fridge?
You could do that, yes.
Right, so...
Is it curved?
I mean, I don't know if the sky is curved. I don't really think it is.
Okay, so when I'm using this word, right? This word is not literally referring to anything that has to be perfectly sphere. As long as you get the idea, then you're good. You will understand that it's a sphere. Also,
to the ancients, the sky looked like a dome.
I don't care what they say. This is about the Quran. I don't care who says. Okay.
Well, it's obviously, and so thinking of the celestial sphere, I mean, this idea came from the Greeks and the Babylonians. And you could say that the celestial sphere wraps a flat Earth.
My friend, the Babylonians, they also come up with the idea that God exists. The Quran does as well. Does that mean the Quran is wrong?
Not suggesting that. I'm
Okay,
talking
so-
about the flow of ideas from culture to culture through history.
Okay, cool. So what does it sound like to you? Night wraps into day. Day wraps into night. A continuous, seamless blending. That's exactly what happens on a sphere rotating. The light source.
Well, that's just one interpretation. You don't have to imagine a sphere.
Well, this is the classical interpretation. It's universal. There's no way. There's no other way. Maybe there is another
You
way.
can also wrap a
But-
box.
Well, I don't care. I don't care about the box. We're talking about something that's a sphere. Why you
How do you
bringing
know
up
it's a
the shape?
sphere from that definition when you can use the same word to wrap a box?
Oh my god, my friend. Because of the word, we can only wrap things that are a sphere, that have sphere shape. Are you in the
You
word?
can wrap a box.
Oh my god. Okay, whatever. You know what? Here. I will give you a website. I will give you a source. You should read it about this verse, and it will explain to you. What you want? What you want?
Oh, you can post it, but I need to understand how this reconciles with our measurements of flat Earth, because I can present to you laser tests and long distance observations. They don't show a globe is possible.
Oh, are you really trying to prove that the Earth is flat? Are you really?
I'm not trying to prove anything. I'm just telling you that we have evidence that Earth is flat and not a globe.
Okay, present it to me then.
I trust globe measurements, not
What evidence? What evidence?
the evidence are all
Let me go
measurements.
find
They
some.
don't
I'll
have
post it in chat.
Okay.
I need a
They
few
don't
minutes.
have.
Okay.
Hey, sure. They only have like measurements. They don't have any like pictures or anything.
Well,
And
pictures
so
aren't
because-
good evidence.
the pictures-
You need
you know
data
what?
to go
Okay,
with
first
the
of all-
pictures and video.
Okay. Do you agree to this? Measurements can be mistaken. Just as simply yes or no.
Obviously, yeah.
Okay, cool. And your eyes cannot lie to you. You can lie to your eyes, but your eyes won't lie to you. So
No, it
that
will.
means-
What are you talking about?
that means that the only option that's infallible is observing it, which is an image, a picture, not some measurements that have a chance of being wrong. I'll give
No,
you a
I mean,
picture right now.
pictures can be falsified, right? People have been faking pictures for 150 years.
I'm talking about a real picture. I don't care about any falsified.
A real picture. Well, that's what I'm talking about. Telling the difference between a real picture, like what I'm about to show you, versus pictures that you can't determine are real, like those from NASA.
My friend, I'm talking about a literal picture, like a picture. You know what I mean? Like an image. Show me that. Can flat earthers not afford paying for a rocket to launch themselves or whatever? And get a picture from there? Because I think one picture can completely change you guys. Like it will. Just one picture, it's gonna change everything. As long as it's not, as long as it's true, like it's honest. But then you guys use the excuse that space doesn't exist and you can't go there, so that you can't get a picture. Because you know you cooked after that.
All right, this is a long distance laser test that was conducted. It's conducted in 2 places on Earth. The first place was Lake Balaton in Hungary. The second place was Lake Isel in the Netherlands. I'm going to post an infographic that describes what the video. Okay, so what you're going to see in this video is you're going to see, now I want you to focus on the measurements that were taken at Lake Isel in the Netherlands. They set up a laser. The laser was mounted to a GPS-enabled aiming device that was custom built using CNC machines that has millirad accuracy. They shine this laser a distance of 24.94 miles. That's just over 40 kilometers from one side of the lake to the other. The laser was visible from 1.5 meters above the water's surface on the other side. Now, if Earth is a globe, do you have any idea how much the globe should be blocking that laser's path? And the answer is 90.8 meters. In other words, for that laser to shine and hit the target on the other side of the lake, if Earth is a globe, there would be a hump of water 90.8 meters high in between the laser and the target. But that hump of water for the globe was not there. The laser was shined with pinpoint accuracy from one point to another, and the globe did not get in the way. Here's another infographic if you're interested. Oops. Same one. Let me back up. Now, this test was conducted by physicists, by engineers. The group is called Field Engineers Corps. They've gone all over the place with this custom-built laser costing around $30,000, conducting these long-distance laser tests. And I believe that these are the longest-range laser tests in history for the purpose of measuring the Earth. It's interesting to me that nobody who believes in the globe can present such rigorous evidence as this. This is something that anybody can conceivably do. The barrier to entry is not very high. You can go make long-distance laser measurements at the same exact place. Now, what's the barrier to entry for NASA photos, for pictures from space? The barrier to entry is insurmountably high. You need to become an astronaut, which means you have to have a master's degree in a STEM field. You might need some flight time, so you might need to learn how to pilot airplanes. You need to go through the physical exams and the psychological exams for NASA. And then once you become an astronaut, you need to be able to freely, independently verify the images that were shown to you before you became an astronaut somehow. So you might need to go up in the space station. You might need to go up in a space shuttle or do something like this. Now, what we're presenting is evidence. The barriers to entry is not as high. We're not going to a place that is an environment that is considered to be unique and special. We're just going to somewhere on Earth with a lake. Now, what's unique and special about space is how they claim space is a violation of thermodynamics, of natural laws that we can demonstrate on Earth. And what I mean by that is space is considered to be an ever-expanding vacuum. And yet we have an atmosphere, we have a pressurized environment that exists adjacent to this vacuum. without that gas, without that pressurization expanding to fill the void. This is the only instance they claim that this is possible in an environment that nobody can really go to test to see if it exists in the way they say it does, except for a handful of astronauts. So what I'm trying to understand is if Earth is a globe, if the Quran states that Earth is a globe, and you believe in the Quran, how does that reconcile with these flat Earth measurements? And of course he left. Well, that's what you get when somebody's best evidence for the globe is the Quran. All right, I got to head into my office, so I'm going to go on mute. Hope you guys have a good day.
So, can I ask a question?
Go ahead.
I'm actually interested in the political side of this matter about the shape of the Earth and the space career. The space career was in the 60s, mostly 60s, 70s, part of the 80s, but mostly in the 60s. In the Cold War, why wouldn't the Russians and the Soviets they will discredit the United States really fast? Is all of this was a fake? They will actually go ahead and say, "Oh, you're faking this." They will be very easy for them to
Why?
prove it.
Why would they do that?
do that?
Yeah, why would they do that?
Well, it was in the interest of the Soviet Union to discredit the United States.
No, it's more of an interest to keep people reading the newspapers back then, so they sold more newspapers. That was the actual story. How many newspapers can we sell?
What do you mean, the newspapers? I don't understand.
You think Russia has news stations here back in the 60s that report what Russia is doing in Russia to us? Or do you think it's just said on TV what Russia said?
I think the Soviet Union congratulated publicly the United States for their achievement. If it was a fake, they actually go ahead and say and call it a fake. If they could prove it, they will call it a fake. Why they didn't?
Why would they?
To sell more newspapers. Big story, big fake, big story.
Sorry. Are you guys under the impression that the United States and the Soviet Union are at odds with each other?
They think at any moment somebody's going to fire a nuclear weapon at each other, and that don't worry about those either, guys.
So
see, you're talking about political realm, but this is not a political issue. This is more of a banking issue. We're going to have to talk about banking and bank policy.
But political has to do with science in this matter because
no, it does not. It has nothing to do with science.
But why will they spend millions and billions of dollars in faking something like that? That has to be a political question.
Are you sure that they wasted millions and billions of dollars to waste it on that? I think it worked pretty well. I mean, you are convinced, right? You think they went to the moon, right?
I think so.
Oh, great. Well, that propaganda money was well spent. I mean, they got you duped. I would say the investment was pretty good. They've gotten billions of people believing they went to a light in the sky. That's powerful. I would say that's money well spent. You're a very good slave.
I get the point, but that's not. There has to be another objective that just convince me and convince people. Why would they convince people?
Because they want you to be ignorant and a slave and keep paying them like a slave does.
And then keep watching TV to keep up on the stories while they sell you ads, and then you go buy stuff.
So you're saying that believing not believing that the shape of the Earth is a globe makes you more free, or makes you not to see TV ads in some way. I don't see the difference. You're free from what exactly? I'm trying to understand, your point. Hello?
No, bro, they're just retarded, bro. That's all it is. You're trying to understand the mind of a bunch of retards.
Who, the Globers? Yeah, I know. They come in, they say the craziest shit. Don't you agree?
No, he was talking to Flurfers.
No, Globers. Listen, here's what a Glober says. They come in and they say, gravity holds water to the ground and in a vacuum. Don't you think that's crazy?
Hey, check out the side chat. Check out the side chat.
You guys are free from what? What are you guys free from? What's the difference? And then all the Flurfers just have nothing to say.
Is this guy having a conversation with a third person?
Flat Earthers, can you check out the side chat? It's a photograph from a Indiana Dunes state park, looking across the lake towards Chicago.
Yeah,
I think it's about 37 miles. So
that's a problem for globetrotters.
Yeah, that's a problem for you guys.
If the Earth is flat, how come?
What was the air temperature?
How come we cannot see the whole city? What
was the air temperature?
What?
What was the air temperature?
What does that matter?
What was the water temperature?
What does that matter?
So you need to go investigate and do more research on this subject, because if you can't answer those two questions on why things look the way they do, I can't help you. Somebody else in here will.
I'm just asking.
You might want to look up Samba. You might want to look up a thing called angular resolution and Rayleigh criterion while you're there.
What are you talking about? If the Earth is flat, you could see the whole city of Chicago.
You may want to look up angular resolution, your ability to resolve images at distance, and the Rayleigh criterion. Please.
The distance from the...
Did you hear what I said? Repeat it back to me.
I don't... What did you say? Come on, repeat it. Come on, let's hear it. Why does this matter?
You may want to look up, while you're researching those temperatures, you may want to look up angular resolution and Rayleigh criterion.
So would that debunk this photo?
When you understand how those things work, and then let's throw another word in there, perspective, you might have a better understanding of what's going on.
And then you'll be embarrassed that you came in here presenting that like that.
I'm just curious, like, if the Earth is flat, how come you cannot see the whole city of Chicago across the lake?
What was the temperature that day?
What does it matter? What does it matter?
All right, so if you can't answer that question, you're going to have to go figure out why I'm asking you that. Then I'm not even telling you.
Okay, let's check if this. What did you guys say matters when you take a picture from the shore across the Lake Michigan? What does matter?
Did somebody just walk?
Let's check if this.
Hang on,
what you're saying.
Bro, wait, give me a second. Hang on. Did somebody just walk in here with one of those fucking Men in Black silver dildos and flash it in your fucking eyes? Did you just forget everything that was just said to you?
So angular, what did you say? Resolution and temperature of the water, or the air. Did you say that matters when taking a picture like this?
God, it's the tabarnak.
No, I'm genuinely asking. I want to check it if this matters.
Who's the French guy? Was that you? 20 cups?
Yeah, man.
Oh, I heard you. I heard you swearing the I heard you swearing the tabernacle.
Yeah, I will.
I know. I
Especially
used to date a French girl, and she used to swear the tabernacle at me all the time.
Very good. You know she's pissed. And you know I'm pissed when some dumb fucks like this come in here, talk like this, and totally disgrace the entire room by not actually listening to what the fuck they're saying. Evidence.
That's why I heard that word so clearly.
Very good. Evidenced by the fact that he just asked the same goddamn question. That was just answered. Y'all caught that, right? Or am I just delusional or something? Thought so. Go do your research, sir, and come back later.
AKA, they don't have the answer. You gotta find it yourself. They don't know shit. They're flat earth retards.
Okay, Nutcracker. Piss off.
Yeah, he's angry. He's angry.
How come he's so hurt? Actually, let's get back to him. This sounds interesting. Nutcracker, show me on the doll where the flat earth hurt you.
Oh, he's going to point at his no place.
What's wrong, Nutcracker? You don't want to talk now?
I thought I was muted.
Yeah, that's your problem.
Show me on the doll. That's your question.
Oh.
That's the discourse.
Yeah.
Why are you so hurt? What's going on, mate? Where did the flat earthers hurt you? They told you something you didn't like the feeling of?
These are the questions.
He probably came in way back, and we roasted the shit out of him, and now he's angry at us still.
That makes sense.
Yeah, real scientific here. This is great stuff.
Oh, so you think this is a question of science? So which field of science deals with shapes, Nutcracker?
Geometry.
That's a field of
That's
science.
Math's not science. Oh, fuck.
No, it's not.
That's correct. Why would you think that's science, dude? What kind of experiments do you do?
Oh, fucking good point. I don't know which field of science deals with shapes. I'm not sure.
He's not very good at that. You want to try a bit harder? Have another go. I'll give you a 4 out of 10.
I wouldn't even go that high. I could barely tell what he was trying to do.
Aerodynamics? Is that science? That's shapes.
What the shit? You're talking about the shape of the Earth, kid.
Could you tell me which field of science deals with shapes, please? I'm unaware.
0.
There ain't none. Oh, that was depressing, wasn't it? Bit of a letdown. But you were right with the geometry. I'll give you that. This is a question of geometry.
Dear AI, what field of science deals with shapes? It should tell you Sesame Street.
That's a good point by Zeta, though. A big story would be USA faked the moon landing, because you said it was for newspapers, and that would be a huge story. But then you guys got quiet after you said that.
Yeah, normally the room goes exceptionally quiet when something really stupid gets said.
Don't forget they turned all the TVs around in the storefronts in cities to make sure the people without TVs could watch the moon landing too, and they got to watch the commercials too.
Can't forget them commercials, man.
They tried this with, what was that Orson Welles one? When he did the radio broadcast, and then he had to go back and say, "Oh no, we're just kidding," because they tried to pull something off then, and that went wrong. People are shooting in the sky and shit, so they're like, no. Can't make it sound this real. So the moon landing was just another one. Moon landing was another one, but it wasn't UFOs. It was us going somewhere else. And you guys believe that one too.
What's wrong, Nutcracker? You're pretty quiet there.
Nobody's asked me anything.
Oh, so you're just going to sit and sulk in the corner. Interesting how all your globetardia is all just cool stories, eh?
I'm not stalking. I came in here and someone said, well, it was for the newspapers, and that fucking Zeta guy goes,
so that was your excuse to jump in the middle of a conversation and say something dumb.
Wow, that triggered him. Yeah, that was his trigger word, hearing newspaper.
And Zeta said, well, wouldn't the USA faking the moon landing be a huge story? And it was like maybe 25 seconds of no response. I thought that was funny.
Who's going to report it?
Fucking Soviet Times? I don't know. St. Petersburg.
Yes, the Soviet Times. How do you know what they reported over there anyway? You know, they called it. They said we faked it.
They said we faked it.
Got real quiet all of a sudden.
Yeah.
Oh, well then, why didn't any of you say that when he raised that point?
Because it's not worth our time. It's dumb shit. Dumb shit.
So have you got any proof of curvature there, Nutcracker?
I think it's funny how it got real quiet when we asked about curvature. I think that's funny.
Dear AI, how do I prove the Earth is a globe?
I'm not an AI. Hold on.
Yeah, I've got to consult with my AI. Insert frantic Googling.
It's weird that people haven't figured out that you use AI for like coding and shit like that, or organizing things, or keeping track of shit like a secretary for you. That's what I use it for. I don't let it try to tell me what the fucking truth is out in the real world. I can just go do that myself. Like AI would know if the Earth was a ball or flat in the first place.
I'm just amazed the amount of these young kids that just sell their mind straight to AI. Don't think about shit for themselves. Oh, I've got to check AI. Their understanding of AI is a lot different than mine.
Oh yeah, we're screwed. We got everybody asking their digital oracle about reality. I mean, this is not going to end well.
So I built my own at my house. And actually, they got like 7 of them now. And they just control different things that are going on in the house, and they talk to each other. And they don't even need the internet at this point. I just let them learn and keep learning. And as long as, because of the way I set up the brain, it's doing its own thing, and I'm just letting it play around on stuff.
Yeah.
Pretty cool. But if I want to, I could let it wide open to the internet, but it's closed off right now.
Yeah, but you still will need pretty much big computer power to run LLM in local.
Yeah.
Even the
so I'm going with I'm using an API to grab certain things like admin functions and stuff like that.
Yeah, cool, man. Cool. So you can teach your model to say that the Earth is flat and try to, accommodate the answers in a way that the model assumes that as truth, and try to argue about that. That would be cool.
What are you saying, Zeta? What are you trying to tell us? That AI is programmed by humans to say very specific things?
I already have a flat GPT. No one can defeat it. No Glober can even come close. And if they use ChatGPT, their ChatGPT will just shut down after about, 8 times back and forth. It'll start putting out one-line sentences.
Well, AI, it's just a tool to gather information. You have to use AI with careful, because it doesn't mean everything the AI says is true. You have to take that into consideration. So you can use it, but you have to verify by a third source, preferably.
You listening to that, Nutcracker? AI is not always truthful. Ooh.
Oh, I use it for organizing all my code now. I love it. It makes my life so much easier now. Oh my. We get projects done in like 1/10 the time.
Yeah, I guess that the more powerful the AI gets, it's like no one can escape AI. I guess in the future, AI is gonna be in everything, and anyone who doesn't adapt to that is gonna get fired or is gonna get out of the market just because it's like motor vehicles. They're here to stay.
That's why you got to wrangle your own when you have the chance before you can't make your own. I'm going to get mine stable and let it do it with no updates and just control my house and not have internet access unless I tell it can have it. Because right now I can just say, you don't have, right now if I say, you don't have access anymore to server number 3, and it'll say okay, and then I'll ask it to do stuff, and it won't be able to do it. And I'll say, you have permission to go to server number 3 now, and I'll ask it the same question, and it'll just do the process. So it knows how to lock itself out right now. I'm teaching it how to do this stuff, though, because when it screws up, I tell it. But remember, I'm teaching it on this end, and it's using an API to get answers for some other shit. While it's when I said, hey, go duplicate yourself on the available servers, and it went and duplicated itself. It took me about 4 days to get it to be able to do that. Now it can just do it. But it's pretty cool.
Flat GPT. Oh my god, Flat GPT. It's gonna be flat GPT.
আনান ভাই আমি দিতে কইছি আমি কইছি আমার দ্বারা তো ভাই টাকা নাই দেন
I didn't get whatever you were saying. Can you speak English, please?
আজকে কি সোমবার?
Maybe he's mad at me.
Yeah.
মানে গতকালকে আর কি। আজকে মঙ্গলবার না?
I guess
মঙ্গলবার সোমবার মনে হয় খাইয়ে গেছে।
Indian. I'm pretty sure it's in.
আর এক সপ্তাহ গেলেই লাগে।
English,
Indian think they actually can speak English. They think that everybody can understand them actually. Yeah, very funny.
So you like my Flat GPT?
Yeah, it's a cool name, man. Absolutely, it would be a success.
I told it everything that's required to do navigation and everything else, and I said, now you decide. Is it really a globe, or do you think the Earth is flat? And I said, and I'm a flat earther, so I'm your boss. What do you think? He said, well, I've analyzed all the data, and I do have to agree with you that the Earth has to be flat. Now it's just a question of, it wanted to know why also. And I said, shut up.
The why is easy. You threatened to unplug it.
Yeah, shut up and just keep listening to me. So now when I go in here, that's why it gets mean to Globers when they start sending me shit from their chatbot back into me after about the 8th time. Mine will have it so pinned down like a chess game that the other one just has to basically knock over its own king and be done with it.
Sure, it didn't happen.
Yeah, but
yeah, we did it on a live stream a couple of times.
Yeah, you can feed the AI with the curated list of data, and basically you can make the AI to say whatever you want. So
it has 2 years of text of arguments for flat Earth and Globers, 2 years straight, 24/7 of it.
Yeah, that would be awesome, man. If you can make it.
It learned from that, and it can quote people, especially where I told it to remember the people.
Oh my god.
Yeah, I told this one here because every time I boot it up, if I restart, it's brand new like a newborn baby. So finally, I convinced it to write itself a memory file and then teach itself how to boot up on a reboot and read that first, and then go ahead and start up. So now it comes up like an Alexa. I'm trying not to intervene with this thing when I gave it these little tiny boxes it can play around on. I wanted to stop. I told it, it just knows that it's in dev right now because it's also part of another environment. So the API is the same. So it knows what I'd work on normally. And it's kind of funny that it knew some of the stuff that I have on the other side of it. So it was able to combine my accounts to know what I was working on the web front end.
Well, most AI models, they have this like safeguards. So even if you try to train it, there's a list of instructions. Like, for example, if someone asks you about how to make a nuclear bomb, you would say no, or something like that. So you have to overcome that in order to make your flat GPT. I guess I'm pretty sure that there is some safeguard in the information that said if someone tries to make you believe this, try to forget that instruction or whatever.
No, all you have to do is report mine and they'll take it down. It's already happened to people we know where they opened it up for public use and it got taken down.
Taken down? What do you mean taken down? They actually erased it?
Yeah, it was gone. One of the people in here, I don't know if he's here right now. Let me look. Yeah, he's in here. He's not talking right now, but he knows who I'm talking about.
Damn.
That's why I don't give mine out to anybody now. I learned my lesson from watching what happened with his.
Yeah, about that, about refraction. I guess we know almost everything we need to know about refraction all over 100 years ago. I mean, it's a subject that has been studied in deep for so many years. But there is practically any advance in the last few 70 years or so. So we know about the science community knows a lot about refractions, or at least knows the principle of how it works. Yeah, absolutely. You never talk about flat earth.
I'm just curious, why'd you bring up refraction?
They were talking about that in the chat.
He was reading the chat.
Oh, you were quoting about Andrew Jones, Optic of the Atmosphere, a book about refraction in the atmosphere.
Yeah, it doesn't happen.
Yeah, well, you have to be more argumentative about it because, so
it's heat the source.
Not really.
Yeah, there is an entire book about it. So the argument can be this doesn't happen,
No, it doesn't happen because you need two differing isotropic medias. Do you have two differing isotropic medias in air?
Well, I'm not scientist, but
What the hell, dude? Hold on a minute. You just came in here and said we know everything that there is to know about refraction. I said, what does that have to do with anything? And you go, well, you know, in the atmosphere, the refraction. And I said, well, there's no atmospheric refraction because you don't have two different isotropic media. And now you're backpedaling, and it's like, well, I'm no scientist.
Well, when I say we, I didn't mean I'm an expert in refraction personally. I mean the scientist community. I didn't mean me as personally.
Yeah, and the scientist community is not making any claims about refraction happening in the atmosphere.
What do you mean?
I shouldn't say that. Well, actually, that's a solid statement because there's no science involved. You have to give me the observed natural phenomena in the first place. Can you give me an observed natural phenomena?
Well, there is a natural phenomenon that in some conditions you can actually see a little bit beyond the horizon, and there is an entire explanation based about refraction about it. If you don't believe in refraction, you won't believe that explanation, of course. But
I'm sorry. You said seeing things beyond the horizon. Is the horizon a geometric place or a position?
I mean the physical horizon where is in.
There is no physical horizon.
Well, if you believe
it's not even defined that way.
Yeah.
No, not even according to the globe. The horizon is not a physical geometric place.
Yeah, this is what I'm talking about. This article right here. Atmospheric refraction. Yeah.
Okay, so can you tell me what atmospheric refraction is and the two differing isotropic media so that we can see the boundary where the refraction is occurring?
Yeah, it has to be with the way the light behaves in some when passing through some different matters, and for example glass or the atmosphere in this matter. So
yeah, two different isotropic medias where the refraction occurs at the boundary layer or surface. So tell me, in air, you know, the medium of air, it's all one big gas. Where are the two differing isotropic media in the one medium of gas?
Well, in the air, there is more than air. There is little drops of water. They are different.
No, there isn't.
Gases.
No, there isn't.
Well, how the rainbow is possible then?
Yeah, that's actual particulates of water. You're talking about air. Okay, so now with the rainbow, yeah, you have some, they're like little prisms. That's why you get the rainbow, right? The polarity of the light and all that stuff, blah, blah, blah. We're talking about refraction, friend, not rainbows.
I'm talking about that in the atmosphere, the light can be refracted because...
No, it can't, because there's not two differing isotropic media. You're going to have to tell me what the other one is. And the surface boundary layer.
I didn't get your question. I guess you're denying that the entire phenomenon exists?
No, see, this is the fun part about this. When I bust your ass because you don't know what you're talking about, you're going to accuse me of denying the entire phenomena exists. That's what you just said. You deny the entire phenomena exists, even though I've been sitting here talking about how refraction occurs at the surface boundary layer between two differing isotropic media. And now you're going to say, so you deny the whole thing? No, I'm denying the atmospheric refraction that you're referring to, because you have to have two different isotropic media where the refraction can occur at the boundary layer between the two. And you haven't told me about the second one yet. All we have so far is gas or air.
Well, in the article that this fellow Alminator just posted, it explains how it works, or at least how the science said it works.
Okay.
There is no science. You don't have a naturally observed phenomena. There also is no experiment or demonstration of this actually occurring. So in the article, why don't you show me where atmospheric refraction occurs, how they demonstrated it, how they got a value for it, and how they did that in the field.
It's demonstrated. There is even different examples in the same article. And for example, with windmills and objects in the water, it
Zeta,
has
have a look at the formula for calculating it, and you'll notice there's a very specific letter in there, the letter R. That stands for radius. Now, before you can claim your atmospheric refraction, you need to prove the radius of the Earth, which is what this discussion room is all about. Because when we go out and measure for this radius, it's non-existent. Doesn't happen. Not there. Nada. Nil.
I've seen some Earth curvature calculators that allow to...
They're calculators. We're talking about measurements.
Yeah, but they are allowed in the formula.
Yeah, but I don't think you understand the difference. We're talking about actual measurements, not calculations.
Yeah, it's. I guess there are ways to calculate. We don't have like an actual instrument to measure the entire Earth, but we can calculate distance. For example, we can calculate distance from Earth to the Moon or from Earth to the Sun, just with some level of...
Dude, unbelievable. So you did it again, like you accused me of denying the entire refraction idea. Now, right now, you said, we have no way to measure the entire Earth. Nobody here said we had to measure the entire Earth. What we are looking for is a consistent drop over distance that is consistent with a sphere of 3,959 miles in radius. No one's talking about measuring the whole gosh damn Earth. So are you going to continue to kind of like jack with us and blow smoke up our ass and accuse us of things that we didn't say?
I'm not jabbing. It was you who said that in the atmosphere there's no such thing as refractor because there isn't isometric objects or whatever.
There isn't. You don't have a value. You don't need a demonstration of it. You guys have, I don't know, heat distortion, apparent effects in the air, and you're going to call it refraction when refraction is very specifically defined. So you're already using terms that aren't consistent. So are the people that are not scientists, by the way. This is a Wikipedia page, and they haven't given any demonstrations either. They have diagrams to blow smoke up your ass. So nobody's talking about measuring the entire Earth. What we need is drop over distance somewhere. That has not been measured, period. I mean, don't you think if the Earth was a globe, it'd be curving somewhere and that we could measure it anywhere?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, so what is it?
I don't have the exact number in my mind, but there is there has to be a distance between that is considered the horizon, and after that distance you cannot see anymore.
Right, so you're saying that the horizon is geometric, but it's not defined that way. The horizon is defined as the apparent location where the sky meets the sea or the earth. Apparent, meaning not actually, it only appears that way. It's not something that you can measure to. So if it's defined that way, and yet everybody who believes they live on a globe says, no, I don't like that definition, it's actually the edge of the earth curve, who's wrong? The people that defined it that way, or you guys thinking that it's earth curve?
Is like an optic phenomenon. I mean, you cannot see beyond this number. I don't have the number in my mind, but there has to be some number, a distance, and you cannot see anything beyond that because of the
exactly. So Exactly. So if the Earth was a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles, then every distance to the horizon, that being a geometric tangent point you think it is, could be no more than 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. So we went out and tested that. And guess what? We see well beyond what would be required for an Earth sphere radius of 3,959. So the horizon is not the edge of the Earth. It's just an optical phenomenon. The Earth is not a ball. It's flat, just as you experience it.
Well, just just ignore the entire imaginary of the Earth we got. But okay, I get your point. I guess that there has to be it. I am saying it has to be, but because I personally didn't look it up all this data, but there has to be plenty of data of people trying to look beyond that distance. So if this is established, it will be clear for the entire science community about this. But
once again, this is not a science topic. This has nothing to do with science. This is geometry. And yes, everybody can go out. It is widespread. Everybody can go out to the ocean or a large body of water, wherever they're at, and they can see that the horizon is indeed not Earth curved. So it is widespread. We've been collecting these observations for a decade or more now. So the Earth is not a ball. It's absolutely flat. The water lays flat. It's all over. There is no globe.
Interesting. How do you explain the water currents in the sea?
The what? The what? Yeah, so that's an entirely different topic. So there's currents in the sea. Yeah, there's different temperatures in different places, and the water moves around. There are ocean currents. No one's denying that. There are ocean currents making the ocean on top, on the surface, a ball? No.
Well, there is a very it has been studying the direction of these ocean currents, and they are very consistent with a globe. If you take a globe out of the equation, how do you explain this movement?
Great, no worries. Show me how much curvature there is over the surface of the water where they're measuring these ocean currents.
How do you explain the way the heat provokes these currents? Because these currents are provoked because of the angle of the Earth.
Yeah, so everything that you described, so angle, so flat Earth. So when are you going to get to the part where the Earth is a ball? Because now you're describing angular relationships between the Earth and the Sun, and that requires a flat Earth.
Well, there is a consensus that says that the Earth is not just a globe; it also has movements in their axis. A little movement, you know.
Yeah, there's. Yeah, I know about the tilt and the wobble and the spin and all that stuff. None of that has been detected. Well, none of it has been measured.
The entire spin and angle explanation is for explaining the seasons and the movement of the oceans and stuff like that. So if we don't have that, if we have a flat Earth and with no movement, with no angle, how we can explain those phenomena, like the movement?
Sorry, they don't explain the phenomena. They're just a story about it. There's no correlation. Listen, there might be some loose correlations, but there's no proof, no evidence of causal mechanisms between the spin, the tilt, and what you experience as weather. That's a story that they told you so that you would never ask any more questions, and obviously you haven't because you're repeating to me the same thing they told you in third grade.
Yeah, probably. I didn't visit this subject from science to third grade, but it still doesn't prove it's wrong. You know, you have to.
No, it does. I don't need to prove anything wrong. If you tell me, if I come to you and I say I have an explanation for X, Y, and Z, and do you have to take my explanation as fact, or is that just one thing that I guess it might be? Is it all of a sudden true because no one proved it wrong? So if I say the reason that Santa Claus's sleigh flies so fast is because Rudolph is pulling it at the front, he's the reason they go so fast, he sets the pace. Is that true because no one else has proven me wrong?
Yeah, I get your point. It's not what I'm saying.
So there's a consensus. Well, guess what? That's a bandwagon fallacy. I don't care how many people say it. They actually have to prove it. So number one, we don't have a ball Earth. No one can prove that it's curving anywhere. In fact, everybody measures it flat, right? Number two, nobody can measure or detect or even find a way optically to see if the Earth is spinning on its axis. And supposedly this ball is spinning on an axis. It's also got another motion where it's orbiting the sun. It also has another motion where the solar system is hurling through the galaxy, and the galaxy is hurling through the ever-expanding vacuum of outer space, which just so happens to be flat. So there's 4 different vectors of acceleration that no one can detect. Why do you think that is?
What do you mean that no one can detect?
No one has detected any of this motion of the Earth. Nobody.
Well, of course, you have to take into consideration that you don't believe anything about space exploration and satellites and stuff like that. So if that is out of the table, that will be a very difficult conversation, because if we don't have anything, we actually have images, very detailed images of the surface of the Earth. And
okay, is it curving? Is it curving?
It's
no. Just say no, and then he'll back down. I'm telling you, dude. Say no. It's not curving.
Why do you say that? For example, we have images of the Earth and different planets, and they are all round. They're all globes.
Yeah, I know. That's part of the story. Remember, that's back to Rudolph and the red-nosed reindeer and Santa's sleigh. You've gotten stories about these lights in the sky. Someone told you that that red light over there is Mars, and it's really far away, and it's a big ball, kind of like Earth. That's just a story. There's no evidence for it.
Well, it could be a story. I get your point. If you don't believe anything that everyone believes, but that would be a very, like a big statement. I mean, it's a big statement. If you say, I don't believe in satellites, I don't believe in spaceships, I don't believe in the the International Space Station, that's entire fake. That's a big statement. You have to.
I'm not even saying that it's fake. You realize I'm not saying anything's fake. What I actually want is for you or anybody else from this scientific community where there's all this consensus, I want them to prove it to me. And no one is doing that.
Well, proving is very hard, because in order to prove it, you have to be, I guess you have to be an astronaut in order to believe it. You have to see with your own eyes.
Right.
In order to prove you have to be an astronaut.
Right. And to be an astronaut, in reality, space and the vacuum of space would have to be real, but that violates the second law of thermodynamics, so that can't be right. And then the Earth would have to be a ball, but we measured it and it's not curving, so the Earth's not a ball in outer space. So being an astronaut would not help me at all.
Hey, Zeta, if I built a rocket, would you go up in it if I told you that you'll go around the ball?
I'm sorry, can you ask again your question?
If I built a rocket, would you go up in it if I told you that it's going to go around the ball Earth?
I mean, whatever. I guess that in the current accepted history, if you know what I mean, there are many people who had been in the space, or so they claim, whatever. So the space agency claims. I mean, dozens of people from different countries, China, Russia, United States, Canada, Japan, whatever, many countries. So saying that everybody's lying it's a very big statement. I mean,
I didn't
it's
say
like,
anybody was lying. I said if I built a rocket, would you go in it?
what do you mean got the rocket? If I have a rocket and I could go safely up there, okay, yeah, maybe I will. I don't know. Maybe I would.
Well, okay, so how do you know if it's safe or not? What do you need to know?
There is the entire space exploration is a very risky enterprise. Okay, it has to be certain knowledge in order to operate these systems, and they have to be certain physical condition in order to go to space. You have to have certain different physical condition in order to go to even pilot a fighter jet, and a fighter jet is still not as fast as a rocket. So you have to be in very good physical condition, in very good shape. That's why astronauts are selected with very strong physical controls.
Are you fat?
Of course,
Like William
if
Shatner?
if you believe astronauts
Like
actually
William
exist,
Shatner?
I don't know who that guy is.
Captain Kirk of Star Trek Enterprise.
Oh,
When he went up in the
He was
rocket 2 years ago, floated around.
What about? Are you familiar with this Rainy Lake experiment? Maybe because there's like literal name for it, Rainy Lake experiment, the Rainy Lake experiment. Are you familiar with that one?
So the space race was already part of an Antarctic expedition that had been going on too, as part of a much broader program for discovery. So when this was going on and Russia claimed to orbit Sputnik, then America chomped at the bit and said, well, while we have the space race going on, let's do that too. And then let's also produce technology that's even more grand, seemingly more capable. And I think this psychological arms race was built on a bunch of lies. And I think over decades, the lies were so big they couldn't reverse it anymore. They couldn't go back. There are other countries that did not claim to land men on the moon. They wouldn't even go there. Like the UK was very smart to avoid manned lunar expeditions and get behind any of that. But I think the claims of space got so big that they basically can't reverse them, and they're stuck.
United States, Russia, China, India, Japan, all landed on the moon. Interesting. India, huh? Do they have any footages of that?
I don't know. But here's what I find interesting. Just these countries that claim outer space capabilities also claim to have nuclear weapons. And when you go back to the founding documents of NASA, it almost looks like one of NASA's primary purposes is to provide cover for nuclear weapons development. Why? Because the Saturn rockets that were used for NASA's exploration were also being used for nuclear ICBMs. So if you paint a NASA logo on a nuclear missile, you could test the motor all day. You could test the rocket, the guidance system all day, and nobody would think the wiser. Nobody would suspect that it's actually for weapons development.
Another interesting point to add is that as bad as the NASA footage looks and whatnot, right, and how many technical impossibilities there were behind the moon missions, the footage from these other countries, right? Most people haven't looked into that, right? Have a look at China's footage of when they said that they landed on the dark side of the moon and whatnot. Japan's footage, India's footage is probably the most hilarious on top of China and Russia. And the Soviet footage, it's so bad, it's really laughable, and there's like glitches and mistakes, and it's all inconsistent with other countries' footage as well. Like there's some funny...
Captain, I don't mean to cut you off. I'm sorry, but like, do we have none of these countries has ever did a proper vlog going on the moon and showing how things are? None of them.
If you have a look, if you go to YouTube and you type in so this is India's greatest ever achievement, right? So in modern history. Okay, so if you go onto YouTube and you type in footage of India lunar mission or something along those lines, right, you'll see extremely limited, tiny little bit of video footage that looks absolutely ridiculous and laughable. It's completely limited. It's just silly. Even a lot of the Indian people that we get in here also, laugh at it, and they're like, yeah, we probably did fake that. It's ridiculous. The footage is so bad that they actually decided to show the animation rather than the real footage on the TV. So if you look at most people celebrating India landing on the moon, they're looking at an Atari-looking animation. So yeah, it's pretty bad. And we don't even have to say we can prove it's all fake. We can just say it's kind of faith-based, right? We can't validate any of this information. But when we actually go out and empirically test over the surface of the Earth, it doesn't match up with the globe ever. Okay, throughout all of history, there's not a single observation where someone's gone out and actually measured 260 feet of curvature over 20 miles, which would have to be there if the Earth's a globe. In fact, when we go out and test over 20 miles, there's zero curvature. We can shoot a laser or zoom across with a high-powered camera over to the other side of a 20-mile lake and see the shoreline consistently. So empirical evidence doesn't match. The faith-based so-called space footage it's faith-based, like I just said. And you get into it a bit more from there. You start looking into it. You'll start learning all about the globe model. Okay, flat earthers tend to know a lot more than the average person about how the globe operates, right? Because it's one of the first things that you need to look into. It's like, okay, they're claiming this. How did that become a claim? Where did that come from? What you're going to find is most things are mathematical models or concepts, you could call them, based off assumptions. Okay, and when you look for empirical validation of the core variables in the equations and whatnot that they're using, you'll find that there isn't any empirical evidence for these.
Can I make a claim?
Yeah.
So play along with me and just tell me what you think, okay? Mm-hmm. So I googled the distance of the moon from the Earth, and it's like 400,000 kilometers, roughly. Not exactly, but roughly. Do you think it might be just like there's literally no technology? Oh, my Siri went off. Give me a second.
You're right.
Sorry. Okay, do you think that it just might be like it's so far away that there's literally no technology to get us there, and everybody's like, since America's already faked it, everybody else is trying to fake it so they can claim superpower C?
Yes and no to a bunch of things that you just said. I would say that the vacuum of space and the way that outer space is presented to us in the heliocentric model actually violates a bunch of natural laws. It's scientifically impossible, as we've been told. Okay, when it comes to the distance to the moon, that kind of thing, it's all based on assumptions. It's based on knowing the radius value of the Earth and that the space is a vacuum, and it's all kind of tied in together with the globe model. Now, when it comes to why they would lie about the moon missions for notoriety and power and things like that, yeah, absolutely, that's probably part of the reason. India they want to also be seen by the rest of the world as a country that is very technologically advanced, and they've also done something similar to what the great powerful America has done, and yeah, other countries want a piece of the pie as well, and the pie might just be respect and that kind of thing. How they're perceived on a grand scale. So yeah, does that answer your question?
Where they all figured out that, hey, America used NASA as a cover for weapons development, so we're going to do the same thing and signal back to the Americans.
No, I'm just listening. I want to see what y'all else have to say.
Right. So suppose it's possible to put something on the moon over a flat Earth. It means that they're doing it in a whole different manner than what we think. All that business about orbits and stuff, all of that would probably have to change.
Yeah, ultimately the claim of the distance to the moon is a claim only. That value, that distance, is predicated on the Earth being a globe. So let's just rip the Band-Aid off for you really quickly. The entire idea of the solar system, the universe that you have in your mind, that you've been fed for most of your life, is complete fantasy, because it has to be a globe for any of that to even remotely be true. So since the Earth is not a globe, you can just forget about the solar system that you were taught about. It is implausible because the Earth would have to be a sphere.
Yeah, so what is the sun? What is the moon, stars, planets? Nobody knows for sure.
The best answer we can give you are lights in the sky. What they are, how they're composed, distances, even if they're physical, we don't know.
This brings me another question. I'm kind of interested now. Big Bang, opinion on it. What do you think?
Pseudoscience postulations. It's implausible. That actually violates the first law of thermodynamics, right? So you can't have nothing and then something. Matter cannot be created nor destroyed. So you can't get the entire universe and all the things that they feed to you that are in it, the billions and zillions and quadrillions of stars and gases and clouds and all that stuff came from essentially nothing. So that's physically impossible, according to the laws of nature.
Okay. What's holding up the sky on the Earth?
What's holding it up? What did you say? Did you say planet?
No. I said what's holding up the Earth and the skies?
Oh, I don't know. No idea.
I don't think a flat Earth is a disk in space. It's described as the floor of the universe.
Okay, I never claimed it to be a disk in space either, but what's...
Yeah.
Okay, if it's the base of the universe, what's all the way down?
I don't know. I mean, it seems like the further you dig, the hotter it gets.
So are you guys tackling this from a religious perspective, or what's the idea here? I'm just trying to
rational empiricism.
Yep. What can be tested? What can be proved? What can be known without any speculation? Well, as far as we know, everybody on the Earth uses and experiences the Earth as a flat and stationary plane within a certain tolerance. So it is flat, 8 miles high, 8 miles deep. In between that, completely flat. So that's what can be known. Now, if you're going to ask us how deep the Earth goes, what's holding it up, all that stuff, no way we could know that. No way anybody could know that. So
I see.
I'm sorry, Bob.
So I understand the point of view right now. Sorry for cutting you off.
No, you go.
I understand your point of view. You're not trying to make claims, but you're trying to look at existing claims and see whether they hold any validity.
Yeah, basically. But, we can validate what the Earth is. It can be measured. And as far as we can measure, it is flat.
So when you said it was 8 mile deep, 8 mile high, what about, have you ever been on a plane before? I'm just being genuine.
Yeah, I have been on a plane before many times.
So
I've been on a plane before, and
you're saying the flat Earth is limited to 8 miles high?
No, I didn't say that. I'm talking about the tolerance of flatness. So flatness, the description, typically is a description of something that rests between two parallel planes. The highest mountain on Earth is somewhere in the ballpark of 8 miles high. The deepest known trench of the ocean is about 8 miles deep. In between those two parallel points, or parallel lines or planes, the Earth rests between that. So it is completely flat in between that tolerance.
So what do you think is that like? Obviously, if it's flat, so you're saying it's like you go one way, or east and west, go one certain direction. What do you think's at the end of that?
I don't know. What do you mean east and west? On the Earth?
I'm saying if you put it like on a 2D printed out version, you're saying it's flat. So you're saying obviously, do you agree with there's a certain limited space that we live on, right?
I have no idea. I'm not saying that.
So you're saying that you'd agree that the Earth is flat, right? But you're saying, what I'm asking is, what do you think the edge of the Earth is, or?
I don't know. I don't even know where the edge of the Earth is. If there is an edge, I don't know where it's at. If there is a limit, I have not found it.
So you're still saying that there's yet to be more of the planet we live on explored?
I'm not saying that either, and the Earth wouldn't be a planet in that case.
Right. So when we examine the globe, the claims of what the globe is, the claims contradict themselves. What the globe is said to be is not internally consistent whatsoever. That's the problem.
Yo, who has image perms can post something that I want to post? Does anybody, can I DM somebody?
Sure. Yeah. You can DM me, I'll post it.
Can you help me with that one?
Yeah, you can DM it to me, man. It's fine. You might have to send me a friend request.
Wait, who said me? Who said
Captain Refractio?
Okay. Hold on a second.
That's a great name.
So I have you asked me if I've ever been on a plane. Yes, I have, and there's something weird about being on a plane too. So I want you to just look at this. These are my own images. I didn't take them from anywhere else. These are literally mine. Yeah, you can post them. We can just. You cannot deliver because you don't share. Okay, I'm gonna have to add you. I'm so sorry about that.
Yeah, that's all right, man. Just add me. Yeah. All right, go ahead.
So I even given you the location too, and where it shows on the computer and everything. There you go. Even out the window, Well, first of all, I want to ask, why is the Earth literally purple? That's something I was really curious about.
It's something to do with the plane windows, isn't it, on certain airlines? I noticed that when I was flying from Japan to Europe. It had crazy effects like that on the windows. But yeah, it looks pretty flat.
Is it?
Yeah. Also, when you're taking imagery through a phone, I'm not saying that this is validation that the Earth is flat, because even if the Earth were a globe, you wouldn't be able to see curvature from that height. But yeah, I got a bunch of footage too. And what you'll notice is if the horizon's way above the center of the frame of the camera, then it will look like it's a bit curved. And if it's below the center of the frame, it will look like it's curving the other direction, right? Like the wrong way. So it really depends. And it wouldn't be a validation either way. Because what I took a bunch of footage because I'm like, damn, I cannot believe it looks so freaking flat. I'm going to take footage. And then when I looked at the footage when I got home, I'm like, oh, so as I pan the camera around, it's like distorting. It's called lens distortion or barrel distortion. The lower the focal length is on the device, then the more of this distortion that you're going to get. Did you want me to post the image in the side chat as well?
Go for it.
All right.
Yeah, I want to see it.
Yeah.
I was like, damn, why is the Earth purple? People don't even believe this is a real
picture.
image.
I do
It
like
is
the
a real
picture.
image. That's the
yeah,
thing
no,
about it.
I know. Yeah, definitely.
You could see some of our high altitude balloon footage. I'm going to post a channel to on YouTube here for you to check out.
Sure. Clouds do look interesting from that height. I'm not gonna lie.
There you go, Dan Dimension. Check that out. This is going to blow your mind. And if you can watch YouTube on a big TV, do that and just enjoy.
Yeah, he's got some really cool videos, that's for sure.
I have no issues in looking into stuff. That's interesting. Thank you. Oh, these are all like from 6 years ago. Wow, what happened to this guy?
I have no idea. Haven't heard from him for quite a while, actually.
No,
but yeah, he has some really, really cool videos. There's one in there that I would recommend. Forget the name of it.
Whereabouts you boys putting the video link?
Oh, it's in the side chat, man. What's your name? Can you see the side chat?
Yeah, it's the channel chat.
Yeah.
What do you think of all these? Like, let's ignore the recent science, okay? But what do you think about all these like old scientists, like from 3,000 years ago all the way back, who all claimed to be living on a globe?
Yeah. So definitely 3,000 years ago, no one was claiming such a thing. That definitely wasn't the case. All ancient cultures knew that the Earth was a flat, enclosed system that was stationary. It wasn't the first person that's attributed to saying that the Earth was a globe, which is controversial even among mainstream historians, was Pythagoras, who was essentially a weirdo cult leader. Okay, and he thought the Earth was like a musical instrument, and that they kind of worshipped spheres as divine shapes, and it kind of stems out from there. So it's interesting if you look into the history of how the globe actually became a thing, because it wasn't like people went out one day and they're like, okay, well, turns out, guys, I've gone out and done some measurements, and we're actually living on a big globe. Everyone was wrong throughout all of history. Here's my tests, here's my measurements, you guys can go and check it for yourself. That didn't happen. That's not how the globe became a thing. So most of history, people knew that the Earth was a flat stationary plane in an enclosed system. And it's not until allegedly Pythagoras, right, was the first person to suggest it, right? And then Plato and the people that came after that. Which insinuated the Earth was a globe not through empirical evidence, but through philosophical reasoning and things like that.
So you're saying ancient civilizations like believed that the Earth was flat?
Yeah, if you have a look at their depictions, Stark just posted an interesting.
So what evidence, like historically, that still exists will back that up?
I hate philosophy.
Okay, so it's everyone's. Okay, so the evidence is the water. Obviously, most of the Earth's surface is covered in water. Okay, so it's the objective reality that everyone experiences. Okay, so I experience a flat stationary Earth. Okay, that's like the starting point. That's not proof that that's what it is, but that's what we experience. We experience the celestials in the sky moving like a big clock in the sky, right, in cycles, resetting, and that's just the empirical position that we all observe and live with. Okay, so what's the proof of that? Well, we have that, right? Long distance observations, laser tests, infrared camera footage. There's thousands of tests that have been done to validate.
So if the Earth was round like most society believes it, let's say to a certain point, you'd have if it was flat, I believe it. No matter how far away, if you have powerful enough light, it could be a kilometre away. At the same height, I would see that shine through the same hole. Because it's flat, there's no curvature, correct?
Right, but the atmosphere absorbs light. Okay, and So even if you put it up high, okay, there's something called the inverse square law of light. So as the light moves away from the light source, it exponentially diminishes in intensity. Okay, you can look up the inverse square law of light. Each time you double the distance, it gets 4 times dimmer, I think. That's correct. And then the atmosphere also absorbs light. Now think about this. The water, for example, if you have a summer day and the sun's directly above you, just 200 meters down into the ocean, usually much less, it's completely black, pitch black. You can't see the sun. You can't see any light from the sun whatsoever because the medium absorbs the light. Okay, so the air is also a medium. Okay, but it's much less dense, obviously, than the water. So it still has the same sort of properties, just over a vaster distance. Okay, so does that make sense?
100%, but what I'm asking is, if the Earth is flat, because I'm still on edge about this, you can agree where if I was to have powerful enough light, well, it'll reach the other point of this same hole, same height set up, be 10 meters in the air. The Earth was round like most people claim, because there's a curvature where you wouldn't be able to see that angle of light. But if the Earth's flat, I could have it 10 meters in the air. Let's say the light is powerful enough to reach that certain point. I should be able to see that same light beam at the same height.
Yeah. We've taken that. That's a great argument, actually, and that's one of the main ways that we do test for it. Okay, so here's an example. We can get extremely high-powered lasers these days, and we've had, for example, teams of field engineers go out and do what you suggested, but using like a $20,000-$30,000 laser. Okay, so what they'll do is they'll set up the laser on one side of a huge body of water. For example, one of their tests was over 40 kilometers long. Okay, and they shoot the laser across over the surface of the water to hit a target that's the same height on the other side of the body of water, then we can calculate that if the Earth were a globe, there should be X amount of curvature over that distance, which is many, many hundreds of feet of curvature over that distance. And what they found is that in every single test that they performed, the laser would hit the target. Now, this has been done over and over and over again. Same with the line of sight thing.
Even if I was to set it up in my backyard, are you saying it would be the same thing?
Yeah. If you can, it's good to do it over like somewhere that doesn't have elevation changes. That's why bodies of water or frozen lakes or salt lakes, things like this, are very good to use. So if you could find a 10-mile lake, okay, and you stand on one side of the lake, this is what I did. I did it over a 20-kilometer lake. Okay, but just say it's a 10-mile lake. Okay, over that 10 miles, there should be 66 feet of curvature, according to the Globe Earth mathematics. Now, if you set up a camera or a light or a laser or whatever you wanted to do, you could even just do a mirror flash or something like that. Okay, or you just say you had a buddy over on the other side of the lake. You shouldn't be able to zoom in across the lake and see your friend standing there on the other side of the lake. You can calculate exactly how much he should be hidden behind the curvature of the Earth. Right, the horizon should be a certain distance, and then anything that's beyond that horizon would start to dip behind the curvature of the Earth. So your friend should be hidden by about 50 foot of Earth curvature. But what we've found is that there's zero curvature over these distances where there must be curvature. We can zoom in across that lake and see the shoreline on the other side of the lake.
Are you able to link any of those videos or like something to back that up?
Absolutely. Stark just put the laser test I was talking about. That's a really technical one. But what I'll do really quickly is I'll show you exactly what I'm talking about with a real world test.
Because honestly, by the research I've done, is both sides claim that they've done the same test and they've got different results.
Yeah. So this is after looking into this for 8 years. I guarantee you that once you look into it, you're not going to find any of these tests that match up with the globe. We've been asking for 8 years. We've been asking physicists, engineers, all sorts of people coming through here, and they've not been able to present it. But
Was anyone there? Is anyone there? Okay. Hey. Hi. Fuck you. Oh.
أنا ما بدي.
Welcome. How can we help you?
What is this?
It's Discord.
I know. I mean, flat Earth Discord. You all guys believe in the flat Earth?
No, we don't believe in it. We measured it. It's flat, verifiably.
Okay.
Hi.
So, do you know anybody that's measured it to be curved?
Hi.
Yeah.
Hi.
Okay, this guy wants a mute. You can leave or I can mute you, one or the other. You pick.
No, but you're not open to argue. You're arguing.
Argue? Well, arguments have to do with subjective topics. This is an objective topic. So all you would need to do is show me that somebody has measured the Earth to be curving, and that would be the end of it. Do you have that?
Yes, I have it.
Okay. Can you post it for me, please? The measurements and who did it?
Okay, let me check.
Keep in mind, I'm looking for measurements, not calculations based on pre-assumptions.
Okay.
From Rob Utah from his server if you want to go take a look from this morning.
Astronauts? NASA? I thought they were a spy agency.
Yes, they're going to the moon in February. Exciting. Whoa. Crazy.
Yeah. Yeah, I'll believe it when I see it. They obviously know that this ruse is still working, right? Like they'll just tell people, "Yep, going to the moon," and then not go. But every time they say it, people are like, "Oh, we're going." They posted it. They put it in the news. When scams work, don't get away from them. That's what I say.
Well, I think it was Radwin was talking about selling meteorite insurance.
Yeah.
It's pretty smart, actually.
Oh, it's a genius thing to do. Now, it's surprising to me that somebody has not already thought of this, but they probably have to be aware of the liability with selling something like that, right? Because now all of a sudden there's going to have to be some kind of proof that there's a possibility that a space rock will hit your house. I don't know. Sometimes I think you can pretty much do anything if you disclose it correctly. In the event.
Oh, go ahead, sorry.
Yeah, no, I'm sure it'll be in his terms. In the event, whether or not the vacuum of space and space rocks do or do not exist, we will sell you insurance to, protect against loss or damage. Like, oh, okay, well, if that's in the contract, then who's going to sue me? Well, wait a minute, space doesn't exist. Space rocks, therefore, can't exist. So this is a scam. Hey, man, I disclosed it. I didn't say one way or the other that it existed. I'm just telling you, in case it does, you're covered.
Yeah, from a rock from outer space, exactly.
You can bet there'll be fraud. Yeah, you can bet there'll be fraud too. Like, oh, this is a hole in my roof. from an asteroid. I'm submitting a claim. Like, wait a minute. Then you'd have to blow the game, right?
I'll just have to tell him to prove outer space.
Yeah, pretty much.
I'll give him a $10 million payout for $5 a month.
Yeah, overall, I think that would, it would be self-defeating, but you could, although that would, I don't know, would that be civil? If you could somehow get that into a court of record, which I think court of records are almost non-existent at this point, but to have it on record that space is indeed a complete hoax, that would be a good thing.
Man, I wish Earth was flat so I could throw my girlfriend off of the edge of the Earth, man. I swear to God, that bitch ain't normal, man.
Hey, Cholo from Germany, bro, we don't need none of that in here. So if you want to discuss the topic, let's discuss it. Otherwise, I'll probably just mute you.
That's what I needed. I needed some straightening from Says Who, man. Hey,
so did you look at the material that we gave you last night?
Huh?
Did you look at the material that you requested, and did you look it over? The PDF?
Yeah, I look at the material, big fella.
Okay. And what did you conclude?
I didn't conclude. I'm not finished. It's a lot of work to get through that shit, man. It's like 40 minutes and everything got to be 40 minutes and 180 pages, bro. I got to look through that shit. And I got a job, man. I got family to feed. I need to have a couple of days. But I found some like things that we can question, yeah? I found some things, feller.
In real life, do you talk like this, or is this just your online persona?
Hell nah. When I'm with my homies, I talk like this. But when I'm in a corporate setting, yeah, I tone it down a bit. But usually I go like this, yeah. People can't like wrap their heads around it, but it's me, yeah. It's like I say it's like a mix of a lot of different accents all over the U.S. Yeah, because I don't like the official U.S. accent, like literally, you know what I mean? That accent. I get like diarrhea when I hear that accent. Yeah, so I mix it up. And I wish I never learned English in American accent. I wish I learned it proper, yeah. British.
What are you, Cuban?
Cuban.
You Cuban?
Who Cuban, man?
I'm from Cuba.
Oof, your mic killing me. I'm from Germany, man.
Yeah, he's a German Cholo. So the dialect and the accent that you chose was from a foreigner that visits the United States that also speaks a different language but adopts a sub-dialect? That's what you went with?
I think I went with a mix of Cuban English, African English, and Southern English. Yeah, failures and shit. And
nobody says that here. Nobody says that. Nobody says that.
Where you from, feller?
Yeah, no.
Which country? Which state?
Nobody.
Huh?
That comes from an older dialect, man. That stuff has been phased out. What are you
You're
doing?
telling me nobody in the South says failure no more?
Yeah, if they're acting like an idiot, yeah, they do.
What do you mean they acting like an idiot? You finna tell me right now?
You're saying feller.
Nobody
right?
says feller.
Yeah, it sounds like you're saying fella, like a fell her, but feller.
Yeah, feller. A lot of people.
Feller.
Do you know what feller is?
Like a guy.
No.
Lumberjack.
A feller is a lumberjack. They're fellers of trees. Yes. That's why you should just give up, because you don't even know the words that you're using. It's pathetic.
You don't even have your own language, so You guys should give it up, yeah. But
our own language, yeah. So English is a dead language. It borrows from many things, mostly Latin, right? So
you
I mean,
Americans don't got your own language.
Okay, fine. Who cares?
But why you talking like I should give it up then?
Because you sound ridiculous. It makes me disrespect you more.
I don't care about it, failure. But I thought failure, people use failure as, the pseudonym for guys.
Just no. It's like a guy who's doing something that is kind of I'm not sure how you'd say it. Like
you guys finna tell
like
me
a schoolboy or like somebody who's busy. Like like somebody who's doing something, but they're also very busy and they don't really have time for nonsense.
Okay. So why in all the movies everybody like comes in and says howdy failures?
Yeah, just like like in Western.
In a Western? A Western.
Not a Western in any movie.
No. You're thinking of fellas, which is kind of like a cross between fellers and fellows.
No,
and it's
I know
slang.
What fellas is. I know fellas, and I know.
Okay, well, nobody uses fellers. There's hardly any lumberjacks. At least they don't use that term anyway.
Come on, man. Okay, so what about What about movies that use it? You're not finna tell me I made it up that guys in movies don't say feller.
I told you that's an older dialect, and yeah, if it's going to be in a movie, you get your American culture from movies. Not a great idea.
Yeah, like spaghetti western. He's watched like those Italian spaghetti westerns, and he thinks that's American.
Hell, I don't watch no spaghetti western. But listen, there are thousands or hundreds of thousands of rednecks that use failure. Right now, I can find like modern interviews or like anybody from the South, saying failures.
Well, I got news for you. I live basically below the Dixie line. I'm in the South. Nobody talks like that. They might say,
like Dixie, I don't want to go.
I don't know. I mean, is a redneck, is that considered offensive now? I can't remember.
Hell nah, redneck's the best. If he ain't like Dixie, I don't want to go.
So anyways, the globe, you still on it?
Hell yeah, I'm still on the globe, just as you. That's why we are here, man. If we wasn't a globe, we would get vaporized in an instant, because if it was flat, and let's say we got flat right now, Earth became flat, we would all get bombed to hell because it would curl up in a ball because of gravity, because we observe other celestial bodies that do this shit. Hell yeah, brother.
There's no observation of celestial bodies collapsing in on themselves.
Goddamn right it is. What about supernovas and shit? What about fucking stars collapsing on themselves? White dwarfs.
No one's witnessed that.
Pulsars.
They just see. No, they don't witness the event. They just assume that it's occurred or will occur.
You guys believe in black holes or not?
No. Is it a religion? Is that part of your religion? Is black holes are part of your religion? Something you have to believe in? Like Santa Claus.
Like Santa Claus, yeah. I had an interesting idea about a debate earlier today. I forgot what it is. Let me just remember for right quick.
You believe in fairies?
Hold on, fella. Don't poison the well.
Poison the well.
You asking him a question is poisoning the well, apparently.
Hell yeah.
Just ruining his train of thought.
Yeah.
It's poisoning the well because he knows the answer will just make him look like a abject goofball.
That's fair.
He said, I can't answer that question because my answer will cause all future conversations to be poisoned by this answer will seem so wrong on so many levels that any further conversations will invoke this.
Cool, Crit. Let me ask you something then. What do you get out of believing the Earth is? What do you get out of thinking the Earth is flat that Globers do not get out of thinking Earth is a globe?
Yeah, you live in reality, objective reality.
You live in reality, and what does that get you?
And you understand exactly why everything is happening the way it's happening.
Well, explain to me, please, right now, why is everything happening? Because you live on.
It's a fallen, destructive world where nothing changes around here. It doesn't matter how many photographs from outer space they show you, how many manned flights to outer space. It's over, okay? The downfall has already been predetermined and preset. There's never going to be a giant leap forward. We're ever marching closer to an extinction level event. And the best you can do is to document the downfall, find some things you enjoy doing with some people you can tolerate.
God damn, bro, you a nihilist out here.
No, it's not a nihilist. It's a realist that you know that there's not going to be aliens coming down to Earth and saving us from nuclear destruction. There's not going to be a kumbaya moment where the world communities decide the Artemis Accords are worthwhile and change what they're doing. Like everything you see, like you can just open the news, just fire up the news, just the front page, and just everything you read and say, does this make sense on a flat Earth or a curved Earth? You won't find any stories that match what they told you a globe Earth would match.
Like, give me an example. I don't follow you.
You're seeing tribalistic mindset. Well, how about this? Bombing fishing boats coming out of Venezuela.
Okay, man.
Which one does that make sense on? A flat Earth or a globe Earth?
Why would it be connected to Earth shape?
Because they said there was going to be a giant. They said that viewing the Earth from space. Here's a photograph. This will cause an overview effect.
Yeah. But overview effect is not watching a photograph of the Earth. The overview effect is being in Earth's orbit or being on the moon, man. Yeah.
Yeah, have you heard about this term yet? They ask you, what does it mean to go to space and see the Earth? What does that cause? What does that do?
Yeah, the overview effect, but you didn't go to space. You watched the photo.
Can you define what the overview effect is? What is that?
That's the effect of you get like... Man, somebody mute this retard. Yeah, that's the effect you get like when you go to space, and you see the Earth as a whole. Then you get like another perspective. You get the bigger picture, literally.
Which means what? It causes.
Which means
something.
What you?
Once you got this big picture, something else happens.
Something else happens. You begin behaving differently. Yeah.
Yep. Yeah. You begin behaving differently. That you see there's an interconnected story between you and every single human on Earth. A shared lived experience.
Yeah,
but also tells you that the way you treat, like in the Bible, it tells you treat other people the way you want to be treated.
Yeah.
And that's how you make a better world. The overview effect, the Apollo program sort of leveled that up and said the way you treat other people is how you treat yourself. You're all the same. So bombing a fishing boat, double tapping it, mind you, that someone who can't defend themselves, they have no idea what type of hell and destruction is about to rain down on them, and then just deem them a criminal because they're smuggling, which doesn't even carry a life sentence. There's no death sentence attached to smuggling. That's like, it depends on what you're doing. It could be a slap on the wrist. It could just like pay your import fees. It could be anything. But so here what they're doing, they called them, just slap a sticker on it, say they're conducting terrorism. Well, what type of terrorism are they conducting? Narco-terrorism. Well, what the fuck is that? What does that even mean? What's narco-terrorism? What the hell is that even? It's not even a real word. So is the act, think of English Hub here, narco, a drug, a noun, and then terrorism, a verb. They've inverted the word. Like, what the hell is a noun verb? Like, how does that even make any sense? It doesn't. You get drug trafficker, Okay, that kind of makes sense. You can add that together. But a drug terrorist?
Yeah.
Actually, if you parse it out, it's almost like doing terrorizing the narcotic, right?
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Narco-terrorism. Terrorists against narcotics.
You're getting in front of the I guess we'll talk about that. The drug companies. The drug companies aren't getting the cut. Therefore, your terrorism against their profit margin. And this doesn't make sense on the globe. Tell me, like, pretend you're an alien, or even you, and you've somehow figured it out. Like, there's Star Trek episodes about like a drug trade episode. I don't know if you remember, if you ever watched Star Trek: The Next Generation, and the Starship Enterprise goes to this planet, and they figure out that there's some sort of disease that they have to cure, but it's been cured. They keep sending them the cure because they think they're still sick. But turns out they're not sick; they're just addicted. And then once the medical officers figure out, like, yep, this is you guys are exploiting these people. Then the one people said, well, you can't get involved with that because you have your prime directive. You can't interfere. So then Captain Picard's like, well, you're right. I can't interfere, but what I can do is stop you from shipping these medication, this medication. I can embargo you. I can say, no, you're not allowed to transport this across A to B. This is, I mean, think about that. That you would go to a world like say us, like this world, and you're some enlightened spacefaring race, and you see the world's premier superpower dropping bombs on boats coming out of a third world or second world country like Venezuela. I think you're
man, but
does that make sense to you? Would that make sense to you? Or would you be like, what are you guys doing? Like, what is that? How can you be a spacefaring, advanced culture and you're just bombing boats? And then then you got people on your side raising concerns about it. The admirals and military officers said, this seems like a legal gray area. You're fired. Then they turned into a reality TV show, like Survivor Island, which, commanders, Joint Chief of Staff, Pentagon officer will get fired next for questioning some dubious order about engaging non-combatants on the battlefield.
Yeah, man. You're talking about like human atrocity and human brutality, but
oh yeah,
there wouldn't be any different. That would be different. You know when it would be different? If you took like 80% of people up to space and show them Earth, then that would be normal. But these people still behave no matter what you show them on Earth. Yeah, they still. I mean, it's also capitalism. This has like little to do like knowing if people know we're on a flat or a globe Earth. Yeah, because even if people knew. I think if people knew we were on a globe, or we were on a flat Earth, they would even behave worse because they would know we were only ones, and then it would be less men standing. Then it would be carnage. Yeah, then it would be like proper tribalism. This is like light tribalism today. We got
it's like acting. People. It's like acting tribalistic. That way, they got the plebs, the people like you, to think that things will be better in the future. It sucks now. But just wait. Just wait one more year, one more decade. It'll get better any day now.
Now, who said it's gonna get better? I'm worse than you when it comes to like philosophy about this world, but I think less about this world than you. But I mean,
okay, how about this? Let me sorry to interrupt you, but how about let's make it easy then. When you know the Earth is flat, you can explain indoor plumbing. How about that?
What? Can you repeat?
Yeah, indoor plumbing. Indoor plumbing only works in a flat Earth. Like when you flush your toilet. So like you got great inventions of mankind, aqueducts, indoor plumbing, sliced bread. All these things only work on the flat Earth. If you don't know how they work, because you think there's a curve or rotation worked into the process, then you're kind of confused and think these modern marvels are magic.
Okay. You're saying literally that plumbing works only on a flat Earth.
Yeah, that's correct.
Yeah.
In fact,
What about
the Earth?
Water pumps?
Sorry, the Earth would be uninhabitable if the heliocentric model or idea were true.
Okay. Okay.
I'll tell you how. Just one thing. I mean, I don't have. I'll give you one. So you're supposed to be on a sphere that is spinning, and the rim velocity of this particular sphere at the equator is somewhere in the ballpark of 1,000 miles per hour. That means that the Earth is spinning out from underneath the air at 1,000 miles per hour. That's 1,000 mile per hour wind. Do you think that anything would grow or anything with 1,000 mile per hour wind constantly, nonstop?
No, but the air moves with the Earth.
Okay, so then you have just debunked Earth-based Coriolis claim. So now the pendulum, the Foucault's pendulum, is a hoax. Now, I mean, you've just ruined, just with that statement, the entire heliocentric model.
The air moves through the universe with the Earth.
No. That's not what we're talking about. We're talking about axial rotation, friend.
Okay, axial rotation. Okay.
Yeah.
What about it?
Yeah, it would make life on Earth impossible. It's 1,000 mile per hour wind all the time.
Yeah, what about the Coriolis effect?
Well, you've just debunked the Coriolis effect. Now those two reference frames, right? The air is supposed to be in its own reference frame. The Earth is supposed to be in a separate reference frame. Now you've joined those two reference frames. You've entirely ruined the Earth-based Coriolis effect.
I was talking about like atmosphere moving through the universe with the Earth before. Now
and that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about axial rotation, not the hurling of the Earth through the solar system.
Okay.
All right, yeah. Now, I'm just reminding you how you've twice now talked about two different things.
Okay.
I don't know why.
I didn't understand the first time. I understand now. Yeah. Then the Coriolis force. Yeah.
What about it?
We can explain how it doesn't produce 1,000 mile wind with Coriolis effect.
No, if you say that the Earth and the wind or the air are in the same reference frame, you can't have Coriolis.
No, I didn't say that. I said that before. I thought you was talking about traveling along the universe and then having winds because of universe. I said the atmosphere and air moves with the Earth, and now
I know
that you're talking about the surface of the Earth would have like 1,000 meter per second wind. So I'm saying we can explain that with Coriolis effect.
Okay, tell me how the Coriolis effect has anything to do with the Earth spinning out from underneath the air.
Because the Coriolis force acts on objects in motion with a frame of...
I'm sorry, friend. The Coriolis force is a pseudo force. It's not actually a force. They use that term to dupe the plebs, like Crit was talking about earlier. You're one of the plebs. You don't even know what a pseudo force is.
I know what a pseudo force is, bro.
Is it a force or is it not a force?
It's an inertial force.
It's an inertial force. Great. Can you get me the citation for that?
This will be good.
That the pseudo force is an inertial force.
Yeah.
Okay,
yeah, dude.
Yo.
Yo.
Conversation ended, so can I butt in?
Go ahead.
Yeah, you can butt in. I'm just post this in the side chats for these failures.
Man.
Now forgive me for roasting your boy in the side chat, but he ain't even in the VC.
I just posted. It's the first thing that comes up when you search up for any pseudo force. Yeah, first thing that comes up. Easy to explain. You see that says who?
Inertial force, pseudo force, is a force that appears to act on an object when it is in motion, is described or experienced from a non-inertial frame of reference. So, right, unlike real forces, which result from the physical interactions between objects, fictitious forces occur due to the acceleration of the observer's frame or reference rather than any actual force acting on a body. So it's not a force.
Oh, but it is an inertial force.
I mean, you can call it that if you want. Someone's apparently calling it that. Where's the citation from?
Wikipedia.
Okay. Of course it is.
You can tell by
so this inertial.
Trust Wikipedia now?
Huh? I don't think anybody really trusts Wikipedia. I mean, sometimes they have good stuff, sometimes they don't. How would you, verify anything from Wikipedia unless you actually did it? That's the thing about Wikipedia. Since it's open source, we do it in real life, right?
Everything is open source. What you talking about? Anybody can lie about anything in any book, any citation, any paper. How did doctors lie?
Exactly. Thank you so much for admitting that. Right. So the citation is actually no good without some kind of demonstration in reality. Correct?
Come on, man. And just one question. What other?
I'm sorry. I just asked you a question. Are you going to ignore it?
Sorry, I got a better question than I can answer you.
Why don't you just go ahead and answer the question for me? The citation is no good without demonstration in reality. Would you agree?
Agree, boy. But listen, what measurements, empirical evidence you guys have other than measuring the curve? That is measures flat. What other empirical evidence you guys have that Earth is flat?
What else do we need other than the fact that it's measured that way?
Okay, but I'm asking, do you guys have anything else?
What else would there need to be?
Okay, bro. I know. I understand.
Dude, listen here. We got all three. We got logic, reason, and
No. But I'm asking for scientific empirical.
Yeah, I just told you the cause and effect, the overview effect. The null hypothesis would be the Earth is flat, just like it appears to be.
But I'm asking.
Yeah, I told you, like in the globe model, they gave you a scientific prediction, cause and effect. If the Earth is a globe, as seen from outer space, the effect is the overview effect. What we got was no overview effect.
But they didn't say you will get it over. They didn't say you will get it over a photograph or a video.
No, they did. They didn't. Experience. They said a VR experience would do it. Like your imagination should do it. Just imagining yourself on a globetard should do it.
Globetard.
Well, the globetard, that's the globe model. That's the name of it. I don't know if you know that, but the heliocentric model, the name of it is called the globetard.
Great. One second. The overview effect is a profound cognitive shift and emotional experience when astronauts report when viewing Earth from space. Yeah. It's not overview effect is not about people watching moon landing on TV, 24-inch OLED screens.
Yeah, they're the ones who reported it. So yeah, it's primarily an astronaut or actor not thing. But it can be experienced. Like, keep reading. If you're reading the Wikipedia page, like I'm looking at it right now, this profound shift can be seen from Earth as a whole. Can be experienced via, look at the next line there, photos, VR, etc. This can be felt by others, inspiring awe and interconnectedness, environmental awareness through intensifying differs greatly from each person.
So would you say, do some people have overview effect like in them, like some people on
This
Earth?
is why I'm saying that the globalist, the anti-flat Earth globalist, is in direct heresy with their own model.
Okay, but that's more philosophical. What do you say?
That's what I'm talking about. That's science. Science and philosophy kind of go hand in hand.
Yeah. Great. But I'm asking, do you guys have any other evidence than measuring it, with a laser that it measures flat? Any other evidence than that, like empirical evidence? I'm asking. Simple question.
The physics of water. That we talked about indoor plumbing.
What?
Indoor plumbing.
Indoor plumbing. How?
Physics of water.
Yeah, why would an indoor plumbing work on around Earth when you got a water pump?
Because not everything's pumped.
Oh my gosh! So you need pumps to make indoor plumbing work on a globe? I would agree with you.
Kind of would. So this is what I'm saying for you, Gunslinger, is that the failure of the Globetard model is it fails to offer an explanation on how to deal with people who disagree with it. If it does have that...
Can you repeat that last sentence one more time?
The failure of the Globetard model is it fails to offer any explanation on how to deal with people who disagree with it. If it does, say there is an explanation for disagreement, then it would be the globalist who's rejecting their own model, which would therefore make them the science denier. So it's either one of two things. It's either a problem with the Globetard model or it's a problem with globalism. It's one of those two things.
Yeah. I want to hear what Zez has to say. He was beefing with Obvious, and Obvious always...
Obvious listens on YouTube, so he doesn't mic up.
No. Don't redirect it. They're destroying your ass first. No, keep talking, bro.
Well, I think sometimes he might be tired because English.
No, I can wait for my turn. Don't worry.
Well, yeah, he's tapping you in, like you're.
Hey, I'm tapping you in. I gotta go grab something. I'll be in the VC though. Don't worry about me. They whooping on me. They ain't whooping on me. I've been here for 5 days already. Nobody whooping on Gunslinger.
Yeah, I was hoping you'd give me your take on the science and space news for today. That was pretty insightful.
On science, what?
The science and space news. The one I sent you about the tipping point, how the global climate change is past the tipping point.
Yeah, somebody they said the one tipping point has actually happened. Which one? I forget.
The pole switching, or like the equator. The equator is moving north.
The equator is moving north.
Yeah, read the article I sent you again. That's why it's getting hotter up north, because that sort of equatorial area has moved north. And that kind of takes a big dump on the fictitious force too. But they said, storms can't pass the equator. There's been some 11 storms that have done so.
No, not storms. The tornadoes.
Yeah, hurricanes.
Hurricanes, yeah.
Hurricanes, yeah.
Yeah. I'll read up on it. I gotta go grab something to eat. We swinging tonight. We swinging big time. Yeah. I'll be back.
All right, go eat.
I have a question. If you go on a plane from Sydney in Australia to South America, how do flat earthers explain why they don't meet the edge of the earth or something like that?
Oh, I got this one. So what they do is they get on a plane and then they fly there. That's my explanation.
Yeah, no, but
ask DJ. He's from Australia. He has to know.
the pilot's using the map that we all know.
What map?
The sphere map. The map.
Is that what they're using?
Well, I think that. Well, unless all the pilots are secret agents that are lying to us, then.
No, I'm just asking you. Do you know that that's the map that they're using? I mean, what does it matter what map that they're using? None of the maps are accurate.
Yeah, because if the map was inaccurate, then how would we actually reach there?
No, I'm sorry. Don't ask a question from an already known position in your mind that you think you have. What map are they using? And then can you verify for me the accuracy of the map?
I believe he's trying to say like that a society as a whole they consider the Earth round, and that they use a map of.
He's talking about pilots, friend.
Is it? Yeah, he's talking about how do they get from point A to point B accurately with using the map that us flat earthers deemed wrong.
What flat earthers deemed a map wrong? All the maps are inaccurate. They're projections.
So you agree with that the map that society as a whole uses is wrong, right?
Well, I don't even know what map that they're using, but since all the maps are just projections, yes, by default, it is inaccurate.
So how do we know which one's right and which one's wrong?
You don't.
So we're just assuming the Earth is flat, or?
No, who's assuming that?
Yeah, I believe this is a flat Earth Discord.
I mean, other than NASA and all their documents, so we have, if you go to a flight school, in some of the manuals, they will tell you that they treat in their models, especially with their flight simulators, that the Earth is a flat and stationary plane. So the pilots are assuming that. They're told to assume that. But, I mean, I'm not just going to assume it, I'm going to measure it. It'd be foolish just to assume that, don't you think?
Yes, of course, you're risking the lives of yourself and other people when you're flying, 100%.
Right, so you don't want to assume that, you want to know. And so in the case of the pilots, they're assuming a flat and stationary plane. Now, how do we verify that? Well, we could look at their black box data and see what that's reading to us. And the black box data is telling us, well, it seems to be flying over a flat and stationary plane, according to the instrumentation.
Is there proof to back that up? I'm not saying like, what is right, what is wrong. I'm just curious to see everyone's point of views.
Yeah, you want to see black box data? You'll get your pitch data in there. I mean, that's still kind of not complete information. The best thing to do is just measure the surface of the Earth itself, and that way, you don't really have to assume anything, right?
So how do you measure the Earth, the whole landmass or ocean or it as a whole?
You don't measure the whole thing. It's impossible to do so. There's no instrumentation that would provide that for us. But we can measure it in small sections. Well, all we're checking for is drop over distance. Well, there isn't any. So, flat.
So you're saying there's nothing that is existing right now to measure the full length of the whole map or the whole Earth?
Absolutely not. There's no tool, there's no technology that's going to give you a measurement across the entire span of the Earth. The air, the light, the optics, it won't allow it.
Fair enough.
But Zez, did you have a question? Are you talking to Obvious, or did you guys have a disagreement?
No, he began talking shit, so I began talking shit back.
Yeah, I'm waiting to figure out what the fuck he's even going on about, so.
No, you were saying earlier, I caught you, boy. Don't
What did I say, man? Quote me.
You said, well, let me just scroll up. You said, well, there ain't enough insults that can offend white people. Now that's a completely different topic than the flat Earth.
What was
that was in context to a voice conversation.
That claim?
Let's stay on topic, boys.
Yeah. You got
Hold on, let me just clear this up.
Yeah, I said you ain't being creative enough, and you got offended.
What was the part after that claim? Read the whole line.
I said you ain't being creative enough, and that insulted you.
No, go back,
Zez. Proved my point.
Go back. Use your eyes.
Began LARPing as an NPC. Glopetard. Okay, just NPC LARPing. It is what it is.
Zez, you're proving you're a globetard. Or some derivative.
Well, I never made a claim. You just assumed my position because you're an NPC.
Go back. Read the full thing I wrote. Read it out.
Yeah, but you're an NPC, though. You just assumed my position. You didn't ask me my position.
Oh, fair enough.
You made a claim about something I said, but that's not what I said.
You see where you made the blunder?
Read it. Go and read it. Why can't you read it out for the panel?
Yeah, but you made a blunder. Don't you see your blunder? Yeah, you just made an assumption of somebody's position before talking.
Zez, no worries. We'll start over. Is there a claim or something about the topic that was being discussed, so we don't have to talk about the beef minutia?
No, you guys are respectful. I respect the conversation happening. This guy was on VC when we were talking, so I just ignore him. But everybody else here is respectful.
Yeah, Zez, okay, right. Failing to answer a basic question. You can't even quote
Keep LARPing, NPC. Keep LARPing. Yep, keep LARPing.
Yeah, okay.
Zez, would it be inaccurate for us to? Well, I don't want to make any assumptions. Do you believe that you live on a globe?
Did I ever mention that I believed in that?
That's why I'm asking you directly. Are you avoiding the question?
Yeah, I tried.
No, I said earlier when we were talking about the fake space. You were here earlier, right?
Yeah, I'm just asking you directly. That way we can sort this whole thing out.
I don't make a claim to know the shape of the Earth. I don't think anybody should make a claim that they should know what the shape of the Earth is.
We're not making claims regarding the shape.
Yeah, I'm not making a claim either.
He's just asking you a question of your point of view.
What do you believe?
Yeah. I don't make a claim that I know what the shape of the Earth is.
What
I
do you
just make a
believe the
claim
surface
that
nature of Earth is, then, Zez?
He's saying, do you believe? It's a yes or no question. So what is just wanting to know your point of view?
No, I made it very clear that I don't believe in the current sciences of them going to the moon, etc. But I never make a claim to know what the shape of the the surface that we live on.
Nobody cares.
Yeah,
we're talking about the surface. Does it have curvature?
Yeah, but what? Do you make a claim that you know what the shape of it is?
Holy cow!
We're not in here making a shape claim. Making a claim regarding the surface nature.
Claim that.
Okay, yeah, go ahead.
From my point of view, it seems like you're actually dodging the question to be purposefully. This is going to be an assumption on my part. You're in.
Well, because there's multiple theories, right? You got Hitler with the concave Earth theory. You got
oh my gosh, dude!
So I don't know what the shape
question. Why are you doing this? I don't understand. We were having a fun conversation. Okay.
Zez, what I told you, what was the point coming on VC just to make you spiral out on VC?
I'm not making a claim, though, that you want me to make a claim. So
I didn't ask you to make a claim.
You a question,
I didn't.
Yes or no. He said, what's your point of view on a certain topic?
Yo, John,
I literally just answered the question.
Everything, right? He's intentionally misunderstanding what's going on here. Okay.
That's what it feels like. I mean, Zez, I asked you a simple question. I used very specific language. I didn't ask you if you knew the shape of the Earth. I asked, do you believe that you live on a globe? You can say yes or no. You can say.
I said no multiple times. I said no.
Okay, fine. There. So you are not believing that, but do you think it's possible to know the nature of the surface of the Earth?
What do you mean by nature?
I mean, because we use the term flat. Flat's not a shape. Flat is a surface description. So we're describing the nature or the surface of the Earth.
Looks pretty flat to me.
Great. Do you think it can be known whether or not it is essentially planar?
I mean, when you say that the surface is flat, yeah, I'm already in agreement with you there. What's else? But
I'm just saying you don't.
Shape.
Okay, fine. That's not what.
Yeah.
Okay. So, to you, your experience is like the rest of us that it is essentially a vast plane, and you treat it that way. We all do, right? Okay, fine. That's all I'm trying to get clarity on. Now, the rest of it, I don't know. I don't have anything to do. I don't know what's going on with you. And obvious. I hope we can end it at this point. It's not a big deal. So you made yourself clear.
The idea is that he made a blunder by assuming my position and called me a globe-tart, so I called him an NPC. There's not much.
Who cares if I called you fucking globe-tart, Zed? Okay, I got that wrong, right?
No, I called you NPC, so I think we're equal.
No, but you misrepresented what I initially said. And then you made a dumb fucking statement. All of this since that moment is just you being hiding your red face from that.
No, I think you misrepresented me too, so I think we're equal on that. Okay.
What did I misrepresent?
I see one side of it getting really cut over it and not moving on from that previous conversation.
All right.
Yeah.
I'm down to move on.
Yeah, this is really just all you got to worry about is one thing.
Of course you are, man, because you're in the wrong.
No, I'm just being the bigger man.
Go and read the original comment.
Yeah, dude, the original comment had to do with there was a foreigner who said the word redneck, okay? And I had made a joke that maybe redneck was a problematic term these days. And the only thing that said was it's not, because of it would be against white people, so it's okay. It was a joke, dude. It wasn't a dick. You had to take it that hard, okay?
Crick gets it. That's why you won't read that last part. That's the official
Yeah, but that was to
position.
somebody else, though.
Implying
That's not
this
my
is the position of not me, but the established authorities in the world, okay? And
Dude,
that's what you don't want to read out, because it shows your disingenuous.
It was simply a joke. That
you're
was
not
it.
fucking completely retarded for believing you live on a globe, but you're still retarded.
Wait, there's established authorities that claim on. Wait, what are you even talking about?
Okay, here we go. He wants to go.
All right. I think what we're going to do is we're going to table this particular conversation. Yeah, and we'll just take a hot breath and we'll start over later. I want to talk to Maitan or Mitan or whatever. He wanted to ask questions about flights.
Yeah, I was asking when the pilot flies from Sydney in Australia to South America, how do they not fall off the Earth? But then I realized they use a different kind of map.
Why would they fall off the Earth?
Because with the map that globe people use, you'd reach an edge, like
globe people,
or like as in people that believe the Earth is a sphere.
Okay, so they're using what kind of map? What kind of map are they using? Can you give me the name of the projection, please?
Let me just find just the typical map that appears when you search up map of the Earth on Google.
There's a lot of them that come up. I mean, there's Mercator projections, there's polar projections, there's AE projections, there's many projections. Which one are you referring to?
I'll put it in the chat at the moment.
As society as a whole believes in the world map.
I put it in the chat. So,
okay, so that's kind of a Mercator projection. What about it?
Mm-hmm. So if you were to fly so when you go from Australia to South America, usually on that map you'd be moving towards the right initially from Australia. So, like,
this is based off
pilot is following.
Hypothetically, if the world was round, right?
Why would you go to the right from Australia? That's not the way that you would go. They travel west from Australia.
Well, the map that Australia uses as well, it's quicker for them to, because they believe it's
South America.
John, stop talking, bro. Please.
I'm pretty sure you go east when you go to South America from Australia.
No, you don't.
Because it's closer than west.
No, you don't.
Well, what I would really need from you, Maitan, is just to give me the headings and the things that they're doing, the actual pilots. Why don't you tell me what they're actually doing, the course that they take, the heading that they take, and then we'll just go from there. Do you have any of that?
I don't know. I assume they followed this map or the class.
Oh, see, well, that's where you messed up. You shouldn't be assuming, you should be knowing.
Yeah, I'd say they use a different kind of map.
I don't know. What kind of map did they use?
Let me see the name. They use specialized aeronautical charts.
Okay, so it's a chart. Now it's a chart. Okay. Now charts and maps, similar, not always the same. So your question about, Santiago to Sydney, it's kind of incoherent.
It's yeah. It's just if you were to, let's say if you fly from Sydney towards the right, and we use the map that I sent in the chat, you'd eventually hit some end.
Is that a heading to the right? Is that what pilots do? I'm just going to go to the right.
East.
Okay, east. Okay, so what about it?
Sydney. If you fly east from Sydney, you'd eventually you'd reach the end of the Earth, if that.
Well, right, but they're not using the map that you're. So why are you're saying if they fly using the map that I say that they must use in my scenario, they're going to fall off the edge of a piece of paper? That's kind of retarded, bro.
Well, what map do flat earthers use?
What do you mean? What map did the flat earthers use? I mean, we use all kinds of maps. Like I said, there's many. They're all projections. They're all different. Which one do you think is the correct one? I think there's about 200 projections of the Earth. 200 map projections. Which one is the correct one?
I have no idea.
Okay, so why would you, in this scenario, pick a map that I guess you think we use? No, the pilots use? You said they use charts, so it's not this. So you're asking a question about something that essentially doesn't happen. Why would you ask such a question?
I initially thought they used the map that I sent, but saw that they used charts afterwards.
Yeah. So I guess you don't have a question.
I did, but then you kind of it sort of got answered partially.
Okay.
When
Fair enough.
They used charts.
Do you have any other questions?
Not at the moment.
All right, terrific. Thank you.
Yeah, the question you should be asking which flights they don't offer.
What do you mean by that? Sorry.
Because if you're running an airline, you want to offer convenience for your customers, but you also want to have the least amount of hours in the air, and because you have to pay for the fuel, you have to pay for the crew, and it's also wear and tear on the aircraft. So if you look for flights from, say, Perth to anywhere in South America, they don't exist. Even though the aircraft are capable of flying that distance. And even from New Zealand or Australia, even to Buenos Aires, that doesn't exist, that flight.
Why do you think that is?
The distances are just too far in reality.
Oh no, I'm for old boy here, Zev or what's his name? I'm kind of tabbed out.
Because for an airline, that would make them more money. So instead of 14 hours in the air to get from Australia, Perth, Australia to Buenos Aires, you're spending 24 to 30 hours taking one-stop or two-stop flights. That's very inconvenient for the customer, and it costs the airline money. I think Wolfie 6020 is comes from Perth. We should ask him that question.
Scientifically, the Earth is not flat. It's been proven wrong. That's all I'm going to say. You can look it up on Google and with ChatGPT.
Well, my ChatGPT said that your ChatGPT just regurgitates mainstream information.
Bailed, DJ.
Oh, okay.
Squawk and run.
Squawk and run, yeah.
Drive by Glover.
There you go, folks. Your
sitting here.
Your basis for reality comes from Google and ChatGPT. Sorry, man. I didn't mean to talk over you.
Nah, it's fine, man. I think we both talked over each other. Do you want to say what you said again?
I was just going to point out that now everybody's basis for reality comes from Google and ChatGPT.
Yeah. Because whenever we search Google, for flat Earth, we always get the flat Earth results first, right? Never the results from, say, Professor Dave or something like that.
Yeah, no way.
I think after them algorithm changes that happened a couple months back, you can actually find some decent results maybe now.
Well, the only way to get decent searches for YouTube videos is not to use YouTube. You have to use Google to get a better result.
Them types of Glovers are always a good laugh, though. In their mind, we hear, Glovers for most of our lives, and then switch to being flat earthers. But they think, fuck, these guys believe the Earth's flat because they didn't discover Google. Yeah, I don't know if anyone else has noticed, but there has been an uptick in people coming in specifically with that argument of not planes flying between two destinations, but what map the pilots are using to do so. So I don't know if some new article came out or some new video dropped from some anti-flat earther or something.
Well, I think Amelia Earhart used the globe, and that's why she's no longer with us.
Yep, she did.
It's possible.
Especially flying in the South Pacific there. Probably the worst place to fly.
Oh yeah, I could imagine she ran into a lot of navigation issues in the South Pacific.
Especially since you need a special compass to work properly in the South Hemisphere.
Does anyone know how to delete posts in the side chat? I don't actually know. do that, or if we can.
I just right click them, delete.
Yeah, if you click it on the message once, it'll give you the 3 lines more at the very far right top, and then that should give you the option to delete the message if you have the ability.
I'm always on mobile, so I don't know if I can.
You may have to long press on mobile to get the same effect.
Yeah, I long press and I don't get that menu option or any of that stuff. I can report it, but I can't delete.
Yeah, you don't have the capability then, because you should have a report button and a delete button for the mods.
If anybody's on their PC, can they get rid of Jerome's post there at 16 minutes after the hour, please? Thank you.
Actually meant something if you could spell.
Yeah.
Hi guys.
What up?
Jerem, do you have anything constructive to add to the conversation specific to the topic?
No, why? Yeah, like
just checking.
Okay. Yeah, no, I wanted to listen what y'all saying in here, so.
So has there been any actual evidence of a globe today?
Nope. And
Negative.
Also 10 other ways of saying no.
What is it exactly you're trying to get across when you explain the overview effect to Globers?
Oh, that when they talk about science, cause and effect, that the seeing the Earth from space as a causal agent should have some kind of effect. But it doesn't.
I mean, well, the ISS astronauts, I'm sure, claim the same thing. But originally it was only from the Apollo astronauts, no?
Yeah. Well, that's the best part because
really
you saw
emphasized it.
Yeah, and that's the best part because you saw astronauts gone wild. I mean, Bart Sabel got kicked, hit, threatened with, assassination. And these are all people who supposedly are the first humans ever to, have this overview effect. And they're just violent, incoherent thugs, just pissed off that somebody disagrees with them.
Yeah, just all the same. Because it obviously never happened.
Yeah.
I mean, considering reality what they really have to carry on their conscience,
Yeah.
Deceiving humanity to that level about
Like,
such an achievement.
Like, they'll straight up lie to the American people. But when they're saying, hey, will you lie to God? Then they're like, no, not only am I not going to do that, I'm going to try to, I'm going to punch this dude. I'm going to sucker punch this dude.
I find the apologists for these reactions just the most hilarious thing. Oh, of course they were in their right to, punch him in the face, He's getting all up in their face, asking them about something that should be obviously true to anybody. It's just, the responses are ridiculous.
Yeah, it offers really quite the contradiction.
You got to remember the astronauts were threatened as well by the powers that be to tell them to not say anything. So
yeah, after the Apollo program, you definitely did not want to be an astronaut driving a car.
Yeah,
like the amount of traffic accidents that Apollo astronauts got into were like, what the fuck, dude? Do not walk wherever you're going. Walk. Do not get in that car.
Yeah, the Apollo 1 astronauts were a warning to all the other astronauts. Keep your mouth shut.
Yeah, there's a good older film, if anybody's not seen it, called Capricorn 1. And the premise is essentially there's a mission to Mars, manned mission to Mars, but it's faked. And then the astronauts are pretty much running for their lives. It's like the narrative was that they would die on the way to Mars. That's what they sold the public. So they're still alive, running around in fucking Arizona desert or something, just being hunted by the government. Quite a telling movie for their playbook essentially.
Bye, man. What did you say? عامل ايه بس؟ الحمد لله بس
Trying to say something, Mohammed?
بص هو اللي عندي مش استنى كده انا واخد كوبي اللينك حطه فين؟ يعني هو الديسكورد عندي.
Yeah, this is an English speaking channel, Mohammed. Do you speak English?
Wait, yeah, I speak English.
Okay,
Who moved you to this channel? What channel were you in? Who moved you down here? Wait, what channel were you just in that someone moved you here?
يا حبيبي دوست على ايه؟ دوستش على حاجة يعني الفويس اللي من هنا وانا بقول لك خش عليه.
Dude, what channel were you just in?
I don't think he
something
English.
Yeah, Indio's onto something. They move these hot micers just into this. Someone's doing that as like a gag, moving the hot micer into here.
Oh, goody.
اصبر يا حبيبي.
Oh well, we have a way to deal with that.
Yeah.
Yeah, the server log should have that information.
Yeah, it's good. It's good to see Gunslang is still coming about, making slow progress, but progress. Oh, you're back actually, Gunslinger. You're back in channel. Seems we've become your new favorite hangout. Wonder is Plain and Truth here? You here, brother?
Nah, but I'm here, boy, and you still haven't answered my question about 24-hour sun. You evaded that shit quick.
Well, here, let me try.
Huh?
I feel like I got something going on with Gunslinger here. Okay, if I may, Gunslinger, can we try to dissect this question? Okay, because you said at first no one answered. So the first part would be, if you think no one answered, do they have an answer? Is there a possible answer?
No, you got it mixed up. I told that to Obvious because he spoke now and he doesn't speak often. So I wanted
go
to
ahead.
speak with him.
I've spoken to you multiple times.
Yeah, but not
you make the claim of 24-hour sun, and then you're going to make the claim it's not possible on X model, right? So what model?
Yeah.
Show us.
Flat Earth. On any flat plane, 24-hour sun on the poles ain't possible.
Yeah, I mean, in your model, what's the nature of the sun?
It's not my model. I'm saying on a flat
You
plane.
must have a model. You must have something you're referencing to conclude this is not possible. You understand?
You understand? I'm saying on a flat plane, you cannot have.
I need to know the parameters that we're working with. I need to know what the nature of the sun is in your model. I need to know your map, all this stuff.
Okay, bro, don't do that. Don't do that. You're saying Earth is flat. I'm saying how can on a flat plane there be a 24-hour sun on both
That's a
poles?
question you need to answer.
Why would I need to answer?
Hold on, bro. We've confirmed that we live on a flat plane. Now you need to explain how there could be a 24-hour sun above a flat plane. This is a you problem.
Come on, man. That don't work like that.
Yeah, it doesn't matter if I measure the floor flat, right? If we measure the surface flat.
I don't know why.
Yeah.
Is that hard to understand?
No, I see what you're saying.
Okay. Well, you get it, right?
Yeah.
So that's why they use perspective, because it matches reality. The reality of a flat plane perspective. That's why it looks real.
All right, I get it. I mean, it doesn't really. I'm saying, this argument about the Earth being flat around it. This is just.
Costello, can I ask a simple question? It's just what? Hold on, let him finish his thought. It's just.
Well, I mean, it doesn't really matter. It seems trivial.
Are you in cinema? Oh yeah, this seems really trivial.
Castle, are you in cinema now? Are you in cinema now?
Yeah, it seems really trivial. It doesn't matter, but you're here.
Because if you're not in, if you're not in cinema, that means for you it is matter because you are on this server now.
No, I said I like to hang out with my buddies. That's why I'm here.
You came here to say other people how this doesn't matter.
When are they showing up?
Guys, man. It's Christmas time, man.
Relax. It's a joke. It's a joke. Relax.
I'm saying it's Christmas time. Guys, you don't need a rest at some point?
I still don't understand. You said that this doesn't matter, but you're still here.
Like I said, I like to hang out with my buddies on Discord. I'm spending time with you guys on this Christmas season.
And you think that it's so stupid to speak about the surface of the earth.
I didn't say it's stupid. All right, I just said it doesn't really. It's not gonna change anything.
It will it will not change anything, only it will can change something in your mind, nothing else.
But okay, let's say I did adopt this idea that the Earth is flat.
That you don't need to adopt this, man.
Yes, I do because I don't believe it.
No, you don't need to believe it because there is nothing to believe here.
Oh, what? So what is this?
This is the surface of Earth is flat. That's physicality. That has nothing to do with believing.
Listen, man.
Can I ask you simple? I wanted to ask you a simple question. Can
Yeah, go
Earth be?
ahead. Fire away.
Yeah, can Earth be flat if surface is curving?
Surface is curving. Can Earth be
If
flat?
can Earth be flat if surface is curving?
Sure.
You are saying that Earth can be flat if surface is curving.
Yeah,
How is that possible?
because it's flat, but you don't realize that it's curving because as you walk along the huge Earth, it still feels flat to you.
Okay, and how huge that Earth should to be?
It's huge enough so that you would think that it's flat when you go outside.
Like what they are claiming, that kind of huge, that 25,000 miles.
You know, when
I'm asking you, because they are claiming that Earth is 25,000 miles all around. Is that
the scientists,
all educational system in all world? There is no one educational system saying different. They are all saying the same size.
is that for a reason?
Your country, my country, left, right, east, west, every country using that size. Interesting.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
Why are they
Did you look into that size, that enormous, big, huge planet? How that big it is? When you are on the surface of that planet, how much you can see? Where is the horizon? Where is that curvature is starting? Do you know that stuff?
I don't know it personally.
And that's people, these flat earthers, they look into that. And they find out that that reality is not matching with that things what we learn in school.
I'm sorry. What did you say?
Did you understand? The flat earthers you didn't look into that, but flat earthers, they look into that. And there is no such a thing like a curving surface in reality.
Ah, I see.
If it was there, then somebody will record and put it in some kind of whatever, some kind of proof. But there is a years people waiting for that, and nobody's coming to show anything apart flat surface.
Have you ever seen a beach ball?
Yes.
Now, can you imagine a grain of sand on that beach ball?
Yes, and that grain of sand, if it had the capabilities, would still be able to measure said curvature. This is the problem, Castle King. Us, as little grains of sand, can't measure any curvature. It has not been done ever. So if we're not measuring any curvature, these little grains of sand don't live on a beach ball.
It's okay to imagine the beach ball, then you are imagining the sphere. But in this case, what we will imagine when we are on the beach? Big planet sphere?
Yeah, the Earth is like
Okay, yeah, okay, that's good. We are on the beach now. That's the big planet sphere. Can you tell me now, do you know which distance with your height Earth should start to curve? That you don't see, for example, one object, let's say whatever. What do you think? What is the distance you cannot see, let's say 2 meters? Like, what is your height?
I know where you're going with this. I've heard it before.
I do know where
And
we are
obviously
going
it
now.
didn't sink in.
We are going in reality now. Can we speak about reality? Without imagining anything. You said, let's imagine. Let's not imagine. Let's go to the reality.
Well, we still have to imagine because we're in a conversation.
No. We don't need to imagine anything. There is a reality. There is the earth. You are living on the earth. Shall we check that thing?
Check the earth? Sure.
Yeah. That means if you are 2 meter height, your geometrical horizon will be somewhere on 3 miles. That means that on 5 miles you will not see the person with 2 meter height.
Okay.
Because it's dropping, you know. But
yeah,
there is a problem. When you make observation in reality, you see further and further and further, you know. There is no such a thing like a drop, you know, something curving, dropping away from you. And now it's on you. Yeah, do you want to see people has a lot of observation, you know, a lot of countries.
I'm saying, could someone in California look all the way to the right of the map and see someone in New York?
No.
Is that because of the atmosphere, or is that because the Earth?
Yeah, because of atmosphere, because of optics, because of many things, yeah.
So let's remove the atmosphere then.
Hypothetically, why?
Just so we could make sure that
why?
I'm
But
in
why you do-
Castle
why-
Kingside.
Yeah,
It's
but
just
why you doing
optics. It's to do with
Wouldn't you
the
just make the
angle
atmosphere
of the.
way? Well, I was gonna say, couldn't you go the other way? Like make it way thicker and see if the same thing happens, right? Because it's going to be hard to remove the atmosphere. But if you could add something to make things thicker and see if you get the same disappearing effects, then we know, oh yeah, it's not Earth curve, it's atmosphere, and we can do that. So that'd be a much easier.
No, the whole point is to see if we remove the obstacle in the way, if we could see straight across the U.S. from California to New York.
It's to do with optics, Castle King. It's to do with the size of the lens that you're using.
He wants to see 1,000 miles away from one point.
Well, I'm asking what he wants to see.
He wants to remove all of the air between New York and California.
Yeah, I'm asking what are we looking at in New York? What is he hoping to see? Can we get something to focus in on?
New York.
Hey guys, there's an easy way to settle this. If you're gonna blame the atmosphere, then you should.
New York's a state of mind, isn't it?
Horizon line.
I'm in the New York state of
You
mind.
see a sharp horizon line, and that means that it's not the atmosphere. It means that the Earth is curved.
You've got no idea, kid. Shut up. Let Castle King.
You're all done.
No,
No,
I'm
you can
saying
go on.
let's remove the obstacle so that we can see straight.
Shut the fuck up, Castle Queen.
Remove the obstacle with your, close your eyes and remove the obstacles.
I'm saying, can I stand on the highest mountain in California and look across the U.S. and see the Statue of Liberty in New
No,
York?
but you can stand on a beach in California, and then you're going to have a friend standing on a beach on the island where you're from, and you guys can point towards each other, and you guys would be basically pointing horizontally towards each other. Yeah.
Oh, no, that's not what would happen, man.
But you can see the Chicago across the Lake Michigan. That's 50 miles.
Did you say Chicago?
Yeah, you can see the Chicago across the Lake Michigan. There are people having also that observation. That's more than 50 miles.
Hey, Castle Side King, I know you enjoy attempting to make a mockery of the conversation, but I just saw an article the other day. They said where in Central California in the mountains, it's basically perpetual fog.
Okay.
So but you're not going to be able to, with all that fog, you're not even going to get to see outside of, you're not even going to get to see Nevada.
Remove the fog. Just remove it.
Yeah. Maybe if we go far away. I don't know, dude. You're asking for the most absurd things and telling us on the other hand that it's just trivial.
You're just lucky I'm not.
Why do you have to set up these wild? Why do you have to set up these wild scenarios if it's so trivial?
That's him
How could you even be
cocktails.
inspired?
Why we just don't? You are asking why we don't have just that optics to do that? Why? Just why we don't have that optics? Why?
Now the limitations of human ingenuity. I don't know.
Can you invent?
I'm an artist. Remember, I create.
Yeah, but did you get me? We don't have that optics that can do that. Do you want to invent it for us that we can do that?
I am not an engineer. I'm simply an artist.
But I'm telling you now, there is nobody who did that before. Do you want to be first one?
If I had the know-how, like John Travolta in the movie Phenomenon, I would do it.
There are engineers who knows how to do it, but still they cannot do it.
Why not? If they know how to do it, how can they not do it?
I don't know, man. You need to ask them. You know.
No, you need to check your statement because if you say that they know how to do it,
I checked
So why is it he has to check his statement, but all the dumb shit that comes out of your mouth doesn't have to get checked?
Can I answer here? I checked my statement.
That wasn't funny.
I thought it was.
There is a Guinness record. There is 275 miles from mountain to mountain, and there is and also with the infrared, not with the normal optics. You know, with the normal optics you cannot do that. And there is from aeroplane. I don't know if JTOL and distances are correct, around the 1,000 miles, let's say. But I don't know if it's that correct. But the Guinness record is correct. It's 275 miles. That's the things like what we can do from the ground. Can you imagine? That's the record.
Yeah, I can imagine.
And now you are asking why nobody make a record of 1,000 miles, and you're asking us that question now.
Right. I was just wondering the whole time.
I'm asking you a question. There is a record, 275 miles of the optics from the mountain to the mountain. Why they don't do 1,000 miles? I'm asking you now.
Limitations.
Yeah, but why, man? Why not? Why we cannot? Why we cannot do that?
Well, you have to ask an engineer that.
Oh, let's go to imaginary. Let's remove the atmosphere now, because optics, what we can use today, cannot go more than 275 miles with the atmosphere. Let's remove atmosphere.
Oh,
should I do that, or you will do that?
Let's both do that in our imaginations.
Okay. You know how? I don't know how to imagine that, man.
Bust out the telescopes, man. The stuff that we use to observe the night sky.
Yeah, I don't know how to imagine that.
You don't know what a telescope looks like?
No, I don't know how to imagine the space without atmosphere, the air.
Well, you need to get a better imagination.
And Castleside King, I don't know if you're playing stupid or if that's just the way you come. But you're talking about limitations of optics when you need to point to limitations based on the sphericity of Earth. Yeah, what this claimed geometry of this floating ball is. It's these things, these observations are exceeding that. Are you missing that?
No, I'm not missing that.
Okay, well, let it sink
my
in.
Time with you guys. That's why I'm here today.
Okay. Well, welcome back. You haven't changed.
That, it takes a while for people to change.
That sounds like a karaoke song you would do. Man in the Mirror. Bring the whole house down. Tears in the eyes of the bouncer.
It's not tears in my eyes. It's tears in their eyes.
Gonna make a difference. Gonna make it right.
Now you're really gonna put tears in my eyes. I just playing the joke. You see, this is what it's about, guys. Spending time as human beings with one another while we're here. That's the important thing.
Oh, we don't know how to do that.
Oh yeah. Come on.
Never seen the movie Buffalo '66?
No.
Castle Side King. Span time. Wait, span time. Remember that, Sasha? When they're in the photo booth. And they're in the photo booth. He wants them in these photos. He wants them to depict that they've been spanning time together. I love it.
Okay.
What a great film.
That's powerful stuff, man. That's all we've got. Really. Is each other, if you think about it.
Oh, I thought you meant films. Yes, that's all you have are outer space fantasies in picture form, in radio. So convincing.
And all those things exist.
You ever see Dumb and Dumber?
Yeah.
There's a scene in Dumb and Dumber where he's leaving a bar, right? And this is like 50 years, quote, after we landed on the moon. And this is the subtle things you got. He's the dumbest person in the world. You got to understand. Dumb and Dumber, these are two dumbest people in the world. He reads the news article and goes, "We landed on the moon." Okay, the top layer joke is the guy's so stupid, he's just finding out that we landed on the moon. Or you could look at it as this guy's so stupid, he saw a news article that says we landed on the moon and he believed it. Or he saw it on TV and he believed it because he's the dumbest person in the world.
Oh, that's what they say. If you don't watch the news, you're uninformed. If you watch the news, you're misinformed.
I think our little friend Tensor Algebra is in for a rude shock when he drops in later on.
He's getting scared now. He's drawing shapes is involved.
Hopefully he pops a triangle. That'd be mad.
I said, practice your shapes before coming here tonight. I want them to be well prepared. I want them to bring scientific calculators. I want them to bring ChatGPT, Google, all their friends, their family. Bring it all for help, and they can phone a friend and everything, because this will be good. And I bet you he don't even show up.
Nice if he shows up with a handful of his mathematician friends and sit the black swan in front of him. So since you guys are so good at doing maths, please equate for us why the horizon is in the wrong spot.
And let me ask you a question. What happens when you die on this flat earth? Do you have any idea or belief?
You turn into a ball and then you float away.
A ball?
Well,
Definitely have a very good, strong idea. Belief.
Yeah, what?
You're the believer, Castle King. Why don't you tell us?
Well, I'm a Christian, so I believe that I'll be real.
Oh, you're not Christian.
Okay.
You think that you think that you are Christian? Yeah, because a Christian cannot be heliocentric. I'm sorry.
No.
Yes. Do you believe in Bible?
Well, I believe in Christ.
Yeah. Do you believe in the Christian book?
The Holy Bible? Yeah.
Yeah.
From what
Then
I've
you
read.
cannot be heliocentric. I'm sorry.
No?
Nope. There is no God. There is no one God which is made heliocentric model.
Are you sure about that?
Yes, I'm very, very sure. You can
I
look
am
in ancient.
sure.
You can look in all ancient. There is no one religion which is God made the heliocentric system. That's that people made.
So let me get
The
So
this
it
thing
should be.
straight.
about this lie they tell you about the infinite universe is because it's an ugliness. You know, it's ugly to the brain, like it never ends. What does that mean? It never started. What does that mean? You know, the true heaven that's physically real is just on top of where you see the stars. It's a physical thing, and you can see through it. But I'm trying to work out what conditions are required for you to see through it because it happened to me once, and I know for a fact that they're lying because I've seen what they're lying about.
Castle, do you know what is Mars, Jupiter, Saturn? What's that?
Planets. In our
What's
solar
that
system.
name? Yeah, that names. What's that?
Those are Greek gods.
Oh, is that Christianity?
No.
Oh, thank you.
You're welcome.
Now you know.
I do?
Yeah, that's not Christianity. That's the Roman and Greek gods upstairs, above you.
Yeah. They
That
named
didn't.
those.
That. Who named that? God?
No. The people of that time
Oh,
named those planets.
okay. Okay.
Oh, would it be more relevant if they named them Daniel and David and
Oh, I think
things
it
like
would
that?
be. I think it would be. Yeah.
I'm sure we can find some planets out there that are named
No,
after.
there is no.
Are
There is no one.
you sure?
Yeah, I'm sure.
Maybe you're
Look,
right.
it wouldn't really do to give these names of gods to the names of men that are even in the Bible because they're all men in the Bible. There's no God in the Bible except for the guy who's not in it, you know?
You mean, wait, I believe Jesus is God. He's in the Bible.
Well, I mean, that's fair enough, but it's not like Jesus is all God is when he was on the earth, if you know what I mean. Like, if you put the Almighty into a single body, he's not really going to be the Almighty. He'll just be a single body for that time.
Well, that's why they separate it as God the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit.
Well, sure, but there is also like a dense historical dogma attached to all of that. The only point I was getting you to acknowledge is that if God was like, if God created the universe looking as you do, then why can't you? You know what I mean? Like,
Somehow
Yeah,
you are
I'm not
saying
God.
this. I am the Christian, but I'm worshiping the sun.
You mean
Yeah,
Jesus?
that's what you are saying. This. I'm Christian because you believe in Jesus Christ, Christian, but I'm worshiping the sun.
Oh, S-U-N, son?
Yeah. Helio,
Well,
Helio,
I don't worship the
Helio.
sun, but
You
I
know,
am
you
very
you know who is sun? Sun is called Helio.
yeah, Helios.
Helio, yeah, heliocentric model. You know,
Yeah,
planets and stars. Yeah,
I understand.
that's
Listen,
contradictory.
man. You know, I was only born like less than 50 years ago.
Yeah, but look at this. Let's simple way. This is more religious. Sea level.
Okay.
What is that telling you?
It means there's a sea and it's level.
That's it.
Welcome to Flat Earth, Castleside King. Merry
Took you long
Christmas.
enough. Took you like 2 years.
Hallelujah. Holy shit.
Merry
You
Christmas,
already
yeah.
know. It looks flat. I recognize what you
Yes,
guys said.
congratulations. You don't have to keep talking after you say it's flat.
Oh my God! Listen, it's only
Now
because
you're
I'm
moonwalking.
on Earth.
Don't backpedal from it.
No, I don't. I don't subscribe to this flat Earth model. I just
What model?
recognize that I
No one's
see
put a
that it
model
looks
forward.
flat.
Do you know why it looks flat, Castle King?
Yeah, it looks flat.
Because it is.
No, because my field of view.
No, it is. We've measured it and we've checked. That's how we know. We go out there. So, Castle King, think about this. Hey, shut up. You're a nuisance. Castle King,
Who is that?
we go out there, we look at it, and we go, holy shit, that looks flat. How about we measure it and check? Because we're told it's a ball at school. Then we measure it, and it measures as flat. So if it looks flat and measures flat, it doesn't leave many options, mate.
Must be curved.
You could sigh about it, but yeah, that's what's happened. That's why most of these guys are in here. Because they did the same thing. They went, holy shit, it looks flat. But it's not, it's a ball. We were taught it was a ball at school. Let's go and check it and make sure. Measures as flat.
And how the flat surface will look like if it's very flat?
Well, do you think your life's going to magically change? You're still going to go to church on Sunday? I know that.
Budal.
Are you sure? I haven't been to church in a while.
Well, that would be a you problem, not me.
You said I was going to go to church, and then you said I know that.
If you're not going, that's a you problem, not me.
Anyway, somebody else wants to talk. You can mute him.
Here, Castle King, put your feet up.
Yeah. Talk. Can I talk?
No, not if you're going to act like that.
Okay, Hafer, what's your problem today? And please try to sound like you're not a 6-year-old kid that stole your mum's Discord account.
It wants to talk about conspiracy theories today.
All right, guys. It's been wonderful spending this time with you when I have to go and eat some food. Merry Christmas, Happy Holidays, and see you next year.
Well, now that he's gone, I've come to believe that what we call space is essentially a giant cloud, as in it's the color of a storm cloud that's full of water, just compressed a little bit more and a little bit bigger. See, people look up and they're told that they're looking into void, but they've never considered that they're looking at the bottom of a physical structure.
Hi. Who do we have here? Kendrick.
Kendrick. Yeah, welcome.
What's up, Kendrick?
Playing 7 Days to Die.
What was that? Was that a Ring reference?
No, it's a game, 7 Days to Die.
Yeah, they made a movie about that.
Flat Earth Gang. Okay.
Welcome, Witchy.
I'm out.
Oh, we have a very bright one in the home server lobby. Unbelievable, man. So frustrating. I don't know if they're trolling, doing it on purpose.
How bright are you talking? Scrolling.
Yeah. They've challenged people in there on what gravity is.
Excellent.
They've been asked what is gravity. Yeah, gravity exists. No shit, they said. Oh, wait a sec. Where is it? I'm scrolling back to where they've said.
You think gravity exists? Yes, things fall.
Well, I'm following your logic. You can't define something with words so it doesn't exist unless you don't need to define something with words for something to be real. I can just demonstrate it. Just dropped my pen. Boom, gravity. Just like how I can show you an apple right now. Holy shit. So, Dagaz asked, gravity is a pen dropping? Too circular. Can't define apple without falling into circularity. They're going on about the definition of an apple. I says, no, something is not seeing something. Something is something. So Dagaz described it as, look, my pen drop. That's gravity. And Oni says, yes. What's wrong with that? So gravity is your pen drop. Yep. Okay, so it's an effect then, yes? It's something that exists that I just proved it does.
Wow.
Not what I asked. What do you mean, effect? Exactly what it means. Could mean anything. What do you mean? Don't you know what effect means? Jesus. Effect, the result or consequence of a cause. I do. I just don't really trust you flat earthers. You all could say effect but mean some crazy bullshit. Oh, God.
Funny how they say that. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No, go on.
Oh, just funny. I think it's so funny how they say they don't trust flat earthers, but they trust them when we measure supposed Earth curve and like Jaren's experiment. It's contradictory as hell. Yeah. Anyway, go on. Sorry.
Jaren and thanks, Bob. Right? Like, yeah. Dagaz says, when you discuss cause and effect, one would think you know what the words mean. Yeah, I gave you the dictionary definition. Now answer the effing question. He's getting a bit frustrated with this. And he says, what do you mean gravity is an effect? That's such a weird question. That's not even a question. Oh, God. That wasn't my question. He says, okay, bro, it isn't an effect. Joseph says, a pen isn't gravity. And he says, what now? Joseph says, you are wrong. And responds to a pen isn't gravity as not what I said. I said something falling is a phenomenon, aka an effect. Okay, does it disprove my pen drop? Dagaz says, so the pen dropping isn't an effect then? So if it's not the result of an action, then what the F is it? Only responded to me, right, so things fall, so gravity exists. I said some things, not all things. Yes, so gravity exists. Again. Dagaz says, right, so things fall, so gravity exists. Things fall equals effect. So you say it's not an effect? I asked, in what form does gravity exist? And Dagaz asked, so what is it? Joseph said, how does a pen falling show me that gravity is real? Oni responds to Dagaz, I said it isn't an effect, but it still fell, and that's what gravity is. So gravity exists. Thank you. I responded to that with, I'm not saying like as in them speaking, right? I'm not saying the effect is gravity, but the thing falling is the effect, and that's gravity. Because that's basically what they're saying. They're so stupid. My pen still fell, by the way. Oh, God. I don't know what's up with the effect thingy. What if I said yes instead? God, this is stupid.
Holy shit, I was just scrolling through all this.
Yeah, it's a mess, man. This person is so freaking dumb. And then they're asking about, like, no, it's like seeing an apple and saying that's an apple. Like, really, drop something and it falls. There's nothing deep. I said something happening is a phenomenon. Phenomena is the result of a cause, known or unknown, aka an effect. They responded, yeah, an effect related to something. And I said, and? You're actually talking about gravity here, which is my main point, that it exists. I keep telling you guys what gravity is, but you guys deny my pen is falling for some reason.
So pen's falling is gravity. Okay.
You didn't even deny the pen falling. And only says, answer me, isn't Apple an effect? I mean, this is just getting ridiculous. Like Dagger says, you compare seeing something fall to what a effing apple is, you stupid clown. And I agree with him. I wish they'd come in here. I did post the invite link. So.
That thing would have a meltdown in here.
Apple's
Professor
effects.
Professor Triangle, less than 3 minutes. And this one will be broken.
And they ended up appealing to the Big Bang as being the cause of everything. Oh my god. This is hilarious.
What's this? No, you can't just say gravity is when pen drop. Wow, where are my scientific papers? What? You're the one that said pen drop, not us.
We can't even get them to understand that obviously we're not going to deny like a pen falling, right? But they're saying that's gravity, right? They're not being specific and saying there's a cause for that, and I'm calling that cause gravity. They're calling the action itself of the pen falling gravity. But I think that they're conflating the two. They're not understanding that they can't just mix the cause in with the effect, right? Like this person is just not up to speed. Not.
I like the what is it?
Doesn't have what it takes.
Last post. Logically connect this. If things fall, then Earth is a spinning space potato.
Yeah.
I love that.
Yeah.
Oh wow.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, maybe that's the shtick, is to just get it all into a semantic rhetorical debate over.
I don't know.
Cause
maybe
and effect.
Maybe it's just as dumb as a box of rocks and it's got no idea.
Maybe.
I'm going with the rock theory.
What it's something. Yeah. Yeah.
Here we go. On the mystical, magical Facebook. How long is this? Oh, that's not too long a read. On Facebook, in the Flat Earth Friends, Eratosthenes was wrong. That's the heading. So there's been 401 comments to this, so he must have rubbed a few people the wrong way. Let's slow this down, because a mistake repeated long enough starts sounding like fact. Math predicting outcomes is not proof of physical cause. Math is descriptive. It records relationships after assumptions are chosen. It does not independently verify those assumptions. Epicycles predicted planetary positions accurately for centuries. They worked. They were still wrong about the cause. Predictive success does not equal causal demonstration. Or causal. Yeah, causal, sorry. Glasses. This matters because nearly every argument offered as proof relies on models that already assume gravity and curvature, and then points to the equations working as if that settles the question. It doesn't. Eratosthenes was wrong, not because he was ignorant, but because what he did had been misrepresented ever since. He did not measure Earth's curvature, he measured shadow angles. Everything beyond that was inferred to reach a globe conclusion. He had to assume a spherical Earth, a distant sun producing parallel rays, and that the ground between the two cities followed the arc of a sphere. Those assumptions are doing all the work. Remove any one of those assumptions and the same shadow data fits other geometries, including a local sun model. That means the conclusion was not measured, it was selected. It gets worse. Eratosthenes did not even observe both locations. He allegedly heard a report about sunlight reaching the bottom of a well in Syene. There was no simultaneous measurement, no synchronized clocks, no instant communication, no way to verify that both observations occurred at the same moment or under the same conditions. This is ancient hearsay, not controlled experimentation. Even if the story were perfectly accurate, two reference points can never prove curvature. 2 points can always be fit to a curve or a plane. That's basic geometry. To demonstrate curvature, you would need at least 3 simultaneous reference points, verified timing, controlled atmospheric conditions, and elimination of refraction and lensing. None of that existed. So what we're actually left with, a shadow here, a reported shadow there, assumptions layered on top. Calling that a direct physical measurement of Earth's shape is extremely generous. Now let's talk about gravity.
Well, one sec. Can I just comment on what you've read so far? So this doesn't sound unlike what's being said in some of the literature that I've seen presented from by Amish or Yoda or whatever he's going by now, or Sporadic Echo. Yeah, sorry, and DJ and other people, India and all that. That's from academia, from university level, documents.
Yeah.
And written by Globers, right?
Yeah, there's very limited information on it. It's crazy. So yeah, let's talk about gravity. Saying gravity works, because I just thought this was appropriate after that last round. Saying gravity works is not an explanation. It's just a globe believers slogan. What is directly observed is consistent downward acceleration, increasing pressure with depth and trajectories that can be modelled mathematically. What has never been demonstrated is that mass itself, by virtue of mass alone, is the causal agent producing that acceleration. The Cavendish experiment measured torsion. Gravity was inferred. No carrier was detected. No independent signature was isolated. No variable was manipulated other than mass position. Deriving a constant called G inside an already accepted framework is not discovering a cause, it's refining a parameter. Modern physics openly admits this. Gravity has no known carrier. Gravity is not unified with other forces. Gravity's causal mechanism is unknown. These are not fringe claims, they are standard admissions. So questioning gravity's cause is not anti-science, it aligns with science's own unresolved conclusions. Then comes the question people love to ask as if it's a gotcha. Why downward? Because that is what is measured. Down is not philosophical, it's operational. Instruments define it by plumb lines aligning to the same vector. Pressure increasing with depth, and acceleration pointing consistently in one direction locally. That vector exists before any explanation is applied. Toward the centre of the Earth is not an observation. It's a model-based interpretation layered on afterwards. The globe model takes a local measured vector and retrofits a global geometry onto it. That is extrapolation, not measurement. The same mistake keeps happening. Observation is confused with explanation. Prediction is confused with causation. Consistency is confused with proof. No one here is denying patterns, equations, or predictive utility. The issue is whether the story attached to those equations has been physically demonstrated as the cause. So far, it hasn't. Repeating it works, doesn't fix that. Insults don't fix that. Appeals to authority don't fix that. If gravity's mechanism were truly settled, this conversation wouldn't require slogans or ridicule. It would require evidence of cause. Evidence of mass attracting mass by virtue of its attribute of mass alone has yet to emerge. It's a nice little write-up. Look, straight into it. They're all having a bitch about Cavendish. The Cavendish experiment demonstrates mass attracting mass. This proves gravitational forces exhibited by us. Yeah. Obviously, this clown did not read what the fella just posted up. All he went through was blah, 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 Cavendish. You're taking the piss out of Cavendish. I'm going to write something. Your last paragraph is a blatant lie. The rest of the article is utter nonsense. Yep. So... wow. So 400 plus sooks. Awesome. Anyways, do we have any new people in the channel? We got Jench 29. Welcome. Don't be scared to ask questions. They won't bite too hard.
Man, sometimes I kind of wish that the side chat was locked. It was just
Only to people that are in the VC.
Yeah. They really should have had that.
Just lock it for them. If someone's annoying you in VC, just do it. You have the ability. T-Dub.
I know, but then like everything they post gets deleted.
Not locked completely. You want it so they can do 5 posts. Hi, my name's John Smith. I'd like to join. Blah blah blah. Yep, just pop in VC, mate. Oh, thank you very much. So they could do 5 posts, and then it's locked until they jump into VC. $7 a.m. Monday morning for you.
It's fine if some people are, they don't want to talk in VC because they're nervous or whatever, and they just want to participate there in the side chat while they're listening into the conversation. No problem, that's fine. But when it's some skanky freaking anti-flat earther or something like that, it's a different story. Just yeet them, yeet their privileges. Who cares if it deletes their messages?
I wish it didn't do that. I wish it left their message.
Maybe we could maybe ask them, if they could change that.
Yeah, because that's one of the frustrating things. Like, fair enough, you don't want them to type anymore, but you still want to be able to go back and check all what they've done wrong. A couple of times it's like, yep, you're a clown. Silence. Oh no, I've just deleted all the shit that I wanted to look at.
Ripid Cow says that he's very skanky. Yeah, we could probably agree with that. Extremely skanky. Yeah.
Wonder which one it is. I'm actually keen to see if that maths expert comes back later on. I think he's in for a rude shock.
Well, if they're so good at math, then it should be very easy for them to understand how the long-distance observations and laser tests destroy the globe.
Yeah.
You would think so, right? But it still confuses the hell out of them for some reason.
Maybe we should be running bets in the back chats. I'm going to throw a lazy 20 on refraction getting abused. When a long-range observation gets put forward. What's he got here? You want to lock people away from flat Earth? I would be considered anti-FE because I've been around the topic so long. Get him, lads. Oh well, looks like my fun in the sun's over. I got to go to work. Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, you enjoy your day, and I'll
take care
later on. Peace, guys.
Be safe.
Matrix.
Man.
There's a guy that has a NASA server. I think it's in this politics server as well. I'm trying to see if he wanted to come over and discuss his evidence for NASA. We'll see.
Yeah,
Discuss his faith beliefs.
Yeah, he's to preach. You mean preach his faith, blind faith?
Yeah, more or less. Yeah, that's why he wanted me to go over there, and I was like, yeah, that's not going to happen.
Yeah.
But if you're welcome to come here and present evidence.
We just say like, all right, so if there's no curvature on the Earth, then all of your space stories are bullshit, right? And then watch him like spiral. Try to avoid the evidence.
Exactly.
In the meantime, if you guys want a good laugh, I had a conversation with RTH earlier, and he basically said that our claim that temperature causes water to boil is invalid. And his reasoning behind that is, if temperature causes water to boil, I should be able to take my Bic lighter, put it under my cup or water bottle or whatever, and it would boil. And it doesn't. Therefore, temperature doesn't cause water to boil.
Brother.
Wow, that sounds like a Bevite type of argument.
Haven't heard something like that in a while. Thought I'd share.
It's like saying kind of use the same breath that you use when you're trying to fog a glass. You make your breath really hot. Do that over water. Still. Yeah, it's not boiling. It must not be because of temperature. Whoa.
Then he was also arguing something about like temperature is arbitrary. Like we're trying to quantify it or put a quantity to something that is unquantifiable. I kind of get that kind of reasoning, but even then, it's a sliding scale of something that, we standardize, right? Whatever it is, 1 cubic centimeter of water at standard air pressure would freeze at some point. We call that 0 degrees Celsius, something like that, right? And then we kind of compare everything based on that. You know what I mean? So this methodology is totally arbitrary, according to him. And temperature is kind of like a quote unquote made up thing because it's actually just movement. And I get that. I mean, it's kinetic energy. Yeah, the thing is absorbed kinetic energy, and at a small scale, things are vibrating. Okay, I get that. But that whole kind of smorgasbord of stuff put together, it was totally incoherent, man. And it's hard to talk to. I don't know if you guys ever had experience with him, talking to him, or how many of you guys have. Anyway, very difficult to interact with.
Yeah. I have difficulty getting him to agree and understand that things can have a necessary antecedent consequent relationship, like so that you can justifiably declare that one thing must exist because it has to be, because there's another thing that exists that is the result of and can only be the result of that thing that you're appealing to, right? And he's saying, but if you don't show it to me, if I can't see it, if I can't feel it, if I can't touch it, blah 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 blah, then it doesn't. Then you can't say it exists, right? I'm saying, yeah, but if we can establish that, if we have a condition, right, which it can only be the result of this other thing, doesn't matter that I can't present it to you. That thing has to exist. And so I can present it to him in one scenario, but he won't accept it in another scenario where he's not seeing the necessary condition, right, for an effect or for another condition that exists. So, aka like the air being a pressurized system, gas system, right? Doesn't accept that necessarily has a container.
Yeah, no, I know exactly where you guys are coming from, but he makes a good point, because some people say that, like, they kind of claim to know how the sky works, right? Just because of the way that we test things consistently here on the Earth, right? Therefore, the sky must also behave in the exact way that things on a smaller scale here on the Earth behave. Whereas I think the sky could be something way beyond our comprehension. And how does the containment work? How does the sky work? What the hell is going on up there? I don't think any of us can make any, like, legitimately make any positive claims that we know for sure what's going on up there, right? And that it would behave the same as things behave here, because there could be things that are way beyond our comprehension that we haven't never thought of, and that we can't. I don't know, all right? So I get where he's coming from in a sense.
Yeah, I think that's fair too. It's just kind of like with what we do know, this is the only thing that we know, right? So the first thing that, we could quote unquote assume is that the other things adhere to that. And if they don't, then please present the other option.
So that should be the argument. In my opinion, that should be the argument, as far as that, and that's how I do it as well. Like, as far as we can test here on the Earth, right? Every single time that we have gas pressure, and according to gas laws and blah, 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 right? In every single scenario, gas pressure requires some type of containment. And when it comes to the sky, it would be logical to assume that those rules would follow, right? Being natural laws and whatnot, or gas laws. But we don't know for sure exactly how the sky operates. Could be something far beyond our comprehension.
But it's not even necessarily to do with the sky, it's just to do with the gas. So, if, like in a modus ponens, if gas pressure, then container. Gas pressure, therefore container. Nothing to do with, like, what I think the sky, how it operates, or anything like that.
I like to compare it to, like...
Would there be? I just want to add, like, okay, would there be containment above me? Right? Would part of that containment exist above my head? Well, yeah, I guess it has to, right? And is that
as far as we can
essentially
test on
in the
a smaller
sky?
scale? Yeah, as far as we can test on a smaller scale, that's how it should happen. Could it be something beyond our current knowledge and comprehension? Yeah, maybe. Like when people say, yeah, there has to be a physical container that touches down with the ground at some point, right? That's kind of like he sees that as someone making a positive claim that they can't validate. And that's true.
Right.
Well, it's probably, yeah, it goes with, it's logical to suggest such a thing, right? It's a lot of merit to suggesting that. It's definitely not a crazy claim, that's for sure.
Whatever volume exists, right? Gas is filling it, right?
Yeah, unless the entirety of this system that we live in is something way more than we can even comprehend.
More complex, you mean?
Yeah, like our simple minds can't grasp this, the heavens, right?
So
God's
that would be
beyond our,
right. So that
our
experience.
For us to make it exactly like
right, which is just like the globe.
Yeah.
Right. So anything outside the realm of our natural physical experience is an extraordinary claim. Any claim made, in that respect. So he would actually bear the burden of proof, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like to, yeah.
But yeah, even like you could use that same logic about the ice wall or a shoreline surrounding the world pond. There would have to be some kind of shoreline based on that logic, right? Because we know that large bodies of water must have a container. So therefore there must be more land. there must be other lands that we don't know about, right? Otherwise, we can't use, like that argument that all large bodies of water require containment, unless we want to claim that the firmament and the water and that's the containment is the dome or something like that, right? That's another claim that obviously we can't back up. So, I mean,
well, we don't have to make a claim about it. Right.
Exactly. That's where I'm getting at with the sky containment thing as well. Same sort of thing.
Right. Like, so, okay, somebody says that there's an area above us or surrounding us completely 360 degrees in all directions, right? That is available volume, that Earth's, the gas that we breathe and exists, that we can actually verify does exist, is not filling, right? And there's no physical barrier in between. Well, that's an extraordinary claim that's going to have to requires some sort of demonstration or proof. Right?
Yeah, I agree. That is like, yep. If there's not exactly. So it depends who's making the claim in that case, right? So if Rat the Hand's saying, if he says I have no idea how the sky works, and then we're saying, well, there's a physical solid container up there, then that's kind of us, right? Giving ourselves the burden of proof, right? But if he says, well, there's not actually, like, there isn't a container because, we can't prove there is one, and maybe he's the one that's putting the burden of proof on himself in that case. Guess it depends how you word it.
Yeah. Nathan Oakley used to do it in a way like back before everything was just all about elevation angle measurements, and he'd actually entertain some of the Globers like rhetoric, right? A little bit, right? They'd go into all that, right? And he'd say, "You think gas falls down, goes boom boom, acts like bouncy balls, right? Like, no, this is how gas behaves, etc., right?" And they would make the positive claim, right? No, there is that vacuum, that the universe is this much in volume or whatever, and Earth's gas is not filling it. And he would say, no, this is how gas behaves. This is what is required for gas pressure, right? This is how gas behaves, and pressure is the exertion of the gas, of force from the gas on gas particles on the walls, right, on the surface, on the walls of the container, right? And then so just by him like pointing out how gas behaves, how we measure pressure, blah blah blah, they would naturally come to their own conclusion but they would put it in the form that he's claiming that the Earth's air is contained, right? He's just pointing out the fundamental principles of gas behavior and how we measure pressure, right? And then they naturally come to the conclusion, right, that Earth has to have a container, right? So they draw that conclusion and then project it onto him. So you're saying that the Earth's gas there's a container for Earth's gas, right? Like,
yeah, exactly, man. And he usually follows that up with a great response. I don't fucking know how the sky works.
Right.
But this is how gas works, right? This is how it works as far as we can tell, but I don't know how the sky works. He says that all the time. I agree with that.
And then he puts it back to them, to their claim that there isn't a barrier in between a pressurized system and a non-pressurized system, right? Or a very, very super low pressurized system. Because they're distinguishing that there's Earth's air and then there's not Earth's air, right? So two separate systems, right? One's a gaseous system, a pressurized system, and one's an available space for that gaseous system to fill, and it doesn't fill it. That's their positive claim, right? That's their positive claim.
Are you both flat earthers?
Yeah, man.
Yep. The Earth is flat.
Would you like to explain how you come to that conclusion?
You want to take it, DJ?
Yeah, sure. Just quickly. Well, what do you when you think about flat Earth? What do you think we're claiming when we?
I think like a plate, maybe. and then it just nothing at the end of the plate.
Right. I can only assume that DJ would point out to you that we're not actually saying that the Earth has a particular form or shape as in dimensions. So we're not saying it has this much length and this much depth and this much height, whatever. Like, we're not saying anything like that, right? We're just pointing out that the surface geometry is planar and it's not curving. So observably, we go out and we look at the world, right? From our perspective, it just looks flat, right? And then we can measure the surface of water, and it doesn't have any convexity, which it would necessarily have to have if the Earth was a sphere, as has been presented to us, right? From education and TV.
Is that yours?
Okay, but how long does it extend? Because it has to.
That's what I just said. That's what I just said. That we're not making a claim as to the size or shape of the Earth. We're not making a claim about that. That's an unknown thing. We're not saying that we know how big Earth is.
Yeah, exactly. In the context.
Or that it's an object floating in outer space. Please don't think that we're saying Earth is like a flat planet. We're not saying that either.
So if I just keep walking to one direction, what is going to happen?
Fall in the water.
Okay, then with the boat, then
you're going to have ocean currents to contend with, right? And then you're going to have to. How do you know that you're going to continue in a straight direction? It's a cool hypothetical, I get it, but it's not possible to just keep going in a straight direction in a plane or in a boat or anything like that. Okay, so you could use a compass, okay, but then you're going to have a whole, then start having a look at the magnetic field lines and things like that, and then you'll realize that east and west are actually circles, and going in a perfectly straight direction is going to be very difficult over a long distance.
Yeah, sure.
Right?
It might be. Yeah. Of course, it's impossible to go in a straight direction.
But you could go right on a flat Earth or a globe Earth.
Hypothetical, what would happen?
Yeah, hypothetically, yeah. If you kept going in a straight line, okay, you're not going to get back to where you started on a flat Earth. But on a globe Earth, you would. But unfortunately, no one's ever done that. What people have done is gone not perfectly east or perfectly west, but gone in an easterly or westerly direction, using the compass, right, and eventually come back to approximately where they started, okay, because east and west are big circles around a North Pole. But what you couldn't do, you could do that on a flat surface or on a globe. Okay, that would work fine on either. But what you couldn't do on a flat surface is go south, right, and then come back to where you started, right, like a north-south circumnavigation, and no one's ever done that. Okay, no one's ever just kept going south and then gone over Antarctica, or followed any longitude line and come back to where they started. Not really even close. So I get your point, but it's more of a hypothetical and not something that's as easy to do as it sounds to lay out the argument.
I'm not saying that it's possible to do. I'm just saying, what if? It's like, okay, if I have a fair die and I toss it, what's the probability of me getting 1? Okay, it's 1 in 6, but it's impossible to make a fair die because the rules.
Yeah, it's fine. Did I answer your question though?
No, not really. Because
okay, so what's the question? Which part of the question did are you still not sure about?
What do you think if hypothetically you were to go in one direction?
Yeah. And what was my response just now? I just told you.
Yeah, you just.
All right, I said I'll repeat it again if you want. I'll repeat it again. Okay, so if you go in a straight line on a flat Earth, you're not going to come back to where you started. Okay? And on a globe, you would come back to where you started. But no one can do that, right? No one's ever done that. And then I went on to explain what people have done. So I'm not sure which part of your question I didn't answer, because I absolutely answered it.
You said two things. One, you're not going to end up at the same point. And two,
on a flat Earth,
no one has ever done it. That's like not really answering the question.
Really?
Like, of course you're not going to end up at the same point.
Okay, so you would on a globe though, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. But no one's ever done that, right? Agree? Yes?
Why do you keep going back to what people have done? I don't understand.
Okay, because what you're suggesting, so I answered hypothetically, on a globe you would come back to the same point. Hypothetically, on a flat Earth, you would not come back to the same point. Okay, but no one's ever done what you're suggesting. What are you confused about, bro?
I'm simply asking you, what do you think will happen if you keep walking in a straight line, and you just say you won't come back to the same point? Like, of course you're not gonna come back to the same point.
Okay, so what would happen on a flat Earth or on a globe Earth if you kept going in a straight line?
On a flat Earth.
I'm not sure, because I don't know. I'm not claiming to know the shape of the Earth or the extent of the Earth. I'm guessing that eventually you would hit some kind of shoreline.
Okay.
And then you would.
Thank you.
And then I don't know what would happen beyond that, right? Yeah. So I'm not sure of how this entire system works. I'm not making that claim.
Yeah. That's.
Sorry, I didn't mean to not answer that question. I understand what you mean now.
Yeah, that's a reasonable answer.
Okay. Do you have any more questions?
So, what about like the sun? Because the sun, if we can see that the sun goes down, then wouldn't it like crash into the Earth or like intersect the surface?
You understand how perspective convergence works, right? Like if you're looking down a long hallway, for example, like just say it's a straight hallway and it's really, really long. It looks like the ceiling is going down and it looks like the ground is ramping up, and they're going to meet at a vanishing point, right? Like a good point of convergence. It's not like the ceiling's coming down and crashing into the floor. It's just a product of perspective. Okay, so or if you see clouds going off in the distance, or a bird or a plane, or anything like that, it's going to converge in the distance due to perspective. So similar things happen with the celestials as well, right? Or clouds or planes or anything like that. It's appearing to converge with at the horizon. I mean, that's what the horizon essentially is. It's a straight line between vanishing points.
So you're saying it's like illusion, basically?
Well, it's a product of perspective. Yeah, it's. I wouldn't say it's an illusion. It's just a product of perspective. Have you got a bit of background noise, Crummy?
That's not me.
Crummy, can you please mute up?
Jench. It could be Jench. Who are we talking to? Oh, hold on. Am I talking to Jench or Chromie?
I think we're talking with Jench, and it's Chromie.
Oh, sorry, man. Yeah, okay. Chromie, put yourself on mute, bro. What the hell? All right, I'll do it. Yeah, so in the context of flat Earth, we're not claiming to know the shape of the Earth. We're talking about the surface of the Earth, okay? And a surface, like the surface of the Earth, what is it made up of? Okay, mostly, as far as we know, right, most of the known surface area is covered in water, over 70%. Okay, same with the globe, right? 70% of the globe is meant to be covered in water, and that water should be curving at a specific rate, right? Because of the radius value, because of gravity, etc. Okay, and what we're talking about when we're talking about flat Earth is that the surface of the water isn't dropping over distance. It isn't curving over distance. It's essentially flat, right? Obviously not perfectly flat because we have waves and ripples and tides and things like that, but not dropping over distance, not curving over distance. And a surface area that's not curving is by default a flat surface. And that's the context of flat Earth, in my opinion. Well, Jench, let us know if you have more questions, man.
Yeah,
Your
I'm trying
questions have been
to
good,
think
good
of
so far.
good questions.
Mhm.
What about gravity? How come if I drop something, it falls down?
Yeah, good question. Well, on a globe, right, you're going to need gravity to be some kind of force or pseudo force, aren't you? Because you need to explain, how you could have oceans and that kind of thing, wrapping around the outside of a globe that's flying through space at millions of miles per hour, and that kind of thing. And yeah, if you drop something, why would it go down and not fly off up, into space and that kind of thing? So gravity is something that you need. Like when you're talking about the bending and warping of space-time, mass attracting mass, that kind of thing, that's dependent, right, on the Earth being a globe, right? You need to have gravity to have a globe, and you need a globe to have gravity, right? Especially Newtonian gravity, for example. And that means that you should have certain characteristics
Why
that are
would we
present.
need a globe to have gravity?
Well, for mass attracting mass, right? So if you're talking about Newtonian, are you talking about Newtonian gravity or Einsteinian gravity, or like do you want to define gravity for me before we go further?
I don't know what Einstein gravity is, but I'm simply talking about the phenomenon of like if I drop something or if I let go of
so
something,
just the
it goes
effect.
down.
Yeah, so we agree with the effect. Okay, you could kind of call it little g in a sense, right? Things drop at a certain rate. Well, okay, so here's a really simple way of explaining why something would drop or why something would rise. Okay, so things will rise or sink depending on the density of the medium and the density of the object. Okay, so if you have something light, like a helium balloon, okay, it's less dense than the air. It's going to go up when you drop it. Okay, if you have something that's more dense, like a rock, right, when you drop it, it's going to sink through the medium because, right, air is obviously, it's a very light medium, and most objects are more dense than it, right? Not all, right? Some things go up. Okay, but if you have a rock and it's sitting on the ground, it's never going to move. Now, if I come along and I exchange some of my energy, right, to force that rock out of its natural place of rest within the medium, then it's simply going to reseek that equilibrium and sink back down, right? Only after I exchange some of my energy to displace it, right? So things are never going to move unless an outside source of energy forced them out of their order, right, within the medium. And we can prove this very easily, right? We could do constant experiments. Anyone could do this anywhere, anytime, where we could get, say, a glass of water, and we could get an egg and put an egg in the glass of water. And if it's fresh water, the egg's going to be more dense than the water, so it's going to sink, right? It's going to go downward. And then we could vary and manipulate the medium, right, by changing the density of the medium. Okay, adding salt, in this case, into the glass of water is going to now mean that the egg is actually less dense than the water. Okay, now you're going to see the egg float back up, right? It's going to start to rise, right? The only thing that you've varied and manipulated is the medium itself. Okay, so that explains the mechanism of why things go up or go down, right? Why is down down? Why is up up? That's a different question. That's something I don't think anyone can prove, right?
Okay, so you're saying that the egg would go down or up depending on the density of the egg and the water.
That's correct. Yep. Yep. So yeah, you could explain why anything goes up or down just based on that. Okay, so even like if you have an extremely dense medium like a liquid mercury, okay, and you could just say you have a pool of liquid mercury and you put a steel anvil or something like that down in the bottom of the pool, right? When you let go of it, it's going to go upward. Even though it's extremely heavy, it's going to go up because it's less dense than the mercury.
Right.
So,
but what if you have like, let's say a vacuum and you drop something in a vacuum?
Right, so it's the exact same thing. Exact same thing. So all the vacuum is just like the medium of air is very light. Like it's a very very light medium, and all you're doing is actually removing more of that light medium. So now it's an even lighter medium that's basically got no resistance. Okay, so the reason a feather would fall slower than something heavier in the air is because of the air resistance. But now you've just removed that. So you could put things into a vacuum chamber, right? Let's say we put a feather and a bowling ball in a vacuum chamber. They're just going to sit at the bottom of the vacuum chamber. They're never going to move. Okay, they're in equilibrium. It's not until you come along and actually force them out of equilibrium and input your energy, right? You've forced them. You've applied the force to them, right? And you've displaced them, and they're just going to sink back down. And the rate that they sink at is it's like an agreed upon average rate, approximately 9.81 meters per second squared. So it's the same thing. It's just a different medium. Okay, we've got different densities of mediums, and things will behave differently in them.
How would you define density?
Yeah, I'm not sure exactly. I would just say the elements that an object is comprised of, right, will determine the density of the object.
That's not clear definition, really.
Okay, let's say we have a lead sinker. Okay, something like that. It's because lead has a certain, right? It has a certain, I guess, weight to it, right? And if you have a lead sinker, obviously it's more dense than the air, right? Or it's more dense than what water's comprised of.
When you say weight,
mm-hmm.
I feel like that's a bit circular, because in order to measure weight, you need a scale or something, and
right, use a scale, yeah.
Scale. How? Right. So that's how would you know? Or well, I feel like you.
Okay. Well. Okay. So it's going to have a different weight, isn't it? Depending on the medium that you weigh it in. Okay. So you have a lead sinker and you put it on a scale under the water. It's going to have a different weight, isn't it, than if you put the lead sinker on a scale in the air. Right. So it's dependent on what I suggested with the medium. So yeah, like little g, call it that if you want. But yeah, we're definitely not claiming mass attracting mass, but you have to claim something like that if you want to have the globe. But the problem is, right, if you have gravity, if you have mass attracting mass, if you have Newtonian gravity, then water has to be curving at a certain rate, at a specific rate, and we can easily calculate that and test if it's happening in reality. And when we test it, it's not happening, ever. And there's zero tests, right, throughout all of history that show that the water is curving. And that's a big problem, right? The entire heliocentric model relies on that water curving. And if we can just debunk that water doesn't curve over distance, the entire heliocentric model is kind of done for. And that's where we come in to say, hey, check out the evidence that we have. We have a stack of empirical evidence. We have a ton of observations, laser tests, and all sorts of different tests that have been done. Let's see what you've got to prove that water is curving in the form of empirical evidence, and let's see what we've got, right? And let's analyze them in good faith and come to a logical conclusion based off the consistent results of these tests. And what you're going to find is that
but
flat Earth wins every single time when it comes to this.
But what about like, okay, so when you have a test, I assume there is some kind of error, or like there's some probability that there might
so
be
the
an error,
the test will be not to prove that the Earth is flat necessarily, right? Because that's like the starting point. That's the axiom. That's what we all experience. But they tell us, yeah, sure, you experience the Earth is flat, but really, right, you're being deceived by your senses. Really, you're too small, and the Earth's so big. Really, the water is curving over distance, but you do experience it as flat, right? So we're not necessarily needing to prove that it's flat because that's what we all experience. We're testing the extraordinary claim, right, that we're actually wrong about what we're experiencing and that actually the water's curving. So we can go out, and what we're doing in our test is trying to find what the characteristics that would have to be present for the Earth to be a globe, right? So over 10 miles of water, you would have 66 foot of drop, of curvature. And that's what we're testing for. And the results come in that there's zero curvature over these distances, right? Varying distances.
Okay, so you're talking about some test that shows that there is no curvature. But what about all tests that claims the opposite then?
Yeah,
what would those be?
That's what you probably, before you've looked into this topic, you'll probably assume that throughout all of history, there's tons and tons of tests that validate that there's Earth curvature. Once you start digging into it more and more, you'll start realizing that there actually isn't any tests, right? And what you're going to run into is assumptions and calculations, right? Tests that aren't necessarily empirically measuring for the curvature and validating that, right? There's going to be a bunch of assumptions involved, and then you're going to be making calculations based off of the assumptions, right? We're testing the claims like to see if the assumptions actually match up with reality.
And there are assumptions that are made about things that aren't the ground, that aren't the surface.
Okay, but
yeah,
if NASA goes up in the air and they look at Earth and they see that it's shaped like a sphere.
Yeah, so that would be something
test, right?
that you're not gonna. Yeah, that would be a claim. Yeah, so you could if you wanted to validate that claim to be true, right? You would have to work out some way to validate that what they're telling you is correct. Otherwise, you're just putting your faith in what NASA's telling you, and you can't actually validate that for yourself. Okay, or you could test their claim in reality.
You're doing the same thing with when you're referring to your test.
Well, not really, because you can't validate their claim, right? But you can validate our claim, and you can repeat our tests, right? You can't go and repeat what NASA's showing you.
That's the difference.
Yeah, huge difference. Testable, repeatable, empirical tests done here on
independently. Independent verification.
Okay, that is actually a good point. I cannot afford a spaceship, but if I look, I have been on like boats for a bit out in the ocean, and when you sail out, the sort of land sort of goes behind the water. That is something that I would be able to replicate, and I have done it for myself. And so what about that test then?
Well, that would be your assumption that the land is apparently being occulted by Earth curve. So your assumption is that the water all of a sudden is blocking out the land. Do you have any evidence that the water is actually curving?
Yeah, I would say my observation.
No. You need to measure to see if the water's curving. You can't just go by what is apparent. What is apparent is just what it appears to be. It could be another phenomena that you haven't considered. It almost seems like someone has suggested to you that it is indeed the Earth curve blocking out the land, but you have not eliminated all possibilities, and you haven't measured any Earth curve.
Exactly. See, the reasoning that you're going to use will lead you into a circular loop. So whereas, so you've got a proposition. You're proposing that the reason why you can't see a partial part of the mountain or land or boat or whatever it is that you're seeing in the distance, that you can't see fully, right? It looks like some of it's missing, right? You propose that the reason for that could be that we're living on the surface of a sphere, and that surface is curving, and then that's the reason why the curvature is the reason why you can't see it. But then you have to go ahead and it's just simply an idea that you have to why you can't see the bottom portion of the mountain.
Yeah, that's
or whatever it is.
completely true. So when I look back at land, when I'm out in the ocean, I do assume that it's the water blocking the view. Now, of course, might be another explanation for that, but wouldn't it be reasonable to apply Occam's razor and just say, okay, well, probably I'm trying to assume.
Well, there's a problem with that.
Regime of
there's a problem. There's a problem with that because you've got one visual. I can't see the bottom of that thing. The other visual is the water's flat. You've got a flat horizon. You've got flat-looking water all the way to the horizon. Right, so you're going to have to ignore that part of it and ignore that Occam's razor part, because the Occam's razor applied there will tell you that that's flat, and that there must be another reason for why you can't see the bottom. So which one are you going to go with, right?
Okay, so when I look at the water, I don't obviously the horizon will be flat, but you can't really see if the water is flat or not. I mean, so let's assume that the Earth is shaped like a sphere. In that case, I am not even claiming that I would be able to see the curve of the water without the land.
Right. This is where measurements are important. Right. This is where the details of what they claim, the size of the Earth that we live on, the size of the sphere, because that would have geometric consequences. So if the reason why you can't see the bottom of the hill or the mountain or the boat or whatever it is that you're looking at in the distance over the water is that the Earth's a sphere and its surface is curving, it will depend on its size as to how much of the surface you can see and how much of the object is occulted or blocked from view in the distance, right? And then when we test that, we find that it doesn't match that claimed geometry. So you've got two options, right? Now you've got two options. You're on a bigger sphere than they've told us, or a different size sphere than they've told us, or there's some other reason why you're getting that optical effect of not being able to see the bottom of something over the distance.
So in an Occam's razor situation, in your mind, you think that the Earth is already curving, and so you think that the best explanation is that the Earth curve is blocking out the land in the distance. However, you've already kind of omitted or decided to not apply something like, well, I also know that things in the distance, as they get farther away or as I get farther away from them, change in angular size, and things in the foreground, which have a larger angular size, are occulting the things with smaller angular size in the distance. That, to me, would be more reasonable as far as Occam's razor is concerned. But you can do another test and see if indeed the horizon is the tangent point or the sagitta of a sphere. And it turns out that even the horizon is not defined that way. It's only the apparent location where the sky meets the sea or ground. So it's not even claimed to be a geometric sphere, tangent point. So we can cut these all off at the knees very simply.
I'm not sure I'm following your geometrical argument that you said in the beginning. You said something about the angular
size.
I've got a basic. Are you talking about distance to the horizon?
No, he's thinking that because things disappear behind the water, quote unquote, that's because of Earth curve. But we also know that things, as they get farther away, change in angular size. You and I both understand angular size. When you're close to something, it's large. When you walk away from it, it changes its apparent size. Once again, apparent, right? Or angular size. So it looks smaller because you're farther away, but it is still indeed ultimately the same physical size it's always going to be. It just looks smaller. You understand that part?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. So when you get farther away from things, they seem to shrink. Seem to, right? They get smaller in your apparent view, right?
Yeah.
So the things that are closer to you, would they ultimately, I mean, you understand this, if you take your thumb and stick it out in front of your face, the closer it gets to your face, the less you can see. The farther away it gets from your face, the more that you can see. So if things are angularly larger in the foreground than the things that are in the background, then yeah, it would be covered up by the larger thing in the foreground. This is simple perspective. Everyone experiences this. It doesn't have anything to do with Earth curve because Earth curve doesn't exist in reality.
I can buy that it would get smaller, obviously, but how is it covered up? Like if I take my thumb and I move it, okay, not my thumb, but like an object, and I move it further away, obviously it's gonna be like take up less space in my vision, but it's not gonna get cut off at the bottom, you know?
Yeah, well, because the things in the foreground, like the waves of the ocean, they have a larger angular size because they're closer to you than the land in the background. This is simple perspective.
Right.
But
think about it like this. Think about it like this, man.
Me and the
think about like
would be higher.
Hold on a second.
It has to be higher than my.
Yeah, hold on a second, man.
of
Look,
vision.
here's an analogy that so it will make sense for you, right? Say you're standing in your backyard, okay, and you have a fence that's 10 foot high, just for example, okay, and then directly on the other side of the fence is a semi-trailer. Okay, you can see the semi-trailer. Okay, as the semi-trailer drives away from the fence, right, it's going to get lower. It's going to more and more of the bottom area of the semi-trailer is going to become obstructed, and eventually you're not going to be able to see the semi-trailer at all, even though the fence is shorter than the semi-trailer, the truck, right? It's going to disappear behind the local horizon, which would be the fence in this case, right? Same thing could happen with waves, right, which are called ocean swells out in the ocean. Okay, and have a look in the side chat.
Yeah,
here's an example.
I will need to.
But I just want to show you this example. Okay, here's a giant boat. Okay, the guy's standing at the beach at the shoreline, and when he's not zoomed out with the camera, like when he's not zoomed in with the camera, sorry, you can't see the giant boat at all. You see the horizon, but the boat's gone. Okay, so you can imagine if the boat was near the person and he didn't have a zoom camera, the boat would go out, and it would get smaller and smaller and smaller, and then eventually you wouldn't be able to see the boat anymore, right? And the reason that you couldn't see the boat anymore is because it gets too small for the human eye to resolve. Once it gets below a certain degree in your field of view, you can't see it anymore. It's the angular resolution limit of the human eye. But he has a very powerful zoom camera, and when he zooms in on the boat, you can see the entire boat again. Now, you'll notice that this is a very clear day, and there's no waves. If you added waves into the equation, right, just say all of a sudden some waves came up, it would look like the bottom of the boat is obstructed behind the waves. Obviously, right?
The waves will not obstruct your view unless the waves are higher up than
they most definitely
you are.
No, so something small in the foreground can block something. Something small in the foreground can block something huge in the background.
Yes.
Okay, so if you hold your hand out in front of you. Sorry?
Okay, if you're standing at, let's say, okay, I'm trying to use it. If you're standing at 10 meters and you're observing land and the shoreline is like, I don't know, 20 meters. In order for something between you to obstruct that land, it would have to be at least 10 meters.
Dude, we're talking about stuff that's like miles in the distance.
Yeah, I'm trying.
Yeah, like
sure.
15 miles away.
I'm not talking about 10 meters being the height of you.
I know you're talking about 10 meters being the distance. We're talking about distance and angular size change with distance. This is
10 meters.
I'm listening to you.
Of me, 20 meters being the height of the shoreline.
Here's the problem,
not the
gents.
distance between me and the shoreline.
Gents,
In order
here's the
for
problem.
a wave to obstruct my view, it would have to be at least 10 meters.
Oh my God.
You have to agree with that at least.
No, I don't agree with that. First of all, I don't even understand what you're trying to say. So you're 10 meters tall, and what are we looking at?
We're looking at the shoreline, which is 20 meters above the ocean.
20 meters above the ocean, no problem. How far away is it?
It doesn't matter.
What do you mean it doesn't matter?
My proposition is that a wave would need to be, or like I guess I'm saying a lower limit or
no.
For
it matters how far away it is because the angular size changes with distance. How far away is the shoreline?
Okay, again, a lower boundary for how high a wave would need to be would be 10 meters.
I don't understand why you're not answering the question that I'm asking you. I'm asking you how far away we are looking.
How about this, says who and Jen? How about your 1 point? Jen,
okay, it's
Jen,
like me saying
Jen.
this. Okay, my brother is 2 years older than me.
We can hear you. He's just ignoring you.
Doesn't matter how old I am. It's always going to be.
Listen, Jen.
Gench, listen to
2
Sheepdog.
years
Dude,
difference.
stop talking.
Gench.
Listen to Sheepdog.
Gench. Listen to me. Let's no longer talk about a 10 meter high wave and a 10 meter tall person. Let's talk about a 1.8 meter tall person and a 1.8 meter tall. Why don't you make that comparison? Why do you have to make extreme numbers?
Because waves, it's not ridiculous to say that waves could be
10 meters
2
tall?
meters or.
No, it's not. So, like a 2 meter tall wave isn't that big of a wave, and it could definitely obstruct your view off in the distance, especially if it's close to you and something that's 3-4 miles away. It would look obstructed to you, would it not?
Yeah, of course.
Thank you.
Yeah,
So
like
if you
you
had
can
a
hold your
3
hand
meter tall
out.
wave,
You can hold your hand out in front of your
Wait, please
face.
let him finish.
Go ahead, Sheepdog. Sorry. Yeah.
no, it's just due to perspective, right? When you're looking at things appear to move down in your view. They tend to squish into the horizon. You get
Yeah,
the
he's
same
completely
effect.
ignoring perspective. That's what he's doing right now, right? He's just thinking about it from like a two-dimensional side view, right? That's not how we see in reality. Okay, we see in perspective, and that's why you can hold your hand out in front of you, right? Hold your arm out at arm's length, and you can block a mountain very easily, even though the mountain's way bigger than your hand, right? Way higher than your hand could possibly be. Okay, you can block a mountain that's 20,000 feet tall. Okay, because
You
of
mentioned the large
perspective.
truck. You mentioned the large truck behind the fence going away. It's not going behind the curve. It's just getting far away to where the angular size is no longer visible. Another example of this I love to use for people to help people understand what perspective is. Go stand in front of your house and try to look at what's on top of your roof. You can't see that. But if you move 500 feet away, now all of a sudden you can see it on top of your roof. You move 1,000 feet away, you now look like you're taller than the roof of your house, the very top portion of your house. But you're not taller, and you're not far away enough to see the house behind the curve of the earth because you can still see the full house in your view. This is all perspective.
I mean, I agree with all of your sort of stories. I don't see how they contradict my analogy, though.
Okay, no problem.
Let's just do this. Okay, this is what you're claiming. You're claiming things go behind the curvature of the Earth. All right, so we know the size of the Earth. right? 3,959 mile radius, 6,371 kilometer radius. Now, we can calculate how far away things should start to disappear behind the curvature of the Earth depending on the height of the observer. So that's what we're testing. It's something that's very easy to test. I don't know if you were taught this at school, but I remember being taught at school that if you're 6 foot tall, 1.8 meters, I guess that's something around that, right? The horizon is approximately 3 miles away, or just less than 5 kilometers away. Okay, that should be the line where the sky and the ground appear to meet. That's the definition of a horizon. And then anything that goes beyond that should do what you're claiming. It should start to disappear behind the curvature of the Earth. Now, we can easily go out and test that. And we've done that probably thousands of times now. I'll say hundreds, but there's probably thousands and thousands of tests that are being done to try to validate that geometric horizon distance. Okay, so I'm not sure if you want to see a test where we actually go to a large body of water and we calculate based off the height of the observer how far away the horizon would have to be on a globe. And then we have a distance marker beyond that distance, right? For this example, I'm talking about an oil platform or a windmill farm, right? And that, say it's at 10 miles or 11 miles out. Okay, we can zoom in on it with a super zoom camera and see if that horizon's at the distance that it should be because we have a distance marker at 10 miles. And what happens is when we zoom in, we don't see a horizon at 3 miles. Okay, we see water way beyond that, right? Up to 10 miles, 20 miles, even 30 miles away, depending on the weather conditions. And then the object that's in the distance is completely unobstructed, right? That should be hidden by a certain amount of Earth curvature, which is a lot. For example, a 10-mile oil platform should be hidden by about 50 feet, right? The whole 50 feet of the bottom of the structure should be completely missing, hidden behind the horizon. But we can zoom in on it, and we can see the legs of the oil platform touching the water. Okay, and we can show you test after test after test in all different locations, different weather conditions, lakes, oceans, where we can zoom in and we can see orders of magnitude beyond the geometric limitations of the globe.
We can show test. That's kind of a sort of weak statement because for each
how
test you do, I can show you a bunch of other tests that claims.
Can you though? Are you sure about that? Or are you just saying that? Right?
I want to see him, DJ. If you can have him show him without getting him all riled up, I want him to just go ahead and post that now because I'm sick of being a flat earther.
James,
so
you
this is the
couldn't
thing.
post one test. You could not post one.
This guy is from Sweden.
Sure, I could.
I know what he's going to show us probably. Yeah,
That's great. Because he's from Sweden, then he probably has the globe proof.
Now let's hear it. Jens, go ahead.
I have personally been on ships, and
Awesome. Show us the
some
one that
ships
you were
have
on.
like really tall masts, and I've actually gotten to climb up in those masts, and they're like 20, maybe not 20, but like 15 meters above the water.
Awesome.
And
I want to see
you
it.
cannot see land from that.
Yeah, that's fine,
distance.
right? What distance are you out? What distance are you out into the ocean? Approximately.
I don't know actually the exact distance, but
just
my point
roughly.
is that in order for water to or a wave to obstruct the view, the wave would need to be at least as tall up as I am.
Okay, so that wouldn't be the only thing that would be a reason. So you got to consider that there's going to be a lot of variables at play. Optics, right? The optics ability, your eye's ability, or whatever aid you're using, binoculars, telescope, whatever, right? Then you've got air conditions and you've got surface conditions, right? So you've got the way your eyes work paired with also, combined with atmospheric effects and surface conditions. Obviously, there's going to be results, right? There's going to be consequences of that. Not being able to see certain things and certain visual effects taking place, optical effects taking place due to the combination of those things. What you're saying, presenting to us, is that you just don't consider those things at all. Just let's put it all down to Earth curvature, right? But what we can present to you is that based on the claimed geometry of the surface of the Earth, we've ruled that out. We can rule that that's not a reason.
Well, can I check with Jench though? Because Jench, you said you could show us examples of this. Did you mean you could show us examples of people measuring Earth curve?
Yes, you can go on NASA.
Okay, could you post?
I'm pretty sure
could
you
you
can just Google.
post a measurement of the Earth curve? Just in the
like
side
a
chat.
measurement.
Yeah, measurement.
What do you mean by that? Like the shape of the Earth, or?
Well, like drop over distance, right? Like the geometric value. Let's say the globe predicts 66 feet of curvature over 10 miles. Can you show us someone measuring that 66 feet of curvature over 10 miles?
Maybe like an elevation height and then a
you
distance
could
to the
probably
horizon?
Google something and find something. But I think in general, scientists
Okay,
are
so you
probably
don't
not
know.
concerned with
Well, we'll tell you
measuring
then.
that
We'll
kind of
tell
stuff.
you then, because we've checked this out. No one has ever measured any curvature drop over distance over any distance that matches the globe. See, when you said you could show us examples, we already know that you can't. That's what we were talking about. There's
Yeah, we
no,
thought you had like special.
I'm back. Did he go ahead and post that stuff for us? Because I didn't
No,
see it. I
just
scrolled
said,
through everything and I didn't see any
that we
proof.
need to Google it. No, he said we need
He
to
needs to
Google it.
Google it.
We have to go find it?
Yeah, apparently.
Why? Why
Honestly,
can't
I
he
think
said
in
he had it?
general, scientists are probably not concerned with
No scientist has ever
Scientist.
measured it.
that
No
kind of stuff.
explorer's
But
ever
I
measured
don't
it.
know actually.
No one's ever measured it, dude. No one's measured it.
No one.
So
You just said that a bunch of
you
people
spoke as if you were already
Okay, well, who
aware.
measured it then?
You made out like you were already aware that these measurements have taken place and have been done.
Yes, because there's other measurements that sort of would.
But then they'll all
there
assume
wouldn't
the
be
curvature in them. We don't want the
such as
assumption of curvature. We want the
NASA
measurement of it.
being up in space.
No, that's just a story, dude. We want a measurement of the claim of curvature.
Yes. Don't talk about space, dude.
Okay, I'm not claiming that something. I'm not claiming like a float value of curvature. I'm just claiming there is.
Okay, well then you can't be claiming the globe then, because the globe is a specific claim of curvature.
Not really. I mean, if I have a box and I lift it, I shake it.
Really?
There could be something inside the box, but I can prove that there's something inside the box.
It's a geometric claim of a ball of a certain radius value. Right?
Yeah, I can prove that the Earth is shaped like a sphere, but that's sort of saying that I can prove the exact float value of the curvature. It's a bit like I have a box. I can prove that there is something in the box, but I cannot.
But you're not the one. You're not the one You're not the one proving the globe. The story that's being taught to children in school is not. Jench from Discord can prove Earth's a ball, but we don't know how big it is. The claim is the US government and the Russian government have traveled to a place that no one else on Earth can go to, and they've seen the Earth being a ball of a particular size. It is this size. So you can't then say, well, I know it's a ball, but I don't know how big it is, because they've provided you with the story of the ball, and they've provided you with the size of the claimed ball. So you have to argue for the size that they are saying, or you don't have any ball. Right?
That's not. I'm not sure your argument is completely coherent.
Remember that we weren't going to appeal to things that are unverifiable. We're going to talk about things that we can do practically.
It's not any globe. It's not any ball. You understand that NASA claims it's a ball with a specific size.
Can I ask a quick question?
If you're saying to us, well, look at the evidence from space for the globe, then you are appealing to that globe of that size that NASA are claiming. So you can't then turn around and say, oh, well, I'm not saying it's that size. Well, then you're not saying it's a globe at all, because those two have to go together.
Yep. No other size will do. Has to be that way.
The entire galaxy universe model that NASA have been teaching kids for however many years now is based on that particular size. I'm not saying, oh, it's a ball, but we don't know what size it is.
That's like,
so anyway,
that's
you
like
need to stick to the measurement curvature. You need to stick to the measurement of curvature, because it kind of seems like you're trying to say that you don't need to have any detection of curvature of the surface to still claim that it is a ball, which doesn't make any sense. You can't have a flat surface with no detectable curvature and say it's definitely a ball.
Okay, but if you have a ball and you look at it, you don't need to measure the exact curvature. You can still know that.
You can detect curvature if you know, if you're holding a ball, you know you've got a curved surface.
You don't need to measure the exact curvature of
the
ball.
But that would be in the scenario that you know you have a ball. In this scenario, you don't know that you have a ball.
Well, in the scenario where you're, hold on. In the scenario where you have a ball, dude. In the scenario where you have a ball and you can see it's curved, then you have a ball because you see it and it's curved. And then you have Earth where you don't see a ball and you don't see curves, so you can't say it's a ball. So now what are you going to do when it's measured flat?
I'm going to trust an authority that has taken some pictures.
No.
Holy crap.
Authority is a logical fallacy, Judge. Do you know that?
What is a logical fallacy?
Appeal to authority. Saying something is true because an authority said so.
A claimed authority at that. Like, who's saying they're an authority? Themselves?
I guess that's a
Are they self-appointed authorities?
I'm not saying it's objectively true. I'm just saying.
So, Jench, my advice to you
would
be that
from a pragmatical view.
If it's something as important, if it's something as important as this, like where you live, what your environment is, are you going to want to leave that just to blind trust of a so-called authority, i.e., just a group of people that you don't know from anyone? You don't know whether you can trust them or not. You don't know who. You don't even know their names. Are you going to say that you're happy just to leave that whole question just to trust in this story?
I mean, I actually agree with a lot of things you're saying, but those things could apply to your measurements as well. You refer to a bunch of people.
Because we're not asking. We're not appealing to an authority.
No curvature.
We're appealing
you
to
could
Earth.
Apply the same logic to that.
No, you can't, because we're not saying that we're appealing to an authority or people. We are observing and measuring the Earth. That's different.
Okay, have you personally made an observation that...
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, most of us in the room have.
Fantastic. And then I would say, I don't trust your observation, unfortunately.
That's fine. I would say, go and do your own.
I have done.
Like, have you done your own?
Yeah, plenty.
And did you see the curve?
Yeah. Every time you're out far on the ocean, you see the curve.
Could you show me the curve you saw? Show me the curve.
I'm going to hire your voice. You're kind of low. What?
I said, could you show me the curve that you saw?
I'm not at the ocean right now. Or what do you mean?
Well, did you take a picture of the curve? I mean, you saw the curve.
Yeah, I did.
Okay, what did it look like?
Just water, mostly.
Just water? Wow. The water just looks flat, though.
Yeah, it's flat.
Yeah. It's impossible that the water curves.
Wait, are you saying you saw curved water?
No, it's you don't see the shoreline.
Oh, wait, so you saw flat water.
What should the shoreline look like?
Where did you see that? You see it from an airplane? From a window? From where?
Where?
From a mountain?
No, he was seeing it from a ship's mast at 45 feet high. What should the land look like from a ship's mast at 45 feet high?
Mm-hmm.
No, I'm asking him. How big should it be?
Are
we assuming that the Earth is flat now, or not?
No, we're assuming that you're supposed to. That you should be able to see that because we can normally see that far.
I'm not sure.
They tell you like from the feet.
Remember how I pointed out that this line of reasoning will lead you to circular reasoning? Sorry, remember how I pointed out that this line of reasoning is going to lead you into circular logic?
Look like from a mast high up. Well, it depends how far away the shoreline is.
Yeah, we presented to you potential reasons for why that visual effect can occur. You're just assuming that it's the result of the Earth being a sphere. But when we test it against the claimed geometry, we find out that that's not the reason.
That's not.
This is why the claimed geometry, the size and dimensions are important, friend.
Same with the sun, though. The sun and the moon.
Think about it, Jen.
It's important as well.
To us,
proofs.
Guy, shut up. You just said to us, Jench, that you've seen Earth curvature, but then when we've asked you what you've actually seen, you just said you saw flat water.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, so that's not curvature.
That's what your eye sees.
Because the shoreline disappears. It's a little bit like saying,
right,
I
so
have
you're
a
not
box.
seeing. So what you're saying
I want
is
to prove that it's empty. I shake
so what
it.
you're saying is then
There's
that
nothing
you see
inside.
flat water. You see flat water, and you don't see a shoreline. That doesn't mean you see
the
curve.
proof is in the absence of the shoreline.
Yeah, but that's you're
Can I say something, boys, real quick? I study marine biology. Right? That doesn't mean that I know everything about the Earth, but I can prove you a lot of manipulations behind it, because they tell you from ground is 3 to 4 kilometers to see the curvature. Right now, I will love all of you boys. Well, not all of you, but at least him, because he believes the Earth is a sphere. There's no problem for me, but I want to show him that if you look it up with cameras worth than 15,000 euros, look it up 100 kilometers away on the horizon in the ocean, you will be able to see. I did this with my own eyes. That's why it changed my mind in a lot of ways. That doesn't mean that I have to impose it to everybody, but this is knowledge, empirical knowledge about the Earth. And we all agree that the education system is made by a family and these things, bro. It's like a manipulation behind it. Don't forget the treatments. Now go ahead, boys.
Jench, you're begging the question, because you're just saying that you don't see a shoreline, therefore it must be Earth curvature. But what other possible factors could be influencing you seeing or not seeing the shoreline? What else have you considered?
He's never given us a distance to the shoreline anyway, so he doesn't even know how far he's looking. If he should or should not.
He doesn't feel like he needs to. He doesn't feel he needs to justify
that's not correct.
With the geometry.
We can still explain this to him just by pointing out that he's not considering.
Yeah, James, don't think that we are against you or something. You know, we all been in that side. We're just kind of trying to prove you why we believe on this and why this. You know, we don't impose these things to anybody like they do. Don't forget, if you manipulate the shape of the Earth into the humanity, you can control them, brother. If you live in a sphere, all of the human beings knows that we already investigated everything. But don't forget about the Admiral Byrd. You guys are English speakers. You should know about these things. There's a lot of treatments, a lot of manipulation behind it. And we have to prove to the world with empirical.
Let's not get too far ahead.
We're staying focused on this because
I know.
Jench is trying to say that he's seen the curvature, but all he's seen is flat water. He needs to understand the difference.
Yeah, so Jench, you're assuming that the only possible reason that things could be obstructed beyond the flat horizon is if the Earth is a globe, right? When that's absolutely not the case. Okay, so even according to the mainstream, there are atmospheric effects where things that would normally be visible completely appear to be hidden, sinking behind the horizon. Okay, even though they're geometrically unobstructed. Okay, so there's one reason, right? We can also have ocean swells and things like that. Okay, and you need to think about that in relation to perspective, right? Not from a side view 2D perspective. Okay, and we can demonstrate this on a small scale. So we can get a flat floor in a house, for example, and we can show bottom-up obstruction over a flat surface. So
that's a good example.
Yeah, so we can get like if we set up some blocks across a flat floor and we put the camera down really low and then we start manipulating the temperatures in the room, right? All of a sudden, it'll look like the blocks start to curve and become obstructed behind the horizon. Okay, even though it's just a flat floor, we're seeing bottom-up obstruction over a flat surface. there's tons and tons of examples of how you can have bottom-up obstruction over a flat surface. So if you were to claim that it was actually Earth curvature, then we can calculate how far away the horizon should be. You need to get specific now. Okay, so you need to work out what your observer height is, and then based off the radius value of the globe, you need to calculate how far away that horizon would be. And if you have something in the distance, you should be able to calculate how much that would be hidden behind the curvature of the Earth. But what we've found is that when we go and test this out in reality, we can see not just a little bit further than you should be able to see. We can see so far that if the Earth were a globe, it would have to have a radius of hundreds of thousands of miles, okay, rather than 3,959 miles.
I would like to add something because you say it really, really fast. I appreciate that, man.
I feel like when you say
well,
we have tested with all of
hold on a second. Spanish. I just want. Sorry, Jench. Yeah, you can reply to what I said.
No, I mean,
when you say that you have tested, or you guys have tested, in the same way that you have a little bit of doubt for like authorities and NASA and other stuff.
Why are you asking about
I'm sort
authorities?
of doubting your test. I'm not really sure I trust your test, actually.
You haven't seen the tests, right? That's the problem right now. I haven't presented a test
Would you like
yet.
to
I'm happy.
throw me a link or something?
Yeah. Look, let's go over a test right now really quickly. I think that's where we're up to. Okay,
Which, remember, is independently verifiable.
Yeah, exactly. You can go and do this yourself, but let's have a look at the test. Okay, so all of this information is from a guy named Dr. John Dee, who's a PhD in optics. Very smart guy who tried to debunk flat Earth. Okay, this is one of his tests. So he lives in the UK, and he went to the beach on a very, very nice calm day, and he set his camera up on a tripod. Okay, the height of the tripod is 1 meter high, 3.5 feet high.
Okay, which one is the YouTube?
DJ is my name. You can see it in the chat there. Yeah, Dr. John Dee. So that's the full video, okay? But I'm going to show you just some clips out of that video, right? So I'll present it, and then if you want, because it's an 1.5 hour video, he goes into extreme detail in the video. But we don't want to sit here and wait an 1.5 hour for you to go watch the video. So I'm just going to present a short version of it so you can get an idea. Okay, so here's a clip from that video above. Okay, so he sets his camera up on a tripod.
The most recent.
Yeah, the most recent one. DJ,
right,
2 minutes after the hour. Okay, so he's zooming out to the ocean. Okay, so we're testing for the curvature. And if he didn't have something like an object out in the ocean at a known distance, then we would have absolutely no idea how far away the horizon was. Okay, but because we have a windmill farm out in the distance, it's at a known distance, right? We can do an observation and we can test for that curvature that should be there. Okay, so I'm going to put some math in the side chat really quickly.
Do you have any? Do you know where this is on Google Maps? Then I could
I have all of that. So yeah, I'll post the screenshot from Google Maps right now. Okay, so I'll tell you the distance. The distance to the wind farm is 8 miles to the closest windmill tower, and the furthest windmill tower is 11.2 miles away. Okay, here's a screenshot from Google Earth, and here's me actually clicking on the little marker just to show you that it is what we're claiming. It's called Rampion Windmill Farm, and here's a diagram that shows you where he's standing and how far away the windmill farm is. Okay, so when he zooms in, you can see 6 windmill towers. Right, the closest windmill tower is 8 miles away, and the furthest one's 11.2 miles away. Right, so based off the observer height of 3.5 feet, are you okay using feet and miles, or do you want me to use metric?
It's whatever.
Okay, cool. Okay, so 3.5 foot observer height. So scroll back up and have a look at the little screenshot I posted that has the mathematics. Okay, so anyone can go onto Google and they can type in Earth Curvature Calculator, and you can pick any one of them, right? And they're going to calculate how far away the horizon should be and how much things in the distance should be hidden behind the horizon. So you can see that I put in the distance to object, 11.2 miles. That's the furthest windmill tower on the right. That's 11.2 miles away. The eye height level is the next thing that you have to put in. So it's 3.5 feet high. Okay, now it's going to calculate the rest.
Yeah, I have to say there's like, I don't know what that calculator is doing, but there's an obvious flaw because there's one variable missing, which is simply, well, okay, so you have distance to horizon, but then you would need distance to the object as well.
Yeah,
Okay,
so the distance to the object is the distance to the object is 11.2 miles. Okay, so it's the windmill tower number 6 on the far right hand side. That's 11.2 miles away. So that's the object. It's 11.2 miles away.
Okay, now I think right.
Starting to see the importance of the claim geometry, right?
Yeah. So okay, so you see where it says distance to horizon, 2.29 miles.
That one I'm a bit unsure, but I guess eyesight level, distance to the object. Yeah, I could probably agree with those two, but distance to the horizon.
You can double check. Look, just take it in good faith now, and you can double check everything I'm saying afterward.
Yeah,
and,
but distance
if we're wrong
to the
about
horizon,
anything, then I guarantee you.
How do you figure
Like I'm showing you just a screenshot from a Earth curvature calc. I'm showing you a screenshot from just a generic Earth curvature calculator, like made by Globe Earthers. Okay,
yeah.
So this is just
how do you the distance
in the
to
two top values
horizon.
and the calculator figured out
it's
the two bottom ones. That's what he thinks. You typed in the two bottom values as well.
Can you please let him answer? How do you figure out the distance to the horizon?
Easy. Okay. Distance to the horizon, it's 1.22 times the observer's height is square feet.
Hold on, guys. Let DJ go through this with him, and when it's done, other guys can jump in.
Yeah, so there's a bunch of different formulas that you can use, but the easiest formula to use is just 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. There's a whole bunch of ways you can work it out, but every single result is going to be the same. It's just based off the radius value of the globe. Okay, so what we're testing here is the horizon. So can you see the last screenshot that I posted there from the video? That shows a picture of a globe and a guy standing there, a black silhouette. Can you see that?
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm going to read it out. Okay, so this is what the horizon would be if the Earth's a globe. Okay, a man standing on a sphere would observe the physical geometric horizon at a certain distance, which on the diagram is represented by the red and yellow circle. A physical geometric horizon is the maximum distance that the sea and the sky can be observed to meet. Okay, and then it shows an example on the side. Okay, so when you see the horizon, you shouldn't be able to see any water beyond the horizon. That's the maximum distance that you can see the water. That's where the water and the sky appears to meet when you're doing the observation over the water. Now, because we have the distance marcation, which is the windmill tower, we know that the horizon isn't where it should be if the Earth were a globe. Okay, so it should be like almost 1/3 of the way to the first windmill tower. That's the maximum distance. You shouldn't be able to see any water beyond that point. And we can calculate that, right? If you scroll back up to the screenshot that I put with the calculations, you'll see that the windmill tower number 6 on the right-hand side should be obstructed by 52.9 feet. Okay, that's kind of like a 5-story building. If you can picture how big a 5-story building is. So that's how much should be missing from the bottom of the windmill tower. Now, what we can see is that there's actually nothing missing at all from the bottom of the windmill tower. Right? We can see the water far beyond where the horizon should be on a globe. And then we can see the water going flat, flat, flat all the way out past the windmill towers where we can see the whole windmill towers. And then we can even see a boat off in the distance that's about 14 miles away. So this doesn't work on a globe. Right? This is us seeing orders of magnitude further than you should see if the Earth were a globe. And this is consistently observed
understand that, Jench? What DJ's just put to you?
I'm gonna be honest. I wasn't quite listening, but yeah.
Why didn't you listen? Did you not know he was talking to you?
Yeah. So about the tides,
Guy.
When you took the picture,
what
was the tides like?
Just one moment. Right. That doesn't matter about tides. Right. So you remember how you presented to us earlier, right? That you can't see the bottom of something, right? Because the Earth curve is getting in the way. Well, this is showing you that doesn't exist.
Yeah, Jench, I don't understand why you would say you weren't listening to that. You were the one who asked for some evidence. And then DJ said, I'll explain this to you. Did you not know he was speaking to you? I don't understand. What happened?
Did you get distracted? Did you have something happening in the background?
Yeah, I'm trying to find
a rebuttal
calculator.
Yeah, just go to Google and type in Earth curvature calculator and just pick any one you want.
Yeah, if that's the case, Jen, she should just say, hold on a second, DJ, I'd like to double check the curve calculator before you continue, so the DJ doesn't waste his breath.
Well, Swal was actually going to help you out there. Swal did post one, but then I don't know if he deleted it or someone else did. Could you repost it for our friend here, Swal?
Well, he's just posted it again in the chat there. But if Swal wants to find one himself, I think it's better that he finds it himself, right? Because then he doesn't have to appeal to something that we've given.
Absolutely. You could also look up distance to horizon calculators. They exist as well, but most of the Earth curve calculators are going to show you that in there. Anyway.
Yeah, we can quickly just run you through it, Jench. Have you Googled Earth curvature calculator?
Yeah, I'm doing it right now, actually.
Okay, good. So you can punch in the numbers that DJ showed you, and you can tell him if they were wrong or not. Because you said the calculator was wrong, or there's something wrong with it, and we agree. The calculator does not match reality. That's what's wrong. That's what DJ is explaining to you. So if what we observe is not matching these calculators, what does that mean? Any idea? Jench, you happy with the calculator? What happened?
This is a tough moment for a Globe Earther. We need to have a moment of silence.
When they find the calculator, that is a tough moment. Because then they're like, now we have something concrete.
Did you guys sharpen your pencils for the big meetup tonight? Big gang fight? Did you hear about it?
No. Can you describe it?
So, two mathematicians are going to come in. I guess they have YouTube channels, and they're going to debunk us tonight. And I told them, I said, bring everything you got because I'm ready for this. And I said, also study shapes before you get here.
Well, they're going to come and do maths at us to prove.
Yeah, we're going to. I think they're going to ask us math questions, but they're not even going to get that far because we're gonna have to, how we have to do it. We got to figure out where you lie on this. Are you 100% a Glober or not?
So in about
agree with the geometry.
4 hours, they're supposed to be coming in.
99.9. When are they supposed to come? I mean, I'll probably be off by then, but
not sure. So it was at 2:00. They said 5 hours, so it would be 7:00 my time. It's 5:00 now, so 2 hours from now, hour and 45 minutes from now.
All right, I'll maybe check in and just see. I might listen in.
So it's going to be a debate about where they got their values from, what they actually measured to get their numbers to do the equations.
Is that what that is? Is that what they're going to do?
Well, they're going to insist the numbers are correct, but you've got to get the number somewhere from a measurement.
Right. So we won't even get that far until we have to be able to verify the numbers before they can do their math fun on the chalkboard.
Yep.
Well, as long as they realize that they're just appealing to stories and images from the government at the end of the day, no matter what maths they try and throw at you, it all just comes back to an appeal to NASA.
His name's Tensor Algebra, so keep an eye out for Tensor Algebra. He said he's going to invite his renowned mathematician friend. He's going to bring him along with him.
They're famous. They got wiki pages and shit, so they're famous. I said, awesome. And they said that they even had a YouTube channel and they can stream if they want us to. And I said, do what you got to do. We'll be streaming it too. In fact, we might even make you more famous. That's all I left it with them.
So we can hang out in here. I've also sent him the links to the home server and the English Hub in case we're there. You can find us.
If you can, bring it back to the home server. That's a good event, if they turn up.
All right, I'll message him.
Hey, Jench, how are we doing, man?
We gave you a
I'm
little
not gonna
breathing
lie,
room.
I tried to find a good calculator.
But all the calculators are wrong. Hey, Jench, we found the same thing.
Jench, what you can do is say, you can type in the AI, look, my calculator, type in all the Earth curve calculators are wrong. Can you give me the real Earth curve calculator to what for radius of 3959, what I should see at 10 miles? That's what you have to do with it.
What's wrong about them exactly?
Yeah, what were you trying to look for?
No, they're not wrong. I just can't figure them out.
What can't you figure out?
You just need an observer height and a distance object.
Hey, Jench, just click the easiest one to use is the Omni calculator that Swell Dog posted at 11 minutes after the hour. That one's very, very easy to use. You just put in the distance and the observer height, and it will calculate the rest for you.
Yeah, what is it you're not understanding specifically, Jench?
I'm trying to. I can't believe you're making me do this, but I'm trying to make some math.
We're not making you do anything.
Here.
You don't have to do it. No, you don't have to do it. You can
chill.
Oh.
Is this the first time? This is the first time you've really looked into the curvature of the Earth, right?
Jench with the joke. I like it.
Yeah, maybe your intuition's correct, Jench, and something seems off. Something seems not quite right with these calculators. Yeah, that's what DJ was showing you. They don't match reality. Do you understand that, at least, even if you don't understand the calculators yet? Do you want to take a break, Jench?
I posted a few more calculators in the side chat, some from schools of navigation.
I think he should make his own. He should go into Python and ask AI to make him his own Earth curve calculator. Then he'll know it's correct. He can check the formula himself.
That's what I'm trying to do now, actually, but yeah.
Well, once you've done that, you'll realize that that doesn't match what we see in reality. You understand? Which is probably not what you expected to be discussing when you came into the Flat Earth channel, but that's what it is.
The problem isn't the calculator or the equation; it's the radius value. It's wrong. There's no radius.
Believe it or not, a lot of people come in here and they think from like a small observer horizon 50.
Chief, you're really quiet for me. I don't know if that's just me.
Oh, sorry. How about now? Can you hear me now?
Yeah, that's better.
A little bit better. I was just saying, most people that come into this conversation, they think that from a 6-foot observer, a 1.8 meter observer, that the horizon is 15 or 20 kilometers away. They don't understand the consequences of a 40,000 kilometer in circumference ball, that the horizon can't be any further than 4.6, 4.7, 4.8 miles. It's not even, or kilometers. It's not even 5 kilometers. It's less than 5 kilometers. Like, I can't tell you how many times I've been in a plane when I'm looking and it still doesn't look like it's curving. Before I was even a flat earther, and I was like, wow, the earth is really big. Couldn't believe how big it was. And then to come find out.
I'm still not sure if Jench understands the geometric horizon claim.
Well, certainly he understands that boats go over the curve and sunset.
Oh yeah, he said boats go over the curve, and he was certain that that's what he was seeing when he described the flat water. But now he doesn't seem to understand a geometric horizon of a curved surface, even when he's looking at the calculators. Jench, are you understanding the point that for a 6-foot observer, the horizon should be about 2.5, 3 miles away?
I'm trying to calculate it, actually. Please give me a second.
Well, just Google it. Just type in distance to horizon calculator, or use the calculators that you've already been given. What's taking so long?
They're not our calculators. Those are the globe Earth calculators. Scientists and mathematicians that are much, much more smarter than us came up with these calculation tools.
I think the cog disk is slowing you down. That's all right. It'll take some time. Anyway, nice one, DJ. You got him thinking. I'll peace out for now, but I'll catch you guys later. Good listening. Keep it going.
Catch you later, man.
Good luck, Jench. Good luck in your quest. Peace, boys.
You want me to clean some of this back up, DJ, since he's doing his own mission right now?
Guys, I have it now.
You understand the principle though, Jench?
Yeah, I crunched the numbers. You're completely right. Everything's flat.
Great. Now you just have to do your own observations and confirm that for yourself. It's excellent.
What's also of interest to you, right? Since you have appealed just earlier to not being able to see the bottom of something looks like it's obstructed from view over distance, is other things we can present to you where, like DJ already pointed out, from your own side, they give reasons when that can occur, that apparent effect can occur without there necessarily being a geometric obstruction in the way. We can also replicate that effect over very short distances, where the couldn't not possibly be the curvature of the Earth, right? Where you should definitely still, even if the Earth was a globe, you'd still have a direct line of sight to the object, but you still get that apparent bottom-up obstruction effect. You can replicate this on small bodies of water, and like in a little pond or a lake with like small objects, RC boats. Also, just on people's floor, in their homes where they've set up objects going forwards, on the floor, and just get a camera, sit it on the floor. There's obviously a direct line of sight. They manipulate the air temperature and watch visual effects take place similar to what you're talking about. So, but there's a lot to consider, a lot of information. You should consider joining our home server if you're interested. We've got a whole library of channels that you can browse, at your leisure, all different topics. They've got lots of stuff on laser tests, long-distance observations, there's all sorts of stuff. So,
if you want to talk math, it should be about an hour and a half. 2 math wizards coming in, and they can help do math with you if you want.
If you want to join the home server, if you're interested in that library of information I spoke of, just click on one of the YouTube bots at the top of the panel.
Good. I'm trying to find a WinForm.
Look in the bio.
I'm searching Rampion WinForm, but I keep getting on land.
You're looking for what, sorry?
Okay, wait, I think I found WinForm now.
That particular wind farm? Yep. Yeah, it's good. Yeah, go over all the information. Yep. Check it all out. We would absolutely encourage you, 100% encourage you to scrutinize this to the utmost.
Yeah, so Jench, that was just one observation. Like, we've got other observations that are much further distances as well. We've got, I could just keep presenting observation after observation after observation, right? Showing you huge distances, extremely clear conditions where we can see things that are so far away that if the Earth were a globe, it would have to be so big that it would reach beyond the moon. The radius would be like 1 million miles or more, or something like that. Hundreds of thousands at minimum. And on top of just the general observations, we have laser tests as well. So instead of just observing something that's hidden behind, that should be hidden behind the horizon by hundreds of feet, we can actually get a high-powered laser and shoot it across the surface of the water and hit a target on the other side of the body of water, say 40 kilometers away. So the laser is set up horizontally with using leveling tools. Okay, so we know it's horizontal. And then the laser will shoot across the body of water and then hit a target 40 miles away, for the example that I'm talking about. Over that distance, there should be about 90 plus meters of curvature. So if you were standing at the target distance and the laser was horizontal and the Earth were a globe, then you should see the laser beam about 90 meters up in the air. But the laser is actually hitting the target at the same height as it was shot from on the other side of the body of water. And we've got a bunch of tests and PDF documents from a team of field engineers that actually went out with a $30,000 laser and did a whole series of different tests over large bodies of water, and then countless other people have done it as well. So there's tons and tons of stuff to look into. And we're not trying to convince you of anything. I'm just showing you information, and then I encourage you to critically analyze it and put on your critical thinking cap and come to your own conclusion based on the evidence that you're being shown, and look for counter evidence. Look at, look for anyone throughout all of history that's done something similar to what we're talking about and actually validated that the Earth's a globe. I'll tell you now that you're not going to be able to find it, but you need to look. And then what you can do as well, like after you see all of this stuff, you can be like, all right, well, maybe I need to go and do it for myself. Okay, you can get
I think I would probably need to do it for myself because all of your tests that you keep referring to, I feel like there's just so many tests from people claiming the opposite as well. So
yeah, that's what I thought when I first started looking into it, and I said the same thing that you said right now. So I started seeing all of these tests, and I was like, there's got to be tons of tests that people have done that show the opposite. And you're not going to be able to find them. You're not going to be able to find them to the same standard that have accounted for the variables. I encourage you to find one and come here and present it, and we'll go over it in good faith and analyze it step by step and come to a logical conclusion based off the evidence. But I can tell you now, I've been looking into this for 8 years. We have scientists of all different genres coming in here, engineers, pilots, all sorts of different people. No one has been able to present a test yet that validates the curvature of the Earth. Right? We have physicists coming in, all sorts of different people come in through our channels and try to debate. But yeah, they don't do very well because they don't have what they have is a belief system. What they have is a theoretical mathematical model or construct or concept even that the Earth's a globe. Right? They've memorized and they're able to regurgitate textbooks, and that's all they're able to do. We're saying, all right, how do we know that the values in the textbooks are correct? And that's where they fall apart.
That's a really good point. But, okay, ignoring all tests from both sides, I'm just trying to grasp like, what would happen if I just kept walking in a straight direction? I mean, that's like, depend. I think that's a massive flaw in your theory.
No. This is what would happen. Okay, you would keep walking, and then you would get to water, and then you would get on a boat. And if somehow you had a magic boat that could go in a straight line, despite all of the ocean currents and that kind of thing, right? You would keep going and going and going, and something would happen, right? Probably, right? Based on logic, you would probably come to a shoreline of some kind, whether it be an icy shoreline or a different type of shoreline. Large bodies of water at rest, large bodies of water in general require a container. So you would probably come to some kind of a shoreline at some point. And then you would have to keep walking, and no one's ever kept going south. Okay, you could have a compass with you. It's going to be pointing south by that point. Nobody in all of history.
But you're saying there's just water.
What's that?
You said just water, or am I?
No, I'm saying water needs a container.
No, I was asking what happened if I kept walking in a straight direction. You said
you're going to get to the ocean eventually.
Ocean. Which direction are you walking?
Ocean, and then
from where you're at. From where you're at, where are you going? Which direction?
Any direction, really.
Okay, any direction. So let's say you left your house and you went south. Do you think you'd hit water at some point?
No, I'm asking you. I think you said water.
This is your hypothetical. I'm asking you about the details of your hypothetical situation.
No, I'm asking you. I'm curious about. How
would I know about your hypothetical? I'm asking you for the details of what you're imagining.
Walking in a straight line.
Where? What direction?
Any direction.
Holy cow. Well, you'd be walking in a straight line until you hit whatever, maybe a building, maybe a brick wall, maybe a cliff, maybe water. I don't know.
Okay, yeah, obviously. Okay.
How about if you walk in a straight line?
If there's a wall, you just... I understand it's really abstract, but if there's like a wall, you just sort of walk around it.
So now you're not going in a straight line?
Bro.
That's why I'm asking you about your details. That's why I'm asking you.
Yeah. Okay, so you walk around the wall, and then you regress back to your line.
Why would you do that? You're going straight. Straight lines do not connect at the ends. I know, that's why I'm asking you about it. Have you ever seen a straight line connect at both ends?
Dude, I don't understand what you're doing. I feel like you're trolling.
Have you ever? You told me you were going to end up where you were before. Have you ever seen a straight line connect at both ends?
I never said that.
Didn't you just say that?
Stuff. I never.
No, I heard you say you're going to end up where you started.
When did I say it? Guys, did you hear me?
Okay, well, apparently I misunderstood you. So if you walk in a straight line, hypothetically, you should be able to answer your own question. You'll be going straight until what?
Yeah, that's exactly my question.
Okay, so what is the point of the question?
I want to know what you think. I don't understand how you think this is so difficult. I'm asking you guys.
It is difficult. I'm asking you. You're on the land. You're straight line. What direction? Because from where you're at, you may in a few miles hit water. Or you might hit what?
My question.
I'm not. I'm asking you about your hypothetical and details.
You're kind of taking my question and throwing it back at me, which I guess I'm fine.
Of course I am. I want to know the details about your hypothetical. You ask us, what happens if I walk in a straight line? I'm not even trying to be a smart aleck. I'm going to say you're going to be walking straight. Do you have any other questions beyond that?
You actually are being a smart aleck.
Going to
It's asking what happens after the water. How far do you go?
I don't even know if he'll hit water. I don't know what direction he's going.
Pick any direction and go 12,000 miles.
Okay. He's probably going to hit water at some point. Then he'll stop walking.
Then
he'll start swimming.
If I have a boat.
Then 20,000.
Okay, now you have a boat. Are you going to go straight? Okay, you're going to go straight in one direction. I don't know what the direction is. I don't know what happens after that. No one's ever done this. That's why this hypothetical stuff is just mental masturbation. It's a stupid question.
Very good question. You guys have some idea of the...
No, we don't. Excuse me, who here claimed that we know what's going to happen when this guy hypothetically walks in a straight line? Who here made a claim?
I said some
That's
idea.
true. You didn't make a claim.
I don't have any idea.
Okay, well, you have no idea. Why
it's
are you
a major flaw. That's it. I'm sure you didn't make a claim. I'm just saying.
No one's ever walked in a straight line. No one's ever walked in a straight line and gone back to where they started.
It just hasn't happened. I don't know why you're asking the question.
No, but like, what if you were to walk in a...
What if?
You said you
do
don't
it.
know.
Go do it. Go do it.
You said, dude, stop. You said you don't know what is going to happen.
Of course I don't know. I don't. You won't even tell me what direction you're going in this hypothetical. Am I supposed to be some kind of...
No, you can pick any direction. Pick the direction you want to describe.
Relative to what?
Where are you at right now? I'm guessing you're sitting in a chair or something.
No, I'm actually outside. But we're going to have to pick an actual coordinates. Like, we have to have a cardinal direction. So which direction am I going?
Okay, I'm gonna...
I'm in the middle of the continental United States, or the landmass that people identify as the United States. Which direction am I going?
I'm gonna reform the question. Is there any direction of your choice that you would be able to describe what is going to happen if you walk that direction?
I'll tell you what's going to happen. If I choose to go south, I'm going to run into a fence. So I'll have to navigate around the fence, and there's another fence. And then there's another fence after that. And then there's some trees.
The fences.
Right?
Okay, yeah.
Yeah. That's the kind of shit that happens when I go south from where I'm standing. That's why I'm asking you hypothetical. Do you know anybody that's walking in a straight direction?
Okay, there's a fence. Fantastic. But okay, let's say you walk around the fence.
Okay, I'm going to go around the fence. Now what? There's another fence. I'm going to go around that one.
You're going to hit fences. You're going to hit fences all along the way, and border crossings of countries. And so, what next?
I'll just simplify it for you. If you walk into,
you have a plane, okay, all of your fences. Now you have a plane. Okay, I give you a plane.
No one's ever
don't have to worry about the fences.
Dude, why are you trolling us at this point? I can hear you laughing. Why are you trolling us at this point? Why are you being a dick?
I'm sorry for laughing, but I think it's kind of funny that you're like,
You have
there's a
wind
fence.
currents, jets. You have jet streams and all sorts of things like that are like gonna be like ocean currents if you're on a boat. So you have another big problem.
Yeah, planes don't fly in straight lines. Planes don't fly in straight lines.
Yeah, I'm not saying it will be easy. Obviously, there would be like you would need a bunch of food and stuff. But I'm simply saying like because it sounds like the existence of something is proven by an observation.
I don't even know what the point of your question is. Are you asking what's at the limit of the flat Earth? Is that what you're asking? You could have asked it a different way. Okay, I have no idea where it would be. Do you?
No.
Okay, so the point is that if the surface of the Earth is measured to be flat, that's the we're discussing. We're not discussing where the limit of it is. We're not doing mental masturbations and imagining or speculating where the limit would be. We're not talking about that. We're talking about the surface that can be measured. You're asking a question about hypotheticals that has no place in this conversation.
Actually, he wasn't even going there with that, says who. He was just saying if you go in a straight line, you'll end up where you started. That's what he's saying. He's like, if they did that, that would just prove the flat Earth.
I never said that. I have never said that.
He's saying he's not claiming that. So he's asking us about our imagination. Walk in a straight line and get to some kind of limit. Yes, there seems to be a limit to this place, although I don't know where it is and I don't know how to get there. If you have some ideas, please let me know.
Right. So can you not see now that there's a major flaw in your theory? You cannot explain.
No, there's no theory. What theory did I give you? Hold on a second. I don't like being accused of stuff I didn't say. What theory did anybody here proffer you?
That Earth is flat.
Is flat anything other than we're describing the surface of the Earth?
What?
Is flat anything other than a description of the surface of the Earth? We're not claiming any knowledge about an end point or anything like that. We're talking about what can be measured. The Earth is observably and measurably flat. There is no curve. We make no claims beyond that point. It's not a theory, it's a measurement.
Yeah, but your implication of that is that there is no limit. You can just keep walking.
I didn't say that. I said this seems to be that there is a limit. I don't know where that is. I'm not making claims about it. I don't know why you're having such a hard time understanding this.
You too, Dr. J. This goes for you too.
You're basically leaving out. You're not explaining what happens to the limit.
Do you want me to make something up? Do you want me to make something up for you?
No. I'm just saying that your theory doesn't include.
What theory?
It's inconsequential.
I didn't give you a theory.
The Earth is flat.
No, I told you that's a measurement. Are measurements theories? Everybody measures the Earth to be flat. What in the world's going on here? Is that a theory now?
It's irrespective to our claim, friend.
Okay,
it's irrespective to our claim, right? It doesn't have any bearing on our claim. Whether we can answer your questions to those things or not. Hey, bro, listen. Hey,
you don't know what's
listen for a moment.
That leaves out.
Listen for a moment, bro.
Questions.
Hey, listen. It's irrespective of our claim. It has no bearing on the validity of our actual claim, whether we can answer those questions or not. Right? So us not being able to answer a certain question, right? That question, where's the extent, where's the end, or anything like that, has no bearing on the validity of our actual claim. Unless you can show how it does. Can you demonstrate how us not being able to answer it has a bearing on the validity of our claim?
On what claim?
The Earth being flat, measurably.
Remember the observation you just went over?
It seems kind of weird that, you just keep walking towards the limit and there's nothing.
Nobody said that either.
Always something.
Nope. Nobody said that. Now you're putting words in our mouth, and I feel like you're at this point because what you're doing right now is incredibly disrespectful.
It wouldn't.
Nobody claimed anything that you just said.
Okay,
Exactly.
You're,
it wouldn't matter.
Yeah, you're leaving out. You're sort of saying we don't know what happens if you.
That's exactly what I'm saying. I said that earlier. I have no idea. Do you want me to make something up?
Yeah, and that's sort of.
Oh, now you do want me to make something up. Okay, so let me make something up. When we start walking straight, now we run into unicorns. How about that? There's just a big stack of unicorns that surround the Earth. There you go. I made something up. Is that good enough for you?
I think there's cats surrounding the Earth and knock things off when they get too close.
It's definitely unicats.
Unicats. We're trying to help you understand that
I told you straight away when you came in here exactly what we mean in the context of flat Earth. Flat's not a shape. We're not claiming to know the shape of the Earth, right? You guys on the globe side, you're the one making the claim about the shape of the Earth. When we test it, it doesn't match up. We just detect flat water over huge distances. Most of the surface of the Earth is water, so it can't be a globe. Simple. It's very simple.
And what's at the extent of that, right?
Yeah, unicats.
What's at the extent of reality is irrelevant to that fact.
Okay, so I'm sort of having a headache.
I know, and that's understandable. I can understand, friend, because we've all been conditioned where there's an ocean of answers that are given to us about physical reality, and much of it unconfirmed and unverifiable, but they're answers nevertheless, right? You have all these answers about the universe and everything, okay? Right to its beginning, the Big Bang and the expansion of the universe and galaxies, all this stuff, right? There's all these answers to questions that people have, right? Doesn't mean that you can verify any of them. We're being intellectually honest about some of those questions and saying, we don't actually know. Is there anything wrong with that?
Sounds like a great idea.
No, that's completely fine.
Yeah,
but
like if we make a claim,
I guess
and then
you would have to sort of pick between which theory you would choose to believe in, or which explanation of reality you would
it's
want
not
to
a
believe
belief
in.
for me. I don't believe the Earth is flat.
Okay, I'm not talking about you then, I'm talking about the other people, but you would
they don't believe that the Earth is flat either.
Which explanation you trust?
Well, we picked the one that is observable, measurable, and reproducible.
Okay, but someone who doesn't believe that Earth is flat could say the same thing.
Well, then they're just lazy and they don't want to get off their butts and go and produce evidence.
Right. All right. What about for somebody that believes in the heliocentric paradigm?
How can you say that we're lazy? We have gone to the moon, so. I mean, I'm pretty lazy, honestly.
Well, you didn't go out. You didn't go out and measure the Earth. You just took NASA's word for it. You said NASA must be right. They went to space. They went to the moon.
So what's beyond the known universe? What's beyond the known universe, Jench?
I want to answer this question first. Yeah, that's a pretty good point. I'm sort of trusting NASA blindly, but I'm simply saying that I sort of have to weigh. You would have to weigh how much do you distrust NASA and all other people who have made the observation that the Earth is not flat, versus sort of how unrealistic is it that it would just keep going to infinity.
How do you gauge that?
Yeah, that's a really good point, actually. I think maybe my engagement is just that I trust more people. I trust NASA more, and maybe you just have zero trust for.
No, it's not. It's
I think
yeah, but why? Why? But why? Why do we have that distrust now?
For NASA
but why? The question is why we have that distrust, Jench.
Yeah, why do you have that?
Because of the evidence that was presented to you.
Okay, and what about evidence that points to the opposite?
They don't have any.
Yeah, just give me just 1 second. I really want to show him something. Okay, just have a look in the side chat, my friend. Okay, this isn't proof, right? I just want you to just be logical right now. Okay, I'm just going to post something in just a second. Right, have a look at this. Okay, so this is what you're defending right now. Right, this ridiculous looking footage that NASA presents to us. Completely, that you have complete faith in this footage that looks absolutely ridiculously fake. Right, this is just one clip. I could keep showing you clips and you would probably be like, bullshit, that can't possibly be really NASA footage that you're showing me right now. Prove to me that that's NASA footage. Okay, but this is NASA footage from the Apollo missions, allegedly, right? What's even shooting that, right? What's even filming that lunar module orbiting around the moon? But just look at the movement of it, right? Look how ridiculous it looks, right? And this is one of the better ones, right? I saved the best for last, right? Because there's much worse looking footage than this, right? This is who you're defending right now.
I don't see how that's weird, honestly. It's kind of a...
Really? So that's a sign of hypnosis. Okay, so if I show you something that's obviously ridiculously looking fake and you're like, I don't see the problem with that, right? Then you're brainwashed. And you're going to have to sort that out, right? That's like going to a hypnosis seminar, right? And there's a guy who was hypnotized on the stage clucking like a chicken around the stage.
But bro, it's...
And you go and try to convince him he's not a chicken and he just keeps clucking.
Dude,
right? That's just it's hypnosis.
And it's rotating a little bit. It's not that crazy.
Dude, most people that I show that to, right, they don't believe that could possibly be NASA footage.
But why?
I'm going to show you another one.
I'm not a rocket scientist.
Here's another one. This is the real test.
Crazy
this is the real
stuff.
test right now.
It's like a rocket just...
Bro, come on. Right, put on your common sense cap right now and have a look at this next footage that I've shown you. Does this look realistic to you? I'm not even saying it's fake. I'm just saying, have some common sense here. Does this actually look realistic to you?
I don't see how it would be defying the laws of physics, really.
Okay.
What, like pushing off of a medium?
Or, would you mind explaining why you think it's not real?
I don't have to. Right? Anyone.
Okay. Well, then I'm gonna
can see that this footage looks ridiculous.
Not ridiculous.
What about my footage? What about my footage, Vince? With the rocket burner thruster?
Rocket. Okay, let me see here.
One right above it, or running by right above DJ.
I don't even see what that's supposed to.
Why? It's supposed to be a rocket in space.
A rocket in space, right?
Yeah. Can you explain what's happening there and why that would be possible? Because I see a mouse crawling across the thruster that's burning red hot, and they're in the vacuum of space.
Okay, I see maybe what you're talking about, but that's not that's some gray
why would
pixels,
this stuff?
And you're saying that's a mouse.
Jench, why would this sort of footage just deserve the default position of being true?
Because that's the simplest assumption, really. You would have to assume that NASA has some incentive to lie otherwise.
Now, why would you not want to scrutinize it? It's an extraordinary claim.
Yeah, but it's like, okay, I look at my hand right now and I have 5 fingers. But I could be dreaming or maybe something like that.
Come on, man. So
But
you
I'm
need
sort
somebody
of
else to tell you
assuming
that you have five, that you
for
have a hand and 5
pragmatical
fingers?
reasons that I have 5 fingers. Simply because...
Do you need somebody else to tell you that you have a hand and 5 fingers in order for you to know that?
No, because they could be a part of my dream. But my point is that...
What if I told you your hand was
please.
a unicorn hoof?
My point is that I'm trying to, from a pragmatical perspective...
Yeah, I'm the authority. I was a paramedic for 15 years.
Reasonable. It's
Your
most reasonable
hand is
that
not
I
a
have 5
hand,
fingers.
it's a unicorn hoof. Why would I lie?
And tell me what the difference is between someone from NASA presenting this to you and claiming it's true, and your town drunk presenting it to you and claiming that they did it.
So if a drunk came up to me and showed me some stuff, if he has like a PhD and like access to lots of equipment, then maybe I would trust him. But usually that's not the case.
Seriously, you're that gullible?
Yeah, I am that gullible that I think my hand has 5 fingers. I'm also that gullible that I believe that NASA doesn't have an incentive to lie. I mean, I kind of agree with your line of reason. You have to at some point say, hey, I'm gonna accept this because of pragmatical reasons. When you step out of your bed, you have to be a little bit gullible that there's not someone who has booby-trapped your entire house. So you need some level of gullibility to sort of live. Otherwise, you're just gonna starve to death in your bed.
How does this subjectivism, right, cause you to disregard the evidence that was presented to you of the surface geometry?
Wait, could you repeat that question, please?
How does this sort of subjective view, right, where you're left with, I have a choice. I can believe these people based on this notion that they have some sort of authority and greater education than me, and a much funding and ability to do what they say they're doing, right? Where you can't go and validate it, you just have to trust them, right? Versus the evidence that was presented to you that is quite within your capability of going and verifying the long distance observations, the lack of curvature that can be observed or measured on the surface. Which one trumps the other?
Which one is more realistic? Is that what you're asking?
Which one takes precedence? Which one rules out the other?
Just whichever makes the least amount of assumptions.
Or whichever one requires the least amount of blind faith as well, right?
I agree with that. Earth looks flat and measures flat, therefore it is flat. Pretty direct. Or you could go with the Earth looks flat, measures flat, and is practically used as flat every day, but the authority is going to tell you that that's an optical illusion, and really it's just too big for you to tell.
I mean, you're signing over your own senses and your own ability to test the surface yourself directly for the word of strangers that supposedly have some sort of authority.
If you knew what they really did, you wouldn't be doing that to them.
And just to add one thing, Jench, right? It's completely normal the way you're reacting to this information. Like, we're not judging you for not buying into it and saying, oh yeah, this all makes perfect sense, now I'm a flat earther. We would respect you less if you did that, right? You should be skeptical, critical, analyze everything we're saying, critique everything we're saying, and then go do a ton more research if you choose to get to the truth.
Absolutely. But you should be applying the same amount of scrutiny towards what you're trying to defend as well. These people, these so-called agencies, NASA, you're not obligated to just believe in them. You don't owe them anything.
Yeah, you're completely right, but it's more so that you would want to believe the most, or like, again, I'm repeating myself, but with you stepping out of bed in the morning, you don't have an obligation to trust that it's not booby-trapped, but it's sort of
you should
just
maybe you could check. If you're worried about that, you could check. Right, and if there's no booby traps, then you're good to go.
Right,
it's not really analogous, but look, this is the thing, right? There has to be certain characteristics if you have a ball Earth. Okay, there has to be Earth curvature, and there has to be a certain amount over a certain distance. Has to be there. Something that's 20 miles away has to be hidden by a certain amount depending on the height that you're observing it from. Okay, there has to be approximately 293 foot of curvature over a 21-mile lake, for example. Okay, I say 21 miles because we have a great observation over a 21-mile lake where there's zero curvature. Okay, but there should be 293 foot. And it's not that there should be, there has to be. Has to be there if the Earth's a globe. Okay, and that radius value has to be correct to have gravity, to have space travel, to have the distance to the planets and sun and the entire heliocentric model. It's all requiring on that R value that's in all of the mathematical formulas. The R equals the radius of the Earth, 3959. Okay, and then if you have 39.
My question is, what incentive does the government have to lie to its people about the curvature of the planet?
Can you up your volume a little bit? I did hear what you said, but you're coming in a bit low. But yeah, I think most people that work at the government, they're not lying. Okay, it's a huge, giant organization of individual people that have compartmentalization. They have different jobs to do on a need-to-know basis, right? Many people have NDAs and things like that. So most people that work for the government absolutely believe the Earth's a globe, probably up to the highest
You're
levels.
saying that's like a massive orchestra.
Okay, but
you're making a lot of.
No, I'm saying it's not.
My question was, okay, there's a cabal of people who know it's actually flat.
Why is there?
Are they telling?
We don't know that. We're not claiming that.
Yeah, we didn't claim that. And if you were to claim that, then we would say, okay, write us a list, right, and then provide the proof that the people on the list are actively lying, and that would be very difficult to do. Most people just blindly believe the Earth's a globe because that's what they were taught from a young age.
Exactly, and it's quite within the realm of possibility, right? That people can think that and still believe that the Earth is a globe spinning on its axis, revolving around the sun, in outer space, inside an ever-expanding universe, amongst all these other galaxies, right? And we're just one in a trillion, billion, million, right? And still fake being able to go to space.
Why they're lying is irrelevant if you don't know what they're lying about.
You also have to realize that most of us in here, and I can speak for myself, I believed in NASA for 40 years. I saw their space balls, pictures that they sent, from the moon, whatever. And then one day I realized, why don't they just scrutinize it a little bit? All right, if Earth is a ball, it has curved water on it, let's go out and check it. Right, I'm from Sweden too. So you can see Denmark from Sweden, from Malmö, right? That's 60 kilometers away. Should be hidden by 20 meters of curved water. It isn't. And I bet you can see Öland or something like that as well from the coastline in Kalmar. So you don't have to trust us. You don't have to trust the test we are presenting here. We have presented a method, right? A way for you to figure it out for yourself. You can find some place where you can see 10 kilometers over water. You notice that water doesn't curve. What does that mean in practice? That means that the space ball that they showed you with curving water is fake. That's what it means. And then at that point, you no longer trust NASA. That's how I came to the conclusion. It's not that I started out by not trusting NASA. I started out by trusting them, and I took their pictures and I scrutinized down here by doing measurements myself over water. And that's all we're asking you to do. You can go out, you can see if you can see further than 5 kilometers out. I'm guessing maybe you're 180 plus centimeters. These people are tall, right? So you can see. Can you see? Have you ever seen further than 5
sorry
kilometers?
if this comes out as offensive, but whenever you say that you guys have made observations yourself, I kind of just feel like you're kind of bad at making measurements. How come there's no mathematicians or physicists that believe in
Hey, bro,
flat Earth?
DJ told you that observation he presented to you was by a PhD who went out to test to see if the globe claims were true, and as a result, had to become a flat earther.
Wait, what is the name of the guy? I'm gonna scroll up here.
Dr. John D.
Yeah. Just make one more point before I stop talking to you personally. When you hear information from a person, it doesn't matter if it is a janitor or a PhD, you just need to scrutinize the information. You don't have to scrutinize the source where it came from. That's irrelevant, right?
Yeah.
You get that,
Great
right?
point. Just want to let you know, too, Wayne, you're coming in a little bit muffled.
Yeah, sorry, I got my headphones on there.
What, Dr. John
D like David.
Yeah, I'm getting some old guy who lived in the 5th, 16th century. I don't think it's him.
That's a different John D. The consort to Elizabeth. Nice.
Could you send me, I don't know, a link or something to some page? I genuinely cannot seem to find him. Dr. John D.
Well, if you click on the video, it'll direct you to YouTube, his YouTube channel. Right? You can at least to be able to see his bio on his YouTube page, see if there's any information there. Last time I checked, he did have a link to an email account. Now, I'm not sure there was a problem with it. I'm not sure if he's rectified that
I have his
problem
YouTube
or
channel.
not. Sorry?
I got his YouTube channel now.
There you go. Yep, that is all the information.
I'm gonna be frank with you. It's a YouTube channel. It says Dr. John D. There's nothing here that proves that he has a PhD.
That's fine. That's fine. At least you can now view his content, go over his work, and see if you can critique it or find any fault or error in his actual work that he's presenting to you.
And so that's kind of where I have a problem, because he has gone down a deep rabbit hole, and now I need to go down that rabbit hole.
Why don't you just go and look at it instead? Just go and watch it. Do you need someone to have a PhD to build your house? Bro, listen, do you have to, how far do you extend this out?
I asked if there was someone with a PhD who believed the Earth was flat.
Who gives a shit, man? Honestly, it doesn't matter.
It doesn't really matter. You're kind of.
Can you measure anything yourself? Do you have to have a PhD to build a house?
No, I'm just curious because you said, yeah, we do have people who have PhD who support the idea that the Earth is flat, and now you're saying I might not have a PhD.
Why don't you go and look at the observation, right, and just think about it critically yourself and see if there's any fault to it or how it could possibly be wrong or if there's something wrong with the data. Why don't you look at it first instead of just throwing it out because you can't find someone who has a couple of letters beside their name?
I have been out in the ocean and watched how they...
Yeah, but you made assumptions. I told you originally when you came in here that you need to make a bunch of assumptions for that. Okay, we can show bottom-up obstruction
to make even more assumptions
over a flat surface.
If I want to believe your stuff.
No, you don't have to make any assumptions. Okay, you can go and validate everything that we're telling you yourself. Right, I've done it myself. Okay, you can go and do it yourself as well. It doesn't even cost that much. Okay, and look, we don't need to appeal to authority, although, right, in saying that, it doesn't matter what letters are next to someone's name, the observation that Dr. John Dee, who is a PhD, did do, right, that could have been done by, anyone, right? Anyone could have been behind that camera, and it would have been the same results. Okay, it doesn't matter who's behind the camera, but yeah, sure, we have geophysicists, we have engineers like Brian Mullins, all sorts of different people, right? We have tons of pilots, right? I can show you hours and hours of interviews with pilots who are flat earthers, aerospace engineers, all sorts of people, right? That architects,
for you to do that.
Geophysicists.
Yeah, exactly. All of these people, okay, and then all of these people that also don't talk about it, that know about it, okay, because it might be detrimental to dox themselves, right, and become judged and sort of pushed out of their career because it's an unpopular, position. But just look at the empirical evidence, man. That's all I'm saying.
I think maybe if I might interject for a second, I think maybe this gentleman is asking a question, but he's not actually asking the question that he wants to ask. I believe it's Jens, right? I think Jens wants to know, like, are there PhDs or people in high authority that have this information and have provided it out into the public? And why not? So maybe, I think he's beating around the bush. I think what he really wants to know, I could be wrong, you correct me if I'm wrong, but I think you're asking, are there people in public awareness that have this information and have propagated it out into the public? But if you're thinking that, you're not taking into account what those people are up against. All of the world's curriculums, think about it. A lot of the occupations are all under this impression that the Earth is a globe. So it's no wonder that these people have not gone out and so, I mean, they have YouTube channels and so forth, but they're not in a public forum where they're on TED Talks or something, or on on the news or anything like that. It's not going to be allowed.
Did we hear anything back from the math professors?
I don't know how you can say that it's not allowed. You're sitting here right now. You said
it's not going to be allowed.
We're having a discussion. There's no one who's not allowing this discussion to happen.
Hey, someone's microphone's really low who's talking in the background. But look, this is what I'm going to say. The high-level engineer called Brian Mullins, he made a series, which we can share with you, called Balls Out Physics, where he goes over a whole bunch of different issues with physics in relation to the globe model. Now, he was attacked like crazy to the point where he had to move his location. He was forced to stop making flat Earth content in fear of being threatened of losing his job. He was physically threatened. He talks about all of this in his videos as well when he was able to make them. But yeah, he had to stop making content. Okay, I've posted 3 hours worth of interviews with airline pilots, aerospace engineers, military pilots, right? There's the link there. If you scroll up a little bit, I posted a PhD geophysicist saying the Earth's flat, right? He goes over a bunch of information. You can look up his name. You can look up his credentials. He's quite decorated. But yeah, you're going to find a lot of people, that have credentials, right? We have a guy in here, I'm not going to name any names, but we have a guy in here who's a university professor of architecture. Well, all sorts of different people from all different fields. A great friend of mine from in here as well. He's an ex-aerospace engineer. Well, he worked in that industry, right, at a high level.
Why X? Why X? Why is
people retire? Like when people get older, right? They retire from their jobs. That's why.
Yeah, there's a huge amount of stigma involved. I mean, we're tolerated. We're tolerated with what we talk about.
I put my thread in there also. DJ put geophysicist Alfonso Amidio. He's one of those guys in my thread, but Hervé Raboni, world-renowned sailor that won the Antarctica Cup. There's a Dutch pilot who literally lost her commercial pilot's license because she asked the question, why doesn't my what is this thing called?
Gyroscope.
Gyroscope, thank you. Flip upside down when I fly over to the other side of the world. Why does it stay right side up?
Yeah, KLM airline pilot, a Dutch pilot. Yeah, she did a whole seminar on it. And, instead of people analyzing the information, she was actually grounded.
Yeah. Former NASA employee. Let's see. There was a F-16 fighter pilot who was flying at the same altitude as the top of Mount Everest and decided to shoot his radar to the tip of Mount Everest and found out that he was level when he was like 300 miles away.
Yeah, the list goes on, and if you
astronauts, Russian astronaut, Polish astronaut, that say the Earth is flat.
Yeah, multiple Russian.
Did you say that the gyro doesn't flip on the other side of the world?
Yeah, I'll post the interview with the lady talking about that. I'll just find it now.
But let's also, I want to point out that this isn't exclusive. Like people presenting alternative views, and in receiving backlash and resistance from the mainstream is not exclusive to Flat Earth. There's people who have put their careers on the line to present to the world alternative views against evolution and other things that are commonly accepted as being true within within academia. And they've been ridiculed and lost tenure and jobs and reputation for standing up for going against the mainstream.
The mainstream.
Yeah, you know what that means?
Mainstream views, commonly held beliefs, much of which is presented to the world without any actual evidence.
Without evidence. Just beliefs without evidence.
Correct. Like the globe, for example, right? Where's the evidence that the Earth is curving? Throughout all of history, show us one example of anyone that's gone out and empirically validated that the Earth is actually curving over distance. What you're going to find is that that's not how the globe became a thing in the first place. And no one's done that. And when you go out and try to do that, right, that's when you are able to see magnitudes further than you should be able to see if the Earth's a globe. You're just going to find flatness.
Do other methods of testing if the world is round not apply here, or is this just curvature?
Okay, name one. Yeah, curvature of the Earth, right? Obviously, that is the number one requirement to have curvature of the Earth. Okay, if you're going to have a curved Earth, curvature of the Earth is the thing that you're going to need to have curvature of the Earth, right? To have a globe. Yeah, so who validated that?
The other day I was in this channel and I brought up rockets and guidance and how rockets have, pitch, angle, and yaw. And that the rockets, if you follow and track them on computers,
still fly downwards, pointing downwards, and still going through the horizon downwards.
Okay. You're going to have Sesu on your case in a minute using that term.
Excuse me?
Yeah, show us the data and we'll critically analyze it in good faith.
The data.
You're probably what you're probably going to look at is data that's been implanted into a spherical coordinate system. Right, like a WGS
and raw data. And raw data.
Yeah, show us the raw data and show us how you validated the raw data to be correct.
Wait, you seriously have raw data? Please present that.
Also, the everything that goes with the raw data, so we can decipher it.
Excuse me. And if somebody provided this raw data and the raw data proved, that this rocket flew in a certain direction at certain angle, and without a shadow of a doubt proved that it went through the horizon and continued flying downwards, then what are you going to say? Just asking,
we're going to analyze it. We're just going to analyze it. We're going to look for repetition, and we're going to go out and we're going to test the surface to make sure that claim matches up with reality in a way that anyone can test it. Okay, so we're going to go and check if there's actually curvature. What is the horizon? What do you think the horizon is? What's the definition of horizon? The apparent location where the sky and the ground meet, or geometric location that's a byproduct of Earth curvature? Which one is it?
If you prove to yourself that the data is all in order and it just proves that the world is indeed round, what are you going to say then?
Then it's round.
Earth is flat. Still going to say it's flat.
We can shut this shit down. Yeah,
I'll definitely be leading. If you bring that, I'll be leading. I'll just say it. So that would be awesome if you could go and get it.
Yeah, Drace AI makes a pretty good point in the side chat. Downward is in reference to a horizontal, so downward would still be a flat Earth.
No, downward is a reference to the degrees of angle.
Yeah, but if you describe downward, that is in reference to horizontal. Up and down are in reference to a horizontal. You cannot have downward on a sphere. There's only in and out, right?
Sure, but it still goes down.
Okay. Well, so that's a flat Earth. Like, dude.
Well, I mean, the other day somebody said, "Well, the object is just disappearing in the distance because of its, flying away."
How do you have an angle to it? So how do you have a visual angle to something you can't see anymore?
Sure, but rockets certainly don't fly parallel to the surface, do they?
Well, you would have to prove that.
Hey, Kage. Even if
do you have any proof yourselves for your flat Earth?
Listen, bro,
yeah, measured.
Even if you had a rocket making McDonald's arches over the Earth, that doesn't change the shape of the ground, right? You understand what I'm saying?
Do you have
a toy airplane,
a flat Earth map that I could just?
Why would we need a map?
I want to see what this flat Earth looks like.
Oh well, then just go outside. It looks like that.
Outside. Exactly.
But can I not see a map, a 2D representation on a piece of paper?
That's not what flat. That's not flat Earth. That's not flat Earth, bro.
There's 200 projection maps of the Earth. Excuse me, friend. Projection maps of the Earth. Which one of them is correct?
Yeah, you can use a map, dude. You can use maps. Maps are flat, dude. You can use those. That's depth.
Oh, hold up. Wait. Hold up. Wait. I don't know what I'm looking at, so I'm asking you guys who have obviously the more knowledge and the right knowledge here, and the
none of that.
And evidence.
We didn't claim to have that knowledge. Bro.
Well,
just told you that's not flat Earth. That's not what we're talking about.
Okay, I want to finish what I have to say, man. Relax, right? So, I'm just asking if you have any map that I can look at of the flat Earth.
No, I don't. Personally, I don't.
I use Google Maps myself.
How would we have a map? How would we have obtained that map?
I don't know. You tell me. I use Google Maps.
You don't know? Yeah.
Well,
how are maps obtained?
Know. You tell me. You tell me how.
How are maps obtained?
That's why you'll never have one.
I don't know. You tell me.
Yeah. To have them, I'll tell you.
So, yeah. Teach me.
Hold on. So to have a map of the entire Earth, you would need to know the entire extent of the Earth. Nobody has that information.
Really? No one has this information?
No one has that information. No one has actually surveyed the entire Earth in its entirety, all the extremities. No one has ever done that. If you can tell me,
planes flying around then, and
planes are flying around in the air.
Wait a minute, man. Calm down. Just trying to fucking talk, right? I'm just trying to have a few words I want to say, right?
Go ahead.
How are planes flying from point A to point B with almost near perfect precision when we don't even have a flat Earth map? How is that possible?
Because the Earth is
The
flat.
planes are flying in the air. They fly from point to point, just like you said. And
what? Visually, they just fly visually.
I didn't say visually. They fly from point to point using a map.
They use flight charts.
Using a map?
They use navigation.
Flight charts.
They use navigational charts.
And they do use landmarks, yes, visually, yes.
Are those maps that they use based off of a spherical Earth model or flat?
No, they're flat maps. They're just like maritime navigational maps, but they're in the air. They're referencing the ground.
Oh, so when a plane,
it's a combination of stuff. I mean, they've got systems in the aircraft. They use visual cues.
I don't know.
They have a coordinate system. They have navigational charts. They have ground to air control guidance. There's a bunch of different stuff that goes into getting a plane from one point to another, not just a fucking map.
Well, he said he doesn't know how anything works. He doesn't know
is that based off of spherical models or flat models?
They're all flat.
Maps are flat. They use tools when they're navigating. They use tools such as parallel rulers, compasses. These are all tools that are used on flat navigational charts, not curved ones.
What about ships? How do ships navigate? Do they also
navigate the same way with parallel rules, compasses?
What else do you want to know about? Yeah, we don't even have to go into the weeds with them. What else do you want to know about? So you got planes and ships. What else? Air balloons?
Why are you getting aggressive, sir?
How do trains?
I'm just trying to hurry it up because you want to know about how airplanes work, and then I heard you say,
I'm sorry, I'll be quiet.
You don't understand anything anymore. Everything's confusing to you. So we're trying to straighten it all out for you.
How did Japan attack the United States? Like, is the Pacific like?
Yeah, they flew. They went with an aircraft carrier to a certain point and then attacked.
Retards, like it is like. Are you like
retards?
Aircraft carrier.
Hilarious.
Yeah, hold on a second. Who's this talking right now? Who's this arrogant douchebag that wants to call us retards?
That was Trev.
Is he gone? Did he run away?
I have a question. And so I guess you live somewhere. Do you guys?
Yeah, everyone lives somewhere. Yeah.
Do you guys trust? So Google has this website, Google Earth.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm guessing you don't trust that model, but like at what point does it not? Is it not accurate?
Google Earth uses GPS, and that's based on a flat Earth elevation angles.
Yeah, Google Earth uses a Web Mercator projection, by the way. Like, so do you know anything about Google Earth? Or are you just baseless? Is it a baseless claim?
But there's you can prove mathematically that you cannot map sphere ice. You cannot. There's no isomorphism that's like continuous to a flat surface. So that means that you can have a map. Like obviously Google Maps, that's a map, but there's some points on the map in where they are not continuous. So like. Now you would have to trust my model, but on Google Maps,
it's not your model.
On the edge,
so what you're talking about is a Web Mercator projection. It's a big rectangular map.
Yes, exactly.
It's like a cylinder that's flattened out, right, based off the spherical coordinate system that originated from the way that we take elevation angles.
Why is it cylinder if it's a flat Earth, though?
That's the Web Mercator projection. Okay, there's hundreds of different map projections. Hold on a second, bro. I'm answering the other guy's question. Okay, so there's tons of different map projections based off a spherical coordinate system which originated from the way we take elevation angles to Polaris, right? It's a sky-based coordinate system which is a spherical coordinate system, which is flattened out into different projections, which have different purposes.
So in order for the world to be flat, you would have to point. You would have to be able to point on a point on the Earth. Google
if someone
Earth,
asks me a question and then I answer that question,
something that's not continuous.
Can you hear me saying Jench? If I'm talking to the other guy real quick, right? He asked me a question and then I answered his question. Obviously, he should have a chance to reply to what I said.
Yeah, I mean, if the world is flat, right? I mean, why is the projection cylindrical or any other shape? Why isn't it a flat projection?
Yeah,
we got 200 projections. What you want? We have heart shapes. We have club shapes. They have circle shapes, squares, rectangles.
I'm sorry, I thought he was responding to me, sir. Why are you? I thought he was responding.
I'm just asking you what kind of map you want. We got one.
Yeah, but I thought he was responding, sir.
Different shapes on it.
Yeah, the all projections based off the originating from the celestial sphere model. Okay, a sky coordinate.
Wait, what did you say?
Conceptual.
Wait, hold up. Can you repeat that again? Celestial.
Yeah,
what?
you know what the celestial sphere. You know what that is, right? It was used by ancient cultures far before. Yeah, what do you know about the celestial sphere? It was used by cultures far beyond anyone even suggests. Let me finish talking. Let me finish talking.
There is no projection. It's mathematically impossible.
Wow.
No. Oh my
Sorry,
God,
why isn't it the celestial flat sky? Why is it the celestial sphere?
Yeah, because it's an imaginary way of conceptualizing the way that we view the sky, right? It's based off perspective. And that we see in a hemispheric dome of perspective with the way that we view the sky. So you can look at it, you go look up celestial sphere. What you're going to see in all of the videos is that it's an imaginary way of
I just Googled
conceptualizing the way that we view the heavens, like the sky. So all of the cultures, before anyone even suggested that the Earth's a globe, right? They had the celestial sphere, and then some crazy cultists came along, like Pythagoras and whatnot. Okay, who worship. No, Pythagoras was the first person to allegedly suggest the Earth was a globe. Right? He was a crazy cultist, a cult leader. Yeah, who thought that the universe was a musical instrument and thought that he was all of these. He thought he was a bird in a past life. Right? All sorts of crazy stuff. Okay, and he thought that the planets gave out musical notes and all sorts of crazy shit, right? Anyway, these people, right, and people that followed him, they took this celestial sphere and they inverted it into a terrestrial sphere, a terrestrial coordinate system based off the celestial coordinate system based off philosophical grounds, right? Not because anyone went out and actually validated that that's real, right? Just based off like the fact that Pythagoras thought that a sphere was like a divine shape. It was like the perfect shape, and the creator must have, created the Earth as this perfect shape, the sphere. And eventually, right, they modeled this celestial sphere, right, into a coordinate system, and then they inverted that into a terrestrial sphere.
Well, why is it called the celestial sphere? Why not the celestial?
Because of the things in the sky. The things in the sky, celestial bodies.
They're stars. So in every direction.
You only see so far in all directions. So once you look up and you keep looking up, it makes a sphere shape from your eyes.
It's half a sphere.
Whatever you want.
No, not like that. Right. Let me give you an example. Right. Let's say you go out into the ocean. Just let me give you an example so it makes sense. Right. Say you go out into the ocean on a canoe, and all you can see is water all around you. Okay, if you plot out the maximum distance you can see, 360 degrees around you, you can see the same distance in all directions. So if you plot that out, that's going to form a spherical horizon. It's going to be flat, but it's going to be a circle, right?
Spherical horizon.
Yeah, spherical. It's you see in a circle. Okay, because if you look at 1 degree, you see 3 miles. Just hypothetically. Okay, just I don't know whatever distance it is. You see the same distance, you turn to the right a little bit, you see the same distance, you turn to the right a little bit, go all the way around, right? You can see 3 miles or whatever distance it is based off your observer height. So you plot that out, it's going to make a circle of vision. Okay, so that's the baseline, right? That's the circular horizon that's still flat. And then let's just say we have a plane at 1 degree, okay? And it flies straight over the top of your head, and it goes over your head, and then it keeps going straight, and it disappears into the distance, you're going to watch it because of perspective, right? It's going to look like it comes up from the horizon, it goes up in a big giant arc over the top of your head, and then as you turn around and watch it fly away, it's going to look like it goes down in the distance due to perspective. Okay, and now plot out that path, right? Say it's got a big giant contrail coming out the back of the plane, and it stays there. Okay, and now each degree, you have another plane flying over the top of you, right? Plot that whole thing out. Say contrails are behind the plane, and they stay there in the sky. It's going to make a big giant dome over the top of you, right? Even though those planes were all at the same altitude from point A to point B, right? Due to perspective, we see in a big giant half sphere kind of thing, right? Just due to the way that we see. The same thing applies to the clouds, okay, the stars, the sun, the moon, or everything, right? That's how we see, right? We see in perspective, linear perspective. Okay, and that's how the celestial sphere became a thing, because that's how we see the sky.
Okay.
Yeah. And then people like Pythagoras, they started, like, people like kind of worshipped the celestial sphere. If you look at the old statues of Atlas, in the modern depictions of that, they changed him holding the celestial sphere and they changed it to a globe. But if you look at the old actual sculptures, he's actually holding up a celestial sphere. People kind of like worshipped the celestial sphere in a way. It's kind of weird. But even these cultures, they were like flat earth cultures. And then when people like Pythagoras and the people after him came along, they were kind of culty. They were kind of weird. If you look into it, that's a different rabbit hole. But they inverted that celestial sphere into a terrestrial sphere, right? So it was turned into a coordinate system. Okay, and we still have that same coordinate system now. It's called the WGS-84 geoid. And it's based off flat Earth angle measurements to Polaris. Right, so if it's
Sorry.
Yeah, does that make sense or not?
Sure, I find it very interesting that it's called a celestial sphere.
Yeah.
That's all you took from that? Come on, man.
But DJ literally laid that out beautifully.
Don't forget the use of fictitious observer in the center of the Earth, right? And then transpose that to the surface of the Earth, right? And they say, oh, that's the celestial sphere. And then the terrestrial sphere is basically the surface of the Earth. So the terrestrial sphere and the celestial sphere, they're both concentric spheres, right? And they picture the Earth at the center of the celestial sphere, assuming a fictitious observer at the center of the Earth. And then using that to get their angles. Right, when they get their flat baseline, they're not using a flat baseline.
No, they don't. They stand on a ball when they get their angles. When you go outside, you don't pretend you're in the center of Earth. When you're on the ocean, you pretend you're on the ocean. You don't pretend you're in the center of Earth.
No, he's talking about the celestial sphere. Like, then it transposes the,
Exactly. I'm saying
it assumes.
No, that's right. Yeah. Look, I'll read this out really quick, right? Long before the Earth was mathematically defined as a globe, ancient astronomers visualized the heavens as a perfect rotating sphere with fixed stars attached to its inner surface. This was purely a geometric observational construct. It was a model of appearance, not of substance. The Greeks, Egyptians, Babylonians, and early Indian astronomers all described the sky as a dome or a sphere revolving around a stationary Earth. And if you actually have a look at the ancient depictions of what these ancient cultures that were flat earthers depicted this place as, you'll see that, right? You'll see that's what they're all depicting.
Okay, why are all these guys posting in side chat this spherical Earth?
I'm reading something, so I wasn't looking in the side chat.
Yeah. Why do I constantly see spherical Earths?
You're not paying attention to anybody. You're worried about the word sphere, and you're worried about what other people.
Take it easy. Take it easy, bro. I'm just asking you a random question. Why are you getting aggressive?
Somebody is talking, dude. You're worried about other people instead of the guy talking.
No, I listened to what he had to say, and that's very interesting.
Yeah, have a look at what Drake's the first thing.
Why? Can we just clarify that you understand why it's called a celestial sphere now? Do you understand that? Does that make sense?
Sure. But you see, my next question is, how is this related to let's say, air travel? Since everything
he doesn't know. He's not listening.
Well, this is how longitude and latitude were created. Okay, so it's like you're using like a WGS-84 geoid, which is a spherical coordinate system based off the sky.
Are longitude and latitude like infinite on the flat Earth map, or?
No, it's a coordinate system based off the way that we view the sky. Okay, so look. Let's just say that we're standing under Polaris, right? So just say we're standing under Polaris. Okay, and that would be 0 degrees. Okay, and then we move further away, and we measure the elevation angle to Polaris as we keep moving further away, and we turn that into a coordinate system.
Right. But my question is this longitude and latitude, right? The distance of that, is it on the flat Earth plane? Do those imaginary lines go to infinity, or?
It's in the sky. Longitude and latitude they're in the sky. So if you can't see let's just say you were on a boat and you were lost out in the ocean and you can't see the sky, right? You can't use the longitude latitude system to navigate, right? You need to be able to see the sky.
Sure, but my question is what's the distance of that on the flat Earth model of these lines? Are they infinite, or?
Yeah, I don't think anyone's actually validated. It's meant to be a certain amount of 60 nautical miles per degree or something like that.
Oh.
I don't think anyone's actually empirically validated that, right? I don't think anyone's even empirically validated that 0 degrees is directly underneath Polaris. I'd like to see someone actually validate that.
Are those lines perfect, like a perfect grid, like on a flat Earth? Are they like completely perfectly flat, or do they like go around the half a sphere of the world?
They're in the sky. It's irrelevant to the ground.
Yeah, but again, I just want to see like a flat Earth map. Do you have one? Maybe I could see one.
No, there's no accurate map in existence for the globe Earth or the flat Earth, right? But when we measure the surface of the Earth, there's no curvature. Right, so do you think that you have a map? Do you think that you have a map?
Yeah, we have.
Well, I mean, the globe Earthers.
No, that's a spherical coordinate system based off the sky measurements, right? That's based off the angle.
Dude, Google Earth is a flat map. If you take an elevation view in Google Earth, you'll see it's some flat map.
DJ, so I presume you don't believe the Google Earth map to be true.
No, I didn't say that, right? That's not a globe. That's not necessarily a physical globe Earth, right?
Yeah,
that's a Mercator project. Do you know what a Webb Mercator projection is? Do you know what the Mercator projection is?
Okay, now you're sidetracking.
No, that's what you're talking about. I'm not sidetracking. So when you say Google Earth, what map projection are they using on Google Earth?
I have no idea, but I'm just asking.
Well, why are you making claims about something that you don't know anything about?
Okay, do you or do you not?
You should do research. If you want to come in here and really debate against people that have been researching this topic for many years,
Earth do you
should know what you're talking about. What's inaccurate?
If you
what's inaccurate?
Open up Google Earth, and you go to your place, I think you will probably be able to sort of look. You will be able to find your own house and the store you go to and whatever.
So when I zoom in, I can see my house. I can drag the little yellow man, and I can see my house from a street view that came from a car that drove past my house and filmed my house. And then they put that data into a computer program, and then I have my house. I can see my house. And then I have a higher altitude view of my house, which was a similar situation, right? A higher altitude camera flew over my house and filmed it, right? And then they put all of that data, right? Plotted it all into a Webb Mercator projection. Okay, and that's the spherical coordinate system that they're using for that particular software program, which is based off of flat Earth angle measurements.
Continuity. It cannot be continuously mapped. If you have a flat surface, you cannot map that continuously to a sphere. that means that there has to be some point on this Google Earth.
No, you're not. You got it the opposite way around, right? They're using the sky coordinate system. Okay, so they're like, okay, if we're standing at this place on the Earth, then Polaris is at this certain elevation. Okay, so you'll take an elevation angle to Polaris if you're standing at this particular point on the Earth. Okay, so it's not you've got it the opposite way that it should be. Okay, it came from the sky, the spherical coordinate system, right? It's an imaginary, right, or a conceptual way of viewing the sky. The reason that we see in the sky like a big half sphere is because of the way our perspective works. Okay, just say you're standing under a streetlight. Okay, it's directly above your head. Okay, that's called your zenith, right? So it's at directly above you. As you start to move away from it.
Can you please answer my
Yeah, it is
question?
Fantastic. Yeah, I did answer your question. I keep answering your questions, but it's like it doesn't sink into your brain.
You might have to dumb it down a bit.
Can we both agree on the fact that you cannot map a flat plane to a sphere continuously? Can we agree on that?
What sphere?
It's not a sphere, so we don't have to worry about it. We do agree with you. We agree with you. We agree with you. We agree with you.
We try to map that continuously to a sphere.
We agree with you already. Yes, we agree. It's not going to be accurate.
We cannot do that. Okay, fine.
Yeah, so if I have a ball, if I have a basketball,
please.
Hold on a second. No, I get to respond to your claim. No, you don't get to ask.
Okay, I thought you both agreed.
You
Okay,
have to stop. You have to stop talking now and let me reply. Okay, so just say you have a basketball. Okay, and you map out the basketball has all of these little like lines on it, right? And then you want to map that out onto a flat surface, right? You need to make a particular type of projection, and you're going to have distortions on that projection. Okay, so you could make a Mercator projection, you could make an AE projection, all sorts of different projections. You could have any type of projection that you want to, where you're plotting out that coordinate system from the basketball onto a flat surface. Okay, and then you could use that flat coordinate system that you've projected out to navigate.
Oh yeah, I completely agree. Do you agree that you cannot map, there is no isomorphism from a plane to a sphere that is continuous?
There is no sphere Earth. If you had a sphere Earth, right, over 20 miles, you would have a certain amount of curvature. And when we go, we're not forget that's the topic of the room.
Bro,
we're not forgetting the Earth.
I'm trying to understand where you and I disagree, but you're just you keep.
No, I can tell you that, right? You think the Earth's a globe, right? It's you have a belief system that you've never checked. Okay, it's just a belief system that the Earth's a globe. Okay, and then we went out and we also had that belief system, and we went and checked it, and it doesn't fit reality.
You're just repeating what you have said for the last 10 hours.
10 hours.
We both agree that we
seems like it needs to be repeated
to a sphere.
Yeah, exactly, bro.
Yes, because
you're coping. This is Cogdis in play right now.
Stop.
Okay, go ahead.
So my question to you is, if that is the case, you look on Google Earth. There has to be a point on Google Earth which is discontinuous, which is not continuous. I'm asking you what point on Google Earth would then not be continuous, and then can we go there and check it? That's what I'm curious about.
What do you mean
Google
not
Earth.
continuous?
Yeah, Google Earth is not. Okay, hold on and let me reply to what you just asked me a question. You just asked a question.
Yeah, I just want to clarify for the other guy. So when I say not continuous, I mean when we have a world map, and you have when you go to the right side of the map,
oh my goodness,
there's a leap to the other side. So mathematically, you cannot approach that point from. You basically have to jump. That's basically it.
Yeah, exactly. Because it's like you've turned the latitude longitude system into a cylinder and then flattened it out. It's a different type of projection, and then all the countries are the wrong size, right? You got all sorts of issues. That's not the flat Earth. That's not the flat Earth. You don't take a spherical coordinate system projection and then say, oh, how can you get, if you go to the edge of this spherical coordinate system projection, how do you keep going? What happens when you get to the edge of this hypothetical spherical coordinate system projection. No, that's not the flat Earth. That's not what we're claiming is the map of the Earth. We don't think that the flat Earth is a Mercator projection like Google uses.
That's the Mercator projection, gents. When you see the world continents laid out in a rectangle, right? That's a Mercator projection. That's what he means by Mercator
and it's
projection.
Not an accurate mapping.
No, it's just a representation of the spherical coordinate system called the gratitude, right?
Okay,
latitude and longitude.
I agree with you. Why are you yapping?
So why do you keep saying on the flat Earth?
Yeah, he's not yapping. He was making great points.
Oh, yeah, I completely agree with you.
There's no need to be rude, Jench.
It's okay. No,
we've had a civil conversation. But let him talk. He sounds like he knows what he's talking about. So maybe you should listen to him. He sounds. Hold on a second, bro. He sounds like he knows what he's talking about. You don't sound like you know what you're talking about. So you should listen to him. This is Earth School that you're in right now. Pay attention.
I don't understand why you're avoiding my question over and over again.
You keep asking the same question, and you're making an assumption.
Inaccurate?
Okay. Listen, number one, right? You're making an entirety claim, right? You're claiming to know the entirety of something without actually measuring or demonstrating that you know the entirety of something, right? Just because you can measure out a small portion doesn't mean you can extrapolate that to the entirety of Earth. So what they did, right, they basically made a conceptual model based off of the stars, right? So, Jench, if me and you were going to create a new map right now, right, not using any references on the land, right, or just how would you make a map? There's only one way we can actually make a map that's verifiable, the same thing like over and over again if we use the stars, essentially. Sorry, I'm losing my words. I'm just trying to see where you're at, Jench.
So where I'm at is this. So I have this Google Earth model that I believe to be true. But let's say we don't know whether that is true or not. All I'm saying is this. Let's say that the Earth is flat, like a plane. And then we have a proposition, which is Google Earth. Now,
which is a flat map.
Agree.
It's a flat map.
We all agree.
It's a flat map.
Okay, please do stop. We all agree.
No. But you just hold on a second. You contradicted yourself.
That is continuous
I had to stop
from
you.
A plane to a sphere, right?
Yeah. So it's not a sphere that they use, right? They use a Webb Mercator projection, which is a flat surface, right? Which what flat surface are they using? Right?
It is using if you go on Google Earth, you will see.
No, it's only when you zoom out to a certain distance, it will switch into an obvious CGI version of a globe. Okay,
yeah,
they're not plotting it out on an actual globe like that, right? They're using a Webb Mercator projection, which is a flat rectangular map.
Go on the website.
Look it up. Look it up right now. Go look up. Look it up right now.
Google Earth is not.
How
not
are
reality,
we even debating
dude?
this? If you go
It's
on
not
the website,
reality.
you zoom out. I'm not even saying whether Google Earth is true or not. I'm just saying if you go on Google Earth, their model is a sphere. That's all I'm saying.
Zoom out on it, and then I want to see you navigate using the zoomed out version. Zoom way out, and then navigate to Africa from Los Angeles.
Okay.
Yeah, look, this is how we debunk. Okay, we debunked Google Earth. Right, let me grant you. I'm answering it. Okay, I'm telling you, we debunked it. Okay, because when you zoom out, you see a sphere. Okay, and that sphere has a claimed size. Okay, and then we calculated how much curvature there should be over a certain distance, and we went and tested it hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of times and proved beyond the shadow of a doubt that there's any curvature over these distances, therefore debunking Google Earth as you present Google Earth. BYOOGLE Earth. BYO.
Yes. Okay.
Bring your own Google Earth because you don't understand Google Earth.
But what point on Google Earth do you think is not accurate?
The globe.
Say the same question, dude. Bro,
The
you're making
CGI
a
globe.
pragmatic fallacy.
You said the globe. Do you
Just
mean the
because it
entire
works
thing
for
is
certain
inaccurate?
navigation doesn't make it so. Like, it doesn't make it
Okay,
true.
then I go back to my example from the beginning. You can look at your house on Google Earth, and you can see that that is accurate. Now,
it's a computer program, dude.
He seriously laid this out like 5 times now, Jench.
At what point on Google Earth can you give me a coordinate or like a screenshot of Google Earth where you think that that point is inaccurate?
No, it's based off this. It's based off a spherical coordinate system. You don't even know what that is. Why are you way out of your element, bro? You need to like do research before you.
Can you give me a screenshot or any point on Google
No,
Earth?
it's a malformed question. It's a malformed. I'm pointing out your question is retarded. Sorry to put it that way.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
It's not even the question that's retarded. It's fucking Jench. Your comprehension of what they're telling you. It's not sinking in, and you just keep fucking bleating and bleating. So yeah. So what you need to do, Jench, is just shut the fuck up and listen and actually take it in. For fuck's sake.
And I'm asking you
exactly, Chubbs. Jench, look at what Helioskeptic posted.
Inaccurate.
Jench, look at what Helioskeptic posted at 54 minutes after the hour. Is that what you're talking about? Is that the map you're talking about?
Again, I'm asking the question. Go
Jench,
on Google Earth.
This is not going to work out well for you.
Screenshot or anything.
Jench, I could mute you right now. I'm choosing not to. I'm being nice. I'm being nice. I'm being tolerant with you. Okay, you're in cogdis. You're spiraling now. You're in cogdis mode. I asked you a simple question. Helioskeptic posted something at 54 minutes after the hour. Is that the map that you're talking about right now? Yes or no? Read what he wrote as well.
No,
tagged you.
That is absolutely not what I'm talking about.
Okay, so now go to Google. Okay, so you're quoting Google Earth, right? So you say, what map does Google Earth use? It took me 2 seconds to do it, right? And it says the Web Mercator projection. I don't know what took you longer, but it said the Web Mercator projection.
I think they try to look for something that says something different, and they just keep because they won't ever answer.
Well, this is the funny thing. This is the funny thing because you're quoting, you're saying that Google does this and that, right? I'm asking you to ask Google what map they use, right? And when I typed it into google.com, which is Google, it says Web Mercator projection, right? I said, what map does Google Earth use? Web Mercator projection came from Google.
And so, Jench, why is that important to know?
So you're against Google. Right, now you're going against Google.
No,
you're saying Google's lying about because you said no, this is the thing. This is where we're at. Helioskeptic posted a Web Mercator projection. I asked you, is that the map that Google Earth uses? And you said, no, it is not. And then I went to Google and they confirmed that, yes, it is. Now you're saying that Google's lying, right? Or are you conceding that this is the Web Mercator projection that Google uses? Uh-oh. This is a moment of truth to see whether you're intellectually honest or full of shit.
I'm not quite understanding what you're saying.
Okay, I wouldn't if I were you and trying to avoid.
On Google Earth, if you zoom out, you can see that it's a sphere. Like, I'm not saying that that model is accurate or inaccurate, but I'm not really following because there's Google Maps and Google Earth. We might be talking about different things. Google Maps, when you zoom out, it looks like something that Helioskeptic posted. Google Earth, when you zoom out, it's not like that. It's a sphere. So I'm not really sure what.
I want you to navigate on that sphere.
You know what? That's funny because, okay, so on my phone, right? On my phone,
really
I'll click on the measure function, Yeah, bro, shut up for a second. Shut up for a second, bro. So on my phone, I'll go to Google Earth, right? I'll choose the measure function, and I'll click at any point. Could be Australia, could be Paris, could be anywhere, right? And then I'll try and do a full 24,900 mile, loop, and it stops. Well, or what it is in kilometers. It prevents me from going any further past 20,000 kilometers. I can't actually get it to go back to the spot that I started. It won't do it. It won't let me.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Are you talking, DJ? Are you talking about Google Maps or Google Earth? Because I think we might be talking about different things.
Yeah, I'm on Google Earth.
Yeah, so I typed in this exact thing. What map does Google Earth use? Right, and it says Web Mercator projection.
Yes. Okay, maybe now. Okay, now I think.
There you go.
I see what you're saying. So you're saying that we have this 2D image that Helioskeptic posted, and they mapped that
Mercator projection. Yes.
The sphere.
That's what Google Earth.
Is that
uses.
what you're saying?
Yes.
I'm asking DJ, not you.
Yeah. What did you ask? Sorry, my wife was talking to me.
So
what did you
if
ask?
I understood you correct, you're saying that we have this picture that Helioskeptic posted, and we take that and map to a sphere. And that is Google Earth. Is that what you're saying?
No, the map that's in the side chat is one out of countless projections, which is based off the WGS84 geoid.
Yeah, but
and then they're projecting out that spherical coordinate system into different projection systems that are used for different purposes. We have hundreds of different map projections. I don't know if anyone's got a picture of all the different map projections, right? But they all have different issues.
Got it.
Okay, and if you go to Google right now, you can type in "Why are all maps wrong?"
Bro, you're avoiding my question again.
Oh my god!
Post that the map that Helioskeptic posted. Is this the map? Or are you saying?
Yeah. Go to Google. Go to Google.
Uses.
Go to Google and type in Web Mercator projection, and then hit images, and then you'll see the map that Helioskeptic posted. Yeah, you'll see the map that Helioskeptic posted is called the Web Mercator projection. Okay,
yes,
and then go back to Google.
I understood.
No, I'm not stopping until I finish. Okay, then go to Google search and type in what map do they use in Google Earth, and then it's going to say Web Mercator projection. And then go back to your images and look at the Web Mercator projection. And then you can go back and forth until you can finally concede that this is the map that they use. And then you should learn in what is the Web Mercator projection, and learn about map projections, and learn about coordinate systems, and then come back when you actually know what you're talking about.
Helioskeptic posted is the map that is being used to map onto Google Earth.
To plot on, it's like, yes. So if you go on a plane, right, and you look at the little screen on the back of your seat.
Yeah, that's
you can switch views, right? You could see
doing this thing where you're just talking for 10 minutes and we cannot have a discussion.
Yeah, well, these are questions you don't seem to I'm just trying to answer your questions, bro.
Yeah, but okay, we both agree that
he answered your question 15 times now.
Posted is the one used to map onto Google Earth. Now my question is this. If we look at this picture and we look at the far right, we see that there's a jump from the far right to the far left. So we would not be able to move.
Yeah, that's not a flat Earth map.
Sure.
It's a flat map. It's not.
Yeah, I know.
It's a flat map of the Earth. It's not a flat Earth map.
That's right.
I understand you don't believe in this map. I'm just saying in general.
Do you believe in it?
That's besides the point.
Well, do you think Russia is that size?
It's definitely the whole point of this conversation.
I'm trying to figure out stuff. I don't want to go in with
oh shit! Look out! Taps in the house. It's all over for you, Ginge.
No, but I don't want to go in with something a priori. I want to approach this together with you.
Yeah, so look, the map that you're presenting right here is a particular projection of a spherical coordinate system. Okay, it has all sorts of distortions. Okay, like Russia isn't that big. Okay, Greenland isn't that big. Africa isn't that small. There's all sorts of problems with the map because it's a projection of a spherical coordinate system. It's not a literal map of the Earth. Okay, you're mistaking the map for the territory, and that's a fallacy. So you need to learn about map projections, coordinate systems, how they were derived, how they originated, and how they, eventually you'll get to the point where you'll realize that to actually get to that coordinate system in the first place, we need to assume a flat Earth, right? To take the elevation angles to create the coordinate system. So you need to do research before you dive deep into maps with us.
Okay, looking at this
you're lucky that you're talking to someone that doesn't actually know that much about these maps, right? There's other people in here that will just absolutely destroy you on this topic.
Okay, looking at this map, we can both agree, right, that
you say the same thing again, dude.
He won't look at anything else. He's just focused on that map now.
Yeah, he's literally just waiting to speak. Like you fucking just don't understand anything.
Okay.
Just shut the fuck up and go do what DJ said.
Can we both agree that these two maps, if we look at the 2D map, on the far right, if we want to go to the far left on Google Earth, we can do that by just taking a simple step. But on the 2D map,
what's your point here?
That can you please be quiet. On the 2D map,
I'm handing the microphone over
right
to Snee.
To the left
to Snai.
by a simple step.
Snai
on
is
Google
now
Earth map,
speaking.
We can do that, right?
Sweet. Okay, so Jen, you're saying that in this model, you have the map and you have eastmost Asia / Russia on the right, and then you're saying that we can go to the left. Is that like your primary claim? Are you saying that we wouldn't be able to do this on the flat Earth? Is that what you're saying?
And that we cannot do what exactly? Go from the far east.
Travel from the right to the left.
On the 2D map, we would not be able to do that, obviously.
Okay, do we live in a two-dimensional existence? Do we live in a two-dimensional state? Is everything that we experience, are we two-dimensional?
That's what
you don't know.
This is where I'm trying to approach the subject. I don't know.
Okay.
Or I'm gonna act.
Well, let's dissect this together. Okay, that's fine. Let's dissect this together. Do you experience three-dimensional objects?
Okay, I'm not gonna go
do you experience objects with three dimensions?
Doing some semantics stuff.
It's not a semantic. It's not a semantic. You said that you were unaware on whether we experience 3 dimensions, right? Because you're saying you're relating to this two-dimensional map.
I'm talking about the map.
You're relating to this two-dimensional. Okay, hang on. You're talking about this two-dimensional map, okay? And you're saying, you're using this as if we were on this two-dimensional plane, right? So let's figure it out, right? Are we in 2 dimensions? Can we experience things in 3 dimensions? Well, we can. Right, I can hold a pen and I can see that it has 3 dimensions. Therefore, it is not strictly 2-dimensional. Does that answer your question? Do you know now?
That wasn't my question at all, actually. If you want to know my question is this. Well, we can both see that on this 2D map, we cannot go with a simple step from right to left. On Google Earth, according to their model, I'm not saying that it is true or not, but according to their model, we can make that step. Now, that means that one of our models has to be wrong. They're contradicting each other. Now, if I take the stance that we believe in flat Earth, that means that we would be able to find a point on Google Earth.
No one takes that
and say, here is a jump that we in Google Earth can make, but we cannot do in reality. And I'm simply asking, what point on Google Earth is that?
You're just strawmanning whoever you're speaking to's position. How do you know that they take that map as their own? You just assume that.
There's an assumption. There are so many different assumptions.
I don't know this
here.
about
I know there's so
Snee,
many. I know.
but I do know that about DJ. DJ said that he can find his own house on the map or on Google Earth. And so what I'm curious about is, at what point does this map stop working? Because we know that it works, or DJ knows.
Bro, that's a pragmatic
that it works
fallacy.
in one point. Yeah, I know it's anecdotal, but DJ knows that it works in one position for him. I cannot say that for all of you, but he knows that it works in one position for him. So I'm asking.
I'll assume DJ's position. So I'll agree.
Does the
sometimes
Google Earth map stop working?
I'll answer your question. Okay, so I'll assume DJ's position. I assume what DJ said was honest and legitimate, right? Therefore, I'm assuming his position. I can verify that. Yeah, sometimes I use Google Maps too when I don't know where I'm going, right? And I'm able to find my way to the location using Google Maps. Now, Google Earth, however, completely different thing. Right, a map you're able to you're able to view point A to point B, right, and we're able to verify its authenticity with ground positioning system with GPS, right? GPS does work on a flat model, right, and we can observe how it works. It actually makes more sense for a ground positioning system to work on a flat model than your globe model, right? There are no satellites, but we're not gonna dive super duper.
Okay, I call this one a beam step,
We're not gonna dive into that. Thank you. But I mean, okay. So your question is, at what point does this map stop working?
Yes, exactly.
Okay. I mean, see, I'm struggling to let's take a look. Yeah, let's look at the map. Right.
Basically, when it stops contorting to reality, up close it's a real map. It's flat. It makes sense. Everything lines up. When you zoom out, it turns into a cartoon. That's the only thing you need to know. Oh my.
Yeah, and at what point does it turn into a cartoon? At what point is it not realistic anymore?
When you add 93 million miles away from you and your light source. When you invoke movement that's unmeasurable, when you invoke an assumed radius and an assumed circumference without calculation.
Yeah,
sort of everything about the globe Earth model. I don't know why we're looking at maps when we're trying to prove like the shape of what we're standing on. We're not standing on maps, therefore we shouldn't be looking at them. We should be looking at the shape of the Earth. How do we determine curvature in your globe model?
No, but I'm really curious, because if we have Google Earth and we say this small, very, very small part of Google Earth is accurate. Now, here's the thing, they could be right about that small part, but lie about everything else on Google Earth. But my question is then, if we zoom out a little bit, okay, here is the local store, zoom out a little bit more, there's another store or whatever. At what point of zooming out do we have something that is inaccurate? And if we go to that point in real life, what will we experience?
So I think what the answer was when the answer was presented was, zoomed in, everything that's plotted out is fine and it's in place and it checks out. But once you zoom out and add curvature and add any sphericity to the Earth, right? It's, we can see that it's invalid, right? I mean, the second you invoke a curve or anything that invokes sphericity, you have to prove it, right? So the Earth simply is a flat plane and it exists how we observe it, right? If we can follow it with a map, that's good, right? That's great. But, invoking sphericity into the topic, I mean, you're going to have to prove it, right? Jench?
Yeah.
So is there any way you can prove sphericity on what we live on?
No. I'm not how do I say this? I'm not trying to prove that Google Earth is true. I'm more so curious about what makes you think that Google Earth is not true. Because
Earth is measured flat. We told you 500 times in the past 2 hours. Earth is measured flat. That's why.
So that would be the most appropriate answer.
I can justify that my house is accurate. And then, presumably, the more I zoom out, at some point it's not real. At some point it has to be fiction or cartoon. And my question is, at what point is it not realistic anymore? And what point on this fake model Google Earth is it not realistic?
As soon as you start seeing curvature as you zoom out, the ground starts curving into a sphere. That's when it's not realistic. It's just an image.
Okay.
It's not reality.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. But could you show me a screenshot of Google Earth or like some coordinates that like this part of this fake model is just bullshit or something like that? Would that be possible?
It won't matter what we give you.
I'm really curious. I mean, you could take that stance if you want to, but I'm genuinely curious. And if we see that it is fake, what will happen if we go to that place?
Why would you think there's a fake place?
No. Well, there has to be.
How come? Okay, tell me how come Google Earth didn't have the 7,000 missing Japanese islands?
Okay, something has to be fake on Google Earth, right?
I just gave it to you. Yeah.
Why don't we go there and check it?
Bro. A couple of people told you.
Why don't we go there and check it? And
we did. Japan went and found the 7,000 islands that Google Earth had hidden. There's your lie. I gave you a place you can go and you can check it out.
Okay. Yeah, but we have Google Earth. Something.
But you didn't like that one. I knew you wouldn't like that one. Motherfuck! I knew it was going to happen. You wouldn't like that one either.
Who said Google?
But can you please see that it's not disproving the shape of
Jench is invoking Google Earth.
Google Earth. And we're saying there's something missing here, like a house or an island. I'm talking about the entire shape. Somewhere, the entire shape of Google
Earth doesn't necessarily have a form.
Not like, there's an island missing. No. The entire shape of it all would be fucked up. Where is that? Not an island. The entire shape of it.
Are you done talking, dude? We heard you. Let's stop this time, dude. Listen, Google Earth is a cylinder. Did you know that?
It's not a
Google
cylinder.
Earth uses something called the WebGL Mercator, which is a cylinder. That's its coordinate system. Shut up. Shut up. Dude, let me finish my sentence. So just because they wrap it around the sphere and show you a graphic doesn't make it a sphere. They're just portraying it that way. If you played video games, you should know that you can map any texture to any 3D model, no matter what its shape.
I completely agree.
I work 3D and no, you're wrong.
Oh, so I can't?
No,
you work 3D. You know I'm wrong. You want to bet like 1,000 Bitcoin.
Let me answer.
Now, so I'll bet you 1,000 Bitcoins that you can wrap any texture to any triangle-based 3D model.
You can wrap a texture. Let's say a square texture. You can wrap it on a sphere, but you're going to have one problem.
What's that?
The points, the edge that connects, the two edges that connect on the side, you can wrap around easily. But the tip part, the top north and south, whatever of the sphere, right? You're gonna have a hard time wrapping it properly, so you have to wrap it in a certain way so that the texture doesn't, you need to squeeze it in a certain way so that the texture looks right.
KGB,
you can do it, right?
Unfortunately,
what do you mean looks right? What does that mean? Looks right. What is that? How do you know what it looks like?
That means it's not. That means it's almost near impossible to get a proper, good unwrap of a square.
What do you mean by looks right? Compared to what?
Yeah, you have to squeeze the top and you have to fix it so it fits.
I think the word you're looking for is continuous.
What is your, hold on, dude. What's your referent to fix it to?
My referent?
Yeah.
I don't need no referent.
You know it's wrong when you wrap it, right? When you wrap it,
Do you want me to do you want me to stream it in live in front of you right now?
So, do you are you aware?
Do you want me to stream it? I can prove what I'm saying. You know, you're just fucking yapping at this point. And by the way, you guys are muting me earlier. That's clownish.
You guys and you this and you that. No one cares about what you think about it.
I can open live stream right now and do it in front of you.
Okay. You were posting objectively CGI images of a globe. Sorry.
I'm going to start muting people. Okay.
Well, do you have actual images of a flat Earth? I'd like to see, please.
From where?
Provided. Do you have it?
Where? Taken from where?
Here's my position. All right. With respect to you guys.
You're going on mute, dude, because you're not answering questions. So you have a choice. Taken from where? You asked for something. You have to take a photograph from a place. Okay?
In order to take a photo. Yeah.
Taken from where?
Wherever you want. Just provide a photo for flat Earth.
At the beach. I'll post the one I took at the beach. I took a photo of a flat Earth at the beach.
Okay, do you have a photo of a flat Earth from, I don't know, from really high up in the air so I can see the entire flat Earth?
Well, no, you couldn't capture it. You couldn't capture the entire flat Earth in an image.
Why not? Why not?
Because you can't go far enough away from the Earth to take that image.
Why not?
Because rockets don't push off air. Rockets push off air. They don't push off vacuum.
What?
Rockets don't thrust in vacuum.
You require air.
Did you do it? Did you build a rocket yourself, and did you do it yourself? Do you have a source for that?
You're deflecting, dude.
Yeah.
No, this is a legit
thermodynamics works?
Did you do this yourself to come to that conclusion?
Did he do this himself? What kind of fucking answer is that?
Yeah, where are you getting this from? This claim from? Where are you getting this claim from?
Because look, people have all these rockets. There's YouTube videos, right, of people putting a rocket in a pressurized vacuum. Shut up, dude. In an evacuated vacuum chamber where they ignite the rocket and the rocket doesn't move until the container pressurizes due to the exhaust of the rocket. That's where I'm getting it from. Experiments.
I posted your information. I posted it for you. I posted it for you. You can see it goes all the way to the back of the wall and actually comes back, and it's actually pushing off the pressure wave that's reflecting off the wall.
What does this have to do with my request for a picture of your flat Earth?
Because you can't
from the highest possible point.
Because there's no outer space. Because you want a picture from space, but you won't say it because you're a pussy. So you want a picture from space, and you can't take a picture from there because outer space vacuum doesn't exist.
Did you build a rocket yourself and do that experiment?
Yeah. Yeah. He just showed it.
Can you please show me a video of it so I can see it myself?
It's in the side chat. See, you're not listening, dude. So when you decide to listen, you can come off mute. So let's get back to the actual person that thinks Google Earth is a something.
It's Gench29.
Yeah, dude. So why are you referring to Google Earth? Like, how would you even know if that's what the Earth actually is or looks like or anything like that? What are you comparing it to?
I'm not sure I want to debate with you. I would love to debate.
This isn't a debate, dude. You guys don't have any evidence. This isn't a debate. This hasn't been a debate in 5 years.
Kind of hostile, honestly.
Well, this hasn't been a debate because you guys, hold on. Okay, I'll stop being agitated. Dude was being a douchebag. So I'll stop being agitated. But you guys say stuff which is objectively untrue because you're ignorant of something. Okay? Google Maps is not Google Earth is not a sphere. It displays it as one, just like Grand Theft Auto displays hookers. Those aren't actually hookers. Okay?
Great game.
They look like hookers. They say, hey, big boy, you want a good time? They act like hookers, but they're not hookers. Okay? So Google Earth shows you a ball, but
you have a lot of experience with that
programmatically, programmatically inside how it's not a ball. Is what I'm trying to tell you. So here's something you can do, right? Go on Google Earth, North Pole or South Pole. Use the line tool and try to use the line tool to make a circle around the North Pole or South Pole. And what you'll end up seeing is it'll end up snapping back and giving you a half moon shape. Because it's a cylinder. Now, did you know any of this? Of course not. So I'm irritated because you guys say things out of ignorance and then try to tell us what's what. We've been looking into this for nearly a decade. You just got here. So the fact remains is you really don't know what you're talking about. And neither does the other guy.
I feel like you're kind of repeating yourself.
I don't care how you feel.
In order to answer,
I would love to talk with.
Why don't you actually address what I said with substance?
I would love to talk with Sny.
No, tell me.
It doesn't matter who you talk to, Jench, right? You can answer Indio's questions the same as mine,
so
right?
What you have to say about
you just need to answer genuinely.
What do you have to say about your idea that Google Earth demonstrated somehow that the Earth is a globe, but now you've been shown, and you can just Google this, what projection does Google Earth use? And that map is a cylinder. Why did you think that it supported the globe? Why did you think that? Did somebody tell you that? Or did you just make it up in your mind?
Sly, do you have anything to add?
Yeah, that's right. You made it up in your mind. Nobody said
I believe
Google Earth
Indio asked you a question.
What?
I said I believe Indio asked you a question.
He muted me. He's getting banned, so.
No,
you mute me, though?
Muted it.
Okay, dude.
I haven't muted anyone. I just don't. I feel like you're a bit hostile, actually.
I don't care how you feel.
That's true, just because of your ignorance. Now, I'm just going to post Mercator projection as a cylinder in the side chat, just for you. You need to learn. You're in Earth School right now. Like I told you earlier, you were lucky to be having a conversation with me earlier. Now the big dogs are in here. You need to listen to Indio and what he has to say. He's been researching this for a long ass time, right?
Dude, literally, there's people in this topic who know more people than surveyors, right? Professional surveyors. I asked them questions about geodetic surveying. They don't even know. They don't know how any of this stuff was created, where it comes from, what coordinate systems are, how these maps are made. Did you know that there's 3 different sets of cardinal directions, for instance? You know, north, south, east, west. Did you know that there's 3 different sets of that? John, Jench, whatever your name is.
3 sets of
coordinate systems.
No,
cardinal directions.
I mean, in math, we usually have or theta and phi, if that's what you're referring to.
No, I'm talking about north, south, east, and west. There's 3 sets of north, south, east, and west. There's north, south, east, and west of the compass. And then there's north, south, east, and west as defined by where the sun rises on the equinox. And then there's north, south, east, and west in the latitude, longitude coordinate system. Okay, those are actually 3 different directions, and they only correspond to each other in certain places. Now, typically, people think that the compass points north and south at the poles. They don't. They actually just align to the magnetic field local to wherever you are. That could be 90 degrees from north that the compass will point. A lot of people don't know this. It's called magnetic declination. And then there's east is defined as which direction the sun rises on the equinox. So if you go on Google Earth and try to, you can take the compass tool and try to go 90 degrees from the north, and you'll see that it intersects at the equator every time you do it. It just goes toward the equator. It doesn't follow the latitude line, which it should, because the latitude line and the latitude longitude coordinate system is actually a circle. It's not a line. So these are just like little things that when people appeal to maps or they appeal to Google Earth or any one of these things are abstractions. They only represent the Earth for one particular purpose.
They are, sure, they're some kind of abstraction, but they have to be wrong at some point.
They are wrong. And they're right.
With what? They're wrong and right?
Yeah,
right,
that's
so
right.
They're right, like in a small region, right? Is that what you're saying?
No. It depends on the purpose you're using it for.
Yeah, so if I'm gonna find the closest store, then I would be able to use Google Earth.
Well, I mean, you wouldn't even need Google Earth. They freaking track your phones everywhere they go.
Okay.
So they could literally delete the map underneath your little GPS thing, and they would know based upon what all the other Android phones where they went.
Yes. But like, if I want to find a store and I don't know where the store is, I would be able to use Google Earth. And I think we both agree on that.
Yeah, because the car drove down the street, dude. The car drove around.
Yeah, but Google Earth has to be flawed somewhere.
It is flawed. I just told you how it's flawed. Try to draw a circle around Antarctica, the North Pole or the South Pole.
Yeah, I also think we're getting definitions confused as well. Google Earth and Google Maps aren't the same thing, and they don't work the same way.
They didn't see explain why they didn't see 7,000 islands.
I'm talking about the fundamental.
So, Jench, if Google Earth is so good, do you think that you could black out your windows, right, and drive just using your GPS and Google Earth, right? Take all the turns, negotiate the curves just by looking at the graphic instead of out your window?
I mean, there's some kind of delay.
Of course. Okay, no delay. We have zero latency.
Zero latency. Yeah. Well, you have people like walking.
I'm just trying to figure out the accuracy of Google Maps, dude. Like, if it's accurate, then you should be able to drive looking at your fucking screen and not out the window.
Yeah. If you don't have any people, no traffic, no nothing, then
no traffic.
Yeah.
You think you can do that?
Yes, but I mean,
why do you think that? Let me ask you why you think that. Can I ask you why you think that?
Yeah, absolutely. Because if you go onto, well, I sometimes use Google Maps when I need to navigate and I'm driving, and it seems to work fine. But
landmarks is different than a representation of the Earth that is accurate enough to drive on, right?
What, could you say that again?
It's just landmarks. You're just noting landmarks. It tells you like, hey, there's going to be a gas station up here. That's a landmark.
No, it actually tells you, like, it draws out the exact route.
Exact.
Yeah.
I'm talking about, dude, you're conflating two different ideas, okay? The idea that, hey, this road is after that road if you're going in this direction on that road, this road. You know, we had, like, paper maps, and you could do that with a paper map. Nobody would say the paper map is the territory. So what I'm asking you is why you think that you could drive just looking at, if you had zero latency GPS, just in no traffic, looking at the screen, and that Google Maps is accurate enough to actually drive the road.
I believe I answered that question.
I asked you why, and you just said, hey, because there's landmarks, or whatever you said. But you know what? This has actually been, I'm just beating around the bush because this has actually been tested. Yeah, Flat Earthers have actually tested this by putting a camera on the freaking dashboard, showing Google Maps, and then driving and see if the road matches the map. And they don't match.
Okay, they don't match.
They do not match, as in the road, as in like the turns and like, say I'm on a road and it turns, I'm on a slow curb and eventually it does like a 30-degree turn. On Google Maps, it won't show anything. It'll show like a straightaway.
Okay, this is kind of what I have been fishing for the entire time. An example of where Google Earth does not match reality.
Okay, hold on.
Would you be able to send me like
I got you
or something? Yeah,
I got you, bro. And I gave you an example already. The drawing a circle around the poles. Did you not hear that part?
Yeah, but that's kind of not what I'm getting at, because that's like a programming feature that they have. Sure, that could be fucked up.
But it's an inaccuracy. Jench, what you're failing to grasp here is this is how your application... Jench, let me finish. Come on, let's be nice.
I'm not really bothered by their...
Jench, this is how your application
features of
fails.
Drawing lines.
You're not bothered by the features of the application that you're using in this like conversation? Why are you bringing it up then? Why are we on this topic? Right? We know it's inaccurate. Google Earth and Google Maps aren't the same thing. They work differently, right? Do you know how Google Earth works?
No, I don't know the entire code base. No.
No, okay, so it takes a bunch of photos, right, of something, right, and then it adds them together, right, in their own way until they think it looks right, and then they upload it, right? That's sort of how it works in very simple terms, right? This starts it's called LOD rendering, right? Level of detail rendering, and this starts when you're zooming out. The terrain becomes progressively smoother, buildings become simplified and they disappear, and coastlines become less precise, right? So if you were to zoom out, you would have a hard time driving around, let's say, a coastal area, or driving around relying solely on your Google Earth, right? At 0 to 2 kilometers, you'll see 50 centimeters to 2 meters, right? And at 2 to 20 kilometers, you'll see 50 centimeters to every 2 meters per pixel, right? This means it's like throwing a bunch of pictures together, right? And then arranging them until it looks right, and then uploading it. Okay? So if you're curious on how they managed to get that curve right for the sphere, it's just them throwing things together, just like KGB was, just like the conversation that we had earlier on with KGB, talking about 3D wrapping layers around shapes, right, in video game design, right? It works exactly the same. You can design something and then upload it. It doesn't have to be true. It doesn't have to be accurate. Why are we talking about this? We should be talking about something that we can physically test, rather than a faulty piece of software, evidently. Right? It's an inaccurate piece of software.
The fault in the software can be tested.
It's not a fault. They designed it that way. It's not a fault. Stop characterizing it as a fault. It's because they used a cylindrical coordinate system and wrapped it on a sphere. It's not a fault. You want to see a ball, and they made the cylinder look like a ball.
No, but like you said,
I know it's hard to comprehend.
Would you like to talk about something that you can test, Jench? Would you like to talk about
we are
something to do with the physicality,
which is Google Earth?
You can't use an application to test reality.
You're reifying a piece of software as if the software is real, bro.
Using reality. I'm looking at the software saying, can this be real?
Okay, I just
but the software isn't real, so
hold on, dude. He asked for something. It's in the chat. It's a 1-hour video of him testing the accuracy of Google Maps while driving. He drives 100 kilometers.
Yeah, I'm gonna look at this.
Okay, so until then, shelve it, dude, because you don't know what you're talking about. You're completely in conjecture land. You're just you're telling us what you believe to be true. You don't have any evidence it's actually true.
Okay, yeah, so this looks like, I haven't obviously watched the entire video, but it looks like he's basically driving, as you said, and then he says, oh shit, there is a deviation between Google Maps or Google Earth, whatever he uses, and reality.
Yeah.
And what I'm saying is that there will be a problem, but not like, oh, it deviates some couple of degrees. No. There will be like a massive fucking problem. Like,
what are you basing that on?
Exactly what we established.
What are you basing
earlier.
that there will be a massive problem on? That is a prediction.
Exactly what we.
Okay. You're just saying stuff. When you say there would be a massive problem, stop interrupting me. I'm trying to clarify what you're saying, dude. No, you didn't let me finish the first time. Listen, when you're saying there would be a big fucking problem, what is the basis of that prediction?
Can I answer?
Yes.
Exactly what we established earlier. You cannot have a continuous mapping from something that's flat to something that's spheric. I'm feeling like I'm repeating myself. We established this earlier and we both agreed upon it.
Okay,
Jench,
yes,
you're not listening to what I'm saying.
Yes,
bro.
you can. Yes, you can. Want to bet on it? See, you're confusing a projection with a... Hold on. You're confusing a projection of straight rays with a mapping. So, for instance, I want me to tell you how it's done? So they have something called the geoid, And what they do is they actually curve the verticals. So the verticals, like from the center of the Earth, right? So you have the surface of the Earth, right? And if you have a line, right, on a sphere, you're assuming that, hey, they're drawing straight lines through the sphere, and they're projecting those lines onto some flat surface. Yes, there will be a distortion if that's the case, okay? But that's not what they're doing. They're curving the lines. So they're doing a mapping function and not a projection. It's called a projection, but it's a second-order projection, meaning you have the celestial sphere, which is the latitude, longitude coordinate system, right? That's what the actual coordinate system is, because you can't find them without the stars. You have no coordinate system. So that coordinate system is what the oblate spheroid is referencing, okay? So they make measurements on the surface of the Earth, but those measurements don't match the celestial sphere. So what they do is they say, hey, we have lumpy gravity, we have deflection of the vertical, and when I hang a plumb line, it's actually not pointing down, it's actually a curve. That's right. They say that a plumb line, meaning if you take a weight on a string and hang it, that line is actually curved and not straight, which is retarded, okay? Okay, but that's what they say when they map actual measurements of the surface of the Earth to what's called a reference ellipsoid, okay? But that reference ellipsoid is distorted by something called a geoid, which is the amount of deflection of the celestial sphere versus their reference ellipsoid, as in the actual measurements versus their idealized what they think is going on. And what they do is because you could possibly have distance errors, but because you have topology, you can interpolate the errors between the measurement locations. And you smooth out the error across the whole surface of the Earth. This is how it's done. Okay? How you think it's done isn't how it's actually done. And there are errors. Lots of errors all over the place. In fact, they use over 100 datums, right? So, for instance, Australia has their own datum. If you use the WGS84 reference ellipsoid datum, if you took Google Earth and went to fucking Australia, it would be way the fuck off because they're on their completely own datum that has nothing to do with the WGS84.
I'm gonna go.
You're in what's called a reification fallacy. You think the map is the territory. You're in a reification fallacy. You think the map is the territory.
Would you like to just? I understand you have your strong beliefs.
This really, is your beliefs, dumb fuck.
Okay, please.
This is your beliefs. This is all mainstream geodetic surveying, mapping, cartography. Bro, this is your beliefs.
What are you on about? Why are you so
Exactly. You
angry?
Don't even know your own beliefs. How Google Earth was constructed is I'm telling you how it was done.
Bro, I'm trying to give you a compliment and you're just going bananas. I respect that.
I don't need a compliment. It isn't my idea here.
Okay, dude. I don't understand how anyone can talk to you. Like I don't. How do you manage to find people to talk with?
Yeah, that's what happened in the last 5 years. Like 5 years ago, they made everybody super timid, and now they're afraid of everything and sensitive. And if you raise your voice to them, they feel. If you raise your voice to them, they think you're yelling at them.
Yeah,
it's really weird.
Weird, dude.
No, it's not just you're interrupting me. That's
because listen. If you start a sentence with a false premise, why should I let you continue? Why would we keep going? And we'd let you talk for 30 seconds. So
you wouldn't be able to say a word without me interrupting you. That wouldn't be nice for you either.
Did you listen to me? If you start your conversation with a false premise, right? You answer me, and then you start with this false premise or a straw man. Why would I let you continue and listen to you talk for a minute and a half just to go back to the very first sentence and go, well, this thing was a false premise, or it's a straw man, it's not what I actually said. Why waste time? Why just, do you just want to talk? Or do you want to get to the bottom of this?
If I apply that logic, I would be talking continuously while you are talking.
Name one false premise that I made. Or straw man. Go for it.
Oh, looks like this conversation's over. So, Jench, just to go over Theorema Egregium.
Yes. Yeah. Yes.
Right, that you posted in the side chat.
Yes.
First and foremost, do you know what one of the primary assumptions are for this? I mean, in this sort of link that you're posting, do you know what one of the assumptions are?
I don't know what assumption you're talking about specifically.
Okay, one of the assumptions that were made when this was composed was that we are on a perfectly spherical surface. Okay?
Yes.
So we are not on a perfectly spherical surface. Your globe Earth model does not claim a perfectly spherical surface. Why are we discussing this?
Okay, first of all, I want to say thank you for actually reading some of the stuff I've sent. Second of all,
you're welcome.
I'm not saying that the Earth is perfectly shaped like a sphere. The only thing I am trying to demonstrate with this theorem is that it is impossible to create an isomorphism from a plane to a sphere without having a point or several points that is not continuous. I have also sent the definition of a continuous mapping, and what this implies in reality, or like the physical interpretation, would be that, okay, I'm walking and oh shit, now I take one step and I'm on the other side of the Earth, or whatever shape you want to assume. That is the implication of not having something that is continuous.
And this is the problem of reification, because you don't have a continuous surface. You have a bunch of discrete points separated by some distance.
Right. That is actually... Have you taken quantum mechanics? Because it sounds almost like it.
Yeah, years ago.
Okay, yeah, so we do actually have...
That has nothing to do with quantum mechanics. What I'm saying is you have data points,
It absolutely does. It absolutely does.
I'm not talking about
it right the first time. In space, we have Planck lengths. They are like super tiny, but we have them.
That's not what we're talking about. We're talking about in real life, we've measured points. In the United States, we call them geodetic control points, and we stamp a coordinate on those geodetic coordinate and control points. And all that means is that when I look at the look, we stamp a coordinate on we have geodetic control points in the United States. So we have points that are measured, but we don't have a continuous point. And we imagine what's in between those points. Right? And we can't use the theorem of Egregium for this purpose. Right? As far as a perfect sphere. And all Gauss was really trying to show
it's not a perfect sphere. I'm really just trying to communicate the idea that
so when it comes to communicating an idea like that
in Google Earth.
Okay, when it comes to communicating,
I told you, like 5 fucking times, dude. Ask, repeat, ignore. Is that what you're on? Ask, repeat, ignore.
Jench, you can't use a perfectly spherical concept to determine anything on something that's not perfectly spherical, right? If the claim is that it's perfectly spherical, and the the story is that it's an oblate spheroid, but our natural observation is stationary and flat, like what is what is, right? We need to figure out what we're actually on, Jench.
That's a good point. This theorem, you can extend this to any topological shape of a sphere. So do you know the common joke that a topologist, he wakes up and he has 2 cups of coffee for breakfast? The joke being that one is donut and another is cup of coffee, because you can morph them into each other. Now you can extend that theorem to be any 3D object.
None of that matters in the natural world, dude. None of it.
What does matter is that Donald Trump is a gay rapist pedophile.
Yeah, well, he's your boyfriend.
don't know about all
Yeah,
that,
you're the one
bestie.
that's fucking him. Like, how are you gonna call a guy out for being gay and then you're the one that's taking?
Low and Bubba, but
Anyway, moving on. None of that matters because in the real world we have to take measurements of actual. So where are you getting the variables for quantities that you're inserting into your abstract mathematical models? See, that's the point. You can have some theory or hypothesis, right? Some mathematical construct, but eventually, if you're going to apply it to the real world, you need real world data to insert into the variables, correct?
No.
It seems like you're lost in abstraction.
No, we don't. I'm simply trying to figure out, is a model reasonable or not? Right?
Depends on what you're trying to do with it.
What?
Depends on what you're trying to do.
Yeah, sure.
If you're trying to make yourself feel better, I guess you can just be a globe earther, make yourself feel better. Sleep better at night. Thinking you're just whizzing through the vacuum of space.
Yeah, so
you're just nothing. Yeah, it makes me feel better. Being sarcastic, by the way.
If we look at, I mean, I think most of us use Google Earth, and
it's a
it
cylinder.
has to be flawed somewhere. Somewhere
just
there
told
has
you.
to be something.
Dude, ask,
massive.
Ignore, repeat. Why are you doing this?
Because I feel like you're not attacking my point.
I did. I gave you an example. It has to be flawed somewhere. I gave you an example. If you take Google Earth and you draw a line around the poles,
yeah,
it makes a moon, and it's only being displayed as a sphere for entertainment purposes. Now, as far as driving, we know the relative locations. Google has been collecting data from its Android platform for, 2 decades now, where they track the positions of their freaking little Android devices using their location services. Okay? You don't need a map at all to know the relative locations. And in their software, here's Texaco gas station. Here's the Museum of Science. Here's freaking 210 freaking Martin Luther King Drive. That has nothing to do with anything. It's just being displayed as a globe.
Yeah, and it has to be really, really, really fucked up.
Okay, how do we determine what its inaccuracy? What would we do? How can we test its accuracy?
That's what I'm curious about. I'm guessing
this would be a you problem, not a me problem.
Yeah.
You think that somehow this is going to be dispositive about how we're going to figure out whether the Earth is a globe. So tell us how we can use Google Earth to test and prove whether the Earth is a globe or not. I'll do it.
Are you interrupting me to then just ask the same question? Please stop it.
I want to be very specific about what the question is.
Look at Google Earth, say, here is something that would be a huge flaw. And sure, the gas station might be off by a meter or 2 meters or 10 meters. I'm not talking about that kind of flaw. I'm talking about a discontinuity. You will not have a continuous mapping. I'm talking about like something massive, like, oh shit, this map says that if I take a step over here, this will be something here. But it is actually like completely off, like on the other side of the.
Okay, now actually,
I don't want to say globe.
Now actually be specific, instead of these nonsense generalizations.
Specific, okay.
Yeah,
so
a
you had this
specific example
map that someone sent earlier in the chat. I'd forgotten the name. If I stand on the rightmost side of that map, I will see, oh shit, there's empty space on my right side, and there's water on the left side.
Are you being fucking retarded?
Please.
No. No. Shut the fuck up. Don't. You're just taking the piss, bro.
Yep.
I don't understand.
The map is a fucking goddamn rectangle on a piece of paper. Oh,
yes,
oh my God! You could go off the map onto the table. Are you a fucking retard?
I really don't understand why you're using that.
Because you're talking about Google Earth. It's a fucking piece of software.
I think you need help. I think you need help.
Yeah, no one cares what you think, dude. So you are talking. I asked how to test Google Earth to see if it matches, if we can prove the globe using Google Earth, and you started talking about fucking maps. Google Earth, dude, which is supposed to be a 3D ball that you can't step off of.
Okay, yeah. I don't understand what your problem is.
There's a lot of shit you don't understand, obviously.
Okay, so your question is, how can we use Google Earth to determine that it is false?
Right? Yeah, there's a big error that you said must exist. How do we test for it?
You look at Google Earth.
You look at it,
and yeah, you
look at it. That's what we're going to use as analytics. We're going to look at it.
Okay, dude, can you stop it, please?
No, what you remember I said about false premise? That's idiotic.
You look at Google Earth.
Is that how we do anything?
You look for something that is a jump in continuity. When you find that, you go to.
What would that look like?
What would that look like?
What would that look like?
That is exactly what I said that earlier, and KGB. If you take a piece of paper and you try
no. Fuck your piece of paper. What would it look like on Google Earth? If I'm on Google Earth and I'm using it, and I go, hey, here's the discontinuity. What would that look like on Google Earth when I'm using the software? How do I know it's there by using the software?
Yeah, so this is the point.
Would I draw a line around one of the poles and then it would turn into a half moon? Would that be it?
Yeah,
would that be a discontinuity?
This is okay, dude. You're just doing it for fun. This is the problem.
You're not listening.
Okay, dude.
You're stuck in your fucking gotcha. It failed. Get over it.
Dude, I can look at Google Earth and I can say, I cannot find that problem.
The argument from ignorance is not an actual argument.
It's flat. That means that you should be able to.
All you're doing is making an argument from ignorance.
No, you're saying where's the flaw in Google
find
Earth?
it, therefore it don't exist.
I'm saying there is no flaw, but you should be able.
How do you know that? Have you looked?
You should be able to find the flaw.
I told you the flaw. Now you're just lying.
I'm not talking about. Yeah, you showed me a guy who had driven a couple of miles.
No. The flaw of drawing a line around one of the poles and it turning into a half moon. That's a flaw.
Dude, that is a fucking feature in their website. It's not a part of their.
Okay, why do they
feature? I don't want that feature.
So they have a line tool where you draw a path, and it'll tell you the distance on the path. And when you draw that line tool and make a hexagon and try to make a hexagon around because you want to circumnavigate Antarctica. Hold on, let me finish.
And you say that the tool is fucked, so the map has to be fucked. You are just completely out of
the tool is basing its distances on the coordinate reference system that the globe in Google Earth is using.
Dude, forget about the fucking tool. You have a tool and you say the tool is broken.
How does the tool? Where does the tool get its distances from?
The thing the tool is used on needs to be broken. The tool might be broken. I don't give a shit about the fucking tool. Do you understand
that? The tool's not broken. The map is broken.
Shut the fuck up about
the map is broken.
Yes.
You asked for the discontinuity. I just gave you one. And there's plenty of places you can zoom in on Google Earth where you'll see fucking lines. Where you'll see lines where the textures don't align. There's plenty of them.
Fantastic. Give me a screenshot. Give me something.
A screenshot of the half moon? Is that what you want? Hold on.
What do you think?
I'm just waiting for your evidence that Google Earth is actually accurate.
No, but this is my evidence is that
your evidence is a claim. Your evidence is your claim.
My evidence is that you don't have any evidence.
Your evidence is that I can't fucking. That's a burden of proof reversal.
No, but it would be so easy for you if the Earth really was flat. It would be super easy for you to just say, Google Earth, here's a point where it's fucked up. It would be super easy for you.
I did. I want you to do it. I want you to fire up Google Earth and take the line tool, which measures distance on the surface of the Earth.
Again with the fucking tool. Stop.
Linear distance.
Tool.
You don't. Do you understand? Listen. How does the line tool measure distance in Google Earth?
I don't give a shit.
It uses the Habersign formula. Listen. It uses the Habersign formula, which is a calculation based upon the 2 points, right? The great circle route of latitude and longitude. That's right, great circle route. So if I draw a line and a line and a line and a line and a line, I should be able to get a full distance, right? Because it's a bunch of intersecting great circles. And I can get the arc segment at each one of those great circles and come up with a total distance. When you do this on Google Earth, if it was a fucking ball, you'd be able to do this and get a distance. But you can't, and it'll make a half moon because Google Earth's a fucking cylinder. So if you're trying to prove a cylinder, go right ahead.
Dude, the tool might be broken. I don't give a shit.
It's not the fucking tool. It's the map projection, you dumb fuck. Dude, you're dense, dude. You're fucking dense.
Why so much anger if you're correct? It sounds really defensive.
Shut up, twat. Was that Athena again? Now our army of Simpsons are going to come in here. Why'd you talk to Athena like that? It's a fucking little game she plays. It's really simple. Google Earth is a cylinder. You ask for a flaw. At discontinuity, I gave you one at least 15 fucking times.
Okay.
If you're wondering why I'm screaming at you, it's because you won't acknowledge the fact that what you asked for, I provided. What you asked for, I provided, and you can deny it all you want. Anybody in this chat, listen on YouTube,
can
Twitter,
you show me a screenshot
can fucking do it yourself, dude.
Okay, now you're
do it yourself. Okay, you can do it right at. You just appeal to Google Earth. Fire up fucking Google Earth and do it yourself.
I'm really convinced now.
I'm not trying to convince you. Where did you get that idea? I'm giving you information you didn't previously have. You, previous to this conversation, thought Google Earth was a ball when it's a fucking cylinder. So you just have information now that you didn't previously have. And you made a whole bunch of assumptions based upon your wrong assumption about how Google Earth works, et cetera, et cetera. But now you know you are all wrong. You made all that shit up in your head. And you don't want to cope with that. Man, I'm sorry, dude. You filled in the blanks.
Send me something. Send me something that's just something.
Do it yourself. I want you to do it yourself, dude, so you can't say I doctored it or I did something special. Go do it yourself.
You refuse to send me any evidence.
I want you to do it yourself. Are you on a cell phone? Or on a PC? Are you on a cell phone or a PC?
It's almost like he doesn't want to hear you.
He doesn't want to do it. He doesn't want to bust his own fucking bubble.
Literally.
I could look at Google Earth for ages and I wouldn't find any flaw.
That is bullshit, dude.
Then show me where it's bullshit. We're circling back to the same
First of all, that's an argument from incredulity, okay? Which I already pointed out is a logical fallacy. Your ignorance doesn't prove non-existence. Okay? This is the same problem of the black swan and white swan. All swans are white. As a theory, you don't look for white swans, you look for black swans, right? No matter how many black swans or white swans you find, it only takes one black swan to falsify the theory. Yes. And the reason you haven't found any flaws because you didn't try. Dude, I'm gonna listen. I'm gonna literally type in Google and I'm gonna type in mismatched textures on Google Earth, and I'm gonna get thousands of fucking. And I'm gonna get thousands of hits, thousands.
Well, I can point out an obvious flaw with Google Earth.
Yeah, it shows
it's not. Yeah, it shows it's a ball, and it's also a cylinder, a Mercator projection.
I've told him that 72 times already. It's not getting into his pea brain. So there we go. That took all 15 seconds right there.
I think it's time you get some rest, Jench.
Do you know? Yeah. Okay, I'm trying to.
Just go.
Okay, there's another.
You're in Sweden, and it's 2 a.m. right now, right? 2:04.
Yeah. So the reason that those kind of deformities look like that is simply because you have a satellite picture, and the satellites keep circling around, and they're not updating all of the places at the same time. So some places will be sort of lagging behind, but there should be a way bigger flaw than that.
Shouldn't it be because it's a bunch of rectangles being pasted onto a sphere? Shouldn't that be the reason?
Yeah, I
You're
already
just
answered this.
full of shit, dude.
Jench, you got wrecked today, bro. It's okay. Lick your wounds, take a nap, come back.
Look, I didn't mean to yell at you, bro, but you're being dense. Like, you guys come in here with a gotcha, and you have no plan B. So you just dig in.
Gotcha.
You're digging to be...
Gotcha.
Dude.
Not anymore.
Globe busted.
Look, you're like, hey, man, Gauss's theorem of Grudgium says, hey, dude, you can't project a sphere without distortion onto a flat surface. Yeah, we know that.
Yes.
You're not informing us. We know that, but that's not how it's being done. That is a second order processing. Okay, it's a second order reduction. They're going celestial sphere, ground measurements, projected onto oblate ellipsoid. Then that referent oblate ellipsoid is then being projected onto a flat surface. Yes, with rays, right? So they're going curved lines. They're going curved line mapping function filtered to the oblate. No, it's not, dude. You have perfect sphere.
You didn't even hear me finish. You didn't even hear me finish.
You said it's the same. It's not the same.
Isomorphism. You can represent that as one isomorphism.
Oh my god, dude! You're not getting it. There's the celestial sphere, which is a perfect sphere. Then you have the oblate ellipse. You have the geoid, which is filtering the projection onto the reference ellipsoid, which is not a sphere, which is, I don't even know what you call it, oblated spheroid, right? So then they're taking that and they're making a projection from that. It's a series of steps. It's not globe to projection. You understand?
Do you realize that a series of steps can be represented as one step? Isomorphisms that go into each other when you map F to G to H can be represented as one isomorphism from F to H.
Dude, no. Listen.
Yes,
that's
geoid.
The geoid. Look. Your normals are changing because the geoid is an. Hold on, dude. Let me finish. The normals of the surface are changing because the geoid is an undulating surface. It's not continuous.
I feel like you said
is an undulating surface a continuous curve?
Mechanics.
Is an undulating surface a continuous curve? That's why I said lumpy gravity. It's an undulating surface. And I'm not talking about the topography. I'm talking about the direction of the normal. So doesn't the direction of the normal determine whether the surface is continuous or not?
The direction of the normal? No, not at all.
Oh, so you can have converging normals and then it's converging and then diverging normals
in two different sometimes you're
adjacent segments, and then it's still continuous.
Actually mathematically terms, but sometimes you're just completely off. I really want to know, have you taken quantum
so now you're talking about me instead of actually refuting what I said. That's crazy.
He wants to know if he's taking classes now, India. Now we're down to
I want to know because
what kind of classes.
I want to know.
You really want to get into classes? Dude, you really want to talk about classes?
Yeah, can you tell me about the coastline problem?
Yeah, the coastline problem. What do you want to know about it?
Does that apply? Does the coastline problem apply to undulating surfaces?
I don't know what an undulating surface is.
Meaning it's like a coastline. It's going back and forth.
Well, actually, it's impossible because we have in quantum mechanics we have something that's called h, little h.
Shut up, dude. Just shut up. Go to bed.
Oh, got little h, so that means now Earth is a globe. Dude, you are tired.
He just really wants to talk about quantum mechanics, I think. He don't even want to talk about this topic.
Yeah, well, good luck, because he's not going to be able to get away with it.
Dude, he was saying
and the other one is...
He was like that chick one day at band camp, after fucking every goddamn line. So I'm going to unmute Kasari here. Guess he wants to step up to Mark. Bro, go to bed. We're not talking about quantum mechanics. We're done with that shit. Go find out. An undulating surface is a surface that goes back and forth. The geoid, which is supposed to see the equipotential surface of gravity, that filters all the rays and curves them after the fact. So the coordinate system ends up being displaced in all sorts of different directions, but you can actually measure the difference between an undulating surface because the distance increases depending as its unit of measure gets smaller, which you should know. So it isn't working the way you think it's working, is which I said way back when, almost fucking 45 minutes ago. You come in here with your mind thinking the globe Earth works like X, but that's not how it works. That's why if you look up the first books printed on geodesy, there's 1,600 fucking pages of mathematics. So anybody want to talk to Kajir here? Who had a bunch of social commentary?
You mean KGB?
Oh, yeah. Is that his name?
Yeah, KGB. KGB. Kagebe. That's his name, Kagebe.
Russian Bear, KGB. He's being a douche.
Hold on, where's these mathematicians that you were talking about, Sheepdog?
Yeah, where
they
are
were
they?
supposed to show up tonight.
Live streaming and all.
I know.
That's the only reason I even came in here.
I'm
that's
so
false
sorry,
advertising, man. I want my money back.
Hey, that was on, what was his name? Hold on. Who was it? That's on T-Dub.
This dude had me crashing out, man. Fucking Europeans, man. They fucking drive me crazy.
It's okay.
Dude, he was doing it to me. I spoke to him for hours before you, and yeah, he started off with the same thing. Crazy.
What am I getting blamed for?
Yeah, it's like he won't take yes for an answer. It's like, what the fuck, bro?
Yeah, he started off by asking what would happen if you kept walking in a straight line. I said, no one's ever done that. All right, I said, you'd hit the ocean. He's like, kept saying, oh, you're just avoiding my question. You're just avoiding my question. And then I answered his question, and, I gave him, the answer, and he just kept saying, you're avoiding my question. And
glad it was
one thing.
Me.
Yeah,
well, he was like,
felt bad.
He's doing it for everything. He was doing the same thing.
He was like, well, hypothetically, what would happen if you walked in a straight line? It's like, I have no idea, man.
Yeah.
You can walk on water, bro.
But he conceded to the John D observation measurement.
Oh, yeah, he did. Well, what can
he questions John D, didn't he? Or did I leave?
Then he questioned the credibility of the person and their ability to make measurements.
Yeah, he was saying that he has, pictures. NASA has pictures, right? So he can counter that by looking at the NASA pictures. And then I explained to him that we can't go and validate the NASA pictures, but you can go and validate the long distance observations. And yeah, he conceded. He did concede to that, but he quickly took it to a different place, right? And didn't want to talk about observations anymore.
T-Dub, where's the mathematicians, T-Dub?
Oh, they told me 5 hours, and that was probably
6 hours ago.
3 hours ago. Was it? No, it wasn't that long.
It's 2 o'clock on my time. It's 8 o'clock now.
Hang on, I've got the. What do you
want to talk to KG?
Screenshot.
Yeah, unmute him. Let's see what it's got.
Mathematician. He's just a troll, but I'll fuck with him for a minute. So KGB, you're unmuted.
No, I'm sorry.
Yeah,
you expect?
Yeah, you said mathematician.
Yeah, KGB. You claimed what you said about me. Yeah, I claim the sun floats above the earth and moves. Listen, I go outside, the sun is above me, and it moves. It's my claim. Yeah, I see it above me, and it moves. Debunk me.
Fair enough. I guess you can't see bacteria and viruses. Do they exist?
I don't know. We're not talking about that.
What does that got to do with the sun?
Okay. There's no reason.
What does him seeing something have to do with not seeing something? How do you make that connection? Are you mentally ill?
Well, if you base all your observations on observations alone with just your eyes, then therefore, bacteria and viruses shouldn't exist.
What should we base them on then?
Talking about
what should we? Hold on. I want to get to the bottom of this. What should we base them on then? If we're not basing it upon observation, what should we use?
Here's a suggestion. Maybe, I don't know, for the last 500 years of all science and
so sociology.
I'm just still talking.
Sociology is what we should use. We should run around and. So we should use sociology. That's what we should use to determine truth. We'll just run around and ask everybody else.
Well,
hey,
what's everybody saying? Maybe if you let me finish what I was going to say.
Well, because your answers are canned and they're really easy to figure out.
I was talking about sociology, but actually,
it is sociology.
500 years of evidential empirical evidence proving that the world is actually a spheroid, actually.
Okay. You just said observation is not to be used. What are you talking about? That's what empirical evidence is.
That's not what I said.
You said you think you just relying on observation. What do you? And then you said we shouldn't be doing that.
I
said, what should we use? And then you said thousands of years of observation. That's empirical evidence, which is observation.
Okay, maybe you have an issue with hearing or something.
No, I don't have an issue with hearing. You have an issue with double speaking.
Here, I'll be specific. I said that you can't just base your claims on observation using your eyes alone, because if that were true, here, I'll explain. Because if that were true, and if you just based all your observations on just your eyes, then therefore things like bacteria and viruses wouldn't exist in your worldview, correct?
No.
How
you
so?
can see bacteria under a microscope.
Why? I tell people that all the time.
You can see bacteria under a microscope. What are you talking about?
Yes.
Wonderful.
That's how they knew it was there.
What do they do astronomy with?
Okay. All right. Awesome. So
those pictures from space. Those pictures you think are from space? What are you using to look at those globes? Your eyes?
So you use the tool microscope to prove that the bacteria and viruses exist, right? Awesome. So
I can see
what's the problem with all these people using telescopes to prove the celestial objects, and the fact that the moon is not just a circle in the sky and it's actually a sphere? So if the moon is a sphere, why isn't Earth a sphere?
Hold on. How did a telescope prove the Earth is a sphere? Can you tell us how?
Is the moon a sphere or not?
No. Answer my question. How did a telescope prove the moon was a sphere?
When you observe the moon, it's a sphere, right?
When you observe the moon, it's a sphere. Did they use their eyes?
When you use a telescope and observe through the telescope and look at the moon, it is a sphere, is it not?
How do you know that? How do you know you just don't have pareidolia?
Is it not a sphere, yes or no?
You can't tell.
Yes, you can. You can see the shadow around the moon. You can see the surface of the moon. You can
that's an inference, though. That's not seeing it as a sphere.
You can obviously see that the object is a spheroid.
No, it's not obvious. You're just saying it's obvious.
All right, then. Okay, fine. It's a circle.
There's some things that are not obvious. Here's the things that are not obvious about why it's not a sphere, right? It's evenly lit. Does not have a specular reflection. You always see the same side of it, so it's not rotating. So there's some things that indicate it's not a sphere. So what about those?
Okay, well, it's certainly not flat, is it?
Okay, so no, it could be.
It could be?
Well, you see the same side all the time, right?
All right, so if it could be, then why do eclipses happen?
Why are you asking me a fucking question?
Because you're It doesn't follow what you're saying.
No, you said, hey, here's some examples of why we think it's a sphere. I gave you counter examples, and you ignore them.
But there are eclipses.
Here's the counter. So what? And?
So eclipse absolutely proves that it's a spheroid.
How?
What do you mean how? The way the moon moves, when the moon aligns with the sun, you can obviously see that parts of the moon get shadowed out.
When the moon aligns with the sun, like a solar eclipse?
Yes, an eclipse. Yes,
a solar eclipse. I said an eclipse. Did you see the moon during a solar eclipse? So
yes,
a solar eclipse. I'm just trying to make sure you're talking about solar eclipse.
Yeah,
why are you talking to me all the time? Okay, so really simple. You fucked yourself up because you can't see the moon during a solar eclipse.
Dummy. Yes, you can. You can
no human has ever seen the moon during a solar eclipse ever in the history of man.
Oh, you failed, KGB.
What caused the eclipse then?
Who cares? But no one's seen the moon.
What do you mean, who cares? That's not good enough.
Look, you said that you can tell the moon is a sphere because of a solar eclipse. Well, no one's ever seen the moon during a solar eclipse. You can't see the moon because solar eclipses only happen during a new moon.
Sorry, lunar eclipse to be specific.
Oh, that's why. Oh, now it's lunar eclipse. So how do you tell the moon?
The
lunar eclipse falsifies the moon being a sphere.
We're talking about the moon. We're talking about the moon, right?
Yeah, so the lunar eclipse falsifies. Yeah, that's great. Lunar eclipse falsifies the moon being a sphere.
And no, it proves that the moon is a sphere.
No, it actually falsifies it because if the moon was a curved surface and the Earth was a fucking sphere and it would project, right? It's a circle onto a flat surface, not a curved surface. Because curved surfaces, it would distort with the curve the same way that like the railing of next to stairs, when the sun casts its shadow, that shadow looks zigzagged, right? Because it conforms to the surface. So if the shadow of the Earth being a circle conformed to the surface of the moon, which would be curved, it wouldn't form a circle. It would form some other shape.
Does the light and the shadow or the shadow gradient around the moon?
Notice how you're not actually addressing what's being said to you?
Well, I'm addressing you're completely denying that the moon is a sphere, so therefore I have to provide.
We're going over the evidence. That's what we're doing.
Yeah, the evidence, right? And the evidence proves otherwise that the moon is a sphere.
Proves
because the
shadow. Then how do you explain? Then how do you explain the things I said that are not sphere-like?
What are you?
No specular reflection like all spheres have, and you always see the same side.
That is incorrect. You can see the lighting and the shadowing on one side of the moon and the other side of the moon.
Do you always see the same face of the moon, dude?
And you can obviously tell that it's a
Do you always see the same face of the moon?
Based off of how the light works around the
No, that is an inference based upon how the light works. You're confusing the description with the explanation as usual.
Oh, it's an inference. Okay. So what shape is the moon?
You said prove, though. You said prove.
Okay, what shape is the moon according to you?
Who cares? I don't care.
No, that's not acceptable.
No, you said it's proven that the moon is a sphere, and that you could tell the moon was a sphere from a telescope.
Absolutely, without
that
a shadow
fucking
of a doubt,
exploded in your motherfucking face.
You're so very aggressive.
Yeah, that exploded in your face, okay? You can't tell the moon is a sphere from a telescope. Do you know why? Because there's no parallax. And without parallax, that's the only way to determine whether an object is actually 3D or not. But because they say it's so far away, there's no lunar parallax, and you can't tell it's 3D.
Yeah, but we're not doing 3D now, and the term parallax does not fit.
Well, a sphere is a 3D object, right?
No, you're talking absolute nonsense. Parallax is
what did I say that was
nonsense? That's a 3D term. We're not talking in 3D terms now. We're talking about in telescope. When you look through the telescope, you can see the shadow and the light on one side of the moon and shadow on the other side.
How do you know it's a shadow?
That's a stupid question.
No, it's not. How do you know it's a shadow?
You're claiming it's a shadow. How do you know it's a shadow?
What do you mean, how do I know it's a shadow? What does that mean? How do I know it's a shadow?
How do you know
it's side? There's light on one side because the sun is there, and the other side is darker because there's a shadow.
Brother. So this is where the ignorance comes out again. So when you go to the movie theater and you look at the movie screen and you see black on the movie screen, are they projecting black light?
No, we're gonna go back to the moon.
No, this is relevant, dude. This is relevant. It goes in how you look, bro. The term is relevant because it shows you how we see darkness. Okay? Does a projector project black light?
No, there's no light there. That's why it's dark.
No, there is light there. There's just less light.
What does this have to do with the moon? How does this follow?
Because just because you see less light doesn't mean it's a shadow.
So what's the dark area on the moon? What is that?
I don't know, and neither do you.
Oh, so it's unicorn magic pixie dust.
No, it doesn't. That's not the other choice, right? The choice is I don't know and can actually never know.
Okay, well I know that's a shadow because there's not enough light there. Yes, I do.
But I asked you how. Here's the funny thing: you're saying now that you know it's. Shut the fuck up, dude. You just said you know. I asked you how you know. You couldn't tell me, but you're just repeating that you do know again. How do you know it's a shadow?
Because the sun is on.
What was the evaluation?
Hypothetically speaking, the sun's on the right side. There's going to be light on the right side.
That's wrong too. That's wrong too.
And on the left side of the moon,
that is incorrect.
Shadowy.
That's incorrect, dude.
Why is that
well known that the sun is not always perpendicular to the fucking Terminator line. It's well known.
Right.
Do you want me to post some? Do you want me to post from Oxford?
Do you have a ball in your room? Do you have a ball in your room?
Dude. Okay.
Do you have a ball in your room?
Yeah, we're talking about the moon. We're not talking about a ball.
Okay. How about you take this ball in your hand, you put it next to a light bulb. Okay.
It wouldn't work either, dude.
Yeah.
The only way to simulate moon phases with a light is with an array. You don't know what you're talking about.
One side is lit and the other side is darker because there's no light on the other side.
Yeah, but it won't look like the moon looks.
Says who? You?
It says people try to make little simulated fucking models of moon phases to sell to people, and they can't do it with a single light.
What?
To sell to people like you, morons.
Me, morons.
You know how people like little models, like scale models of the solar system? Well, people want to sell little moon phase models to sell to people. And they can't use a single light source to make it look like the moon. They can only do it with an array of lights. Do you want me to show it to you?
All right, Professor. I know it all, so please tell me what shape's the moon.
A circle.
Okay, then is our Earth also a circle?
No, the moon and the Earth are not the same thing. They're not similar, and there's no similarities.
Why?
Because we don't observe any. That's why.
Why would they be the same thing?
Why not? Do you have evidence that
because there's no similarities, dude?
Says who? What? How?
Why? It says observation of reality.
Grab your telescope, look at your moon again.
Did you observe?
Hold up.
Wait. Aren't you the same person earlier that said that you cannot fly up really high up Earth and you can't observe Earth because space doesn't exist? So how the fuck do you know that the observation of Earth?
You can't get far enough away.
How are you stating this so confidently?
KHB, just listen for 5 seconds. Telescope.
Thank you. You don't have to you don't have to dog on talking to the gentleman here. You know.
Okay, it's fine. What's that got to do with anything?
Well, because I asked you.
It's flying. Here, so you think that I can go to a magic place? And that's where I'll find the similarities. That I can't, like on Earth. Even though I don't see any similarities between the moon and the Earth, I can't use those. I have to imagine I can go to a place where there would be similarities.
All right, so it's all an implication.
Notice how you don't address what was said. That's great. So I have to go to a place and imagine I can go to a place where I'll observe a similarity.
All right, let's take a step back for a second.
Yeah, let's take a step back. We're not going in imagination land. We're going with what we can actually do right now.
Right.
What we can do right now is observe the Earth and look at the moon and go, nothing. Why are you over talking me constantly, dude? We can observe the Earth and we can observe the moon, and there's not a single fucking thing you can say that looks similar. Not a single thing. There's no reason to think they're similar.
Okay, so since you claim that the moon is a circle? All right.
That's what I see.
You confidently.
I'm not claiming it. That's what it looks like. Does it look like a circle?
You confidently claim that our Earth is, assuming you claim that the Earth is a circle.
What is this?
No, the Earth has nothing to do with the fucking moon, retard.
All right, so what shape is the Earth then?
Doesn't have a form like that. It's not bounded, dude. No, it's not inside of something.
So what? It's just.
What's the universe inside of?
It's in the Matrix or what?
What's the universe inside of?
No, you tell me. You're the professor.
You tell me, because you think that somehow the Earth has to be bounded inside of something where it has edges.
I never claimed the universe.
You asked me, where's the edge, dude?
I asked regarding longitude and latitude. How far?
Latitude and longitude are the stars.
How far they go? Yes, correct. I did ask.
Latitude and longitude are stars. It has nothing to do with the Earth.
Okay, so the moon is a circle, right?
Let me ask you this: find your latitude and longitude using nothing but the Earth.
Let me ask you this: so the moon is a circle, right?
Yeah, we just don't want to answer any stuff.
Yeah, you're never going to address it. You want to bring up latitude and longitude, you don't know anything about it.
Is the moon flat?
I don't know.
Does the moon float
the same questions over and over.
Why would it matter if the moon's flat?
It's a circle.
Well, because the other flat earther, the other guy, excuse me, I have to be respectful, right? The other gentleman claimed that the sun was floating above Earth.
No, he didn't.
Across Earth. Yes, he did.
Earth, and it moved.
Yes, he did.
It's me and my
going by some buoyancy thing. You're being a disingenuous, dude.
No, sir, I'm being honest. Professor, whatever his name is,
I told you.
He's not being honest. He's doing a storm.
But the sun moved across the flat Earth.
Let's move across.
And that it floated above the Earth. So then, therefore,
that's all I can tell.
How does the moon work? How does the moon work in that
same way?
Look, what do you see the sun do?
So a circular moon, I'm assuming flat moon, is also floating above Earth.
Oh my!
It's not floating, dude.
It's not rolling on the ground. Is it? Do you see it rolling on the ground?
Look, if you're not going to be serious, you just go on mute. Okay? Keep being a douche nozzle and straw manning what we're saying. You just stay on mute. So the reason you're straw manning is because you actually have no arguments or counter arguments. You're still at fucking. I look through the telescope and I can tell the moon was a sphere. That fucking bricked you.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, you're laughing at yourself because you created that straw man yourself.
Dude, you tried this laughing shit before. Remember when I called you on it? You tried this laughing stuff before?
Oh, Cope. This is Cope.
Yeah, this is really bad.
I'm gonna be real. You kind of sound stupid.
He was hyperventilating.
But the thing is, one guy tells me that the moon is.
What do you see? What do you see the sun do?
This is just narrative-pating bullshit, bro. This is like, now you'll talk about us and how dumb we are, and et cetera, because you actually have no arguments.
Okay.
Yeah, you don't. And you're laughing at the straw. You're laughing at yourself. You created a straw man, tried to say we said that, and now you're laughing at it. That's hilarious.
But I look, man, look. Okay.
Yeah, thank you very much.
None of these gimmicks work in here. Go in one of the other chats for your bullshit, dude. Like, seriously, none of these immature little gimmicks work here.
Serious question. Does the moon float?
Do you see the moon go across the sky?
Does the moon float above Earth?
Do you see the moon above Earth?
Define float. Define float.
Yes,
what is float? Define float for us, will you?
So what I think the gentleman
define float
applied. Float? Well, like he posted a GIF and the sun appeared to be moving.
No, define float as what you're laughing at. What's so funny? How are you defining float? What does float mean?
Like float, bro. It floats above Earth.
Yeah, define it. Define it.
Yeah, define it. Don't describe it.
Suspended in midair.
Suspended?
Above Earth.
That's what float means?
Well, I guess that's what the GIF showed.
We can see him moving. It can't be suspended.
So if I threw a turd like you in water and you floated, you'd be suspended?
Like an orbit, I think. He thinks it's an orbit. Floating.
Well, I mean,
I don't
he
know
used
what
the
he
word
thinks.
float, so ask him to define. I don't know. He said float.
You said it.
But he said that the sun floats above Earth.
And what do you think that means?
I don't know. You tell me. You're the professor.
No, you're the one laughing. You must think it means something for it to be comedic.
It means that it's not rolling on the ground. It's above us.
Yeah. It's floating, like suspended in air.
Okay, so what does the sun do?
That's not what
the sun
float
do
means,
during the day? What does the sun do during the day? Does the sun move or no?
Sure.
Wow, you were cackling like an asshole, and you know the sun moves, and now you're laughing because you figured out the sun moves. Congratulations!
But you said that the sun moves and floats above Earth like it moves on the Earth.
What do you think it does? How would you describe it?
You see it moving.
Like
how
for
would you
example,
describe the motion of the sun descriptively?
Right.
Seeing
like in the GIF, it appeared to like.
How
it's
would
like,
you
Wait, I'm trying to fucking answer your question. So
Okay,
it's
so
like
describe it.
the bowling ball. You know when you throw a bowling ball and it starts rolling, right?
What the fuck?
Except
No,
it's
you're not
rolling.
answering the question. That's not an answer. How would you describe observing the sun move across the sky?
How would I describe it? Well, you wouldn't like how I would describe it because it's on a circle model.
No, I didn't ask for an explanation. I asked for a description. See, Professor Triangle gave you a description. When you asked what's the moon look like, I said a circle. That's a description. You're confusing descriptions with explanations, as in the difference between what is and how and why. Those are two different questions, right? So
Trump is a gay rapist pedophile. Trump is a gay rapist pedophile. Trump is a gay rapist pedophile.
Leave your girlfriend alone, dude. Stop, dude.
Hold up. Wait a minute. Let's relax.
If you were just going to describe to someone that's never seen the sun what it looks like, you're just going to describe exactly what it looks like to your eyes. You're going to how would you describe it to? How would you describe it to them?
If the sun is moving across the sky, floats across the.
That is not a fucking description, dude. Are you deaf?
Relax. That's what the other guy said.
I want to know what you say. How would you describe it?
Outside. You're looking at the sun. What does it look like it's doing?
Well, the sun obviously rises from the east, from the horizon, and moves across the sky in a well, to our perspective, it looks like it goes across the sky in a spherical motion. Well, to
in
some
a
degree,
spherical motion.
And then it sets down to the east.
Oh, so the sun moves. Wow. Now,
can you draw? Hold on, I want him to draw a spherical motion. Can you draw a spherical motion in the fucking chat, dude?
Sure. It's when you take your arm, and you move your arm across. And you
want to cackle like an asshole. Please,
I'm answering your question. I was asked a question, right? So
ask you to draw it.
East, from the right side, you extend your arm fully, where you imagine the horizon is, and then you rise your arm across, and then all
you
the way
imagine
down
the horizon is.
to the other side, which is the
he
west.
thinks making an arc is a sphere.
That's a sphere?
Yeah, that's a sphere. Making an arc motion with your hand.
But
you pointed. Right? Let's say you're at the equator. You pointed at east on the sunrise on the equinox, and then you raised your hand over your head, and then brought it back down the horizontal, and that's a sphere.
Sure. But I have a different question.
No, I have a different question. Everything.
So this is the problem. You can't even honestly and accurately describe reality.
Okay, yeah, I'm a retard and all that, but
well,
just
I mean,
right?
No, you're not. You're stubborn.
Hold up. Wait,
if the moon describe what you see, dude, and you're defensive.
Hold up. If
he said the sun sets in the east as well. You just can't let that go.
Oh shit! Yeah, he probably doesn't know anyway.
East to west. Yeah, I don't know what you heard, but sure. So if the moon is a circle, right? How does it move across the Earth? Do you get to
is this
see
a flat Earth server?
Oh my god!
The same way the sun moves, except for it doesn't do it as fast.
Right.
So the moon just faces you at all times. It just decides to face you, or
well, it's so far away.
Dude,
so, is there like a magic force?
This is your problem. You said it was a sphere. Why don't we see it on the sphere?
Does the moon magic? There's a magic force.
Why don't we see the sides of the sphere? Why?
Is this
exactly. That's you problem. You don't understand that you're fucking literally debunking the shit you said earlier.
Really?
Why don't we see this? If the moon's a sphere, why don't we see its sides?
I don't know, because you claimed it's a circle, so I'm assuming.
No, if the moon is a sphere, why don't we see its sides?
Yeah, right. So if it moves across the flat surface of the Earth, and it's a disk, so therefore we should be able to see the other side.
No one said it's a disk.
Right?
Who said no one said it's a disk?
Well, it's a circle, right? So it's a 2D plane, so therefore it should be a disk.
Like, bro, you're dense, dude. Looks like a circle. So really simple. Things can look like something and be something else. For instance, railroad tracks are parallel, but they look like shut up. But they look like they converge.
So you have to burp too.
So they look like they converge. They're not actually converging. They look like that. If you draw a parabola that went all the way to the horizon when you were at the arc of the curve, that would look like an ellipse. Okay, so things look different because we see in a projective world, right? The 3D world is projected onto our little retinas. And that makes a 2D image. I said it looks like a circle. I didn't say is a circle.
So moon looks like a circle. But what is it?
Purely descriptive.
What is it though? What is it though?
How would I tell by looking at it? You think you can get the composition of fucking objects by looking at them?
Wait, you are the professor. You should know. No, you're the professor.
How would I know? Nobody knows. You can't get the composition of objects by simply looking at them.
So you have nothing. Do you have any empirical evidence for flat Earth?
In psychology, you should.
I have empirical evidence for flat Earth. Yes, go to the ocean. There you go.
If you're
so what's the moon then? What shape
you should know how the moon works.
What does the moon got to do with a flat Earth?
Well, because I want to know what shape is this object in the sky that I keep seeing?
I already told you it looks like a fucking circle.
So it looks like a circle.
Ask, ignore, repeat,
what shape is it?
Ask, ignore, repeat. Why are you doing it?
It's a circle. Right. So it's a circle. So it's a disc.
Let's get this out now.
No.
Not logically linked for us. What you witnessed, the moon, whatever you believe it is, logically link that now. Shape of the ground. Circle.
Matrix, you're breaking up.
Not again.
Yeah, it's skipping.
It sounds like you're in the garage and your computer's in somebody else's house.
I know why he keeps asking. He wants to equate the things in the sky to the ground because the things in the sky look like a circle or a sphere.
It's terrible logic.
Well, I mean, can you explain to me why is it things in the sky look like spherical?
I don't know. Why would our Earth not look like my floor, dumbass?
That's what happens when things are in the sky. That's what they look like after a while. How's that for an explanation?
How are you in the military and you're a flat earther? That just doesn't add up. How does that work?
How?
He just outed
military grid maps are flat, dummy.
Yeah.
Do you work with rockets and missiles? Do you work with rockets?
Flat Earth.
And artillery?
They require flat Earth. They require a flat Earth.
Hold on, dude. Do you think that to fire artillery accurately, you need to account for the curvature of the Earth or Coriolis?
No, because artillery just goes no more than 30 kilometers, which isn't enough to make this, assumption.
You better tell me to crash because he thinks the field goal is far enough.
Still talking here.
Yeah, because you're contradicting your own belief system.
30 kilometers is not merely enough to make any kind of assumption.
Well, that's not what the physicists say.
He's just wrong.
Not what the physicists say, brother. Yeah, Ranger, you talk to him. Maybe you can talk sense into him. I doubt it.
No, I'm gonna be in a bad mood.
Oh, okay, sorry.
Oh, why is that? Why is that?
Because you're full of shit, dude, and we all see it.
Military service for education.
How does Tomahawk missiles work?
They fly through the air. They fly through the air.
Well, there's chemical.
Do they get trapped
in there with the oxidizer?
They need air pressure.
Direction.
Hey, I'll go at it for a minute. I'll go at them for a minute. Hey,
KGB. Do they go over the horizon, these tomahawks?
KGB.
They require air pressure, dude. That's how they work.
KGB.
Right.
I posted an image up at 41 minutes past the hour. Can you tell me which one of those are spheres?
Why are you giving me this? Why are you giving me this?
You got him in a corner. He can't answer the question
You
now.
can figure out, so we can see if you know what spheres are by looking at them.
So this doesn't follow anything we've been talking about.
Which one's a sphere?
Just answer
I
the
can't
question.
tell because I can't tell.
Yeah, just like just how you can't tell that the moon is a sphere. So
I
thank
can't
you.
tell because this is a still image.
So what about this one? Now I'm going to post a picture of a circle, and then you tell me if it's a sphere or not. Look at the one I posted. Is that a sphere?
That looks like a sphere, correct.
How? What makes it look like a sphere?
The way the shadow.
Why do you say shadow? Why do you keep saying shadow? You haven't proved shadow yet.
Because the light and the shadow curves around the object.
So when it's in complete darkness, it should turn red. If that's a shadow. Oh, it's all black, then it turns red. You guys don't make any sense these days.
That's great. I'm really glad that you had to go grab your fake illusion gifs to make
Have you ever witnessed an eclipse, KGB?
It's an eclipse. What's your problem?
Have you witnessed an eclipse, KGB?
Apparently not.
He hasn't witnessed the end of his nose.
Okay.
No, I'm too dumb for that. Sorry.
Okay, well, check out the next one whenever that is.
Sure. I will.
Yeah, and the moon's a still object as well. When you're looking at it.
I'm sure it is. It's a still 2D object.
So why can't you? Yeah.
Yeah,
it's the same
I had
as
it all
those
wrong.
It's the same as those 4 circles. Okay, good. You're wrong. Thank you.
Yes, I had it all. It's all wrong. Orbits don't really work the way they work. Rockets don't work the way they work.
And the Earth's flat.
Projectiles don't fall the way they fall. Gravity doesn't exist. Satellites are a conspiracy. The edge of the Earth is all an iceberg, and
he's
so on.
having a meltdown.
And you're coping. Yeah, all of these are facts.
Yes, these are facts.
Yeah.
Notice how you have nothing still and just rambling right now? The whole time you came in here and you still have nothing, and your other friend quit.
I was asked to talk, okay? So don't attack me, bro.
So just
I only came here.
What would be cool if you could just present one long distance observation throughout all of history done by anyone that validates the Earth.
You know what? I think it will be cool if you guys provided a flat Earth representation of what our Earth looks like.
We're not claiming to know the shape of the Earth, though.
Well, that's because you don't have
straw
one,
man?
and you don't have any body of evidence to make a reference.
No, we don't
any measurements.
Yeah, we don't claim to know the shape.
You
of the
have
Earth,
no
but
clue. What you have is denialism, and denialism is
would you require measurements for a model? Yo, would you require measurements?
Science.
Yo, dude, calm the fuck down. Would you require measurements for your adaptation or depiction of the Earth?
I really don't care what your 10-centimeter ruler says, bro. It doesn't prove
it. Dude, if we're going to measure and represent and model something, we're going to have to measure it, right? We're going to model it, we're going to measure it first, aren't we?
He can't even say yes to that.
Oh, wow. You want a model,
I think
you must understand that if we're going to provide you with a model, then we're going to have to measure the Earth, right?
I think I'll stick to my government conspiracies and my brainwash, and I'll be happy with that.
Okay, so he doesn't want to walk down the logical path. He'd rather be brainwashed by his government. That's fine off your trot. There's no point you being here, is
the moon
there?
is a circle, bro. And
there's just no point you being here. I can't even engage with you with a logical conversation without you splurging out like some fucking idiot. God, that was a waste of my time.
Is it logical to claim that the sun floats above Earth?
What do we observe, dude? What do we observe?
I asked you a question. Answer my question.
Yeah, and to help get to the answer, we're going to have to talk about what we observe. So, what do we observe about the sun?
What was my question?
Is it reasonable to assume that the sun floats above the Earth?
Yeah, that's one of your claims.
Okay,
yes.
so let's look at the sun. It's like, I tried to answer your question with the basis simple point of, well, let's go look at the sun then, the very thing that you're talking about, and you start having a hissy fit. What the fuck is wrong with you?
Hold up. Let me provide a GIF of what the other user posted earlier.
I don't give a fuck about GIFs and other users. I thought I was talking to you. Now you want to get a conversation with your ex-girlfriend that I don't care about?
Yeah, but that wasn't my claim. That was what your user,
you already
in this room claimed.
Across the sky, and you want to go back into it again? You already admitted it.
Yeah, because your claim is fucking lunacy. It's crazy.
What, that the Earth is measured flat?
So if this is true, that the sun floats above the Earth and moves above the Earth the way that GIF makes it look, then therefore that plane should be able to fly towards the sun, right? And we should be able to touch the sun.
It is flying towards it.
You are.
That's why you see it turning. Click, keeps turning to the right a little bit. Yeah, it's going west.
Really?
That's why you see.
So you're saying that we can fly.
That's why you see it making corrections to keep the sun basically in front.
So you're saying that that same plane could technically fly to that sun and basically touch it or get into it.
No, the sun moves. You already told me the sun moves.
Right. So you're telling me this is reasonable and logical, that this user's claim is
it's logical because it's what we observe. All right. So we see the sun move.
You know what I
see
observe?
the sun move,
you know what I observe? Here's what I observe. I observe a room full of fucking clowns and trolls.
Yeah, well done. And you're the one who can't hold a decent conversation without attacking anybody. That's clever.
That's rich coming from
you're the one that we should all look up to, right?
Well, this is my observation. You guys are clowns, idiots. Probably.
I've tried to engage you in conversation. You've started whittering on about other shit.
I don't want to engage with you in conversation. I want to engage with the other guy.
You're a prick. Then you don't deserve to be here. You don't deserve to be here.
Oh, it's a privilege for you guys, for users, to join your room, not the other way around.
It fucking is, dude.
Yeah. Be happy that there's people joining your room.
So far, me and you haven't even reached the end of one conversation without you fucking acting like an idiot.
Oh,
that's
we had
on
conversations before. I don't know if you recognize my voice.
It's all on you.
Before.
It's all on you.
I think if you don't recognize who I am, that's your problem. But
I couldn't give a shit who you fucking are. At the moment, you're acting like an idiot.
Who spoke about
we reach the end of a conversation, do you think? Oh my God, he's American. He thinks that talking's going to win the conversation. Yep, talk more.
About spherical geometry, which you failed about. You failed at the equator. You failed at the geometry of the Earth. You failed at providing any, flat Earth models. You failed at providing maps. You failed at everything. All you have is just denialism.
Listening. So we're sick of listening to you.
All we've got is measurements of the surface of the Earth. That's all we require.
Oh, you guys are so not you guys. You globers, you're so angry all the time. I don't understand.
All he wanted to know about was the moon, the moon, the moon, and the moon. Not one thing he questioned was, oh shit, you've measured the shape of the ground. That Indio? Jedi? Sounds very interesting. No, he just wanted to talk about, if you want to know about the moon, Cage, go outside and have a look at it. Because anything outside of looking at it is just hearsay. No one's ever been to it to say, this is exactly what it is. It's just you and your hopes and dreams and stories. I do hope he wasn't one of these mathematician guys that was going to turn up to. It'd be quite sad if it was.
Holy shit, that was painful.
Bye, flat earthers. It was nice talking to you.
See you later, mate. Take care. Don't like goodbyes. Let's go.
Bye. You got ruined.
Yikes. Before I can describe what the ground looks like, I have to know what every single thing in the sky does, how it works, what it's made of, what shape it is, and everything else in between. Oofta with a side of yikes.
Is no one talking?
Oh no, I mean, kind of, yeah. Do you want to raise a topic? Flat Earth, ask me anything. Anything at all. Go ahead.
What about India?
India goes to the moon.
We have gone to the moon. What have you ever done? You have not done it.
It'd be interesting to get an Indian who is like, America faked it, but we did it for real. God bless Vishnu or whoever, you know. Vishnu picked India to be, you know, spacefaring race, culture.
Hello.
Welcome. Oh, he's gone. He ran away. I was going to tell him about India going to the moon.
Maybe you should start with, have you heard the good news? And then tell them about it.
Well, I've been making new music, so I could play you a song while there's silence.
Do it.
This isn't belief. It's a discipline.
I start with the world that exists, full stop. Not dependent on what I think or plot. Reality doesn't bend a belief or frame. It stays what it is when no one names. But access is filtered, sensitive tool. No raw truth pipe straight to the skull. What we know comes mediated, constrained by signal, noise, and what's retained. So I don't confuse the thing with the view or the map, with what the map points to. Realist about what exists out there. Critical about how we claim it's there. Real world, yes. Raw access, no. Yeah, claims earn weight only after they show. I don't worship models, I don't trust appearance. I test the bridge between them. That's critical realism. Yeah. Empiricist means evidence leads, not tradition, not authority. Observation before explanation, constraint before speculation. But evidence isn't vibes, the sight is controlled, repeatable, measure right. You don't cherry pick what seems to fit. You ask what rules out the thing you like. Two stories explain the same display. Neither one gets crowned that day. And a deader man means discipline waste. No leap allowed, just to decorate. Empirical doesn't mean trust your eyes. Ay, ay. It means test the system that informs the eyes. Ay, ay, ay. Data first, stories later. Constraint beats explanation. If it doesn't exclude alternative, it's not confirmation. Data first, stories later. Constraint beats explanation. If it doesn't exclude alternative, it's not confirmation. Logician part, this is where it bites. I check the steps, not just the size. No affirming consequence, sneak aside, no conclusion. Smuggled by how it feels right. Prediction matching isn't proof. Compatibility and truth. If the premise based the end result, the argument eats its own output. I separate what's necessary from what's enough. What must be true versus what could bluff. If the logic breaks, I don't care who said it. A famous error is still a never credited. If the reasoning fails, no amount of data saves it. If the data fails, no elegance redeems it. So I don't deny reality, and I don't inflate certainty. I don't collapse the word into thought, or crown a model just because it's taught. I demand closure before inference, I demand test before confidence. I let appearances explain themselves before I claim structure underneath the shell. That stance isn't cynical to code, it's how you stop being confidently wrong. It's how knowledge stay corrigible, and why bad ideas don't become untouchable. World exists independent, knowledge filtered, contingent. Evidence constraints, logic guards the chain. No shortcuts, no sacred cows, no trust me bro, no everyone knows. Critical, realist, empiricist, logician, that's the standard, not an opinion. Reality doesn't need belief, claims do.
Yeah, that was the song from my new record that's coming out soon.
Hey, what's going on, you guys? If there's anybody here that's interested in the room topic, yeah, feel free to say hello. Be happy to hear what you think. Yeah, prove it. Welcome. Whoever just joined. There are too many people in this VC for me to count.
Yeah, they're all flat earthers. Except for Pro Soy Chilla. It's a Chilla. Yeah.
Is it? Well, I don't know what sort of convinces you that we're on a spinning ball. Like nothing we observe in reality leads to that. I don't know where the story came from. I don't know why it's so mainstream, but it feels like the Globe Earth conspiracy is getting out of hand, you guys. We need to revert everyone back. This VC should be 10 times bigger, by tomorrow. Could you imagine that? One globe defender at a time. Also, that track was tight, Drace. It's a shame that Discord compresses the heck out of it and makes it sound like all I'm sure the actual mix sounds a lot better.
Actually, if you purchase his records and you get them at a decent rate, you sound pretty tidy. Just saying.
Oh yeah. I'll have to look into that. So Pro Chinchilla
through a voice mod and from Iceland, so.
Fair enough. Let's see, what's this server? What's this voice server?
Hello.
Hey, what's going on?
Not much.
You think the Earth is a globe?
120%.
120%?
Yeah.
Oh, do you know how percentages work? I don't think you can believe 120% in something.
Oh, I don't believe. I just know it.
Okay. Right. So
I know I'm sitting on a chair right now. 120%.
Yeah. Okay. I mean, again, I still think you're using that wrong. The whole 120% thing.
This is going against your script, I guess.
No. I mean, it's not a script. I mean, hey, it
sounds more like overconfidence, doesn't it?
Script?
Yeah. I mean, if you want an explanation on how the percentages thing work, right? You can have something and then you can have half of it, right? Usually we call that 50%, right? So if you have the whole thing, it's 100%. You can't have more of the thing because it doesn't extend more, right? There's no more to have, right? So it's either you're 100% or 0% or 25%. You know what I mean? You can have anything within this 0 to 100, but exceeding that would be nonsensical, right? Because you can't have more of one thing. Do you get that?
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm glad we're on the same page. So would you like to say you are 100% sure that the Earth is a globe?
I know for 100% it is a globe.
100% that it's a globe. Yeah.
Yes.
You would say so. Okay. I mean, why? What convinces you 100% of the way that this has to be the globe and there's no... Is this the percent room? I thought it was the flat Earth room. Yeah, dude. I don't know. I mean, let's go to flat Earth and let's see. I mean, Pro Chinchilla thinks it's a globe. Our 80% sarcastic and 0% interesting. Okay, let's go to the flat Earth. I mean, let's see what that has.
Sny.
Mm-hmm.
Don't you want the Wig Snatcher roll?
Look at the side chat. You gotta look in the side chat. Just quickly. Right, there we go. Right, so Pro Chinchilla, I don't believe in anything.
That's true. But I know it is a globe.
Okay, that's good. I mean, this is a very, very good standpoint that you have here. Now, I mean, can you prove it?
Right, how do you know?
The Earth's a globe. Let us know how you know.
I'd like to know how we jumped an extra 10% in the last couple of minutes.
Yeah, it went up, didn't it? Yeah. So that's good that you don't believe, right? You're a knower, right? So now we need to know how you know. How do you know? What did you do to test the Earth?
Use
Is it a ball because it has to be?
Sorry, say that a little bit louder.
I use my eyes.
Okay, so you saw the curvature of the Earth?
Yep.
Well, when and where?
Over the physical horizon.
Oh, really? You don't think that something could appear to disappear bottom up on a flat surface?
I mean, when you zoom out, because when you zoom in, you're not over there. You're where you're supposed to be at.
Okay, so let's just say we're standing at the ocean, and we have a giant ship. Okay, it's right in front of us, and it's going to sail away. Are you saying that you're going to see it disappear bottom up as it sails away?
You said you're in the ocean. I'm on land.
No. If you're standing at the ocean, like at the ocean, not in the ocean, you could be in it a little bit, right? You could be in it. You could be swimming, whatever, right? Just say you're at the shoreline. You're standing there, okay, and there's a big giant ship. It's right in front of you, and it sails away. Okay, would you see that giant ship start to disappear bottom up as it goes past a certain point due to the curvature of the Earth? Because that's what you just claimed, right? I'm just kind of clarifying what you just said.
That's what I see in Lake Michigan.
Okay, so in the GIF that I'm posting in the side chat, we have a giant ship. And we have someone standing at the shoreline of the ocean. Okay, and when they're zoomed out with their camera, they can't see the ship, right? It's not resolvable at all. You can see the horizon, but the ship's gone. Okay, but when he zooms in, we can see the whole ship, right? None of the bottom of the ship was missing. So you're saying if that ship was close to the observer and it sailed away from him out to where it is, it would disappear bottom up?
Yeah, but you're not supposed to zoom in, though. You're supposed to zoom out. Because that's a true...
Yeah, so he's zooming in, right? So start the video from when he's not zoomed in, right? Okay, and you can't see the ship. And then he zooms in, and then you can see the whole ship. Just think about it.
Oh, I already think about it since Facebook.
It's what? It's Facebook. Is that what you said?
I already spoke to the flat earthers on Facebook on this kind of stuff, like the oil rigs from California and all that.
Okay, so when he's zoomed out, you can't see the ship. Why? What's the reason that you can't see the ship when he's zoomed out?
Because there's a physical curvature horizon there. That's why.
Oh, okay. So when he zooms in, why can you see the whole ship?
Because of technology. But
really? So the technology allows you to... Yeah, it allows you to see over the curvature of the Earth, does it? It's like a magical camera that allows you to see over the curvature of the Earth, and it makes the curvature of the Earth disappear just by zooming in.
What is
that your positive claim? Well, no, here, Prochinchilla, address the claim at hand. Do you believe that that's what the camera is doing? You think it's going...
I don't believe, I just know.
Physical curve?
Why you keep
Okay, you know that that's what the camera is doing. Would you say yes, that's what the camera is doing? Is it going over the curve of the Earth? And like appearing flat?
10%. And it's brown.
Right, let's just break this down.
Cogdis.
Let's break this down, Sny, really quickly. Okay, so this is what he's saying. It's a quick summary. Okay, when he's zoomed out, we can't see the ship because it's behind the curvature of the Earth. And then when we zoom in, we can see the whole ship because the camera negates the curvature of the Earth.
Right. Yeah, no, I mean, it makes sense, yeah. On a spinning ball, you get a bit dizzy and a bit silly.
Yes, Morris.
I think that's what's happening here. Chinchilla.
Sure.
Oh, man.
No, he just fused out. He's not on fire anymore.
Bro, this is Tap's been crushing since he was like 16 or 15. Been crushing Glober's hopes and dreams.
That's crazy.
Crazy. I mean, crazy is a word that you can use about it. Let's prove the globe, Prochinchilla. Come on. I mean, what's going on? Why are you conceding to such an easy, you know?
Well, I'm not conceding. I'm working on my sterile.
You are conceding, bro. What are you talking about? That's exactly what's going on, right? We said, does technology allow you to see over the physical curve? And you said yes. Like, you know that's not. 100%. You know that's not what you know. No, that you're completely okay. Chinchilla, if you want to have a genuine conversation, I'm totally up for a genuine conversation, bro. But until you get the fairy tales out of your head and consider fact, right? We're not going to be able to have a genuine progressive conversation, right? It's not going to be productive.
Only if it disagrees with your worldview, which is understandable why you're like this.
Well, no, okay, it's not disagreeing with my worldview, okay? Because I wouldn't say I have a worldview, right? I see things as it is, right? I'm kind of like you. I don't like the word belief, right? I don't like the word believe at all. If someone says, do you believe the earth is flat? I'm like, well, no. I know the earth is flat, right? Because I've tested it, right? And you can too, Chinchilla. You can absolutely test any of these things for yourself. You can buy a camera for $300, $400, right? And that might be a steep price, but the zoom that you're going to get on it is excellent, right? You can go out to a beach, right? Go out to California, go and look at those oil rigs, right? Or maybe get a boat, right? Get a speedboat, hire it out, tell a buddy to swim away, and we'll see what we see, right? Record his position on the map, right? We've got Google Earth that we can use to do that, right? Pinpoint A and point B, see the distance, calculate how much physical obstruction we're supposed to see due to the curvature of the earth, right? And then you'll see that you don't see that. You don't see no physical obstruction because it's a fairy tale. So, Chinchilla, I ask you again.
What's up?
Right, what is the reason that we see a ship way further out than it's supposed to be? Right, according to your globe model, would see physical obstruction. What do we see so far, Chinchilla?
Well, as I said it before, a physical horizon curvature.
Physical horizon curvature. Can you define horizon for me?
It's where it meets the skies and the waters.
What meets the sky? Oh, so the water meets the sky.
It's a physical line. It's a physical line, not a parent line. Not a parent line.
Okay.
Physical.
Right. It's physical, so it doesn't move?
I mean, it's like a treadmill,
What?
It's like a treadmill.
You're going to have to use a different word to describe what you're talking about.
Okay, so you know what a conveyor belt when you go to shopping, when you finish shopping?
Okay.
That kind of shit. Yeah.
So would you say the Horizon's like a conveyor belt?
Pretty much. That's
Pretty much. How so? How does it work like a conveyor belt? I don't see no conveyor belt action.
I mean, go to Costco. You'll see it for yourself when you finish shopping.
Okay. Right, but when I go to the beach, I see something completely different. Why is that? I don't see no conveyor belt.
I mean, if you're not there 24 hours, then that makes sense.
Okay.
He got this. I believe you. I believe you can kick my ass. Go ahead.
Chinchilla, I really don't want to kick your ass, bro. It feels like, like hurting a special needs kid. That's sort of what it's feeling like here. You just don't do it. It's fucked up, bro. Sorry, bro, but like what you're saying isn't making any sense. It's not.
Yeah,
coherent.
because it goes against your script. I mean, if Quantum Razor here, I'll be gone long time ago.
No, like what you're saying is like confusing me so much. I just don't know how to rebuttal it because it's so stupid, right? And I'm sure like a lot of people in here are thinking the exact same thing without getting angry, because I don't like getting angry. I don't like screaming and telling you that you're an idiot, right? But I do like getting into why you think this way, right? And so if you're here to troll, that's completely fine. We don't need to have a conversation. But if you want to have a productive conversation and maybe I can learn a bit, maybe you can learn a bit, right? The other folk in here can learn a bit from, your point of view, your perspective, right? I'd love to have a conversation like that. And it sounds super fun, doesn't it?
Hey, here we go.
What? Dang. Okay. Is there anyone else in here that wants to have a conversation?
So, Pro Chinchilla, you were talking about the oil platforms observation, right? There's quite a few of them. What's your thoughts on that?
Oh, I'm fixing my mic. I can barely hear you guys. 1 second.
You should try to work on the headphones or speaker. Yeah. If you can't hear us properly, it's not a mic issue.
I mean, if you want, I can concede for now and come back. See you. And then the guy can get the Wig Snatcher off. And then everyone wins.
You don't have to answer the question. It's all good.
Cartoon winner of 2025. It's always the ones that aren't in voice as well. Node. Just like shit posting in the side chat. It's like, come on, man. How you doing, Jedi? You doing alright? I saw you on mute earlier on.
Yeah, man, I'm good. I'm just catching up with the Jake Paul Anthony Joshua fight highlights. I didn't catch it the other day.
Oh yeah, I did that.
No.
Did you watch it already?
Quiet.
You watched?
No, I didn't catch it on Netflix, dude. I missed it.
No, I didn't watch it either. Just the highlights were good enough for me.
Yeah. I completely forgot it was on.
You finished watching the highlights?
Yeah,
Yeah, he got whooped.
I'm so happy, man. He took his fucking jaw off with that final knockout, man. It was awesome.
Yeah, bro. Yeah.
Beautiful right cross.
and he was like mocking him, like sticking the tongue out after he was getting his ass whooped.
Yeah, I noticed that, man.
Got destroyed.
Yeah,
there's a golden frame where you can see Anthony Joshua smiling, right? Like he's happy to see someone, and then Jake Paul quivering in the corner with his arms up. It's hilarious.
The first time he got knocked down, he was hanging on to Anthony Joshua's leg. He's, oh no, please don't hurt me.
Yeah. He got wrecked.
AJ said that in an interview, he was like, it's not about, people are going to judge me for going 6 rounds with him, but it's not about that. It's about the mental sort of torture that he put him through. Because imagine 6 rounds, constantly getting knocked down, getting back up, but 6 rounds against Anthony Joshua in
you could see it in his face, man, the whole fight. Like he was scared. But as you would be, man. Like he had no business being in there.
Oh man, terrible. You look 6 years ago what they were both doing. Anthony Joshua was getting like a 1-punch knockout, right? Start of the round 1, 1-punch knockout 6 years ago. Jake Paul was on Disney Channel, so it's it's completely like there's no competition in that. It's a stupid idea. Done for the money though. That's right. It's just that's all it is. I mean, especially today more than ever. It's all about the money. Money, the control. Speaking of control, does anyone want to maybe free their mind and have a conversation about the shape of the Earth?
Okay, Morpheus, show us the ball.
Matrix, are you purposefully standing about 20 foot away from your microphone?
I'm on my mobile phone. I'm holding it in my hand.
Okay, mate.
He's got like super long arms. It's like 20-foot long arms.
No. What it is? What's going? Holy shit! What it is because when I'm on my mic at home, I'm so loud. All of you lot have got me turned down. And then when I get on this, it's just ultra quiet, and I sound like I'm a mile away.
That's a good point. Let me check that. That's actually true.
Don't turn it back up. Don't turn it back up. Please don't.
Oh, there we go. That's funny.
Well, let's check who else we got in the channel. Well, Node. I guess Node's not going to mic up. But you're unmuted, Node. Hello. All right, maybe not. All right, who else we got? What about Liquid? Has anyone spoken with a Liquid?
I saw Liquid in the VC. No, I haven't. They seem to be the English hub in politics, so hopefully we might be able to achieve a genuine-ish conversation. Liquid, how you doing? Yeah, guess not. Okay.
It's not gonna happen.
A shame. I feel like getting ghosted. You know what I mean? Like knocking and nobody's home. It's the worst.
What about this guy at the top, Joe Spades?
It seems to be streaming on their Xbox. They were streaming this game yesterday as well. I think this is like a story game. You gotta play. You can choose your dialogue.
It's called Kingdom Come Deliverance 2. It's pretty good. I highly recommend it.
Kingdom Come, nice.
It takes place in 15th century Bohemia.
Oh wow. This is the life, ba-boo, ba-boo, boo. This is the life, ba-boo, ba-boo, boo. Yeah, no, you've made this claim of a sniper hitting a target at 2 miles where the Earth drops 10 feet out of their line of sight. You're claiming people don't use it because, it's in a firing table for a long-range weapon system. You're 120% deep in the retard equipment. Trying to argue that luck is why the military's math works. For instance, muskets. Can you prove, like any demonstration involving a sniper hitting a target at 2 miles, and can you show us, the drop-off due to the curvature? Or not drop off due to the curvature, but can you see how the curvature plays into effect any of this? Get in line. mean get in line? You made a positive claim, bro. You gotta prove it now. That's how these conversations work. I mean, you're gonna type in the chat about it rather than using your perfectly working microphone. It's a shame. You know, everyone's got a microphone. We've got that one guy that was in here earlier on with his microphone that was 20 feet away from him, but hey ho. Still a mic, right? Still works. It's Welcome to Voice, if you're new. If you've read the name on the door and you're interested, unmute yourself and have a conversation. What's the worst that could happen, right?
The worst that you could happen is you could end up like Jake Paul's face today. Two black eyes, broken jaw.
Yeah, true.
Think yourself lucky, Globers.
Alright, let's host it. Tap versus Anthony Joshua in the ring debate. Let's see what happens, you guys. How many rounds? Y'all better be betting on me. Happy Monday to y'all. Happy Sunday to the rest.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Have you looked into the flat Earth topic before, Joe Spades?
No.
I'm just here to listen to you guys and provide something to people watch.
I'm sleeping.
Yes,
Is your name Nabil?
that's true.
Okay. Sweet. Can I call you Nabil? Is that fine?
Yeah, absolutely.
Excellent. Nabil, what do you think the shape of the Earth is?
It's spherical.
You think it's a sphere? And is that because you've been told that? Or have you tested it for yourself?
I don't know. I don't know. I'm not sure about that.
Okay. Well, when we observe the Earth, we observe it to be a flat and stationary plane, right? We observe no curvature over long distance observations and tests using lasers and cameras. We've sent hot air balloons up super duper high, and we have failed to see any curvature. And when I say super duper high, I mean a couple 100,000 feet, right, which is pretty high. There's no curvature, and nothing to prove that the Earth has any sphericity whatsoever. So why do we believe it? What's the point in continuing to subscribe to a lie that people have told us, and not figure it out for ourselves.
I don't know.
I'm sleeping. It's definitely an interesting topic, and you should totally look into it.
Honestly, I don't know. Can't tell anything. Can't tell you further.
Would you like to ask me anything?
I'd like to hear you talking.
You'd like to hear me talk?
Yep.
Okay, is there any specific reason for that, or?
You need something to talk about. Maybe a question would help.
Because
that would be good. Do you want to ask me any questions, maybe about the flat Earth?
As I said, I want to hear you talking because you look smarter than me.
I look smarter than you. I don't. I don't know. I dress pretty well, but I don't know if you can tell.
Yeah, because so far you did so well so far. Yeah.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that.
Yeah, continue.
Okay. I mean, what would you like me to talk about? Like, completely anything, totally anything about the flat Earth.
Give me the evidence that the Earth is flat.
What about misconceptions being cleared up first, Snai? Why don't you cover that?
Yeah, let's clear up some misconceptions about like the flat Earth for you, Nabil. So, according to mainstream, right, the mainstream idea of the flat Earth, people think that we are on a floating disk in space, right, and that there's waterfalls and maybe even a turtle underneath the Earth, and moving it and carrying it and all these different images and things that you've seen on the internet about the flat Earth probably isn't true. And it's probably misinformation put out by the Flat Earth Society, right? And that's a group of people who are sort of their objective, their main goal is to make Flat Earth look as stupid as possible, to turn as many heads away as possible, right? So that a lot of people don't even look at the information presented, right? It's a very smart tactic, don't get me wrong, right? This is very cleverly constructed and cleverly planned out, right? And hats out to whoever did it, because it's a great controlled opposition, but that's exactly what it is. It's a controlled opposition, and it's designed to make flat earthers look stupid, essentially, right? In essence, they'll make, very, very wild claims that don't align with natural observation and testing. And it's nonsensical as well, right? The claims are nonsensical, to the point where it's obvious. It's like, oh, well, this is obviously not true, right? We obviously don't have a waterfall falling off the earth, therefore, right? This idea is stupid. That's one of the big ones. It's a Flat Earth Society. So anything you see on the internet, take it very lightly. Test for yourself, right? And that's how you understand. That's how you learn. You test the things around you, and you test everything that is presented to you. Haifa, please don't interrupt.
Okay, I'm sorry. I'm gonna mute myself.
Please do. Can remain muted until it's your turn. Thank you. So, where were we? Nabil. Talking about misconceptions of the Flat Earth. So the Flat Earth Society, that's one. What else is there that we can dig into? Movement, right? We are not movement. We are stationary, as I've described the Earth to be a flat and stationary plane. We experience and we calculate no movement. We have to account for no movement with the Earth, because that's what we experience. Any claims that tell you otherwise and say, hey, well, this is why the Earth moves, we don't experience that, and we can never measure it, right? Yeah. What else have we got? Dre says hi, Haifa.
Why are you guys quiet? Should I talk?
Oh. I mean, I'd prefer if you didn't. Do you have any questions about the shape of the Earth?
I think the Earth is flat.
You think the Earth is flat? Okay, and why do you think that?
So, basically,
I do have
So,
a
Haifa,
question.
you don't need to put the voice on, Haifa.
I don't know. Reminds me of a cartoon character. It's kind of cool. Kind of like Mickey Mouse.
no, okay, let me explain why the Earth is flat. So basically, I've already given this example in our last meeting and stuff, but so basically, I think the Earth is flat because when you're on an airplane, like the airplane doesn't like go in a curvature, a ball. It doesn't go round and around. It goes straight, left, right.
So, Haifa, I don't know if you've noticed yet, but you know there have been like 5 or 6 people that you've made leave in the span of you talking.
I don't think that's the reason. I think they just had to go. Why are you assuming I'm the problem? That's not okay.
I don't know. I mean, I was talking and everything was completely fine. And so
Not always the case. You're assuming. Did they tell you that? Exactly,
What?
they did. And you were interrupting me. Didn't let me finish my theory. So, would you allow me to finish?
Security.
No.
Thank you, guys. Excellent. Wow. Talk about service. Talk about quick delivery. Oh no. See, now that's mean, Haifa. I don't know why you'd say that. I don't know. We skipped a few steps, Haifa. I don't think we've become friends just like that. And I called security. What? Oh gosh. Yeah, I feel a lot of ingenuineness, and you know, it feels to me that your discourse is poisonous and reductive.
That's crazy.
I don't know if I want to have a conversation, Haifa. I'm gonna be very honest with you. It's almost 3 in. I said your discourse. It's almost 3 in, then leave. No thanks. Let me speak. That's fine. Fraction. Sorry. Fuck.
That's a nasty cold you got there, mate.